Chapter 461. The merfolk were once the rulers of the ocean. Before the arrival of the evil god on this nascent, beautiful planet, the merfolk were born from the sea. They were children of the sea, children of the land, half human, half fish, yet stronger and more powerful than any other race. Their beautiful appearance was merely an alluring facade. In reality, a merfolk's flick of their tails could shatter a granite boulder. Anyone without the skull thickness of a giant would have their skull shattered like a ripe watermelon from even a slight strike. The merfolk's slender and beautiful bodies contained immense power. Their seemingly delicate, fair skin could withstand the pressure and biting cold of the deep sea. Even sharp swords could not cut or pierce it. They usually lived on the seabed in a fish-tailed, human-bodied state. Their elbows and fingertips had thin, veil-like fins, and their fingertips could grow sharp, knife-like nails for hunting. At the height of the day, when the sun is at its strongest, the merfolk rise to the surface, stretching their tails on the reefs to dry each scale thoroughly. They use a round, slightly firm sponge, found among the seabed rocks, to meticulously remove seaweed, barnacles, and small insects from their bodies and the crevices of their scales. They also use fishbone combs to groom their long hair. Once their translucent scales are cleaned, they shimmer with beautiful iridescence in the sunlight, while their sheer fins and dry, silky hair sway gently in the sea breeze. At this time, the merfolk sing joyfully, their beautiful voices like celestial music, captivating all fortunate humans who hear them. The songs, changing with the merfolk's mood, had varying effects. Sometimes inspiring, sometimes soothing, sometimes drawing one into a dreamlike reverie, sometimes driving them to a frenzied fall into the sea. However, merfolk are actually gentle creatures. They have few desires. They hunt only to fill their stomachs. They spend most of their time drying their scales and fins, and competing in song, their pursuit of art far surpassing everything else. The daily song competitions are also how merfolk choose mates. They select the merfolk with their favorite voice and scales, and pursue them. During the summer breeding season, pregnant merfolk return to shore, shedding hot tears. Their surviving fish power flows with these tears, gathering into silvery white pearls. Mermaids can then transform into humans. Their gills become lungs, and their fins and scales become colorful mermaid gowns, flowing and breathtakingly beautiful. Merfolk, who take human form, are remarkably similar to ordinary humans, except for the thin, veil-like fins on their ears. They craft their mermaid pearls into necklaces to wear around their necks. Merfolk who give birth live on land. Their children grow into human form until their tender skin hardens to withstand the pressure of the deep sea. Mermaid parents spin yarn and fish on land, interacting with humans, exchanging their exquisite mermaid yarn and lively seafood for rice, vegetables, fruits, and winter clothing and furs. As the third summer draws to a close, the mermaids choose a suitable summer night to dance and sing on the beach. The most beautiful shaman among the mermaids performs a sacrificial dance, paying homage to heaven and earth, giving thanks to the world, and celebrating the arrival and growth of new life. At such times, the world consciousness turns its gaze to the mermaids, admiring their dance and bestowing blessings upon the new life. Mermaid parents, blessed by the world consciousness, cut half of their mermaid pearl, swallowing half themselves and placing the other half into their child's mouth. The child then gains the ability to transform into a mermaid and return to the depths of the sea with their parents. This is the mermaid's heritage. Every mermaid, in this cyclical journey of childbirth, contributes half of their power to their children, but they also receive the world consciousness's blessing, replenishing their life energy. When each mermaid feels their age drawing to a close, and death is about to take their final breath, they return to the surface of the sea, singing a final song on the reef. Then, their strength flows out as tears. Mermaid tears transform into pearls, their human forms return to the heavens, and their consciousness returns to the tranquil sea of life within the world consciousness. Countless mermaid pearls were carefully stored away by the mermaid chieftain. When each mermaid chieftain was about to sing his final song of death, he would take out the mermaid pearls he had carefully kept. His final tears would fuse these pearls together, forming a dazzling holy pearl. The next mermaid chieftain would keep the holy pearl until his death, when he would fuse it with more mermaid pearls. The holy pearl is the inheritance of the power of the mermaids from generation to generation. It constantly grows, carrying the mermaid's best wishes for the future and the life blessing bestowed upon each mermaid by the world consciousness. It also attracts the attachment of those with power. The life force of the sea and the water source, the power to transform into beasts, the power to control water. Once the holy pearl becomes powerful enough and possesses authority, the mermaids no longer need to concentrate the half of the power bestowed by the pearl on their newborn children. They only need to pray to the Holy Pearl to grant the child the ability to transform. They once believed that this would preserve their power and make the mermaids even stronger. At death, the mermaids would return the borrowed power from the Holy Pearl doubled. As time progressed and power shifted, the mermaids' customs also quietly evolved. However, unbeknownst to the mermaids, this seemingly smooth-lending relationship actually harbored a profound hidden danger. When the winter god Friel stole the Holy Pearl belonging to the mermaids, it was like taking away the bank they relied on for survival. All the borrowed power was withdrawn in an instant, and before the mermaids could react, they suffered a devastating disaster. Of the original 3,000 to 4,000 mermaids, most were killed or wounded in that night's disaster, leaving only a few hundred survivors. And this included the mermaids and newborns, who had already given birth on shore. After this catastrophe that practically wiped out their clan, Angelma's grandfather sadly relinquished his duties as clan leader, handing over everything to his son, Anne's father. During Angelma's years of voyages, her father passed the chieftainship to Anne's brother. Ultimately, it passed to Anne's nephew. The merfolk, struggling to survive on the frigid northern continent, experienced generational changes several times faster than in ancient times. Fewer and fewer merfolk could become extraordinary beings, while more and more perished from pollution and difficult childbirth. Chapter 462. The two mermaids Annie brought to the Mage Tower were fraternal twins, who looked quite similar. The elder brother, Sorrow Jelma, was the current leader of the mermaid clan. He had long, translucent emerald blue hair, eyes as azure as the sea, and a handsome face. The younger sister, Sally Jelma, resembled a legendary mermaid, with long, bright red hair that also had a translucent seaweed texture, and eyes the same azure blue as the sea. Both had fair skin and possessed a certain cool charm of the mermaid clan, but they lacked the legendary fins behind their ears or between their fingers. After losing the power of the Holy Pearl, we could no longer transform into half-fish bodies. Mermaids born on land, like me, lack gills, fins, and tails, Annie explained. We only retain the ability to weave mermaid silk, our innate singing voice, and our ability to withstand the cold. Mou looked at Salo, wearing only a thin shirt, and Sally, wearing a dancer's gauze dress, and nodded silently. They certainly seemed to have strong resistance to the cold. He felt cold just looking at them. When I left my people's safe haven and embarked on my voyage of revenge against Friels, our people split into two groups, said Anne. One group remains with my father in the north, while the other has taken up residence in the southern seas. Now that war is imminent, I intend to relocate them to your territory, and that of your allies to ensure our safety. Mou paused for a moment, then asked, do they need seawater? Yes, said Salo. Although we can no longer transform into mermaids, we still have an innate urge to gravitate towards the sea. Too far from the sea will cause us to experience an uncontrollable restlessness, our wills to waver, and we will be easily eroded by pollution. Mou took a deep breath. I also think protecting our weaknesses is a good idea, but currently, the strongest defense in AMT County is an inland city, and the only allied port by the sea is the town of Pohnpei. But just because the Earth Mother currently shares the same enemy as us doesn't mean she will always be our ally. Annie seemed thoughtful. As Mou spoke, his mind raced, finally unearthing a sealed artifact from the depths of his memory. He slowly smiled. I wonder if you all can accept an artificial sea in the inland region? Annie, Saru, Sally, ? Most of AMT County is barren gobi and desert. A large portion of the land is heavily polluted and severely degraded, barren of everything except sand, gravel, and magical beasts. Because this land was worthless, Saloria was able to effortlessly create such a large territory for her brother. However, precisely because it was so barren and useless, even Leah hadn't initially included it in her beginner's map. It was a piece of chicken bone, tasteless but too valuable to discard. But with the right methods, skills, and seasoning, even chicken bone can be cooked into a delicacy. Mou invited the others to relax and have tea in the lounge on the third floor. He, along with Leah and Ialian, sat around the sand table in the study. He dragged the map onto the sand table, selecting a piece of desert land. Mou pointed his slender fingers at the location on the sand table. This place is some distance from AMT New City, right in an area that adventurers haven't explored yet. It's a completely barren desert. If we use our natural powers here to change the landscape, dig out a lake, and simultaneously shape the excess rocks into mountains to block the north, it will be a very advantageous move for us. AMT County is almost entirely flat, allowing neither northern snowstorms nor beast hordes to easily reach its walls, posing a significant disadvantage for the defense of the new city. Mou had been considering building a mountain in the middle, not too high, just enough to act as a barrier to slow the winter god's advance. However, even using his authority, creating a mountain in a flat area would inevitably create a crater, as matter is conserved. The core energy of the world, if used solely, was already sufficient. The return of the elves to the world's consciousness, and the continuous influx of players, since the game's public beta and official launch had provided Leah with abundant core energy. Besides, that area was already a dead zone, so the impact on the ecosystem wouldn't be significant. It might even improve the desert environment. The main reason Mo had hesitated was that he didn't know how to deal with the large crater. He felt that multiple craters on the ground would be unsightly. But now that the merfolk have a need, creating an artificial sea, a saltwater lake, seems like a pretty good idea. You remembered that when players cleared Pompey Town, they obtained a sealed item called Call of the Sea. Although the players only used it as a prank item, setting off seawater fireworks a few times in the World Plaza. But this thing can obviously do big things. Leah assessed the feasibility of using the authority of nature to create mountains and lakes here, the impact on the surrounding ecosystem, and the core energy required, including purifying the polluted seawater summoned from the sealed artifact. Leah's assessment was quick, feasibility 100%. Consuming 3/5 of the current core energy reserves is sufficient to support the transformation and purification of the mountains and lakes. After the transformation, the airflow direction in the southern part of the mountains will change, reducing the snowstorms in southern AMT County by half. It is recommended to adjust the location of the artificial seawater lake in the original plan and add a river channel to convert the snowmelt collected from the mountains into a river, increasing the water supply in southern AMT County. Hey, the adventurers and residents will have their snow removal burden reduced, and the water supply can still be guaranteed by adding a river. This is even better. You was extremely satisfied with Leah's improved plan. Next is the player side. Such a large project can't be left unfinished as a main quest. Since it's a main quest, there needs to be a suitable main quest reward. This part requires discussion with the merfolk chieftain and shaman. When Annie brought Saru and Sally to surrender, Leah had already copied their class skill templates. Saru is an 80-level bard, and Sally is an 80-level shaman. The former uses her songs to provide buffs or create attacks with her music, while the latter uses various dances to heal, provide buffs, and attack with thrown mermaid-like veils, a ranged support class. Isn't this the ultimate support combination of a singer and a dancer? Adding a new map, the Merfolk Village, to the main quest, and then adding 2 more support classes, makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Chapter 463. What's a good online game without support classes? Don't underestimate the role of support classes. In solo combat, they might not be as good at withstanding damage as a tank, or as quick at regenerating health as a sanity nurse, or have the same attack power as a magician's turret, but in team battles, they can provide numerous buffs, increasing attack power, reducing damage, increasing shields, inspiring players, and even reducing fatigue. You clearly remembered a certain, once popular, turn-based chess game that had dancers who granted characters a second action ability. While they were fragile and easily killed by an enemy's proximity, when used effectively in a team, they could become a decisive trump card. I wonder how powerful the bards and shamans in this world really are. Opened the class template Leah had copied with great anticipation. Bald. Note, visible only to system administrators. Uses the various effects of the mermaid song to debuff enemies, buff allies, and attack with sound waves and melodies. Non-merman races can reuse this skill template, but the skill strength will vary based on the user's aptitude. Those with musical talent, or mutant talent, are recommended to learn this class. Weapons can be any musical instrument, including vocal cords. Pondered, musical talent. Mutant talent? Leah bluntly replied, the kind whose singing is so awful it makes people miserable. I see. Perhaps because Moyu had been doing well at work recently, and Leah's attitude towards him had been so sweet and endearing, he had almost forgotten that this fragment of world consciousness had a venomous nature. The bard has 7 skills. Synchronization, passive skill without needing to select a target. Anyone who hears the bard's song will resonate with the music. The synchronization effect is influenced by the bard's singing skill. Normally, the higher the skill level, the better the synchronization effect. Proficient use of musical instruments amplifies the synchronization effect. Synchronization effect increases the influence of all songs by 50% and extends the duration of the song's effect by 30 seconds. The duration increases with level and ability. Note, some races or individuals have resistance. For example, the merfolk race is immune to the effects of some songs. Resonance Emits a soul-piercing chant, dealing a devastating blow to the enemy target. Damage, 300. Has a chance to inflict stun, intoxication, pain, armor break, wailing, or crying status on the enemy target, and reduces their resistance to corruption by 30%. This skill inflicts a "we are all in this together" camaraderie effect on the user and allies within 50 meters, increasing their resistance to contamination by 30%. Defense is increased by 50%, and attack by 3%. Aria of Splendor. With exceptional singing skills, add improvisational cadenzas to an aria, dragging the enemy target into a dreamlike state. During the dream, inflicts continuous damage of 100. If the dream's content targets the enemy's weakness, the enemy will suffer critical damage upon the dream's end and enter a 30-second weakened state. The enemy target will be in a dazed, incapacitated state while in the dream. Attacks by the user, or a third party, during the dream's duration may cause the enemy target to escape the dream. Strongest Sound. A group sonic attack skill that shocks opponents with the strongest sound waves, causing a break effect. Damage, 1000, 50% chance to cause armor penetration. Fighting Spirit. Inspire your allies with a war song, boosting their morale and instilling fighting spirit. Increases all beneficial stats by 50% for 30 seconds. Life Hymn. Sing a gentle hymn of life to calm the mind. Base Healing, 200. During the duration of the hymn, healing received by you and allies within 50 meters is increased by 30%. Glib. Use your beautiful voice and eloquence to gain the target's favor, significantly increasing their trust and making them obey your orders. Charisma above 50 automatically triggers, with a 100% success rate. Charisma below 50 has a chance of failure. Wow, this group support is pretty impressive. It's all about area attacks, both offensive and defensive, with built-in armor penetration and healing. It can attack enemies, while also benefiting your own team. MOU nodded. It's just a bit difficult to get into. It requires some talent. Of course, this talent can mean singing beautifully with perfect pitch, or singing terribly, tone-deaf, with every word riling those around you. This further expands the scope of employment. He then looked at the Shaman class template. Shaman, note, visible only to system administrators. This priest class, unique to orcs, attracts the attention of supernatural beings through exquisite dance to gain blessings. Among orc shamans, mermaid shamans, with their stunning appearance and graceful dancing, occupy the pinnacle of this class. Non-mermaid races can reuse this skill template, but the skill strength will vary based on the user's individual aptitude. Those with attractive appearances are recommended to choose this class. I feel like there's some kind of appearance discrimination in this class. MOU scoffed, but it makes sense. Who wants to watch an 8-foot-tall, muscular man dance? The mermaid shaman's usual attire, a mermaid-like garment, resembled the flying apsaras' dance dresses from the western regions in MOU's memory. The shaman's weapon was a mermaid-like garment, with throwing blades attached to both ends. The blades were about the size of bracelets, and could be stored away when not in use. 2 bracelets were located in the center of the garment. When worn, the ribbons would naturally wrap around the body, and the concealed blades would hang down at the sides like jade rings. The mermaid-like garment was tough and elastic, extremely difficult to break, and could stretch to 3 times its own length when thrown with a heavy object attached. The shaman possessed 7 skills. Strangulation. Uses the mermaid-like garment to bind the target's limbs, joints, or neck, restricting their movement, binding and twisting their joints, or strangling them at the neck. Blade Dance. Throw a blade attached to a shark veil, and use it to control the blade for a ranged attack. Damage, 450. Light Dance. Move with light steps and ghostly movements, instantly moving to a selected landing point within a 50-meter range. Charm. Capture the enemy's attention with a beautiful dance, causing them to become dazed. Lasting time, 15 seconds. Charmed enemies cannot perform any actions. War Dance. Significantly boosts your team's fighting spirit and power, increasing the direct and critical hit chance of all attack skills by 20%. Dance Barrier. Reduces damage taken by you and allies within 50 meters by 10%. Also affects pollution. Sacrificial Dance. A beautiful dance performed by a shaman, connecting heaven and earth, calling upon the forces of nature. Temporarily increases the viewer's willpower by 30 points for 30 minutes. The gathered life force can be used for healing for 3000. The gathered world consciousness can be used for purification. After watching the sacrificial dance, the spectator receives another purification or healing from the druid, with the effect increased by 50%. Chapter 464. Communicating with the twin merfolk went exceptionally smoothly. Having survived the cataclysm brought by the winter god, the merfolk split into northern and southern tribes. Their population has fluctuated over the years, and currently only about 200 remain in the northern villages. Even including the southern merfolk, they are considered an endangered species. Sorrow and Sally are deeply committed to protecting and ensuring the survival of the merfolk race. With Annie acting as their guarantor, they readily agreed to MOU's request for them to demonstrate their skills and serve as mentors to adventurers. Although I don't know how much the adventurers will learn, if it allows our race to continue, even if it's just passing down our dances, songs, and culture, it would be a wonderful thing for us merfolk. Sally placed her left hand on her chest and bowed to MOU. Thank you, great lord. This is also a mutually beneficial thing for me. After watching the twins' skill demonstration, MOU had a new idea. Many of my adventurers also love music and dance. I wonder if the merfolk are also skilled at making musical instruments. You guessed right. We do indeed make many musical instruments. Salo nodded. After moving to the land, our people lost the sea we relied on for survival. Besides spinning yarn, we could only express our sorrows through musical instruments. Over time, our people have become quite skilled at making instruments, whether it's the accordion, the six-string lyre, the harp, or even shell harps and shell horns. That's wonderful, MOU said. Perhaps we could also patronize your business. I mean, adventurers like musical instruments and your mermaid silk dance skirts. Could we prepare more if possible? You know, AMT County has many enthusiastic adventurers who love new things. They'd be happy to try out these new instruments and clothes. We use adventure coins to buy the goods you sell, and you can also use adventure coins to hire adventurers to build your new home. The mermaid chief's eyes lit up. Of course. Of course. We still have plenty of stock. This stuff isn't easy to sell. Well, no, I mean, the north is a bitterly cold and barbaric land. No one besides the mermaids can stand wearing thin mermaid clothing, and no barbarian has a talent for music. We can discuss how to market these goods to adventurers. Well, believe me, marketing is crucial. Do you know how to use these instruments? If so, could you demonstrate them to me? If you can use them. It would be even better if I could use my skills to play the music I was playing. That night, the mermaids and the lord chatted late into the night, ultimately staying the night in the mage's tower. Early the next morning, MOU, the game's lead planner and cutscene director, donned his finest attire, summoned the largest griffin the beast tamers had raised, and flew with the knight to the chosen location. Now that Leah had some of her powers working, MOU's system interface had expanded considerably. Within his field of vision, he could clearly see the mountains, the artificial sea, and the planned channel for the snowwater drainage, marked by silver-blue dotted lines. This must be an ability of virtual and real power. MOU stroked his chin, had the knight pilot the griffin for a thorough tour of the area, and after confirming that the new scene appeared to be free of bugs, he activated the natural power in the system's backend. The sand table design is being implemented, injecting core world energy. From the perspective of game animation photographer Leah, the lord riding a griffin stretches his right hand towards the earth. The ice and snow disappear, the Gobi Desert rises into mountains amidst a roar, and the sand dunes collapse to form a vast, dry depression. A deep river flows from the northern slope of the mountain to the southern slope, meandering around the depression towards the new city of Amt, eventually connecting with the moat. Amt County's overall terrain slopes from north to south. Even with the river connecting to the moat, it doesn't cause much backflow. The countless snowflakes that had just disappeared reappear in the riverbed, slowly melting and flowing. The depression that is about to become an artificial sea. The largest saltwater lake in Amt County, and the entire continent of Osiria, has also been transformed by the forces of nature. Soft sand has become dense rock layers and impermeable soil, which then freeze into ice in the harsh winter. After finishing the demonstration of the CG animation footage, MOU withdrew his hand with a serious expression. The depression didn't need deliberate temperature regulation using the power of nature. Once the seawater was injected, the saline seawater itself would be harder to freeze than freshwater, and such a large body of water would also be affected by the two suns, creating tides. Of course, the various shrimp, shellfish, fish, and algae in the sea would need to be artificially stocked and transplanted. However, with the merfolk, druids, and Leah, who possess the power of nature, fish, shrimp, and shellfish farming should be a piece of cake. That's about all we can do here. The rest is up to the merfolk. MOU smiled and said to Ialian, "Let's go home." Because of Leah's spatial power, the entire mountain moving and sea creating project was completed silently. The residents of the nearest city, AMT New City, were still sound asleep, completely unaware of the commotion happening far outside the city. But for those forces that had been diligently observing but had been unable to glean any useful information due to the high-level shielding of the world's consciousness, this was a momentous event. In the magnificent palace atop the highest point of the holy city of Rulanda, a young papal attendant frantically scrambled to open the door to the papist's bedchamber. "It's terrible! It's terrible! Your Holiness the Pope!" The attendant's voice trailed off. Deep within the bedchamber, on the large bed, the aged Pope snored loudly, several scantily clad young beauties lying beside him. "Your Holiness the Pope! Your Holiness!" The attendant called out cautiously in a soft voice, and the snoring on the bed finally subsided. "What time is it?" The Pope's voice, heavy with sleep, rang out, and a figure slowly sat up in bed. 5 o'clock in the morning. "Your Majesty, the sleuths saw that the one in AMT County created a mountain." The attendant stammered, kneeling beside the bed, head bowed, holding the scroll high in his hands, terrified of becoming a victim of the Pope's wrath. An arm reached out from the bed and took the scroll from the attendant. It was the sleuth's observation report. Creating mountains and rivers in the desert. The Pope fell silent. This was clearly beyond the capabilities of a pseudo-god. Even the God of Light himself might not have been able to accomplish such a feat that one from the Magic Federation, true to his reputation as a master of feigning weakness, had likely become a true god. "I just don't know what kind of authority he wields, capable of raising mountains with a wave of his hand." Naturally? But natural authority is already equally divided among the three gods, so how could another person have a share? The Pope had never been so thankful for his conservative character, for not rashly attacking after Aelian's apostasy. Pass on my oral instructions. Secrecy of this information, a complete retreat. Without divine direction, do not engage in hostility against the Magic Federation. Chapter 465. Etienne Pachienshan logged into the game on time today. As usual, he first switched to his human form, ran his daily quests in AMT New City, and then went to the commercial street to stock up on some newly released items and equipment. He had just bought a set of new high-grade leather armor at Lariana. As he left the shop, he was stopped by two strange yet beautiful NPCs. "Warrior," the beautiful red-haired NPC woman said with a sorrowful look on her face, "are you the renowned Etienne Pachienshan? I heard you're one of the most powerful adventurers. Could you please do us, the mermaids, a favor?" "Mermaid?" Etienne Pachienshan, feeling a little flattered by the beauty's praise, perked up. "Are you mermaids?" "Yes," the beautiful yet cold woman said, her brows lowered, her eyes half weeping. Her expression aroused Etienne Pachienshan's burning desire to protect him. "I'm the merman shaman, Sally Jelma, and this is my brother, Salo Jelma, the leader of the merman tribe." Jelma. Hearing that name, Etienne Pachienshan became even more excited. "Are you from Annie's tribe? What can I do for you?" "We do have a favor to ask," Sally Jelma asked. "Have you ever obtained the sealed artifact called Call of the Sea?" "Yes." Etienne Pachienshan pondered for a moment before recalling it. "Great." The two mermen exchanged a delighted glance, their faces filled with joy. "Well, our merman tribe has long lived in the north, but Annie found us a few days ago. She's about to go to war with the god of winter. If we remain in the north, we likely become the god of winter's target and Annie's shackles. Therefore, we sought out Lord Moiwu and sought his help. Lord Moiwu has agreed to grant us a safe haven, but we mermaids need seawater to survive. Even though we lost our ability to transform into mermaids, we still need the ocean. To do this, we need your assistance and the other adventurers." As the two mermaids spoke back and forth, Etienne Pachienshan received a notification from the player system. The player system prompted, "You have triggered the main quest, Call of the Sea. Do you accept it?" "Main quest? I absolutely must accept it." Etienne Pachienshan excitedly said, I help. "What do you need me for?" "Please gather your companions and bring the sealed artifact with you," Sally said. "How many people do you need?" Etienne Pachienshan asked curiously. "The more the better," Sorrow said. "Please gather as many as you can. This will be a feat requiring the concerted efforts of all adventurers. Calling it a miracle wouldn't be an exaggeration." "Okay, wait a moment. I call some people," Etienne Pachienshan said. "We meet you at the Mermaid Sea," Sally said. "You see this new location in the teleportation array? We be waiting at the exit." The two of them saluted Etienne Pachienshan and hurried away. Etienne Pachienshan quickly took a screenshot of the two of them, then opened the quest panel, took another screenshot, and posted both on the forum. Main quest, Call of the Sea. Thanks to the active efforts of the adventurers, Angelma is rapidly gathering forces to launch a counterattack against the god of winter. To do this, she needs to secure her rear positions. The remaining mermaids are her last weakness. They hope to relocate to the peaceful AMT County, and Lord Moiwu has already granted their request. However, AMT County lacks an ocean. The sealed artifact you possess, Call of the Sea, is their only hope. Please gather enough adventurers to use Call of the Sea together to summon enough water to fill the Mermaid Sea. This quest is a team-based main quest. Completion of this quest unlocks the subsequent main quest, Mermaid Village. Quest rewards: 10,000 mermaid favorability points, 1 Singer, Class Instructor, and 1 Shaman, Class Instructor. This post sparked a huge uproar, and players were instantly excited. What the hell, a new class? Bard? Is that a bard? Then what's a shaman? A new healer? Coming out with a bard doesn't look like a healer? I looked in the reference library, and it seems shamans are pretty good at dancing. Their specialty is the sacrificial dance. They're dancers, brothers and sisters. Has the group coach Yuan finally arrived? Finally, we can sing and dance together while we're dungeon crawling. What dungeon crawl? Let's play the piano and dance. Master Ijian, where can I pick up the quest? After posting, Ijian Paqianshan quickly teleported to the newly opened Sea of Mermaids teleport point via the teleportation array. This was clearly a new map. While they were clearly on the desolate Gobi Plains of AMT County, there was a snow-capped mountain before them. Not far away, a winding river flowed slowly across the icy landscape. The area around the teleportation array was deserted, except for a simple wooden fence and a few blazing campfires. On the flat ground between the campfires, there was a lone tent. Not far away on the other side lay a vast depression, dry, the ground seemingly frozen solid. This place looks like a massive construction site. Ijian Paqianshan had a bad feeling. Before he could take a closer look, scores of players teleported in, and the teleportation array suddenly became so crowded that Ijian Paqianshan stumbled. Hold on! Ijian Paqianshan shouted, everyone, stand aside. I find an NPC to trigger the second stage of the quest. Thankfully, there was nothing here, just a lot of space. The players all moved aside, and Ijian Paqianshan went to the tent and called out the 2 mermaid NPCs. I brought my companions. Ijian Paqianshan asked, what should we do next? Please follow me. Sorrow looked up at the sea of adventurers, clearly shocked by how quickly so many responded to the call. He walked to the edge of the depression, where a simple wooden platform stood. Atop it was an empty shelf, seemingly perfect for a conch-shaped crystal. Please place the sealed artifact here, said Sorrow. Ijian Paqianshan pulled the Call of the Sea from his backpack and placed it on the shelf, which flashed a silver-blue light. Adventurers, please use this Call of the Sea to summon seawater and flood the depression. Sally pleaded, I know that using this sealed artifact will expose adventurers to the negative influence of some evil deity, but we will compensate you generously. Chapter 466. After Sally finished speaking, all the adventurers present received the main quest, Call of the Sea. Ijian Paqianshan attempted to pick up the Call of the Sea. This time, the player system prompted, this sealed artifact is a main quest item. It cannot be removed from the altar or placed in your backpack. As the trigger of this quest, upon completing it, you will receive a bonus achievement title, Sea King, and 200 gold adventure coins. Ijian Paqianshan's eyes lit up. Special achievement title. I love it. He had used Call of the Sea before, so he was well aware of its side effects. Without hesitation, he aimed at the conch and blew the crystal shell. Amidst the conch's heavy, murky hum, deep blue water gushed out from the other end like a fountain, guided by Ijian Paqianshan's spiritual power, flowing into the depression. Ijian Paqianshan's health bar instantly dropped to 1. A strange rustling sound echoed in his ears, and his SAN began to slowly decrease. He placed the crystal conch back on the altar, then without hesitation, drew his dagger and slashed his throat. A moment later, he reconnected, his health back to full, all debuffs gone. With the master's demonstration, the other players immediately understood. Shit, so the way to use this thing is to kill yourself immediately after using it? Yes, Ijian Paqianshan replied. Try to be quick and decisive. It's more economical not to repair the corpse. By the way, is there any level 70 ambulance player who has learned Resurgence? If so, we can avoid logging in and out repeatedly. Yes. Immediately, a number of level 70 players who had learned Resurrection stepped forward. Forget about using sealed artifacts, and focus on resurrecting people. 1 resurrection costs 1 mana bar. Remember to use up your mana potions for the resurrected person. Ijian Paqianshan said, The rest of you line up. One by one. Though Sorrow and Sally had been prepared for the adventurer's undead nature, following Annie and the Lord's instructions, they couldn't help but be moved by the scene. Is this what adventurers are? They're willing to die heroically for us, strangers. Even if they be resurrected, it's still a great sacrifice. Such heroic sacrifices, one after another. These are the fearless adventurers of AMT County. The amount of seawater summoned by Call of the Sea is determined by the user's level. The seawater summoned is real and objective, and it won't disappear. Currently, the highest level Ejian Pachien Shan can summon nearly 8 cubic meters of seawater at once, while the lowest level player can barely summon a cupful. Although the seawater contained some pollution, it was truly seawater. Both Sally and Sorrow could smell the ocean scent. Pollution wasn't a big deal. The Lord said that after the seawater filled the depression, he would thoroughly purify the entire environment. Adventurers diligently summoned seawater and bravely died, actually a refresh, only to be picked up again by the ambulance players nearby and returned to the queue. They even began competing to see who could summon the largest amount of water, spread it farther into the depression, or create the most bizarre shapes, among other meaningless things. Dying is the easiest thing for adventurers, not to mention that this method of filling the sea is much easier than plastering walls. Many low-level players, after trying it once without much success, gave up on joining in the fun and instead went to ask Salo and Sally if there were any other quests. The twins, prepared for this, exchanged a glance and smiled. Our people need to relocate here, and to do that, we need more housing. Beep. The player system prompted, you have triggered the infrastructure quest, Mermaid Village. Please build houses for the mermaids according to the blueprints. Completing this quest will earn you a significant amount of military merit, mermaid favorability, and regional reputation with the Mermaid Sea. Every house built will welcome a mermaid NPC to move in. The mermaid NPCs who move in will bring more side quests and rewards. The bricklayer players fell silent. Familiar formula, familiar routine. Is this a Cthulhu game? No, it's a construction game. Holy crap, this blueprint looks great. It's a shell house. Just asking, is this house only for mermaids, or can players live there too? Wait, are we supposed to build a sea view house? Start by filling the ocean with water? That's ridiculous, really ridiculous. To get a sea view house, you have to fill the ocean first, right? Go, everyone. For the sea view house. The players sighed, but ultimately gave in. You're kidding. That's the long-awaited sea view house. The game development team has even created a quest to create an artificial ocean, and you're not even going to work? How dare you? Sorrow and Sally watched as the adventurers spontaneously split into two groups in perfect order. One group was still queuing to fill the ocean with water, while the other group skillfully began building the house for them. I need to go back to the village and bring back the instruments and the chamois that everyone and the Lord need. Sorrow said to Sally, I leave this here in your care. No problem. Sally nodded. Go quickly and be back soon. Don't forget to do as the Lord instructed and give the adventurers a dance every now and then to encourage them. Sorrow lowered his voice. The Lord said that adventurers have eccentric personalities, love to be treated as heroes, and enjoy seeing all kinds of new and exciting things. Adventurers must be constantly piqued to keep them motivated. Sally whispered, I understand. Chapter 467. Nearly 10,000 adventurers repeatedly queued to use sealing artifacts to summon seawater. Even though each person summoned a limited amount, the combined effect was spectacular. High-level adventurers could pour nearly 10 cubic meters of seawater into the depression in a few seconds, far more efficiently than filling a swimming pool. After most of the night had passed, the artificial depression had reached a depth of over half a meter. While the results were impressive, the adventurers felt a weariness stemming from boredom. Although most players were incredibly dedicated, monotonous gameplay could quickly lead to a state of mental fatigue, which was contagious and extremely destructive. Brave and fearless adventurers. Just as the players were beginning to succumb to despair, a light and melodious female voice rang out, instantly attracting their attention. You have all devoted yourselves to our merfolk, and now you are all exhausted. Please allow me to perform a war dance, for you, to soothe your weary souls. Ding-ling. A clear bell rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. There, snow-white toes lightly touched the pristine snow, leaving no trace. The merfolk shaman seemed to float on the snow. A red chain with golden bells adorned her fair ankles, swaying and ringing crisply. A merfolk woman, with delicate yet aloof features, possessed fiery red hair, and wore a blue gradient shamanic dance costume woven from mermaid silk that shimmered with iridescent colors in the slightest light. A pale orange-red mermaid ribbon draped over her shoulders. She danced gently in the cold wind, like a celestial being. A mermaid's soft, melodious song rose in the long, snowy night, dreamlike and enchanting, sending a gentle shiver through the hearts of the adventurers. Regardless of gender, the beauty of the mermaid transcends sex and race. It is a pure and exquisite beauty. From the silver white at her waist, it gradually transitions to pale blue, finally merging into a deep azure of the sea at the bottom of her gauze trousers. The wide-legged gauze trousers, resembling both a skirt and trousers, fluttered with Sally's dance, like a graceful fishtail. The pale orange-red mermaid gauze ribbons wrapped around her arms rose and were tossed, shimmering with iridescent colors under the campfire's glow in the darkness. Long legs kicked, slender waist stretched, jade arms extended, the mermaid gauze ribbons billowed with her twirls, reflecting ever-changing, dazzling light and shadow on the white snow. A beautiful woman danced gracefully on the snow, her movements so light she didn't even sink into the pristine whiteness. She was like a mermaid gliding on the water's surface, her flowing veil serving as her fins and tail. Her bare, white toes twirled in the snow, the fluttering veil and ribbons captivating the adventurers' hearts. A round blade, tied with veil, was tossed out, its exquisite beauty tinged with a chilling aura. Amidst the dreamlike beauty, the golden bells on the dancers' ankles jingled more rapidly. The round blade, whistling through the air, struck, accurately shattering every falling snowflake. The mermaid's beautiful, melodious song seemed to echo, with the sounds of clashing swords, the raging waves of the sea, and the mermaid's hateful roars. The mermaids were like the enigmatic sea, seemingly calm and harmless on the surface, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents surged, containing immense energy capable of unleashing storms. Their demeanor was aloof, their colors vibrant, like a paradoxical aggregate, yet these contradictory aspects blended perfectly, creating an indescribable beauty. Yin and yang harmonized, like a black and white yin-yang symbol constantly spinning and playing. The dance was fluid, yet brimming with fighting spirit. The adventurers seemed to see ships sailing against the wind, and waves on raging seas, to see clashing swords and armor emerging from the yellow sands, to see fierce warriors wielding tridents. A surge of intense fighting spirit burned within their chests, rekindling their energy and motivation, making them eager to do something. As the dance ended, the adventurers watched the beautiful figures take their final bows, and applauded enthusiastically, their hands red from clapping. "Oh my god, that dance is amazing! I got the Battle Spirit Increase buff. It says it lasts for 5 minutes, and the activation rate of all attack skills direct hits and critical hits is increased by 20%. Is this a shaman? Mom, I want to learn the dance. That back end. Can I really learn it? I feel like my old back is going to break just watching it. I want to see more dances. Sally. Encore. One more. Adventurers, please continue your efforts to gather seawater." Sally straightened up again, placed her left hand on her chest, and bowed slightly to the adventurers. "Once the seawater gathers to the next stage, I will perform another sacrificial dance for you." "Ah. Why is this performance triggered in stages? Brothers? Sisters? Charge. Sacrificial dance. Nobody stopped me from watching the sacrificial dance." The adventurers' enthusiasm instantly surged again. Whether it was sacrificing themselves to summon seawater or building shell houses, they had plenty of energy again. Sally smiled with satisfaction. The Lord was right after all. Adventurers' interest comes and goes quickly. They need occasional rewards to keep them motivated. Meanwhile, Saru, returning to his people's settlement with many teleportation scrolls, was directing them in packing. Time was of the essence. Every second they lingered here increased the risk. The winter god, Friels, stole the sacred pearl that held the power of the sea from the merfolk and made it his own. The sea, once the cradle of the merfolk, abandoned this race that refused to pledge allegiance to the winter god. Having lost their gills, their fins, their tails, and no longer able to be mermaids, could the merfolk still be called merfolk? They had lived on land for too long, even intermarrying with humans. The merfolk bloodline had become diluted in the veins of their descendants, but their hatred for the winter god had never diminished. "Aunt Misha, it's time for us to leave." Saru approached an old woman and said respectfully. The old woman looked at the distant reefs bobbing on the waves and sighed deeply. "Are we leaving this home forever?" "No, we're just going to seek refuge," Saru said patiently. "The Lord of AMT County has opened up a sea for us, small, but enough to meet our needs. Once Annie has successfully avenged herself and reclaimed our sacred pearl and authority, we can return, truly return to our homeland, return to the sea, as long as we still wish." "The merfolk have waited too long," Aunt Misha said. extending her wrinkled hand and grasping Saru's wrist. It's time for our war song of vengeance to resound throughout the north. Before I shed tears and return to the sea, I want to see that hypocritical god torn to pieces. Chapter 468. As shell houses were completed one after another in the mermaid village, more mermaids followed Salo into the village. They arrived with bags and families, their space props filled with furniture and daily necessities. The first mermaids to secure housing happily moved in, setting up furniture inside and outside their homes and building stoves. The village, previously a barren construction site, soon filled with the aroma of life and the sweet smell of food. The sea fish the mermaids had brought was cooked into a delicious fish soup. After being purified by the druids, it was distributed to the elders and children of the tribe to warm them and fill their stomachs. Seeing the newly arrived adventurers, drawn by the aroma, the enthusiastic mermaids also offered them bowls of it. The mermaids' unique cooking techniques and spices made the fish soup exceptionally fragrant and delicious, with almost no fishy smell. The adventurers licked their lips, and each one clamored for another bowl. Sally and Saru briefly discussed the matter and announced loudly, "Every 2 hours during the day, we cook several pots of fish soup and reward adventurers who have contributed during this time with singing and dancing. Adventurers who have worked at the seaside or in the village will have the right to enjoy the food and performances for free." Wow, a special event! The adventurers exclaimed in delight. Then they noticed more quests needed in the village. We need more fresh fish for the event. The mermaid NPCs worried, without enough fish, we won't be able to make the delicious fish soup to reward the adventurers. The fisherman adventurer, don't worry. We get some fish. It's too cold here. We need more bonfires and firewood. The elderly-looking mermaid shuddered. Adventurers, wait! We get it done! Great adventurer craftsman we need. Coming. Please, great adventurer, help us. I'm coming. NPCs were everywhere, needing help, and their eyes sparkled, pleading for the adventurer's aid. The adventurers gradually lost themselves in the sweet cries of great adventurer and our savior, enthusiastically working for the mermaids for free. Using the fish caught by the adventurers and the firewood they gathered, the mermaids lit stoves and warmed fires, brewing pots of delicious fish soup as a reward for the adventurers. The druids among the adventurers purified the soup and distributed it to the adventurers, who toiled in the cold wind. The clever mermaids quickly grasped the idea and began to run this no-cost business. The adventurers watched with gratification as the entire village, thanks to their efforts over the past few days, gradually took shape and transformed from a wasteland into a small seaside village. The once empty depression gradually took on the shape of a miniature ocean. A sense of accomplishment instantly filled their chests, almost overflowing. Everyone was delighted. The mermaids had won, and so had the adventurers. The Lord's territory not only gained a group of mermaid allies, a new sea, a village, and an undead queen who was free to fight the god of winter, but also a group of happy players. The Lord, who had come to inspect the situation, was extremely pleased and whispered to the knights who escorted him, "These mermaids really have a talent for NPCs." The enduring popularity of JRPGs likely stems from the profound sense of accomplishment derived from accepting, completing, and rewarding quests. Unlike reality, where expectations often fall short, games offer rewards for effort and quest completion. This predictable and rewarding experience is precisely what players crave. Just as merfolk are naturally gifted at singing and dancing, players from the same kingdom share an innate love for cooking, farming, and infrastructure development. Transforming a barren wasteland into a thriving village, watching the merfolk settle down, and then, in gratitude, prepare fish soup, sing, and dance, the adventurers are practically floating on air. What an amazing quest! Even though filling the sea with water is incredibly tedious and time-consuming, and we have to plaster walls again, well, these beautiful mermaids sing and dance to cheer us on. Burp, this fish soup is delicious. There are more and more mermaids in the village. Does that mean we can unlock a new class after completing the quest? Ah, I really want to learn to be a bard. I want to learn to be a shaman. Dancing looks so fun, and it seems like it's really powerful. They're not really going to make us sing, are they? What if I'm tone deaf? I can't dance either. That leg raise and backbend thing. I might end up doing a headfirst fall. Headfirst fall, ha ha ha. The adventurers spent the entire weekend taking turns logging in to participate in this main quest, and finally, on Monday night, the mermaid village and the mermaid sea were officially completed. During the peak season for adventurers, MOU brought his knights to this newly constructed artificial ocean and village and began his performance. He walked to the altar of the sealed artifact, called the sea, and gently tapped it with his staff. Ding! A bell rang from the players' anchor points. A wave of order spread, and the players paused, their attention focused on the Lord. Nearby, one sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Ah, the Lord has appeared. Is the CG animation about to begin? My adventurers, the Lord's voice rang out clearly, thank you for your efforts over the past few days. You have successfully created a miracle, summoning a vast ocean from this inland land of AMT County. Our allies, the mermen, have been able to settle here. To thank you, the merman leader, Salo, and the shaman, Sally, are willing to serve as mentors to the adventurers, teaching the bard and shaman classes to these eager adventurers. The players' faces flashed with joy. This sea area will require your continued care. We will work with the mermen to cultivate a variety of delicious seafood here, enriching the biodiversity of AMT County. And your dining tables. The players' laughter grew even brighter. However, before that, we need to purify this sea area. The Lord walked to the beach, and a small world spirit appeared in his palm, which he released. Leah soared into the air, and a silvery blue purifying light once again enveloped the earth. This time, even more powerful than the previous cleansing, the silvery blue beam swept away the black smoke from the sea, soaring into the sky like a tornado, directly breaking through the thick dark clouds. Instantly, the dark clouds covering the entire sea area dissipated, and the long-awaited sunlight penetrated the gaping hole in the cloud layer, illuminating the shimmering sea surface. The sea had long since formed tides due to the gravitational pull of the planets. Under the sunlight, the rolling, crystal-clear waves gently lapped against the snow-covered sand on the shore, looking particularly beautiful. Chapter 469. As the player system announced the mission's success, the rewards were automatically distributed to the player's backpack. But the players were stunned by the stunning scenery before them, busy finding angles to take screenshots, and had no time to check the rewards. Since the War of Gods began, the special weather conditions of frozen dark night have been implemented, blocking out sunlight with thick clouds. Even though each nighttime map has its own beauty, humans still prefer light, and remain fascinated by the sunlit sea. Having completed the mission, Moyu contentedly retrieved Leah and the contaminated seal orb, happily leaving Get Off work. The next task can be left to the diligent players, who can continue to cultivate seafood in this pristine ocean. Raising marine fish inland is no longer a fantasy, so replicating this achievement in this world-conscious magical world seems not impossible. Because the desert soil itself is naturally saline, the salt concentration of this artificial sea area still requires the cooperation of Rama and Leah. But this wasn't a difficult task, as it was still snowing, and there was plenty of fresh water to dilute the excessive salt content. Annie had already reached a deal with Narcissus. Narcissus would provide some fresh sea fish fry and other aquatic products to be stocked in this area. In return, he would provide a transport ship from the Church of the Raging Sea that, and had her eye on. Everything was progressing smoothly. The mermaid musical instrument shop, and the mermaid clothing shop had officially opened in the village. It was believed that players eager to learn new professions would soon flock to the mermaid's businesses. Thinking of the new classes whose skills he had adjusted, MOU felt an itch, eager to see player feedback sooner rather than later. Hoping for one's creations to be recognized and appreciated, perhaps this is every creator's fate. Rongfingi looked at the VR glasses he had received in the mail, and breathed a long sigh of relief. He held the gaming glasses with care, as if he were looking at a new hope. Rongfingi had once been extremely talented in music. From a young age, he displayed a love for music and a gift for absolute pitch. He was fortunate enough to be born into a relatively affluent and cultured family. His parents hired a piano teacher for him from a young age. By the time he entered university, he had already won various music competitions, and was striving to become a professional composer. He released several of his own compositions and original vocals online, receiving rave reviews, but then misfortune also quietly struck. He suddenly noticed his hearing was deteriorating. The notes he had once easily recognized began to fade away. He hurried to several hospitals, only to receive the same diagnosis: otosclerosis, an unexplained bone disease of the ear capsule. It's caused by abnormal bone accumulation and overgrowth near the stapes, the bone that conducts sound in the ear. The stapes gradually becomes immobilized by the new bone, and its conductivity deteriorates until it completely loses its ability to transmit sound. It's said this may have been the cause of Beethoven's deafness. Rongfingi's dreams and his world collapsed almost simultaneously. He was forced to give up music, which he loved and had a natural talent for, and turned to studying history, a subject he also excelled at. Even though starting over was difficult, it was better than giving up hope completely. He was admitted to a graduate program in history, but his otosclerosis progressed faster than his doctors had anticipated. Even with hearing aids, attending lectures and daily communication became difficult. Thankfully, the internet is now so advanced. He had always had excellent grades, and with his instructor's approval, he primarily took online courses from home, using computer software to convert all spoken words into text subtitles. Most of the time, he studied at home, but the isolation was also very uncomfortable, forcing him to seek solace online. On a recommendation from an online user, he discovered a game called Exorcism of Evil Gods Online, which veteran players, fond of the game, often nicknamed EG. The gameplay of this game is also closely related to brain waves. Using the latest technology, VR glasses connect to the game and read the player's brainwaves to play the game, allowing players to experience a near real-life experience. And because the player's body is in deep sleep, the brainwaves can be used to play the game for twice as long. The netizen's introduction caught his attention, and he couldn't help but wonder, if the game is played with brainwaves, can even deaf people hear sounds in the game? You can give it a try. The netizen had heard about his condition. 2 new classes have recently been released in the game, the Bard and the Shaman Dancer. Both are perfect for someone like you who appreciates music. Do you want to try out for a spot? It's only $88 now, a month after the official launch. You can't go wrong. I'm playing it myself. My in-game ID is Forever Poet. I've been practicing the Bard these days. If you want to play, I can help you. Okay. He didn't hesitate for long, logging onto the official website and applying for a spot. Perhaps he'd been incredibly unlucky before, but this time, he'd been incredibly lucky to win the lottery, having made it from non-European to European. Just now, he received his VR glasses by express mail. He'd done his research while waiting for the results, and the game's content was perfectly suited to his tastes. Cthulhu, the occult, the Western European medieval style. He always loved these things, second only to his love of music. To fully enjoy the game, he even topped up his account to purchase an alchemy doll cosmetic service. This isn't a medical item, nor a treatment, but if it means I can hear a musical note just once more. He donned the VR glasses and logged in on time. He actually heard the sound again. The opening CG animation soundtrack rang in his head. He entered his ID, watched the introductory animation, and appeared inside the alchemy doll in Rama's laboratory. Tears streamed down his face. You're the first adventurer to come crying. The dark-skinned Lamar handed him a tissue. Is there anything I can help you with? No, I'm just so happy, what? The adventurer, who had just awakened inside the alchemical doll, burst into tears. He stepped back into a world with sound. Chapter 470. The crying alchemical doll was quickly picked up by his companions. Lamar breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing it was just a normal emotional outburst from an adventurer. He had thought something had gone wrong during the doll's creation, causing the unusual crying. So you can really hear it? The Eternal Poet asked. It works. Rongfengdi, whose ID was Sherwu, finally stopped crying tears of joy and tried out all the system functions. Not only can I hear the sounds in the game, but I can also hear the videos and music sent from the forum and QQ. Then you can watch course videos here? The time flow here is 2:1 compared to reality. Logging in for one night is equivalent to spending a whole day here. Even if you spend half your time studying, you still have half your time to play. After all, watching course videos directly is easier than watching them with subtitles, suggested Eternal Poet. But there's no rush. We can try them slowly later. I take you to get a job quest first. Since the alchemy doll was paid for, there was no need to go through the initial adaptation period of turning a free shell into an octopus. The initial tutorial animation played directly upon login. Sherwu was now wearing the newbie equipment that automatically entered the system's inventory, becoming an ordinary swordsman. Boys and shamans are both newly released classes. Oh, and a shaman is basically a dancer. Both are ranged sonic attack and group support classes. Although they are not weak when playing solo, they are most effective when working with companions. I can tell you with certainty that the skill systems of these two classes are unique and very interesting. The Eternal Poet said, to preserve the joy of your first encounter, I won't reveal the secrets beforehand. I trust that as a music prodigy, you pick it up quickly. He led Sherwu on a brief tour of Ant New City, and after exploring the map, he headed straight for the Mermaid Sea. After completing the initial main quest, the Mermaid Sea became a map accessible to new players with a job mentor station. Both the Bard and the Shaman are jobs that new players can accept at level 1, although their controls are somewhat unique. Players discovered that these two jobs weren't as demanding on players as they had imagined. While music pros with music theory knowledge could clearly pick it up faster, Other players, regardless of their singing or dancing abilities, could enjoy it just as much. The Mermaid Sea was a beautiful place. In the snowy night, torches lit up the dark, deep sea on the beach, and waves crashed against the shore, the wind carrying the salty scent of the sea. Sherwood took a deep breath. Having regained his hearing, everything in this world felt incredibly new and wonderful. He could once again feel his blood coursing through his veins, hear the soft patter of falling snowflakes, the gentle lapping of waves, and hear the voices of players and the melodious songs of the merfolk emanating from the village. Suddenly, Sherwood felt an urge to leave. He followed the eternal poet to a musical instrument shop in the village. The shop was filled with a dazzling array of instruments, some familiar yet completely unfamiliar. The square outside was packed with players, each holding a different instrument. The forever poet tugged at Sherwood's sleeve. Go pick out an instrument you like. I pay for it first. Because so many players have switched classes, the NPC class instructors have switched from one-on-one instruction to large group classes, which only meet once an hour. Hurry and buy your instruments, so you can catch this one. Sherwood hurriedly began to choose. The main instruments here are the keyboard accordion, the string lute, the harp, and the lyre. The lyre and guitar are played similarly. It's just that we don't have string instruments like the violin yet. For wind instruments, we have the shell horn, and for percussion, the shell lyre. However, the shell lyre is a bit difficult to carry and lacks mobility, making it only suitable for positional warfare. The forever poet explained, I personally recommend the lyre or harp. One is cool, the other is fairy-like. They look impressive and easy to play. Sherwood thought about it. Guitar was once one of his strengths, so he chose the lyre. He chose a trendy 6-string guitar. It looked very similar to an electric guitar, except without the various plug-in ports. Instead, the guitar's body was a unique, wavy C-clam. Curiously, Shigari plucked the strings, and the vibrations of the strings caused the clam shell to hum, producing a sound similar to that of an electric guitar connected to an effects pedal. Shigari, wow! Impressive. This C-clam can produce 6 different sound effects. The eternal poet held up the guitar and showed him the mechanism on the side. Just flip the knob here to select your preferred sound effect. This is it. Shigari made a quick decision. Okay. The eternal poet took the guitar to the magic puppet shop, paid for it, and returned with the guitar. Go outside and wait for class. The NPC should be arriving soon. Sherwood, clutching his new seashell guitar, found an empty seat in the square. A handsome NPC with long, translucent hair as emerald blue as the sea, walked onto the square, holding a harp. He was dressed in the gauze attire of a mermaid, a light, dark black and dark green jacket, revealing his 6-pack abs, and dark green wide-leg gauze pants, adorned with dazzling ornaments of gold, silver, and seashells. The players erupted in shouts of wow. And husband. Wife. Sorrow stepped onto the stage and gently plucked the strings. Clang. The ethereal sound of the harp struck the hearts of the players present. The players fell silent. Dear brave adventurers, I am Sorrow Galma, current leader of the Mermaid Clan and mentor of the bards. Sorrow's voice was beautiful, a clear, melodious baritone, full of magnetism. The mermaids love music. After we lost the ocean and our fish bodies, song is the roar of our souls, and our weapon of self-defense. He plucked the strings. Now, I will demonstrate how we use music to attack. The players, distracted by the beauty, noticed that a wooden figure had been placed at the other end of the stage. Clang. Sorrow's nimble fingertips plucked the strings, and as the notes danced, a melody of war and battle unfolded, powerful sound. Sorrow plucked the strings heavily, and countless sonic blades emanated from them, striking the wooden figure, leaving vast gashes and scars on its body. Resonance. The battle-filled melody rose in pitch, the strings humming. The target, the wooden figure, began to tremble. Suddenly, with a bang, its wooden head exploded. Player, ? Chapter 471. Amazing. Although the bard's attack skills aren't many, they seem more powerful than we imagined. The players murmured. Since the remaining group support skills were difficult to demonstrate on the wooden figures, Salo used them directly on the players. As the players listened to song after song, they felt like they were at a concert, even tempted to pull out their glow sticks and cheer on the fans. Unfortunately, they didn't have any. Alchemists, are you any good? You haven't even made a glow stick. Attending a mermaid concert isn't that exciting anymore. Alchemist players, who were unintentionally cued, ? After listening to Salo's concert. No, his skill demonstration, the main event the players had been waiting for finally arrived. Now, adventurers, Please prepare your instruments and join me in playing a spirited war song. I don't know how to play the piano, what should I do? The players began to murmur in panic, like office workers suddenly forced to perform on stage by their bosses at the annual meeting. But the next second, a system notification popped up, instantly reassuring them. Skill casting mode. The barred skill casting modes are 3, which players can select in the system settings. Playing mode. After players select a song from the music library, notes will scroll across their view. When the notes reach the strike point, players must follow the system prompts by pressing buttons, plucking strings, and so on. A perfect indicator appears when a note is struck accurately, a good indicator appears when there's an acceptable margin of error, and a miss indicator appears when a note is missed or an incorrect note is played. Successfully hitting 3 or more notes consecutively, i.e., achieving a perfect or good status, will enter a combo state. The longer the combo state lasts, the better the performance and the higher the score. Players can save their performance results to the system. Saved performances can be used to activate auto mode. Damn! Rhythm Master? It's clearly Guitar Hero. It's Taiko O. Auto mode. After saving their performance results, players can use their saved performances to activate auto mode. In auto mode, the system will automatically use the player's selected performance saved to unleash skills without requiring manual playing. However, since skill effects depend on the player's performance, it is recommended that players save a score of A or higher. Otherwise, low performance levels may result in skill misses. This mode means that if you achieve a high score, you can use that score to unleash perfect skills in the future? Wow, no need to play manually every time, great. I was going to give the game a bad review for its fairness when I saw the system automatically casting skills, but seeing that it uses records achieved by the players themselves. Well, never mind. Free mode. After mastering an instrument, players can choose to freely play their favorite pieces. To avoid any copyright disputes, player-created performances cannot be saved to the music library, nor can they be played in a managed mode, but players can play in real time. Player performance videos can be saved and extracted by the player, but commercial use is not recommended. All legal consequences of using the videos will be borne by the player. Free mode is basically just playing by yourself. Although you can save videos, you can't save them to the music library or delegate playing to the system. Is it just a feature purely for music pros to play with? So, this is a music game. Time to show you my hand speed. Sara waited until the noisy players quieted down before plucking the strings once more. This time, a demo song played before the player's eyes. Performance tutorial. Please follow the system prompts and play the war song together. Sherwood quickly observed that the game's tutorial screens varied depending on the instrument chosen by the players. Some players, even those without instruments, were humming along, clearly aiming to achieve the required pitch to pass the system test. Sherwood chose a 6-string guitar. The tutorial piece was very simple. No left hand was needed to press the strings. The right hand alone could play the entire piece. He suddenly recalled memories of his childhood, diligently learning to play with a large guitar. His lips curled up slightly as he followed the system's instructions and perfectly played the war song. Congratulations on your flawless performance. Your rating is as follows: 60,000 points. S rank, 56 notes, full combo. Do you want to save tutorial song, elementary war song to your performance? Sherwood absent-mindedly selected yes and returned to observing the players' movements in the square. Most players had completed their first tutorial performance. Sara said, "You are now all bards." However, whether playing an instrument or singing a song, it requires long hours of learning and training. To fully unleash your abilities in battle, adventurers, please practice diligently. Okay. Practice. The genius kid next door practices for 40 hours a day. Ling Ling workout initiated. Ha ha ha, but there's no violin here. Sherwood watched the blue-haired mermaid NPC leave. He opened the system interface and quickly found a function to switch performance modes. After getting familiar with the operation, he switched to free mode and played a song he had written before he lost his hearing. The memorized notes flowed through his fingertips once again, captured by his ears, his chest resonating with the piano, releasing years of suppressed emotions into a moving melody. As the song drew to a close, Sherwood finished with a perfect arpeggio solo. As the final note played, tears welled up in his eyes once again. Applause erupted all around him. He looked up and saw that many players hadn't yet dispersed, including many mermaids. "It's so beautiful. Boss, please play another one." Though the players didn't have glow sticks, they cheered him on. "Is this an original song? I haven't heard it before, but it's so beautiful." I can't find anything like it in the music library. Are you playing it freestyle? Hado. Plaza. I just want to play the piano. One more. One more. If you all want to hear, then I play another one. Sherwoo sniffed and plucked the strings once more. Chapter 472. Topic: Good news for players who can't sing or dance. The Bard and Shaman skills are actually music rhythm gains? Posted by Hell Dancer. Content: No more worries about not being able to play VR games if you haven't learned an instrument, sing, or dance. Based on my personal testing, Bard is essentially a large-scale rhythm game. The skill system comes with nearly 500 original songs suitable for various skills. Each song has a category tag indicating which skills it can be used with. Songs suitable for the colorful aria, dream-creating control skill will have specific style annotations. For example, eerie songs might create a terrifying dream effect, sweet and cheerful songs might create a dopamine-inducing amusement park dream, and songs related to the Church of Light might bewitch followers of light, something like that. Don't worry if you haven't heard these original songs before, many are the game's background music. I genuinely think the developers are incredibly talented. They could have easily made this rhythm game into a standalone title, but instead, they seamlessly integrated it into the game's mechanics, significantly innovating the Bard class, a common role in Western fantasy games, and truly focusing the game's emphasis on the songs themselves. Some songs have instrument restrictions. Players choosing unusual or difficult instruments should be aware that you might need to learn one or two more. Please be careful not to choose too many instruments that are difficult to carry. Singers really do need to pull out their instruments while fighting. Accordions are fine, but those instruments called shell harp are actually just shell drum kits. I strongly suggest you think twice about them. They're not something you can just pull out while fighting monsters. If you want to complete the entire repertoire, you probably have to buy all the instruments and master them. Achievement seekers and collectors can start hoarding money. Those instruments are seriously expensive. I learned guitar in real life, so I chose a 6-string. It seems 6 strings are similar to guitars, and some models can even play like an electric guitar without plugging it in. The controls are relatively easy, and the repertoire progresses from easy to difficult. I wonder if anyone played Nintendo's motion-sensing version of Guitar Hero back in the day. It's pretty much the same experience, except the controls are your actual instrument. You memorize the keys and press the notes by following the animations. Some difficult controls have animations, so if you don't know how to play them, practice, practice, practice. This is a music game that really tests your proficiency. The team must have referenced many real-world instrument playing methods. A friend of mine said that after a night of frantic 6-string practice, he found his parents' guitar the next day and managed to play a song with some difficulty. That's truly amazing. Each instrument is played differently, so the gameplay in this music game is also quite different. Learning a new instrument is like starting over from scratch, so mastering the Bard is quite challenging. As a class, I originally thought the Bard would be similar to the Bard in Baboon, but it actually feels more like the Harpist in Dungeon Legends. The attack skills aren't many, but they're not weak either. They focus on control and various status effects. It's important to note that the Bard's beneficial buffs are self-reliant, not a deaf Bard. Not a deaf Bard. I say this 3 times. For solo players, don't forget to buff yourself during battles. Being buffed makes you incredibly powerful against monsters. Seriously, however, playing songs directly during battles requires a high level of skill. It's like playing a rhythm game while others are fighting. The higher the completion level of a song, the stronger the effect. An S-rank 1-star, lowest difficulty, song has the same destructive power as a B-rank 3-star song. Songs without completion are ineffective. Furthermore, completed song saves are only for the player who played them, others can't use them. Therefore, the correct strategy for bards is to regularly play rhythm games and complete as many S-rank saves as possible. When fighting monsters or entering dungeons, switch back to the system's autoplay mode to automatically use the highest ranked song saved to unleash skills. 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage, brothers and sisters. Singers need to check song save logs when joining a party, otherwise, you suffer greatly in battles. A truly skilled musician might be able to freely play their favorite songs and unleash their skills in free mode, but I don't have that ability. I wonder if any expert could test it out and give me an answer. First 4-2G. LL. Congratulations to the Bard for becoming the only class in this game that requires checking logs. By the way, what about the Shaman? OP Hell Dancer, here it comes. Let's continue talking about the Shaman. The Shaman skill design concept should be a transitional version between ordinary classes and the bard. Strangle and blade dance skills are used the same way as other physical classes. The different skills are the Dance Step Series skills. The Dance Step Series has two modes. One is the simple dance mat mode, which is the light dance step skill. As long as you step on the correct landing point according to the direction keys, you can activate the skill effect. The other mode is slightly more difficult. Have you ever played Just Dance on the Nintendo Switch? It's similar to that. The system interface displays action arrows and character frames. The more precise your movements and the more combos you achieve, the higher the completion rate of the dance and the better the effect. However, shaman dancing doesn't have a system-controlled mode. You have to dance every time you use charm, battle dance, dance barrier, or sacrificial dance. Be prepared, dancing consumes a lot of stamina and hunger. Shamans are advised to keep plenty of food in their inventory. Both singers and shamans are high agility classes. Singers' high agility mainly manifests in hand-eye coordination and hand dexterity. Even a player with a leg injury won't be affected. Shamans, on the other hand, need high agility and flexibility throughout their body. The initial stat requirements are quite high. If the free shell's attributes don't meet the requirements, it's recommended to buy an alchemy doll. Third floor, ascending to immortality. LOL, some experts are writing guides, while others have already started a concert in the plaza. Fourth floor, eternal poet. A concert is the proper way to start, okay? Seriously, alchemists, can you please step up your game? Glow sticks aren't that hard to make, are they? How can we hold a concert and cheer without glow sticks? Fifth floor, Tangmin Pot. Thanks for the invitation, working on it.jpg. Wait a minute, why are you singers holding a concert while we alchemists are doing the work? Sixth floor, Eternal Poet. That's because we don't know how to make them. Unjustified but still confident.jpg. Chapter 473. The mercerized flax planet in Valhalla has finally yielded a harvest. With Leah, the fragment of world consciousness, all-purpose system, and secretary to both the Lord and the players, even Druid players, despite their busy schedules, never miss any changes in the status of the crops they helped cultivate. Every day upon logging in, the system automatically pops up crop growth reports and task reminders, alerting Druids to which plants need care and which Druid purification halls need help. Even after closing the system, these reports can be easily accessed from the system panel, a truly user-friendly design. After seeing the system notifications, Nikukia packed up a large batch of milk tea at the store, then went to Corner Coffee and Desserts in Seal City to buy a ton of freshly baked soft bread and mousse cakes. With her overflowing backpack, she rushed to the Valhalla Illusion. Outside the illusion lay a pitch-black, snowy night, while inside, the sun shone brightly. Fields of mercerized flax swayed gently in the fields, casting a brilliant starlight across the ground. How beautiful! Nyakiku exclaimed. The Druids, who had arrived earlier, were already busy harvesting flax in the fields alongside the spirits of the sons of God. Nyakikia found Aylaland, who was basking in the sun in the yard, and without further ado, pressed a cup of milk tea and a box of strawberry mousse cake into his hands. Then, she quickly borrowed a long table from his room. Aylaland, ? I return it when I'm done. Nyakikia hurried toward the edge of the fields. She set up a long table in the open space nearby and placed the milk tea, bread, and desserts she had packed on it. The sweet aroma filled the air, attracting the attention of many of the sons of God. Ball? Melissa Kubo popped up. What are you doing? Are all these milk teas and desserts for us? Ball swatted her hand away. Go buy them yourselves if you want some. These are for the holy sons' wives. Go and call them over to eat. We take care of things in the fields. Wow! Melissa Kubo's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. I go right now. So, the holy sons in the fields were pushed to the table one by the players, and Ball distributed milk tea to each of them according to their remembered tastes. Laska. I remember you like super sweet flavors. This one was made especially for you. With 5 parts sugar, it's cloyingly sweet. Colamandro, you like it a little bitter. This is less sugar chocolate milk. Dalion. You said you liked food with a strong wheat flavor. This is wheat milk tea and whole wheat toast. Fresh out of the oven, perfect for eating now. Pissed. Don't run away. I brought you your favorite pudding and pudding milk tea. Don't shout I like pudding in front of everyone. Piss shouted in embarrassment, but still ran back to take the pudding and milk tea and ran away again. Following the gnawing Ball all the way over, Ollieland, holding the milk tea, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Standing beside him, Okade opened the box of small cakes, inserted a spoon, and handed it to Ollieland. So sweet. Olliland beamed. That's great, everyone's so happy. Yes, that's great. A rare smile appeared on Okade's usually serious and gloomy face. The successive holy sons began to enjoy their dessert feast at the table, while the players were completely absorbed in their joyful harvest. Well, because the outside world entered a frozen darkness during the last period, there was less sunlight in reality, so the quality of the mercerized linen has slightly decreased, but overall it's still quite good. Today, Yo-Yu used an identification technique on the harvested linen and looked at the results. Should we set up some additional lights? Inside the illusion or outside? But this place is a bit far from the new city. It's pretty far out in the wilderness, so energy transmission is a problem. What's going on out there? Laska couldn't help but interrupt, overhearing the discussion. Oh, it's nothing serious. The god of winter has launched a natural divine war against the mother tree of life. Thick, dark clouds have blocked out the sun, and it's snowing everywhere. The suns? ? You call this a no-brainer? Laska was shocked. This is a divine war. It's really nothing serious. We're not afraid of the cold. Except here, all the plants have been installed with supplemental lighting, and the tree of life has grown quite a bit. The city is heating, and the snow has made water resources much more abundant. Watering has become easier. This is all thanks to the Lord. The winterization measures were well implemented, and the supplies were distributed promptly. I haven't heard of any NPC deaths. Nonsense. It's us adventurers who have made a tremendous contribution. I built at least half of the walls of those new houses. Ha ha ha. Ever since the Lord created that mountain in the north, the snow seems to have lessened, and the clouds are thinner. Now, it feels more like a dark purple sky at 4 or 5 in the morning than a pitch-black night. By the way, the sunlight that broke through the clouds when the Sea of Mermaids was completed was truly beautiful. Unfortunately, it only lasted an hour or two before new clouds drifted in. It must be quite exhausting for the god of winter to maintain clouds and heavy snow covering half the continent. Isn't he going to burn himself out? Listening to the adventurer's chatter, Roscoe silently sipped his sweet milk tea. It doesn't sound like a big deal. The harvest of mercerized flax was enormous, filled with neatly bundled piles. After clearing the fields, the druids couldn't help but wonder, should we continue planting flax now? Won't the light source be enough? Will we be able to use all this flax? The system has assigned new tasks. Continue planting flax in half the fields, and cultivate light lilies in the other half. It's too cold in the city right now, and the light lilies are a bit wilted. We should probably use the warmer areas in the illusion to plant another batch, so we can transplant them when the weather warms up. Okay, planting. The druids began their next round of work. Shio. The saints surrounded Nukyukyu. Can you tell us more about what's happening outside? I want to know more about Ialian and the Lord. Is Ialian doing well? Is anyone bullying him? My wife is doing well. The Lord takes good care of her. I'm telling you. Nukyukyu sat down at the now empty table and excitedly told the saints his story. So, are you going to agree to the Lord's request? Okade, standing nearby, whispered. We see. Alan took a sip of his milk tea. Life isn't bad now, is it? Chapter 474. Rongfengdi slowly woke up in bed. He took off his VR glasses and let out a long sigh, but couldn't hear the sound of his own sigh. He picked up his hearing aid from beside the bed and put it on. After the creaking noise subsided, he was connected to the world once again. For his condition, the hearing aid was useful, but its effect was limited. The best option was actually surgery, but surgery could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. More bone would continue to grow. However, being able to hear sounds and play instruments in the game again was already a very happy thing. Moreover, this game could interface with most commonly used communication software, so browsing the web and watching videos were no problem. He could handle the things that required hearing online. With twice the time, he could manage it all. The only problem was that he would inevitably feel some discomfort when logging off, and even have an urge to log back on immediately. He tried logging in again, but the VR headset displayed a message. You have been playing the game for an extended period. Your physical condition does not currently meet the minimum requirements for entering the game. The anti-addiction system has been activated. We suggest you try logging in again after 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The development team kindly reminds you, please log off promptly to replenish your water and food, engage in appropriate physical activity, and enjoy the company of family and friends and the joys of the real world. When you are ready for your adventure once more, the continent of Oziria will welcome your return. One shouldn't be too greedy, he told himself. Many people don't even have the chance to hear the notes again in a game. He adjusted his mood, washed, and changed his clothes. When he opened the curtains, he suddenly felt the sunlight on his face was particularly warm and beautiful. Perhaps, I don't have to focus solely on what I lost. There are still many new things in this world worth exploring. He thought to himself, his eyes falling on the history book on the desk. I should write a thank you letter to the game development team. Let them know that their game has given me new hope. A thank you letter arrived in MOU's studio email. The email address was posted on the official website. MOU often received emails from players, complaints, skill creations, and requests for patches, but this was the first time he had received such a formal thank you letter. The thank you letter was from a player nicknamed Sherwoo. He sincerely described his illness, his love of music, and how the game had allowed him to hear again, even if only in game. He thanked the game's development team for giving him the opportunity to reconnect with music, and hoped that more patients with similar conditions could find joy and a sense of aliveness through this game. Of course, in closing, he also tactfully expressed his hope that the game company would explore applying this technology in medical treatments to benefit more people. This letter was not only sent to the studio, but also posted on the official forum. MOU stroked his chin. I didn't realize there were players like this. It's truly a touching story. The reason this game seems to have such miraculous healing effects is actually because Leah's anchor point draws a portion of the player's spirit, allowing it to enter a body in another world that is intact or has been repaired by Leah's willpower, core energy. These players, suffering from illness or injuries due to accidents, may have injured bodies, but their spirits are healthy. Once in the other world, the intact player's spirit uses their intact body, naturally experiencing no pain or illness. While magic allows a portion of the player's spirit to attach to their body in this world and move freely, it cannot repair the body in the other world. Authorities from lower dimensional worlds, with the exception of spatial authority, which can open a door between the two worlds, cannot be used in higher dimensional worlds. MOU also saw a hidden danger. Being too obsessed with games isn't a good thing. Although this is also a real other world, sleeping too much in one day isn't good for players. The high-tech aspect might be a bit too eye-catching. This matter required a serious response. After careful consideration, MOU publicly responded on the forum. Dear Adventurer Sherwoo, hello, thank you for your letter. Our development team is honored to know that this game has brought you joy and convenience. Your sharing of your life experiences and your recognition of this game have deeply moved our entire team. This game utilizes advanced brainwave VR technology. However, to prevent you from developing unrealistic fantasies about the game's functionality and delaying treatment due to a lack of understanding of the device, as the game's producer and director, I would like to briefly explain the game's black technology without revealing any commercial development secrets. Perhaps contrary to popular belief, the development of this VR device isn't focused on reading the player's brainwaves. Instead, it uses the biomicrocurrents generated by the VR goggles to input game signals, enabling the player's brain to read and interpret game information even during sleep. You may have experienced dreams, as always feeling incredibly real. In reality, this is an illusion created by the brain. The simulation game produced by our studio is built on the sense of reality created by this brain illusion. The input of game signals only remains in the player's subconscious mind. Perhaps, as many players have experienced in games, learning and memorizing in games are no more effective than learning in real life. Game signals interact with the player in their subconscious mind. Only the brainwave signals from the player's active conscious part are captured by the VR headset, read, and sent back to the server, where they are analyzed and stored as a live game recording. During this process, all of the player's memories and subconscious thoughts are not recognized by the system. While playing the game, the player's brain activity does not exceed that of a dream. This method of game signal interaction currently only works while the player is asleep. Once a person awakens from sleep, the dream is shattered, and the sense of reality naturally disappears. Playing this game still requires players to meet certain physical and mental health standards. Therefore, we implemented an anti-addiction system, and players who fall below these standards will be barred from accessing the game. Excessive physical or mental fatigue or prolonged sleep can lead to a decline in physical fitness. We guarantee that all players will be safe when playing on our devices. Playing within the permitted time frame can help players fall asleep more quickly, leading to a more restful and relaxing sleep. However, we do not recommend playing the game beyond the time limit or using this technology for unknown medical applications. Chapter 475. Adventurer Sherwoo, you heard musical notes again in the game. This is actually your brain automatically processing and interpreting the sound as bioelectrical signals converted from VR glasses. Perhaps this interpretation method happened to bypass the affected parts of your body, allowing this near-miraculous phenomenon to occur. We regret to inform you that we currently cannot transmit signals while you are conscious. This may require extensive experimentation and technological breakthroughs, perhaps years, decades, or even centuries of research. The most effective way to resolve your predicament is to seek help from professional modern medicine. However, we are very happy to continue serving you in the game, bringing you a truly realistic dreamlike experience, and are also willing to provide you with as much assistance as we can. We sincerely hope that you can find a balance between life and the game. Games can bring comfort to life, allowing players to experience things impossible in real life, bringing people closer together, and teaching a lot of knowledge. But a game is ultimately just a game. It is not a substitute for life. It may be a temporary haven, but not a permanent refuge. After the storm, one still needs to face reality. People may choose to immerse themselves in games, novels, or other means to escape reality, but constant avoidance is not a solution. It often leads to bigger problems. Only by bravely facing life's difficulties and fearlessly solving them can one truly appreciate the beauty of life. We sincerely hope that you can find improvement or recovery with the help of medical treatment, and that our game will bring you a better experience. We welcome all players to play our game. Whether healthy or sick, rich or poor, we will treat all adventurers equally and provide professional service. However, professionals should handle their own affairs. This game does not have any medical effects, nor can it replace all other treatments. If you have any medical needs, please seek the assistance of professional institutions and individuals. We also hope that you will actively seek help from a psychologist to address the potential gap between entering and exiting the game. As a new game team, we hope to accompany you further on this long journey of life. Our journey will never end. MOUZ, producer, chief planner, and director of Evil God Expulsion Plan, that should be enough. MOU sighed softly. Although this game inevitably requires explanations based on black technology, you did not wish to draw too much attention. Humans are profit-seeking creatures. A group's urge to pursue profit is even stronger. Ozelia is already a large piece of fat meat targeted by the evil god. The last thing it needs is to attract more wolves. Of course, MOU isn't saying the players are wolves, but who knows whether the people or forces lurking on the other side of the network are human, ghost, creepy uncle, or Lolita? This world calls upon players. Players experience the joy of gaming, the world is saved, and the hired game planners earn money and fame from making games. All three parties gain what they need, a fair trade. This is the best balance. Leah's method of summoning players' spirits through anchors might allow some disabled players to experience the joy of being able-bodied within the game, but it's not the best solution. If players develop a misunderstanding and become overly obsessed with the healthy feeling the game offers them, avoiding medical treatment, they might miss out on opportunities for treatment and even cause greater harm to their health. MOU sympathizes with these players, but as a seasoned social planner with years of experience, he clearly sees that unrealistically high expectations can lead to despair when faced with reality. Leah herself is a world consciousness struggling to protect herself. While they might bring joy to players through games, they won't be omnipotent saviors. The forum comments quickly attracted players' attention. Wow, a response from the development team. So quick! It's the long-missing MOUZ boss. MOUZ boss has finally shown up. To be honest, MOUZ boss's style permeates the entire game. A touch of gentleness amidst his rigor. He doesn't give people too much false hope, and he feels very down-to-earth. I can actually understand the game authorities. This game, and its related technology aren't meant for treatment. While it might allow disabled players to play, if someone mistakenly uses it as a treatment and ignores their illness or doctor, and just plays the game all day, something could really happen. After all, there are all kinds of players out there. This game only charges $88 per month, so it can't withstand a medical dispute. This makes the authorities seem more honest. All players are independent individuals, and are responsible for their own health. Giving you 88 yuan a month to play this game is already a big loss. Whether you're a healthy person playing normally, or a disabled player experiencing the game's healthy person experience, you all have to take responsibility for your own life and health. If you feel any discomfort, remember to see a doctor immediately. Don't blame the game officials. All problems are your own responsibility. The rest of us still have to play the game. The game officials are really careful about this, and their approach to copyright is also full of a desire to survive. This over-the-top desire to survive is hilarious, but I personally like this approach. I hope other games can learn from it. Wow, I think this game is truly amazing. From the players who have found their lives and redemption in the game to the development team who diligently and rigorously advise players on their health, everyone is awesome. Chapter 476. After posting his reply, MOU observed the forum's trends for a while. Helping disabled players was certainly a good thing, but anything taken to extremes can turn into something bad. As a responsible game producer, MOU's responsibilities included not only game development, but also game operation. Maintaining a good reputation for a game in the internet age requires careful management. Since the game was initially promoted within his established player groups, even after several open beta phases that brought in many new and casual players, the existing player base remained strong. There weren't many mindless trolls who couldn't understand Chinese, and most players could grasp the development team's perspective. MOU also read the few dissenting opinions on the forum with great interest. In fact, he quite enjoyed seeing different voices. As long as the discussion was based on evidence and was rational, more diverse perspectives were a good thing, and he had no interest in creating a one-sided discourse. The premise is that these dissenting voices don't come from malicious competitors seeking suppression, nor from individuals with a bizarre, incomprehensible logic who ignore facts and only seek sensationalism. After all, we're in the later stages of the internet age. Whether it's games, novels, movies, or any other part of the cultural industry, everything is gradually moving towards industrialization, fast-paced production, and formulaic approaches. People are content with monotonous industrial products, their thinking becoming increasingly rigid within the information cocoons deliberately created by big data software. They're gradually losing their ability to think independently, and their thoughts and voices are beginning to be dominated by online trolls and influential figures. More and more people, raised on a mindless diet of industrial additives, are now confronted with the meticulously crafted delicacies of veteran artisans who still adhere to ancient, natural cooking methods. They're quick to complain. It shouldn't taste like this. Why don't they learn from factories that use saccharin and gutter oil? Why don't they use pre-prepared meals? Finally, bad money drives out good, and when faced with the remaining industrial additives, they're puzzled. Why do they all taste the same? Are they starving? Whenever MOU sees this happen, he simply says, "These people deserve to be starving, eating gutter oil their whole lives." Respect is a matter of both parties. Although goods are made and sold for money, as long as the finished product is conscientious, both parties are equal participants in the market transaction. Why should the manufacturer be considered inferior? Even in a modern society dominated by capital and driven by profit, there are still veteran artisans who work diligently and conscientiously for the customers who appreciate their craft. Being misinterpreted is a creator's fate, but it's precisely because of this that they experience the refreshing feeling of meeting a kindred spirit. The world is vast, and people with diverse tastes abound. While there are mindless haters and trolls, the number of rational people always outnumbers them. As the saying goes, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Thousands of people are praising something, while only a few clowns are fabricating nonsense and making a fuss. Naturally, everyone who sees it understands, and anyone who makes a fuss is embarrassed. Since he's already in another world, without an idiotic boss to pressure him, MOU is now freer to do what he wants, reminiscent of the spirited indie game producer he once was. Now, she no longer has to worry about funding, nor does she have to scrimp and dime, searching for investors. Instead, she can truly focus on making a high-quality game. Leah just needs a stable anchor. There are so many people in the world, if one doesn't work, she can switch to another. Three-legged frogs are hard to find, but aren't two-legged, rational players everywhere. A good game that's worth showing off loses out to anyone who doesn't play it, and other players should be grateful for giving up their spot. Leah keeps an eye on the forums for any trolls trying to blackmail the development team or attacking the players. When trolls start to appear, MOU returns his attention to the game's operations. The number of new players joining the game is still rapidly increasing. Even after the official launch, the resumption of normal fees hasn't dampened players' enthusiasm for top-up. More and more players are even purchasing skins for the Alchemist figurines upon entering the game. This was convenient for MOU. Although tens of thousands of corpses from the ancient battlefield lay beneath a lake in the dark forest, ready for use after Leah used her core energy to restore them into pristine shells, corpses were finite, while alchemical dolls could be created infinitely. Being able to customize your appearance to match your class's stats reduced the risk of having your upgrade board stuck, and without the need to rely on luck, the price was also reasonable. Players, who had long been playing the game on the forums, naturally rushed to purchase the items as soon as they secured a spot. The first wave of merchandise has also sold out, and the items have been shipped to players. Judging from the various unboxing photos and posts from players, who have been happily sharing their repo experiences, they are quite satisfied. Many players who purchased action figures of both the Lord and the Knight were already using them to stage all sorts of bizarre little dramas. Imo, you couldn't help but lean over to his computer, lost in thought. Is there even this kind of gameplay? Sometimes it's so frustrating to surf the internet alone. I just want Island to see it too. Today was also the day for the city defense forces to train. The diligent and responsible Knight had left early in the morning and hadn't returned yet. But before Island comes back, there's something I need to take care of first. Mou closed his eyes and sank into his chair, shifting his consciousness to a small, white-scalded octopus. He once again entered Valhalla. What do you, the Saints, think? The familiar adventurer once again stood before Okade and Aeland. I'm sorry. After careful deliberation, we unanimously reached the conclusion that the current situation should be maintained for now. Aeland said gently, I hope you and Lord Moiwa can understand. While Lord Moiwa's theory of the Void Realm sounds very solid, those who enter here are saints who have used their bodies as vessels to seal away the pollution until the very last moment. We do not wish to add even the slightest risk to this world for the sake of our own temporary happiness. He placed his hand on his chest and knelt slightly before Mou. We are deeply touched by your kindness, Lord, but we are already dead souls. Preserving our achievements and making our sacrifices worthwhile is more important to us than any comfort in the afterlife. Even if we are forced to live in this exile, it is not our prison, but our final willing home. Chapter 477. The power of reality and illusion is an extremely complex force. Aeland said, to construct this illusion of the exile, we have expended immense effort and sacrifice, and endured much hardship. We appreciate the Lord's kindness, but we cannot be certain whether these attempts will have any negative impact on this illusion, and we do not want the contamination we have sealed to escape its constraints. The Lord and I fully understand your choice. Mou nodded, moved. Whether to accept or refuse is your freedom. We simply want you, the Holy Sons, to more clearly see the beauty that your dedication and perseverance have brought to this world. Please do not feel any pressure to refuse this invitation. Aeland chuckled softly. Lord Moiwu, truly worthy of being Ialian's chosen administrator, you're truly a very gentle man. You're one of his confidants, right? I sense your style is similar. We heard from other adventurers that Ialian gave the Lord the administrator's ring upon their first meeting. We didn't expect the child to be so proactive. We always thought he was resistant to the existence of an administrator. After all, for someone as intelligent as him, being controlled by someone who doesn't share his sensibilities would only add to his troubles and obstacles. He spent a lot of time trying to find a way to escape the church's arrangements, but unexpectedly, he chose the Lord. Ahem. Mou coughed awkwardly. Actually, the Lord has a small problem regarding Ialian that I'd like your help with. Excuse me, are you two aware of the existence of the Holy Mark? Both Okade and Aeland's expressions instantly darkened. Yes, we know, Aeland said in a low voice. Okade knows more about it. Aeland turned around, brushing aside his long hair, revealing a wing bud pattern on the back of his neck, hidden by strands of hair. He turned back. This mark is a means by which the church controls the Holy Sons, a kind of course of anchor. It has many functions. He looked up at Okade, who understood and continued explaining, the Holy Mark is a secret that the Church of Light inscribes on the Holy Sons, but hides from them. However, as the chosen administrator of the church, I am one of the few who know this secret. I don't really want to hear this. Aeland suddenly stood up, smiling at the boiled octopus, but the smile was very stiff. He said goodbye, I go out first. You two can continue. Okade nodded, and the two watched him leave the room before sitting back down at the table. A holy mark is a symbol, and also a form of magic. It's a living imprint. The church and the gods can manipulate holy sons through holy marks. Manipulation literally means controlling their bodies against their will, even performing divine descents. But this ability was originally designed to prevent chosen holy sons from escaping and betraying the church. It's a last resort. As far as I know, it hasn't been used until now. Okade continued, the most commonly used ability before was surveillance. The group of secret peekers employed by the church can use this seal to peer into the surroundings of the sons. Using magic, they project everything happening around the sons, both large and small, into their minds, allowing them to monitor the sons and ensure their actions align with the church's expectations. However, this ability has a drawback. Secret peekers are limited to secret peek level. If a son enters an illusion contaminated by the power of an evil god, or if a quasi-god level or higher being, or even the world consciousness itself, appears near the sun, the secret peeker will be unable to continue spying. This is because gazing into an illusion is like gazing into an evil god, contaminating the secret peeker. Quasi-god level beings often possess mysteries, advanced concepts, and even authority. Secret peekers. Mystics cannot directly contemplate the concepts underlying these mysteries. Once these concepts enter their minds, it's like staring closely at the sun. Their vision is engulfed and incinerated by a blazing, white-hot fireball. Every observation permanently destroys a valuable mystic peer. Mou was silent. Aelian had barely left his, and the world consciousness's side, since the end of the beast tide. And their family, among other things, possessed ample authority over space, order, a third of nature, and the covert connection to reality and illusion. No wonder Leah assured them so confidently. Even without using spatial authority to block information transmission, a mystic peer could still kill one with a single glance. Their lethality was sufficient. After all, these mystic peers were invaluable and rare assets to the Church of Light. Before Aelian, the mystic peers' espionage was unstoppable, but now, these church lackeys have probably hit a real wall, haven't they? Okade's lips curled up. I heard from that adventurer named Chiochio that the Lord is the leader of the world consciousness faction, accompanied by a world spirit, and possesses the power to move mountains and create seas. I believe he's already a quasi-god level being, possessing one or more powers. No wonder Aelian is willing to surrender to him. Ahem. Mou noticed that the pronouns Okade used were Osirian terms for gods, and he couldn't help but cough lightly, feeling a bit awkward. Okade didn't notice the adventurer's embarrassment and continued. The god. I mean, the god of light himself can observe through the holy marks, control the sun, and perform divine descents. However, this only works if the sun's body remains pure. If the sun has already used the secret technique to seal himself from the pollution, then once the god of light uses the holy marks, the two secret techniques will conflict. Conflict? Yes, even in the best-case scenario, the pollution will flow to the god through the connection between the god and the sun. Once this channel is opened, the god will be completely defenseless against the sun. If the pollution flows back, the impact on the god will be enormous. In the worst-case scenario, if the sun's seal is already fragile, it could shatter instantly, releasing a massive amount of pollution, engulfing the sun and turning him into a fallen sinner. No one knows what impact that will have on the gods. Unless the god of light has truly lost his mind, he likely wouldn't resort to such a mutually destructive tactic. The god of light himself might not, but the same can't be said for Nairuko, who is inseparable from the god of light. The god of fun doesn't care about the god of light's life or death, and he himself isn't afraid of contamination. If the two gods remain stuck in a state of stalemate and evenly matched power, Nairuko might attempt to use the holy runes to break the seal on Ieren, thus completely contaminating the god of light. And Ieren would become cannon fodder in the War of Gods. Mou's expression grew increasingly serious. Chapter 478. But then again, Aelian should be the first son of God to truly and successfully apostatize. The Holy Mark, as a backup measure, holds many hidden secrets. Perhaps only the Church's highest echelons know. Has no one escaped the Church of Light before? Mou asked. All those sons of God who could be considered heretics are in this exile. Okade said. The remaining good children, who wholeheartedly believe in the Church, and the gods are sleeping in the Church's fields of lilies of light. Good children. Mou twitched his lips. Yes, Okade said, his lips curled slightly. To the Church of Light, the sons of God are nothing but blank sheets of paper, free to write on at will. But have you ever wondered how these blank sheets of paper suddenly developed their own consciousness, beginning to independently deliberate on right and wrong? Did the illusion that carried the suffering of countless people teach them this? Yes and no, Okade said. The secret rebellion all began with a great man. He was the world's first world knight, my good friend, and the revered mentor of all the sons of God here. At the end of his life, he transformed himself into a fallen sinner before a son of God, forcing that son to use the sealing secret technique he had taught them, slaying the fallen sinner he had transformed into, completely sealing and devouring the corruption. Thus, the son of God escaped his fate of becoming the incarnation of a god. His name is Wayland. And that son of God is Aelian, Mou murmured. Okade recounted a long story to the adventurer. Wayland was a man who, in every sense, fulfilled the definition of a holy son and a hero. He was the illegitimate son of a wealthy merchant who frequently traveled between the north and the holy city of the Church of Light. When the merchant returned from the north, unable to bear the child's mother's whispers, a northern half-orc dancer, he brought the infant child with him. However, he did not want to bring the child home, as that would disrupt his family's peace. Unable to bring his own son to death, The irresponsible man simply gave the child to the Church of Light for adoption, leaving him to fend for himself. Wayland was thus adopted by the Church of the Holy City. He inherited the silver hair and lavender eyes of the silver fox half-orc, said to be his mother. As a child, he was exceptionally adorable, and was quickly chosen by the Church of Light as its holy son. However, unbeknownst to the Church of Light, the dancer was half-troll. Wayland, one-quarter giant, began to bulge with muscle after turning 18. His features lost their delicate beauty, becoming muscular and resolute. His nearly 2-meter height and mountain-like muscles instantly caused the God of Light to lose interest in his body. He was inexplicably eliminated from the selection, while a gentle-looking saint from the same class, who had a good relationship with Wayland, became the Son of God, completing the 8th descent of the God of Light. Until then, Wayland hadn't noticed anything was amiss. He continued to be cheerful every day, following the instructions of the Church of Light. Until one day, he encountered the Son of God, who had become the agent of the God of Light after the descent, at the door of the Pope's chamber. The other person no longer recognized him. The false smile and distant look on his face told Wayland a clear truth. His former friend was dead, and the being residing within his friend's body was the God served by the Church of Light. Wayland's face darkened. Even if he had been nurtured into a heartless blank by the Church of Light, after witnessing his familiar friend suddenly have his body taken over by an unknown God overnight, his consciousness obliterated, while the people around him not only failed to recognize this death as cause for sorrow, but celebrated it, Wayland still sensed something was amiss. How is this any different from the evil spirits we deal with? Those who possess people, devour their souls, and impersonate them to deceive their victims' families? In a tavern, Wayland angrily grabbed the young Oakade and roared. It's really no different. Oakade sighed and lamented. What happened next? MOU asked. From then on, Waylander became less loyal to the church. We all did. After accepting the son's fate as the sealed vessel, he encountered a ruin in a vision. Oakade said, in the ruins, he saw a broken statue. A stone tablet nearby bore the statue's name. The Great World Consciousness, the beginning of all things. A prayer was also inscribed on the tablet. Due to some unknown attraction, he recited the prayer and heard a voice from the world. It was a phantasmagorical world of near-death experiences. A group of strange followers of the evil god summoned a massive, wriggling mass of flesh, resembling a black cloud, with tentacles and a mouth dripping with slime, from the forest near the ruins of the World Consciousness's temple. The mass of flesh continued to multiply. If you could call it multiplying. Spawning smaller black chunks of flesh. Both the large and small chunks had black hooves that could barely be called goats' hooves around their edges. The rest of the mass was too indescribable, almost impossible to describe. Black goat of the forest. MOU muttered. Velen's team was almost completely wiped out. Only he, because he recited the World Consciousness's prayer, was favored by the World Consciousness and became a World Knight. He dissected the core of the phantasmagorical world from the heart of a follower of the evil god and prevented the flesh-like evil god from descending upon the world from the phantasmagorical world. From that moment on, Velen became the World Consciousness's most loyal follower. He was no longer a blank slate upon which anyone could write. He began to think independently, guided by the World Consciousness. He heard from the World Consciousness the story of the God of Light's ascension to deity, and began to understand the truth behind the so-called divine descent. Then he discovered that the entire Church of Light was a pawn controlled by the God of Light. The sons of God were merely vessels chosen by the God of Light for his own benefit. Each generation, he would select the body that the God of Light favored, obliterate its consciousness, and allow the God of Light to wear the body, reminiscing about his human past, only to be discarded like garbage after use. Chapter 479. Under the onslaught of the most direct facts, the hypocrisy of the Church of Light, constructed with flowery rhetoric and grandiose fantasies, could no longer blind Wayland. He was like this world's Prometheus, who, after witnessing lightning split trees and ignite a blaze, chose to secretly conceal the flame, bringing the light of enlightenment to the next generation of sons of God. Wayland bided his time, superficially obeying the Church of Light's instructions, quietly serving as its sealed vessel. Then, unsurprisingly, he was chosen to teach the next Son of God. The Church of Light never keeps idlers. Those sons of God, who are not chosen to become sons of God, are considered defective by the gods. They will be used as sealed vessels, as human weapons for the Church's conquests and dispelling of illusions, as sacrifices and tools. Since these defective products have been cultivated at great expense, their value must be redeemed elsewhere. So, it's not surprising to have these former sons of God, who had undergone the church's training and been shaped and molded into the church's desired form, teach the next generation of sons of God. Okade was also adopted by the church. With no apparent distinction, he grew up as an ordinary holy child, then gradually became a priest, then a cleric. He was then chosen by the Holy Sword Knights, the group responsible for the Holy Child Project, to become the steward of Outlander. When I first met Wieland, he was still a child, Okade recalled. He had just been sealed and become a vessel. He lay feverish in his dormitory room, crawling with thorns everywhere. We holy children were responsible for caring for these sons of God. Later, we gradually became close friends despite our age difference. He told me a lot about the world's consciousness, and showed me the truth beyond the church. So, I agreed to help him complete his plan. What plan? The plan to end the descent of the God of Light. Okade's eyes gleamed with longing. Incredible, isn't it? A former holy son, considered worthless trash by the Church of Light, yet he shamelessly claims to end the descent of the God of Light. But he is indeed the instigator of it all. He continued, the Church of Light treats its holy sons differently from other believers. The holy sons themselves cannot obtain all the information. So, I worked hard, climbing step by step, and finally successfully entered the Holy Sword Knights. It was then that I met Ariland. Later, I chose to become his manager. Managers have great authority. After the church confirms our loyalty, they will tell us the secrets about the holy sons. That's when I learned about the holy mark and told Wieland. So all these holy sons knew? No, the matter of the holy marks is extremely sensitive. I only told Wieland, and Ariland only learned about it shortly before his death. As for the other holy sons, I think they probably didn't know. Wieland likely only briefly told them that the seer had a way to observe the holy sons' actions, because he only continued to teach them the knowledge forbidden by the Church of Light after taking them into the illusion. But actually, before we knew about the holy marks, we had heard about the seer's ability to observe the holy sons, and we also heard that once a holy son becomes a vessel, the seer generally lowers their guard and pays less attention to them. After all, holy sons who become sealing vessels have more opportunities to enter dangerous illusions, and the seer doesn't want to be too corrupted themselves. This aligns with the information Aelian provided to Mo during his recovery after the beast tide. Later, before Wieland had his accident, he came to see me specifically. Okade sighed. At that time, Aelian, the youngest of this batch of holy sons, had already been chosen as a candidate for this year's divine son. Wieland said that his seal was also showing signs of cracking, and he probably wouldn't last much longer. He said he knew Aelian didn't want to become the vessel for the God of Light's descent, and he wanted to help this child one last time before he died, while also completing our plan. He instructed me that if everything went according to his plan, Aelian would likely be dragged to the Inquisition, and he needed me to mediate. As the administrator, and a member of the Holy Sword Knights, I had cultivated some connections. Was all of this Wieland's plan? Yes, Aelian probably thought it was all an overly coincidental accident. That's what Wieland wanted him to think. After all, he had to bear the burden of killing Anne. Becoming the mentor of a fallen apostle, someone with whom you share such deep affection, is painful enough. But if you knew that Wieland deliberately broke the seal and became a fallen apostle when he went to see the child, the truth might be unbearable for Aelian. Please don't tell anyone except the Lord, especially Aelian. I understand. Mou took a deep breath. This is Wieland's final gift to Aelian. I will keep this secret. The rest is as you know. Aelian successfully understood his mentor's intentions and used the sealing magic, while I used every connection I could find to successfully pin the blame on the deceased Wieland. After all, Aelian single-handedly stopped the fallen ones from threatening the entire holy city, and was even forced to use himself as a vessel to seal away the pollution that was enough to destroy half the city. A great achievement. Of course, equally unfortunate was that the other holy sons, due to Wieland's misjudgment before his death, prematurely became vessels for the sealing, rendering this batch of holy sons unusable. This was a major loss for the Church of Light, a disaster caused by a series of coincidences. Or perhaps, it was a mockery of fate. Okade winked meaningfully at Mou. Mou understood. Hopefully, the goddess of fate won't mind that Mentor Wieland briefly used her name. Ha ha ha. Okade laughed loudly. You're an interesting adventurer. Anyway, we successfully completed the plan, but we also know that even with all our efforts, we only delayed the descent of the God of Light by several hundred years. But as pollution worsens, and the number of pure orphans dwindles, perhaps we really did manage to prevent the descent of the God of Light? Indeed, the God of Light has found it increasingly difficult to find suitable candidates for his descent. In the past few centuries, only Drake has met the criteria. Moreover, You have indeed successfully cultivated a holy son, who has successfully apostatized. Mou said, Lord Oakade, you and Lord Wayland are truly the fire stealers. Great heroes who stole knowledge from the gods and imparted it to humanity. Chapter 480. Having obtained the information he needed, Mou rose to take his leave of Oakade. Thank you for your story. I believe this information will be of great help to the Lord. Oakade waved his hand. It's merely a departed soul remembering a deceased friend. As one gets older, once lost in memories, one always wants to reminisce a bit more. Actually, it was precisely because of Wayland's sacrifice as a fallen apostle that Airyland and I conceived the idea of building a place of exile. He lowered his voice. In fact, Airyland quite likes your Lord's amusement park plan, but for us, rashly undertaking these additional attempts does indeed risk ruining our previous efforts. When Ailean truly becomes the guardian of illusion and reality. When you have a complete grasp of the power of illusion and reality, you might as well come again. Perhaps then, the Holy Sons will have different ideas. Currently, these adventurers are already lively enough for us. Mou couldn't help but laugh. I will report to the Lord. By the way, I heard the adventurers are searching everywhere for mentors for new professions. Although most of the Holy Sons have studied great swords with Wayland, Laska, and Pist are also very skilled with spears. If you need them, that would be wonderful. Mou said cheerfully, we really need spearmen mentors. Then perhaps you would like to discuss it with them. I suggest you bring some sweets and pudding, they both like very sweet things. Overnight, the number of adventurers playing musical instruments on the streets suddenly increased. Edward Lost, peering through the window of Wendell's office, watched the adventurers below singing, dancing, and awkwardly making noise with musical instruments on the street, and frowned in confusion. These adventurers' interests sometimes seemed to change rapidly, and at other times their persistence was frightening. Since the establishment of the Amid New City Outpost, the adventurers have successively assisted the Bureau of Anomalies in breaking through 175 D-rank illusions, recovering 7 D-rank sealed artifacts, 1 C-rank sealed artifact, investigating 374 anomaly reports, and submitting 739 investigation reports. I must emphasize that the quality of these investigation reports definitely needs improvement. Needs improvement? That's a rather euphemistic way of putting it. Edward chuckled softly, those reports filled with obscene language like wanting to cuddle with an octopus, husband/wife, lick me, are simply unbearable to look at. Needs improvement isn't quite accurate enough, is it? Wendell looked at the data exported by the magical puppet, adjusting his glasses. While the reports are a bit too unrestrained, it must be said that adventurers have indeed become a powerful asset to the Bureau of Anomalies. The backlog rate has significantly decreased, and the casualties from initial investigations of illusions have dropped to 0 for the first time. These achievements make this year's quarterly report of the Bureau of Anomalies dazzlingly impressive. I dare say, Director Ricard will be very happy to continue to increase our resources and cases. Perhaps, we can even open C-rank illusions to adventurers. I say, aren't you curious where these strange and powerful adventurers came from? Edward asked. Curiosity. Wendell adjusted his glasses again. As I often say, curiosity is my nature. But sometimes, a little suppression of curiosity can make the moment the mystery is solved even more delightful and sweet. Ah, I have to go and submit my summary report to Chief Ricard. Can you leave this to me, Edward? Yes, leave it to me. Wendell neatly arranged the documents in front of him, put them in his briefcase, and got up to take his thick long coat from the hanger. I go straight home after the report, I won't come back. Just lock the door when you leave. Okay. Wendell wrapped himself up tightly and went out the door, not forgetting to adjust his ever-present white gloves before leaving. Edward glanced at him suspiciously, then shifted his gaze to the adventurers singing and dancing outdoors even in the snow. Why do they love singing and dancing so much? The Anomaly Investigation Bureau's outpost has been open for a while now, and many players have taken on missions and played through the dungeons. The forums are full of positive reviews for this series of dungeons. It's nothing like the brain-teasing Clock Tower Town or Pirate Bay. Seriously, those large-scale dungeons could easily be sold as standalone horror mystery games, but the official developers only use them as dungeons. Is this the capriciousness of the big spenders? But the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's series of dungeons is different. The theme is clear, the objective is clear, and after entering the dungeon, you receive mission prompts from the Bureau. Just follow the instructions to investigate or just go wild. It's completely brain-free. After clearing a dungeon, there will be an animated cut scene revealing the plot. After watching the whole story, you can write your report. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau's dungeons not only include combat dungeons with clear objectives, but also infiltration dungeons, undercover dungeons, sealed artifact investigation dungeons. There are many types. It's recommended that you read the description carefully and understand the type before accepting a mission. Generally, ordinary combat dungeons will have a preliminary investigation completed tag, while other types of dungeons will have a pending investigation tag. The former is mindless hack and slash. The latter requires you to put your brain back in your head. Don't get the wrong answer. 2G carefully read through the guides and comments from various veteran adventurers, then confidently closed the forum. She had spent a considerable amount of time accumulating merit points, obtaining her overseas investigator's credentials, and changing her class to sharpshooter. Finally, she could go into dungeons. Ahem. She was referring to the kind of maze dungeons where you could just blindly follow the instructions and hack and slash without thinking. To be honest, she was a veteran tabletop role-playing player, but the large dungeons in this game were incredibly brain-intensive. Take Clock Tower Town, near the starting village, for example. From the closed beta to the official launch, veterans had struggled countless times from level 1 to 80, and had only managed a normal main storyline ending. The perfect ending was still a long way off. Just reading the clearly summarized video and text guides from veterans gave her a headache, let alone trying to figure it out herself. Isn't there a normal maze dungeon in this game where you just rush through it and kill monsters, like Baboon? She asked this soul-searching question more than once. As it turns out, there are, but the development team has relegated these dungeons to the Anomalous Affairs Investigation Bureau, making them impossible to access without a lengthy prequest. 2G. Isn't it just military merit? I'm so good. Chapter 481. Accepting missions from the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs Investigation is actually quite simple. After obtaining your badge, swipe it at the magic doll at the counter in the lobby on the first floor of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs Investigation. The screen will then display the missions you can accept. Each mission has varying player limits or requirements. If you don't form a team beforehand, you'll be randomly assigned in the lobby. Players who select a mission will receive a teleportation token upon accepting it. Once the quota is full, you receive a system notification from the magic doll. Simply take out the teleportation token to be teleported to the mission location. The mission may take place in reality or in a dream world. If it takes place in a dream world, you'll be teleported to the entrance before entering together. It feels like random dungeon queuing. 2G murmured. She refreshed the mission screen several times before finally selecting a mission that seemed perfect for a newbie like herself. Investigation event name: The Fleeing Fish-Headed Men. Current status: Preliminary investigation completed. Event rating: D. New investigators can participate. Event location type: reality. Event description: On the coast outside Lazul City, fishermen discovered several terrifying fish-headed monsters fleeing from a rocky cave on a foggy night. This extremely eerie scene drove the witness to madness. When he was found unconscious on the beach the next morning, he was still crying out in his nightmare, "Don't come any closer. Terrible fish-headed men." The Anomaly Investigation Bureau headquarters has dispatched 3 sea-level investigators to complete the preliminary investigation. The report states that a group of fish-headed, human-bodied half-fish people are hiding in the rocky cave. They cannot understand human language and are not of the same race as mermaids or orcs. Upon seeing an investigator, they will attack with extreme violence. These merfolk are also contaminated. Looking at them for too long will cause them to be tainted. One investigator has already been affected. Suggested treatment: extermination, decontamination, and harmless disposal. Suggested number of participants: 6 D-class investigators. This is a battle scenario with clear events and clear objectives. 2G signed up with confidence. A small drawer popped open from the magic puppet's belly, and from it, a small wooden fish was pulled out, which she handed to her as a token of her loyalty. I wonder how long this random group queue will take. How about going to the side and getting some milk tea? As she walked out of the hall, clutching the wooden fish, she heard a system notification, and the fish vibrated in her hand. The player system prompts: "Hello. The investigation event name: Fleeing Fish-Headed Man. You registered for is full. Transmission will begin in 15 seconds. Please confirm the transmission." Canceling the transmission is equivalent to canceling the mission registration. You will be penalized with a 1-hour loss of your base, and will be unable to participate in any Anomalous Affairs Bureau missions for 1 hour. Confirm transmission/cancel transmission. She decisively chose to confirm the transmission. A suction force came from the wooden fish, and she felt a dizzying sensation. When she landed on solid ground again, she was standing on a beach she had never seen before. The sky was not covered by clouds, and although it was cold, there was no snow. She could still see the stars. Gather here. Someone waved at her, and she hurried over, scanning the IDs. Rune Master Yundur, Magician Lei Gongzhuwa, Magician Shingun what's wrong with you? Alchemist Durian Herring, Bard Hua Inlan, 5 people. Well, including myself, just right. This setup doesn't seem to have a healer or a tank, Tuji said. I trained warrior in sharpshooter. So I go warrior. I can heal, I can heal. Durian Herring switched to a druid, although I prefer using medicine. By the way, here's a poison potion I made. Everyone, take some. It's really useful. Thank you. Tuji happily accepted it, raised her hand, and checked the system properties. Fetid potion, a player-made potion, a mixture of durian extract, canned herring extract, and a series of other strong, pungent extracts. Once the potion bottle is broken, it will begin to emit a strong, offensive, and difficult-to-remove stench. This stench doesn't discriminate between friend and foe. Once stained, it's extremely difficult to remove. It can cause dizziness, blurred vision, headaches, vomiting, and other side effects. Please use with caution. Tuji, She silently and carefully stored the potion in her system backpack. Well, do we need to introduce ourselves? She asked uncertainly. I'm Thunder God, help me. Left 0, right fire. Thunder God, help me. I'm a Thunder Mage. Thunder God, help me, said frantically. I just observed the night sky and think now is a good time to attack the enemy's lair. That's right. The charlatan chimed in, but I just calculated with my fingers, and it's the Chiku in Xiao Lu Ren. 6 rates often cause trouble. If the sick person comes out of the west, be especially wary of curses, for fear of contracting the plague. Going to the reef cave, we're heading west, which perfectly matches this hexagram. Brother, that's a brilliant idea. Tuji, ? She silently took a step back, away from the 2 crazy charlatans, and leaned towards the more normal-looking Yunduor. She whispered, do you understand what they're saying? Huh? Having fashioned a self-made alchemy doll with rainbow-colored hair, Yunduor spoke confidently. My father is real estate tycoon Yun Jiangwo, my brother is the heir, and I'm the Yun family's little princess. I get over 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. I'm well-versed in mysticism and Taoist divination. Tuji paused as she stared at the Mary Sue princess with the rainbow hair. What kind of luck had she gotten into today? What kind of weird group had she joined? She silently walked over to the singer, who was probably the only normal person. You don't tell fortunes, do you? Huilan blinked at her and said, understandingly, I don't understand what they're saying either, but it doesn't matter. It's just a dungeon, isn't it? Warrior sister, let's go in and start fighting. Tuji breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. By the way, I'm a new tank. This is my first time in this dungeon. Everyone, take it easy and don't rush in front of me. Okay. Go. Go. And so, the group rushed into the reef cave in a mighty procession. Tuji spotted a fish-headed man moving in the distance. She took a deep breath and was about to taunt him when she heard an unpleasant, hoarse singing voice behind her. Tuji, ? She looked back in horror and saw that the only normal person. The minstrel was making off-key noises that definitely couldn't be called singing. Shit! We're out of tune. The fish-headed man charged into the group. Durian Herring panicked and threw a potion. Instantly, a foul-smelling gas engulfed everyone and the fish-headed man. Shit! Are you guys really not in a group? Chapter 482. 6 players respawned simultaneously at the quest starting point. Thanks to the developer's mercy, they weren't sent to a respawn point. Of course, what the players didn't know was that, now, with the blessing of the power of illusion and reality, Leah could allow adventurers to respawn at any location. The easiest, most resource-efficient, and player-friendly method was naturally to have adventurers respawn at the quest starting/save point and continue playing. What just happened? Were we literally killed by the healer's potion? The young lady, whose monthly allowance was supposedly over 100,000, asked blankly. Tuji took a deep breath, then gagged repeatedly from the lingering stench. See? I told you, it was a red-mouthed divination. The charlatan said smugly. Lei Gongzhu nodded in unfathomable agreement. Red mouth? Stinky? The singer asked, bewildered, while the healer looked apologetic. Tuji gagged for a while, finally recovering. She steadied herself. It's nothing, just dying once. Dying on your first encounter is perfectly normal. A small problem. Nothing to stump a Tianyang horse instructor like me. Singer, please note, unlike knights who have a constant aggro-pulling ability, warriors rely entirely on taunt skills to draw aggro. But this taunt skill is incredibly reliable. Once it's established, you won't lose aggro, so please don't use it. Healer, please put away that strange poison gas bomb. System skills are sufficient. Don't use potions that attack indiscriminately. Sorry. The healer hurriedly put away the potion. I only ever successfully thrown it before, and I never tried it on my own allies. I didn't know it was so effective against them. The singer apologized. I'm sorry, I never dungeoned with a warrior before. I always play with a knight. Once the knight activates Guardian Heart, they automatically draw aggro, without even needing to fire the first blow. It's okay. Let's do it again. This time, everyone paid close attention and followed the warrior. Tuji, axe in hand and clad in dwarven barbarian armor, charged into the merfolk gathering area. With a flick of taunt, she unleashed a furious barbarian curse. I'm going to beep you. You beep you. For a moment, the entire cave resounded with the system's beeping muffled curses. The others following were bewildered. So this is the warrior's aggro skill? I saw on the forums that the warrior class mentors are dwarves, and dwarves rely on foul language to draw aggro. So players have to rely on cursing to draw monsters too? I'm curious if the monsters hear the blocked or unblocked content. Since it can draw aggro, it must be the unblocked content. I say, if you're already drawing aggro, why aren't you killing monsters? The fish-headed people rushed angrily, chasing after Tuji, who was dodging everywhere. The fish-headed people looked as dull as dead fish, but their blows were surprisingly effective. Tuji had already used up all of her damage-absorbing and damage-reducing skills, leaving the druid, durian herring, and milk completely exhausted. We pulled too many mobs at once. Durian herring cried out. I can't heal them all. Don't worry, warriors have great healing. Tuji shouted, frenzy. Bloodstained battle. Her eyes glowed red, and a fierce battle intent emanated from her body, like dwarves seeing their coveted ore. The next second, she swung her giant axe and flew into the horde of fish-headed monsters, like a spinning top, hacking and slashing wildly. Axe storm. The red damage she dealt constantly transformed into green healing points on her own body. Herring's already depleted health bar instantly recovered by more than half. Durian Herring breathed a sigh of relief and shoved the poison bottle he was clutching back into his backpack. So warriors have lifesteal skills. What the hell are you talking about? His eyes lit up. What a cool skill, he exclaimed as he cast Flame Raven. Flame-shaped demons, formed from crows, flew back and forth through the reef cave, inflicting significant attribute suppression and damage on the fish-headed monsters. The singer, Huayin, strummed her guitar and rasped her voice as she belted out a tuneless version of Fighting Spirit. Except for herself, every player wanted to drop their weapons and put their heads in their hands, but the system still graciously granted them a buff. Although the effect was only 1/5 of the normal singer's buff, everyone was already very pleased. Honestly, I thought this buff wouldn't work. Yun Duor said, I almost gave up after hearing it. Everyone nodded sympathetically. Durian Herring hesitated for a moment and said, well, I have a friend who's also a singer. She can't sing, but she says playing the instrument directly without singing is still effective. But I really like singing. The minstrel sighed. Is it really that bad? How about you try death rock? It seems like even a hoarse, off-key singing is okay. The charlatan suggested kindly, or try attacking with resonance and forte. That's right. Dark death metal. The kind where you're hoarse and off-tune anyway. Just roar. Okay, I give it a try. Huayin quickly searched the music library and found a track that sounded very much like death metal and hardcore rock from the preview, but I never played this song before. I have to perform it live. It's okay, it won't be any worse than before. Lei Gong helped me, left 0, right fire, Lei Gong helps me, watch me unleash a thunderous roar. Thunderstorm. It has to be said, the lightning area of effect attack was surprisingly effective against these sea-dwelling fish-headed people. The group of fish-headed people were thrown off balance, and their limbs twitched from the shock. The bard played her deep bass death rock. In the narrow rock cave, rapid rock notes exploded, the catchy rhythm making everyone move in unison. The hoarse, smoky voice, though off-key, sounded surprisingly harmonious with the death rock. Resonance activated. Allied players surrounding the bard receive the "We are not without clothes, we share the same robe" buff, their various attacks gradually harmonizing, increasing their pollution resistance by 30%, defense by 50%, and attack power by 3%. This time the buff wasn't discounted. Everyone exclaimed joyfully. strongest voice. This death metal rock song clearly applied to both skills simultaneously. Fire Silver Orchid completed a solo combo, unleashing a powerful strum and a hoarse roar. Buzz! A massive, transparent sonic ring blasted out, the attack fish-headed man's expression contorted, trembling violently, before exploding into a bloody mass. Holy crap! The bard is that powerful? Chapter 483. The first wave of fish-headed men was successfully wiped out. Everyone took a breather and recovered. Even though things went wrong at first, as they gradually became familiar with each other's, or their own, skills, they were able to pull off some surprisingly effective teamwork. For example, the singer's resonance buff mitigated the pollution damage from the large number of fish-headed men, so everyone's sanity didn't drop much. Durian Herring, being a druid, naturally had resistance to pollution and didn't lose any sanity. Of course, if a druid's sanity dropped, their combat power would be greatly reduced, and the entire situation could collapse instantly. With their attack and defense strengthened, the warrior's already resilient damage absorption, combined with life steal and the spinning top attack, made this combo practically a self-healing artifact. For a moment, Durian Herring could even spare some time to spawn durian seeds for attack. So why durian? Tuji asked curiously. Durian hurts when it hits you, Durian Herring said earnestly. Being hit by a ripe durian is like being struck hard by a spike mace. Plus, its smell is pungent. If monsters don't like it, it can even drive them away. And if the durian cracks, you can pick it up and eat it to replenish your hunger. It's a win-win situation. Tuji nodded thoughtfully. After adjusting the singing style to death metal hardcore rock, everyone's acceptance of the singer's repertoire instantly increased significantly. At least they no longer felt their sanity was teetering on the edge. Because there were no time limits for monster hunting, dungeons, or quests in this game, everyone even waited for Hui Lan to play a rhythm game for a while, successfully playing an A-rank death metal rock song, and then saving the game. Of course, aside from the singer, who was busy playing the music game, the rest of the group happily shared the ripe durians Durian Herring had kindly provided. I didn't notice just now. What are the Rune Master skills? Tuji asked, splitting the durian with an axe. This is the first time I've seen someone play this class. The two charlatans each displayed their magical powers. Lei Gongjua calculated with his fingers, and took the lead in selecting a durian with a single branch. Shungun What's Yours took out a pendulum, and waved it around, eventually choosing a durian with a single branch as well. The others, unconcerned, randomly selected a branch and peeled it open. Lei Gongjua's branch was a gratitude durian, packed to the brim, while Shungun What's Yours had unfortunately chosen one with a large core, little flesh, and plenty of empty space. With a look of sorrow on his face, he muttered, "This stone is indeed fake." Tuji herself randomly picked a rather plump branch. She peeled off a piece of the ripe flesh and popped it into her mouth. The durian flesh exuded a rich and unique sweet fragrance. As expected, if it weren't for the canned herring and other strange flavors, she could still tolerate durian on its own. The Rune Master is indeed a new class, Yunduor said. I accepted a quest at a new store over on the shopping street. It starts as a lifestyle class, but after reaching level 30, it becomes a full-service class. The main skills are achieved by drawing runes. Well, the operation is no different from drawing runes. I'm proficient in Taoist runes, but I just tried it, and none of the lightning attracting, ghost controlling, and exorcism runes I drew worked. Good grief. Tuji opened the team composition page, switched to the damage dealer section, and sure enough, 5 out of the 6 players had the highest attack stats, while the other only had single-digit numbers. Oh my god, is this young lady just here to slack off? Tuji wiped her face, searched the page for a while for a vote to expel a teammate, but found nothing. With the heart of a mentor kind to newcomers, she could only say, well, how about you try using the system's runes instead of your own? The system only taught 3 runes at the beginning. A defense rune, a charging rune, and an attack rune. The attack rune means increasing attack efficiency, but not directly attacking. These 3 are all support abilities. I don't see any future in them. My self-created Taoist runes are better. Wait. The system can't recognize those self-created things. Even though this is a highly realistic, logically sound, and open-ended game that respects player freedom, you still have to respect the game's database. Tuji wiped her face. Or, could you draw those 3 runes for me to see? Yun Duor took out several sheets of talisman paper and handed them over. Here, these are them. Tuji used the system to examine them. Defense Charm, one-time use item rating S. Using 1 defense charm creates a magical shield with 2,200 defense. Once the shield reaches its defense cap, it will shatter, and the charm will burn away. The defense effect can stack up to 5 times. Charging charm, one-time use item rating S. Using one charging charm charges a magical weapon, or a magically based material with 3000 energy points. Please note that charging materials with potent magical properties may cause them to become flammable and explosive, depending on the material's load capacity. Attack Talisman, single-use item rank S. Using one attack talisman increases the target's attack power by 10% for 15 seconds. Effects don't stack. Tuji, how should I put it? These runes seem incredibly powerful. And why are they all S rank? But why does it feel so hard to put into words? The Knight's Guardian skill only grants 3000 defense, while your single defense rune grants 2200. That's a very effective damage reduction, and its defensive effect is stackable. Stacking it 5 times means you can at least survive a death sentence without taking damage. It's practically an invincible skill. As a warrior, Tuji is also quite knowledgeable about the popular World Knight class, also a T class. The attack-boosting runes are actually quite powerful too. A single war song from a vocalist can only grant 3% attack. But it's strange. Isn't a rune master supposed to fight with runes? Why only 3? A rune? And they're all buff-type runes, Durian Herring said, joining in. Do I have to learn them myself? Maybe, but the class instructor can't trigger new runes anymore, and I haven't figured out where to learn the subsequent ones yet, so I can only max out these 3. Yunduor said, you really don't want to try my own runes? No, I think the defense rune is fine. I could use it. Tuji said, by the way, the charge rune S description is a bit suspicious. Do you know what materials have good magical properties? I know, Lei Gong said, magic properties are a bit like electrical conductivity, but it doesn't conduct electricity, it conducts magic. All materials that can be used to make mage equipment have the good magical properties property. Chapter 484. Durian Herring, whose primary occupation was alchemy, deftly removed several of the largest, most intact, and shimmering scales from the fish-headed corpses and handed them to Yunduor. I just checked them. These are materials with excellent magical properties. Why don't you try charging them? Yunduor neatly placed the rune on top, and everyone saw it glow with golden light, gradually infusing the translucent fish scales, which were faintly covered in a layer of dull, turbid green. The charging speed was rapid. Within seconds, the talisman paper was depleted and reduced to ash, while the fish scales became shimmering golden, occasionally flashing with lightning. This thing seems to be able to explode. Lei Gong examined it carefully and said with experience, should we go find a fish-headed person and try it? Just then, the singer's music game finished saving. Everyone finished their durian, and continued their journey deeper into the reef cave. They soon encountered a fish-headed man. This time, the group's goal was to test the waters, so Tuji didn't use her far-reaching taunt skill. Instead, she threw her throwing axe directly at the lone fish-headed man. The axe spun out, struck the fish-headed man, and then automatically rebounded, successfully locking the fish-headed man's aggression on her. Tuji applied a defense talisman to herself just in time, while Yunduor hurled the charged scale at the fish-headed man, hitting him squarely in the head. Bang! The moment the scale made contact with the fish-headed man's head, the unstable charged magical material exploded upon impact, instantly reducing the fish-headed man's head to a bloody mess. The blast from the explosion even sent Tuji, who was closest to it, back several steps. Luckily, Tuji had already applied the defense talisman. She only saw its buff value decrease slightly, but her health bar remained full. That's quite impressive. Everyone stared at the now-dead headless fish-headed man, gasping in amazement. So what's the Rune Master's role? An arsenal? It can buff defense, attack, and other stats, and even make bombs. It feels a bit like the alchemist's playstyle. Research and craft a bunch of high-damage items beforehand, then unleash them in combat. Durian Herring said, however, just like the strength of an alchemist depends on how many item formulas we master, the strength of a rune master should depend on how many runes they learned. Perhaps even their research into flammable and explosive magical materials? Once you find your career path, it's easy. Tuji glanced with satisfaction at the sudden surge in attack stats on the team dashboard. This Mary Sue princess had finally stopped paddling around and became the main damage dealer. However, this game has recently released many new classes, and players need to explore various prerequisites, class change restrictions, and skill learning and usage. It's normal for some players to struggle with the game. Since it's the first time for everyone, it's fun to figure things out together. As a Tianyang horse instructor, Tuji couldn't help but give Yundur a few more instructions. You can use charged fish scales to get through this dungeon for now. After you leave the dungeon, you probably need to learn more attack runes and collect some useful magical materials. But how do you identify magical materials? Do you have to test them one by one? Oh, that's easy, said Durian Herring. Generally, materials with excellent magical properties are easily contaminated, meaning the most valuable materials for monsters are often those with excellent magical properties. Well, sometimes it's the opposite. There are materials that are completely magically insulated. They sell for a lot of money. Just use appraisal to test them when you're fighting monsters. As they fought, their coordination gradually became more proficient. The warrior taunted and pulled monsters. The singer buffed up, and the mage, acting as a magic turret, frequently unleashed ultimates. Combined with Yundur's charged fish scale bombs, the singer's voice of the strongest, the warrior's axe storm, and the druid's durian meteor hammer, they advanced smoothly to the final stage. As always, there was a boss at the final stage. They first cast an identify spell, and upon seeing the system's return, they exclaimed, "It's the Deep One." The Deep One, hybrid, LV-77, a marine humanoid race with fish-like characteristics, serving their leader, Father God Dagon, and Mother Goddess Hydra, and worshipping the Great Cthulhu. They resemble frogs and fish, but their bodies have vaguely humanoid features. Unless killed, they possess near immortality, and are a race with unexpectedly high intelligence that belies their appearance. This Deep One had apparently received instructions from some mysterious entity to travel to the shores of Roselle City to reproduce, and the fish-headed people who had been there before were likely its offspring. Their mission was further updated, revealing that they were to kill the Deep One and report the mission results to the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. "Everyone, the boss battle has begun," Tuji said excitedly. "Are you ready? Go!" This Deep One also had a fish head and a human body, but its eyes were prominent, and it looked a bit like a frog. Its scales were gray-green, and only its abdomen was white, resembling a frog's belly. Its limbs had webbed fingers, its neck had gills, and it exuded a strong fishy odor, only slightly better than the durian and herring gas bombs. "Come and fight me, you ugly big frog," Tuji taunted. Although not a single word was blocked by the system this time, the effect was still clearly powerful. The deep diver, previously crouching in its lair deep within the reef, suddenly leaped forward and lunged at Tuji. Tuji applied another, defense talisman, gifted by Yundur to her body, swung her great axe, and smashed it against the deep diver's head. After a few blows, she had positioned herself, exposing the deep diver's back to her teammates. The defense talisman, shield was still in effect. Durian Herring used its vines to swing a ripe durian, like a meteor hammer, smashing it repeatedly. Fire Silver Orchid once again played death metal, shaking the deep diver's forehead so much that veins popped, and it twitched to the rhythm. The lightning bolts from Lei Gongjua slammed into the Deep One's back, while the flaming crows from Shogun Hiyao were scorching the Deep One's scale-covered skin back and forth. Yundur occasionally threw out a charged fish scale bomb, but the Deep One's defense was much higher than that of the fish-headed man. It took several charged fish scale bombs to destroy half of its health bar. Chapter 485. The Deep One, as a boss monster, not only has a much longer health bar than the fish-headed monsters, but also possesses various bizarre skills. For example, it randomly selects 3 targets and releases massive waves powerful enough to send players flying. If you fail to dodge in time according to the predefined AoE yellow circle, you'd be knocked against the jagged walls of the reef cave. Tanks like warriors aren't too affected, but squishy classes will instantly lose half their health and suffer stun and the vulnerability debuff that healers dread most. Vulnerability debuff. Stackable. Each stack lasts 1 minute, and the effect time resets after each stack. Due to armor-piercing attacks that break through defense, during the vulnerability debuff's duration, the damage you receive increases by 10%, and magic healing effectiveness decreases by 10%. System reminder: if your teammates have accumulated too many stacks of vulnerability, just let it go. After being slammed against the wall once, everyone went to Cloud Girl to get defense charms, and attached them to themselves. The defense rune not only grants the player a shield, but even if they are knocked against a wall again, they won't slam into a rough, sharp, boulder-like surface. Instead, they'd be bounced back by a hollow, elastic magical shield, thus avoiding the vulnerability debuff. Seriously, I need to stock up on defense runes. They're so convenient. They're practically a beginner's protection godsend. But won't they be very expensive? There aren't many rune masters these days. Watch out. Another wave of leap attacks is coming. Leap Attack, the Deep One's second ultimate skill, randomly selects 4 players, bouncing onto them one by one to inflict a heavy blow. There's no advance warning of who's selected, so all 6 players need to cleverly choose an open space to hide. If 2 players unfortunately walk together and are both selected by the boss, then sorry, 2 consecutive attacks will send both players back to their respawn point. However, for players randomly matched for the first time, what is cleverness? It doesn't exist. Aw, don't come any closer. I went left. Why did you go left too? I went right. Why did you go right too? Don't be too in sync at times like this. The 2 charlatans coincidentally chose what seemed to be the luckiest spot. The healer and the singer, strangely in sync, consistently chose the same direction to escape. Cloud stood still, but pulled out a handful of defense charms and started frantically sticking them on herself. 2G, seeing the healer and singer rushing towards her, cast an invincibility spell on herself with a sorrowful expression. This isn't about sharing the damage. Spread out. Spread out quickly. Don't come any closer. Bang, 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 bang. The chaotic scramble to a halt subsided. The healer and singer, simultaneously targeted, hadn't managed to create a safe distance in time, each taking 2 hits and instantly dying. Yundur, fully stacked with defense runes, was unharmed, while the 2 mages, though both taking a hit, were at half health but not dead. Resurrection. Is there anyone level 70 who has learned Resurrection? The healer, lying on the ground, shouted in the party chat. The half-health healer, having healed herself, replied, Yes, 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 I learned Resurrection, I heal right now. Fortunately, the Resurrection skill in this game is available to all classes, otherwise if the healer died, the game would have to be restarted. The magician also has health recovery skills, the warrior can heal himself, and the ringcaster is safe with the defense rune. What the hell is wrong with you? It took 2 mana charges to pull the healer and the singer up from the ground. It's okay, just get up. Only 25% of health left. Tuji encouraged, everyone, keep trying. By the end, the deep diver had used every skill they could use. Even if they weren't completely proficient yet, they at least knew which skills they could withstand without dying. Hide. I'm chanting and can't move. Forget it, I just take it. Do you have any more talismans? No, they're all gone. I can heal. I can heal. Singer, add some damage, and I can still chop. Almost. Almost. 3% health. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. The Deep's health bar finally cleared. Everyone collapsed to the ground, burdened by a tangle of vulnerabilities and debuffs. For a moment, the feeling of exhaustion from the dungeon and the joy of finally passing it filled their hearts. It was an indescribable feeling, a mixture of all sorts of emotions, a taste of life's ups and downs. Suddenly, Durian Herring laughed out loud. We passed the dungeon. Even though we died a mess along the way, we made it. A messy death, ha ha ha. Somehow, this remark struck a chord with everyone, and they all burst into laughter. This is how it is when playing a game. Although you will encounter all kinds of weird teammates in a random queue and there will be all kinds of problems when you first meet them, it is precisely this kind of messy death that brings inexplicable joy. It's funny how we cleared it. If we hadn't, I'd probably be brooding over it all night, Tuji said. Indeed. They collected all the materials they could find in the boss's lair, and then discovered a nest of deep-sea eggs at the deepest part of the lair. The system notification said these were quest items that needed to be handed over to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. They collected everything and pressed the Return to Anomaly Investigation Bureau base option on the system. The wooden fish in their hand vibrated again, teleporting them to the entrance of the base's lobby. Tuji and the others handed the quest items to the magic puppet. After checking them, the puppet deposited the quest points and rewards into their accounts. Congratulations on successfully completing the quest. Please don't forget to submit an investigation report. You can use the system to generate it, or you can create your own summary based on the quest. Submit the report within 3 game days after the quest to receive the reward. Submitting the report after the deadline will only earn you 50% of the reward. Tuji chose to generate the report with 1 click. She glanced at the report, deemed it fine, and clicked Submit. Congratulations to Field Investigator Tuji on successfully completing the D-rank quest. Keep up the good work. She said goodbye to several teammates and disbanded the group. She checked the time. It was almost time to log off. She opened the system, selected Exit Game, and slowly woke up in her warm bed. Just as the official advertisements had said, the incredibly realistic game experience of last night now felt like a memorable dream. She couldn't quite recall what the terrifying fish-headed man and the deep one looked like, only that they must have been rather ugly and abstract. Another day of plenty of sleep. Hee, it's so early now. I make myself a delicious breakfast today. Chapter 486. Aelian, who arrived at the City Defense Force training camp early this morning, finally completed his duties for the day. The Lord's affairs are becoming increasingly hectic. Not only must he rally his allies to deal with the divine war between the god of winter and the god of light/Naya, he must also plan game version updates and sell merchandise in the Origin world. With numerous meetings, large and small, taking place daily, MOU gradually handed over the city's chores to Aelian, the current head of the City Defense Force. Aelian was delighted to help share some of the Lord's burden. His only concern was that the Church of Light would use the holy crest on his neck to spy on the city. However, after Leah explained that she could block any Church of Light snooping, the knight accepted the mission with confidence. It is a knight's honor to serve the Lord. To be fair, there wasn't much going on in the city today, but there were quite a few strange and interesting events. Nowadays, in addition to patrolling the streets daily, clearing snow, and maintaining law and order, the city defense forces also help residents resolve disputes, both large and small. Matters that the slaves can't resolve are handed over to Aelian. For example, an adventurer finally passed numerous quests with griffins and beastmasters, and finally obtained a griffin horn. But today, while enthusiastically strolling through the streets on his summoned griffin for the first time, the overly young griffin lost its composure when it was drawn to the barrels of beer piled outside the dwarven shop. It dove into one and began guzzling, unmoved by the adventurer's attempts to pull it back. That was freshly brewed ale that the dwarves had brought from the mines to the city to replenish the shelves, and they had just unloaded it outside the shop. The dwarves were busily moving barrels of wine when, in a moment of inattention, a griffin stole and drank a whole barrelful. Griffins are fantastical creatures of this world. Their unique digestive and metabolic systems are completely immune to most toxins and alcohol. They even enjoy this fermented beverage with its wondrous aroma. However, even if alcohol doesn't harm the griffin's body, it will temporarily disrupt its sense of direction, preventing it from flying properly. As a race that makes a living by providing transportation and mounts for humans, the animal trainers normally don't allow their griffins to drink alcohol. Thus, the dwarves, adventurers, the animal trainer on duty who was urgently summoned to handle the griffin's drunkenness, the city defense commander, and a griffin arrested for stealing alcohol and becoming intoxicated all gathered together. Amidst the dwarves' persistent demands for compensation and Aelian's mediation, the animal trainer ultimately agreed to pay all compensation and fines to the dwarves and adventurers, finally managing to drag the drunken griffin back to the farm. Incidentally, the drunken griffin staggered around, and certainly couldn't fly under the influence, so it had to be hauled back by the tamer in a tricycle. The scene was so comical that even the usually stern Aelian couldn't help but chuckle. He considered telling the Lord about the strange and wonderful things he encountered that day at dinner. However, perhaps the Lord had already seen this trivial matter on that special forum where adventurers communicated. It seemed that the Lord's ability to quickly grasp all the major and minor events happening in the territory sometimes diminished the joy of sharing the day's events between lovers. Just thinking about the word lovers warmed Aelian's heart, like snuggling under a blanket by a fireplace on a winter's day, sipping a bowl of fragrant and delicious hot soup. Happiness seemed to fill his heart, overflowing uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. His Lord, it turned out, also liked him. Nothing was more gratifying than having one's expectations met, especially since his Lord had given him not only a response, but also countless indulgences. Perhaps it could even be called pampering. Aelian walked along the shopping street, pondering what small gift to bring back for his Lord. Many new shops had opened in the shopping street, mostly run by graduates from Calcadora. There were tailor shops, jewelry stores, and even a newly opened rune shop. Aelian paused in front of a jewelry store. Sparkling gems were always popular with elves, and even half-elves with elven blood were no exception. Welcome. It's Lord Aelian. The magic engraver graduate from Calcadora clearly recognized the knight, the Lord. What kind of jewelry are you looking for today? For defense? Or for offense? Neither. Aelian hesitated. I know, you're looking for jewelry for your sweetheart, aren't you? Is it for the Lord? We have rings and brooches, all very suitable for men. The shop assistant enthusiastically introduced. Perhaps you'd like to see our unique design for AMT City? A jewelry series incorporating world emblem elements. Not unique enough. Oh right, many adventurers and city residents have indeed purchased this one. Then take a look at the set. Oh! Aelian, buying a gift for the Lord? Aelian looked up from behind the counter, following the sound, and saw the boisterous female pirate waving at him. Queen Anne? I don't think the styles here are quite suitable for your lordship. And winked at Aelian. I do have a nice set of jewelry. Would you be interested in taking a look? Thank you for your kindness, but I need to hurry back to the Mage Tower. Aelian smiled. Speaking of which, how did you know I was buying a gift for your lordship? Isn't that right? And tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, but the way you looked just now exuded the sweet scent of love. It reminded me of when I first got together with Rowena. So did I guess wrong? Ahem. Aelian coughed lightly, pink hues spreading upwards from his neck. It's getting late, I should go back. Farewell, your majesty. Hey, wait a minute. Queen Anne called after him. My ship is repaired, and the main crew has been recruited. I'm just waiting for your majesty's availability to fulfill our previous agreement. Afterwards, I plan to go to the southern continent to pick up a first mate before returning to the northern territory. There's still much to do, and I hope your majesty can arrange it soon. Since they were discussing serious matters, Aelian didn't rush off. He nodded and replied solemnly, I will report this to your majesty. Chapter 487. Annie Jelma came to the shop to pick up a locket she had brought in for maintenance. The locket contained a small statue of Rowena. After years of wandering the seas and fantasy realms, the bronze locket had already grown a green patina. Now serving as a space prop for the undead queen, it deserved a good maintenance, both for its practicality and its commemorative value. Watching the somewhat shy half-elf knight leave, Angelma shook her head in amusement, muttering, young people are just shy. However, this reminded her of Rowena, with whom she had just exchanged feelings. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Here's the locket, now in good repair. The clerk smiled as she handed over the tray containing the locket, not seeming at all upset at having missed out on a potential customer, and took up the meticulously cared-for locket, having removed the tarnish, polished it to a high shine, and inscribed with various defensive runes. It retained the marks of age yet remained pristine. She opened the locket and fondly stroked Rowena's portrait. Excellent workmanship, thank you. She paid, slipped the locket back onto her slender neck, and once again stepped into the seemingly endless winter night. The Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce, recommended by the Lord, was indeed highly skilled in ship repair. The undead queen, having drifted for so long in the fantasy world, had been meticulously cared for by these craftsmen, and had been restored to its former glory. She only waited for the Lord of Amt County to grant her the power to traverse the seas. The Lord was incredibly efficient, and the next morning, and received a message from him requesting a meeting at the shipyard. What a fine ship. When Annie arrived at the shipyard, MOU was already waiting in front of the ship's berth. As you wished, the Undying Queen has now been equipped with a teleportation array that allows the entire ship to travel through space. She can instantly travel to any location on this planet during her voyage, but activating the array requires accumulating energy. We added a new feature to your phone. You can set the ship's transit route and view the energy required. The currently accumulated energy will also be displayed. The array's energy bar will accumulate enough energy for 2 transits. Once the energy bar is empty, it needs to be recharged. We hope you plan carefully before using it to avoid putting yourself at a disadvantage in battle. Annie fiddled with the array for a while, following MOU's instructions. Understood, Annie replied knowingly, her phone ringing. Because this kind of spatial travel isn't a fixed-point transmission, you need to ensure the new landing point is in safe waters, MOU cautioned, otherwise, some unexpected things might happen. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Annie laughed heartily. Even though I've been trapped in this illusion for decades, the sea is still the same sea. Oh, by the way, I also added a teleportation array to your ship that allows adventurers to travel back and forth. That way, if you need their help, you can summon them using your phone, just like in Ant New City. The cost will be slightly higher than in Ant New City. Annie, wow, she said sincerely, you're just as good at business as those merchants from the southern continent. Thank you for your praise. The ship's supplies have been fully replenished. I wish you a smooth sailing, the Lord said with a smile, and leaped aboard her ship in a few steps. Her newly recruited sailors were already hard at work, preparing for the voyage. These sailors came from various tribes and had met during her previous raiding adventures, sharing a common hatred for the winter god. They were loyal slaves donated by the Lord of Amt County, or they were young men from the mermaid tribe willing to continue the war. Their experience might be limited, but they all shared a determination to fight the winter god to the bitter end. I must travel to South Continent to retrieve my new first mate, and then proceed to Pirate Bay in the north. And said, take good care of my family for me, and send my regards to your shy knight. MOU smiled and nodded. Then, immortal queen. Set sail. At Anne's command, the mechanism securing the ship to the berth slowly retracted. Amid the roar of immense machinery, the shipyard's massive lock gates leading to the open sea slowly rose. Dark blue water poured into the channel, mingling with the water originally in the berth, lifting the immortal queen slightly to the surface. Weigh anchor. The sailors shouted in unison. Working in unison, they pushed the massive capstan, reeling in the thick chain and lifting the anchor from the seabed. Push out of the berth. The sturdy sailors pumped their muscles and rowed, and the massive four-masted ship began to sail forward, exiting the shipyard's lock gates and entering the vast waters. Set sail. One sail after another was lowered, swollen into a perfect arc in the gentle north wind. Have a safe journey, Your Majesty. A shout came from the shore not far away. Anne, standing on the ship's railing, looked in the direction of the sound and saw merfolk and adventurers gathered on the shore. They cheered and wished her well, and played their instruments. It was the pirate chant that her former subordinates loved most. Anne lowered her eyes slightly and tightened her grip on the locket hanging at her chest. She parted her red lips and began to sing that familiar song. The chant from the shore and the ship blended together. Compared to the sorrowful farewell song she had sung in Pirate Bay for her loved ones, this song carried the prayers of the merfolk and the blessings of the adventurers, full of fighting spirit and soaring freely. A silvery white light appeared on the southern horizon. The clouds that the winter god had gathered with his divine power were gradually dissipating here. Sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the great ship. The Undying Queen, which had disappeared from the seas for decades, was once again fully loaded with its crew, sailing openly under the blue sky. Perfect, let's test this ship's new abilities. Annie activated the space travel magic circle, selected a port coordinate provided by Narcissus, and shouted, "Travel." A silver blue light shimmered on the massive ship, and with a mere blink, the Undying Queen, along with her dozens of crew members, vanished instantly. Wow! Truly a ghost ship. The adventurers on the shore exclaimed in amazement. The Lord, who had observed everything from the sidelines, smiled silently. Chapter 488. Osiria Continent. Today's news. Major progress in the Winter God War. Adventurers. Queen Anne has resumed her voyage. A new teleportation point, the Undying Queen, has been added. Adventurers can experience life at sea and realize their pirate dreams. New story animation. Anne's voyage. Click this link to watch directly. Note: adventurers can watch this repeatedly in the library. New map. The Undying Queen. A brand new sea adventure scenario. You will have a unique nautical adventure experience. This map is a random event map. After logging in, various daily/combat/plunder/supply scenario tasks will be randomly triggered. Every time is a brand new adventure. Note: system reminder, due to the limited capacity of the Undying Queen, only 30 adventurers are allowed to log into this map at the same time. Please log out of this map in time through the teleportation array after completing your playthrough to avoid consuming too many system resources. Players logging into this map are prioritized as follows: players who have received a quest from Queen Anne, players who have received any quests within the map, and players not currently undertaking any quests. If the map is full, when a player who has received a quest from Queen Anne logs in, one player who has not yet triggered any quests for that map will be randomly kicked out first. If there are no players who have not triggered any quests for that map, one player who has received a regular quest within the map will be randomly kicked out. The progress of the player holding the quest will be retained, and they can continue playing when the map is less busy. The daily limit for quests issued by Queen Anne is 30. These quests are issued randomly at unpredictable times each day on a first-come, first-served basis. Pirate Bay Station in the north. Thanks to the hard work of all our adventurers, Pirate Bay Station has been largely completed. Of course, our infrastructure expansion will never cease. Please use this station as a starting point and strive to grow your power. Station location. Click the link to view the map. The faith of the North. Whether out of genuine desire for survival or succumbing to oppression, the people of the North choose to worship the winter god, perhaps because they have no other choice. But what if they were given a completely new option? Wise adventurers, begin your advocacy and let more people of the North choose the right faith. Available faith promotion. God of Order, Moya Felizlok. Guardian of Illusion and Reality, Ialian Felizlok. Note: adventurers will receive a large amount of military merit for each successful advocacy with a resident of the North. Lancer/Lancer, advanced class and infantry/cavalry class that uses lances, spears, and halberds for attacks. Although they share armor with World Knights, they are more adept at charging into battle than focusing on defense. using offense as defense. Lancer is the basic class. After learning Lancer, one can further learn the advanced class Lancer. Lancers can fight on any rideable animal, must be bound to a mount, and can evolve into wolf lancers, bear lancers, dragon lancers, etc., depending on the adventurer's preference. Adventurers can find two mentors in the illusionary realm, Valhalla. Lancer Mentor, Laska. Lancer Mentor, Pistol. Note, it is said that these two mentors have a sweet tooth. Perhaps adventurers can try to win them over with this. More game content awaits adventurers. Wow, another update. Lady Queen Anne, wow, such a beautiful sister. Ah, is that the undead queen? Truly worthy of the legendary ghost ship. It vanished in a flash. I can be a pirate now. Hey, spreading the faith. The Lord is playing a big game. Put on your hats, JPG. Everyone, print some posters. Let's go to the north to promote RCP. Know our gods. Looking for minstrels, who can sing and play freely. Get your harps out. I've written a poem in praise of the Lord. Let's sing it in the north. Military merits will be rewarded. Half a point. A new class has been released? I haven't even gotten to play dancer and singer yet. Lancer. Dragon rider. Soldier. How ridiculous. A dragon rider without a dragon to ride. Holy crap. Lancers are finally out. How could a game like this not have them? Yang Yi, whose ID was Changbampo Yichwanki, immediately dropped his wall-pasting job and ran towards the teleportation array. Hall of Valor, huh? Here I come. Being able to experience the freedom of movement again in this game was already deeply moving for Yang Yi, and now being able to hold a spear again was practically trembling with excitement. Yang Yi came from a family of traditional spearmen. He was once considered a gifted spearman. He had been trained extensively since childhood and had won national championships in traditional martial arts competitions. His future looked promising, but unfortunately, he suffered a devastating rear-end collision on the highway on the way to the competition venue. The driver died instantly, but he was trapped between the car seat and the wreckage. He survived after several major surgeries, but his legs had to be amputated below the calves. The Six Harmonies spear he practiced was at least 3 meters long and weighed over 10 kilograms. Every movement, blocking, seizing, chopping, thrusting, and parrying, required absolute stability and power in the lower body. Even a person with 2 legs might struggle to execute it, let alone someone without legs. Even the most advanced electronic prosthetics, costing hundreds of thousands or millions, that could allow him to stand again wouldn't enable him to wield the spear once more. Yang Yi thus fell into the abyss of despair, becoming silent and withdrawn, spending his days in negativity. He entered this game because his injured leg tormented him daily, and chronic sleep deprivation had left him emaciated. His friend, unable to bear seeing him suffer, encouraged him to try applying for the game. I can't speak for everything else, but if it helps you fall asleep at night, that's a victory, his friend said. They say it uses the latest brainwave technology, putting you to sleep instantly, making the game feel incredibly realistic, and after waking up, even the scariest and most mind-numbing scenarios will automatically blur like a nightmare, without any negative impact on your daily life. Several of my colleagues play it. You know, we programmers have no rights. They used to suffer from insomnia every day, getting balder and balder, but now, they all have thick hair like they had hair transplants. They supposedly go to sleep at 8 p.m. every night, and can still code online. They say it's because it's a dreamlike brainwave system. The speed of thought in the game is twice the perceived time in reality, meaning 1 day in reality is 2 days in the game. They can even work overtime online while playing the game. Isn't that infuriating? Chapter 489. Then why don't you go play? Yang Yi asked. His friend rolled his eyes. Is it because I don't want to play? I just can't get a number. I've been trying every day since the beta test, and now that it's officially live, I still can't get one with 100 numbers a day. Hey, don't bother with me, a nobody. Go try. What if you win? Yang Yi finally applied. It was just a matter of going to the official website, filling out an ID, filling out a questionnaire, and leaving your address. A monthly membership fee was only 88 yuan, which was worth more than any sleeping pills or painkillers if it meant getting a good night's sleep. Perhaps he was already incredibly unlucky and couldn't get any worse. He unexpectedly won a spot on the first try, leaving his friend envious and threatening to break up with him. That night, Yang Yi put on his light VR glasses, just to give it a try, and he fell asleep instantly. Suddenly, he no longer felt the pain in his legs, nor the phantom limb illusion. Looking down, he was surprised to find himself without phantom limbs. It turned out he had 8 legs. A dialog box popped up. Hello, player Changbampo. This game's anti-addiction system has detected that while your health has passed the system health monitoring, it's extremely close to the health threshold for online play. If you insist on playing, please complete the self-certification video recording. In addition, we recommend using our newly released feature, Rest Mode. This Rest Mode will reduce the physical and mental strain of the game. Your leveling speed will slow down, and your participation in some intense and terrifying game content will be limited. However, this mode will ensure a more comfortable experience tailored to your physical condition. Please note that this VR game cannot replace or be used as any medical treatment. You are primarily responsible for your own health and bear undeniable responsibility for all your actions in the game. To exit, please click the Exit button. To continue playing, please cooperate with the system to record a self-verification video. This game company is really serious, Yang Yi murmured. Since he was already here, he chose the self-verification video. He entered a small virtual room. In front of him was a recording window that looked like a mirror. He could see his real image and a flashing red dot on the recording window. The following is important information. Please confirm that you are aware of it. Your recorded video will be stored confidentially. All information regarding your identity and privacy will not be leaked. This video will only be used as evidence in case of disputes between you or your family and the game company. By recording this video, you acknowledge and authorize the game company to use it. Please note that you are free to choose not to record this video and leave this room. Recording this video is not mandatory, but to ensure the security of game operations, the game will strictly enforce anti-addiction measures for players who do not record this video. Once your physical fitness reaches the standard threshold, you will be automatically logged out of the game. Record? Yes, Yang Yi said in a deep voice. Please state your name, gender, and ID number. Your information will be kept confidential. Yang Yi complied truthfully. Please state in a complete sentence, are you a person with full civil capacity who is playing this game out of pure and genuine will, and are aware that this game cannot be used as a medical treatment? You are aware that playing this game under normal circumstances will not affect anyone's health, but there may still be some extreme situations that the development team cannot predict, which may pose certain risks to your physical and mental health. Are you willing to accept these risks and play at a low intensity using resting mode? This game development team's survival instinct is off the charts. How many people have tried to extort money from them to come up with something like this? Yang Yi took a deep breath and said seriously, I am a person with full civil capacity. I voluntarily play this game, and am aware that it cannot be used as a medical treatment. I am willing to accept all the consequences and risks of my actions. Is your current physical condition in an acceptable state of health? Do you agree that this game should record your health value during this login as part of the monitoring curve to activate rest mode? Your health value will be considered private information, and will only be used for system back-end monitoring and judgment. There is no possibility of leakage. Although my body is currently impaired, all indicators are quite stable, and by my own standards, I can be considered healthy. I agree that the game should record my health value. Video recording successful. Thank you for your cooperation. This game will save your self-verification video indefinitely for use as evidence in case of disputes. You can now play in rest mode. If you encounter any problems during the game, please contact customer service for assistance. Rest mode description. This mode is developed for players with physical disabilities. Even if the health value of these players fluctuates within the minimum range applicable to healthy players, as long as it does not deviate significantly from below the health value curve range recorded by the system for the player's first login, the player is still allowed to remain online. During rest mode operation, all game power will be halved. Players will level up significantly slower than other players, and will be restricted when attempting certain intense or terrifying game content. However, using this mode will not put any strain on the player's body. If a player is experiencing unbearable pain or other physical conditions in real life, they can appropriately extend their daily login time to allow their body to recover and rest. During the recovery mode, the system will provide some suggestions based on your health values, such as suggesting that you log off to replenish food and water and take appropriate rest. Players must not ignore system prompts. The system recommends that you strictly follow the system prompts. Otherwise, if the extended login time has adverse effects on your health, you will be responsible for all legal consequences. Welcome to the world of Aziria. Please begin your adventure. I don't know why, but it feels like being forced to sign a huge stack of risk disclosure forms when competing abroad. Yang Yi couldn't help but complain. What has this game company gone through? However, After he transformed back into human form from an octopus and successfully stood up, he began to realize the problem. This game is pretty amazing. He carefully moved his newly recovered legs, not caring at all that he was only wearing the underwear the system had given him. He excitedly touched his legs. It feels good. I can walk. I can run. Shit, I can even jump. Chapter 490. After playing for a few days, Yang Yi, or rather, Changbanpo Yichuanqi, finally gained a sufficient understanding of the game's recuperation mode. The game's anti-addiction system supposedly draws a login baseline based on the normal data of a healthy person. For someone like him, who suffers daily pain, it's natural that he fluctuate between these baselines. He might still be at the baseline when he logs in, but the next second, he might be kicked out of the game due to a slight fluctuation in his health. Not only would such frequent logging in and out feel awful, but for someone like them with no chance of recovery, it would essentially be a direct rejection. Not only would their winnings and monthly membership fees go to waste, but most importantly, they wouldn't be able to experience the feeling of regaining health in the game. Perhaps it's precisely for this reason that the game development team created the recuperation mode. According to the system's description, this recuperation mode should record data indicators like his, which are not necessarily healthy for a normal person, but completely within the normal range of health for a patient. As long as his health indicators don't drop significantly compared to his own, the system will determine that his health level meets the logging criteria. Of course, for game companies, doing so actually lowers the standards for players. Although the corresponding recuperation mode restricts patient players from engaging in or playing activities that are mentally exhausting or cause severe emotional fluctuations and physical fatigue in the eyes of uninformed, or deliberately causing trouble, outsiders, this move is equivalent to letting a group of patients into an amusement park and only restricting them to riding pirate ships and roller coasters. Simply allowing them to enter the game will pose a huge risk to the game company. That's why there's this self-documentation video. Changbanpo Yichuanqi finally understood the game company's actions. This is the equivalent of a player submitting a video version of their own death warrant to the game company. Regardless of whether it can be established in court, with this kind of thing around, players themselves, or rather, the families of certain players who might be tempted to cause trouble, should think twice and give it a rest. It has to be said that there are so many cases now where people claim they're right because they're poor, right because they're weak. They clearly can't manage themselves or their children, yet they insist on blaming others who are running legitimate businesses. They can get their overpaid game fees back, but shouldn't they also refund the children for the fun they enjoy for nothing? It's as if normal people these days can't take responsibility for their own lives, and can simply disown their words and deeds when things go wrong. They're all adults, but it's outrageous that they still have to get another adult to sign a consent form before going into surgery. Not to mention the plethora of medical disputes he witnessed several while receiving treatment in the hospital. Practicing medicine is like fighting death. Modern science and medicine leave so many things unexplained. Doctors and nurses toil tirelessly, yet they can't win. Even if they lose, they must accept their fate. They must accept their rights as if they were buying and selling ordinary goods. So, do you think going to the hospital is like making a deal with fate to save your life? You can't expect to recoup all the treatment costs and make a fortune just because the treatment isn't working, right? A simple death agreement allows you to enjoy the feeling of a normal person again at night, and a sound sleep without waking up in the middle of the night. A string of 7 at Changban Slope feels like a bargain. Now, being able to hold a spear again felt like a rebirth for him. The spears in the game were somewhat different from the Lyoha spears he had previously learned. They were slightly shorter, with the longest being no more than 2.5 meters. They offered greater maneuverability, but also a shorter attack range and reduced flexibility, but also increased hardness. But after all, allowing him to wield such a spear was already a mercy from the system, and it was just right for his current physical and mental state. Any larger or longer would have made his lower body unstable and unable to wield it. After all, he was using recuperation mode. While this mode was less physically demanding and allowed the patient to choose to stay online longer to reduce pain in the real world, it also significantly slowed his leveling. And slow leveling meant that his stats would also improve more slowly. Without this improvement, he would remain a low-level, skinny noob, unable to grow into a muscular physique. Previously, due to limited gameplay, he'd been forced to spend a significant amount of time plastering walls as a bricklayer. But perhaps because he gotten enough uninterrupted sleep while in the game, he was now able to eat more easily and felt more energetic. His once skinny frame had gradually gained some flesh, and his health had improved significantly. He even had the system record his health curve when he logged in today. Maybe he could try recharging for an alchemist doll's skin? That way, even if the upgrades were slow, he could set the basic stats higher. Touching his beloved spear, Changbanpo Yichwanki's eyes gradually lit up. Roska and Bis were both in a fantasy world, the fallen sons of Valhalla. Both enjoyed sweets, were innocent and lively, and possessed a certain longing for the world and a spirit of devotion. Changbanpo Yichwanki was quite fond of their characterizations. In terms of martial arts, the two were equally matched, but their strengths differed. Roska's fighting style was closer to the spearmanship Changbanpo Yichwanki had practiced since childhood, emphasizing the techniques of blocking, grabbing, stabbing, chopping, collapsing, pointing, entangling, twisting, poking, plucking, and retracting. He relied on his footwork and core strength to stabilize his lower body and lance. Bist, perhaps due to his younger age and greater affinity with animals, excelled at lance wielding, using his mount as his lower body. Consequently, his smaller stature allowed him to leverage the power of his mount to wield a longer and thicker lance. A thought flashed through Changbanpo Yichwanki's mind, but he couldn't quite grasp it. He spent a day trying to please his two mentors, another day learning the skills, and on the third day, he was able to successfully become a master. However, he was not satisfied with this. He finally found an opponent whose marksmanship was comparable to his. Laska, he wished he could stay in Valhalla every day and pester this mentor to fight with him. Ah, no, it was to spar with him. Chapter 491. The NPCs in this game are different from those in other games. Mentors don't just show up for a moment, hand out skill quests, and then disappear. Most of these NPCs with names and identities have their own schedules, often respawning at specific locations at regular intervals. Players can easily figure out the pattern by quietly following them for a few days. Or perhaps they're spotted by some cautious NPCs, who might mistake them for stalkers and immediately call the police for the city defense team to apprehend them. Even though there are occasional random events, it's not impossible to find them. Furthermore, these random events actually make players excited about the NPCs' lives. However, NPCs have a certain level of favorability towards players. If a player is too clingy or has no sense of boundaries, it can easily incur the NPC's dislike. For this reason, players have carefully compiled a general guide to NPC favorability. Simply put, it's about giving gifts that appeal to the person's preferences, learning to chat tactfully, avoiding excessive flattery, and becoming a pointless, automatic troll. Maintain a proper distance from the NPCs, and ensure they maintain a certain level of curiosity and interest in the adventurer. And most importantly, enthusiastically and competently complete the tasks assigned by the NPCs. As soon as this guide was posted, many players responded, "This guide feels like chasing a boyfriend/girlfriend. No, I'm much more attentive to NPCs than I am to my girlfriend. I give NPCs 3 bouquets of flowers a day, but haven't given my girlfriend one in a year. The person above, how do you have a girlfriend? You must be making it up." Despite the players' clamor, the post's content was genuinely compelling. Changbanpo Yichwanki spent several mornings teleporting to Korensel to buy freshly baked cakes of various flavors and milk tea, then excitedly set off to meet the 2 Lancers and Lancer instructors. The official website advertises the game's NPCs as AI, with their own personalities, traits, and logic, and capable of infinite growth based on this logic. Changbanpo Yichwanki clearly sensed the NPC's intelligence. Laska and Bister felt just like real people. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of sweets, and the same sparkled at the sight of impressive lance skills. Changbanpo Yichwanki had been sparring with Laska for the past few days. While it was called sparring, he was actually using the lance skills he learned in elementary school to counter the in-game skills displayed by Laska. In this game, standard classes come with 7 or 8 skills, and additional skills are acquired through leveling and exploration. After completing the Lancer class change quest, 7 skills appeared on the skill panel. Thrust. Launch a physical attack with your spear. Single target skill. Power, 230. Heart-piercing stab. Strike the enemy's chest with all your might, causing penetrating bleeding damage. Single target skill. Power, 500, 50% chance to trigger the enemy's armor break effect, 50% chance to trigger the enemy's bleeding damage over time, both of which can stack. Aiming at the enemy's heart has a 30% chance to trigger a critical hit, resulting in a one-hit kill. Sky Shatter. Leap high into the sky, then plummet like a meteor, launching an area of effect attack. The resulting blast can knock over nearby enemies. AoE attack skill. Displacement skill. 50% chance to stun enemies, and 50% chance to knock them to the ground. High-speed stab. launches numerous ultra-high-speed stabs at the enemy with lightning speed. Due to the incredible speed, the power is slightly reduced. AoE attack skill. Power, 200, Dragon Fight. Finally manipulate the spear to entangle with the opponent's weapon. Single target skill. Power, 130. 50% chance to lift the enemy's weapon and cause a disarm effect. Horizontal Dragon Stance. Block with the spear held horizontally. Defense, 500. Successful defense triggers, defense to offense, triggering the combo, Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail effect. Sweep the spear in all directions like a dragon's tail. AoE attack skill. Power, 1500. If surrounded, it can send multiple enemies flying. Sky-shattering cannon. Infuse the spear with accumulated fighting spirit and magical power, unleashing a devastating blast at the target. Magic attack. Aggressive skill. Power, 3000. Although this skill system differs somewhat from traditional spearmanship, as one can master a wide range of martial arts, Changbanpo Yuchwanki can still see traces of traditional spearmanship stabbing, smashing, entangling, and blocking techniques in these skills. Furthermore, whether it's Laska or Bist, the moment they pick up their weapons, they exude an aura of bloodshed. An aura only possessed by those who have truly seen bloodshed. This ignited Changbanpo Yuchwanki's fierce fighting spirit. Fortunately, the two instructors were also very interested in this adventurer, who clearly possessed some experience with the spear. So, Changbanpo started sparring with Laska. Both of them were just there to exchange blows and fight, and neither of them had any intention of hurting the other. When they got tired, they would sit down to recover, eat some desserts, and drink some milk tea. However, although Laska could discern the quality of his moves, the game system clearly couldn't recognize the technique used to defeat 7 opponents at Chamen Slope. As a result, the following scene often occurs. Changbanpo Yuxianki, look at my cloud-piercing spear. System, normal attack damage 1211. Changbanpo Yuxianki, look at my deadly stab. System, normal attack damage 300. Changbanpo Yuxianki, look at my counterattack. System, normal attack damage 1800. Changbanpo Yuxianki, why are they all normal attacks? System, player Changbanpo Yuxianki, you have initiated 5,000 normal attacks. You are now awarded the special achievement title, Normal Attack Lancer. This title grants your Lancer class normal attacks a 10% bonus. I hope you keep up the good work and achieve higher level achievements. Changbanpo Yuxianki. Although a 10% attack bonus is great, why did he find this title so mocking? But no matter how mocking it is, it's no reason to give up the 10% attack bonus. Changbanpo Yuchwanki wore the title with a look of humiliation and said to Laska, come again. Laska, however, looked thoughtful. That backstab move you just called out was quite interesting. I think it's more suitable for use from a mount. Bister, what do you think? We can give it a try. Bister summoned a giant white wolf, as tall as himself. Want to try fighting my musk? The newly minted basic attack Lancer's eyes lit up. Alright. Chapter 492. Perhaps because of that thank you letter, or perhaps because patients with similar conditions have their own unique ways of communicating. Quite a few players have recently entered the game and chosen Rest Mode. Rest Mode is a new feature developed by MOU and Liao. In this mode, Liao restricts players from engaging in activities that significantly consume their mental energy. For example, the Druid and Alchemist classes, which frequently consume their mental energy, are now excluded from these players' careers. At the same time, Liao will also have the amount of mental energy these players expend as world core energy. After all, compared to healthy players, even if their souls are intact, these players, who have been suffering from illness for a long time, will be mentally weakened due to the lack of proper rest for a long time. They will expend less energy, and their leveling process will be much slower. From a certain perspective, recruiting these players isn't cost-effective. The core energy they recover barely covers their investment, and they also have to bear a lot of additional operational risks. But as the thank you letter stated, these patients may have completely lost one or more of their senses in the origin world, losing the ability to walk or play musical instruments, or perhaps they endure excruciating physical pain day and night, unable to sleep or eat. And this game is very likely their only paradise. Even if this is just a beautiful dream, it's a dream that's extremely important to them. Just like when Ialian's seal shattered and he couldn't sleep, MOU suggested he use his alt to allow his main character to rest better. Now, he couldn't bear to refuse these players. While this game certainly can't be used as a medical treatment, it should make them feel a little happier, or at least get a good night's sleep. That's why MOU developed the recuperation mode to allow these special players to stay online longer. He lowered the health threshold for entry, reduced the amount of mental energy the system drained, and limited their gaming range. Since it's for recuperation, there's no need to try so much exciting, terrifying game content. If someone really couldn't handle it and had a heart attack, he was worried he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. To mitigate risks, MOU also required players to provide a self-certification video before activating recuperation mode. Adult players only needed to film a video themselves, while minors needed a video recorded by their guardian. Of course, if the guardian didn't play the game themselves, they could also obtain an online notarization through a notary agency partnered with the game company, using a link on the official website. MOU actually preferred this method, as third-party notarization has legal and evidentiary validity. However, considering that the notarization fee is an additional expense for players, it's actually paid by the company, considered an operating cost. Therefore, MOU only uses this method for players involving minors or those without full civil capacity. For other cases with low risk, he simply entrusts it to Leah to use the magic circle on her VR glasses to record videos. The effect is better than a webcam. As for the notary fee, consider it a small upfront expense for peace of mind. It's much more worthwhile than facing huge compensation payments if something serious happens. Consider it a donation. While self-certification videos and notarization are merely stopgap measures, they at least highlight the risks and provide evidence. The world is vast, and there will always be bad people. Some are so malicious as to exploit the dead for personal gain. One wonders if they choke on these blood-soaked buns. However, what goes around comes around. Karma will catch up with them, and they will eventually pay the price. As a humble game designer, all I can do is ensure my own safety and bring more joy to the players. Whether in the original world or the continent of Oziria, MOU believes both worlds need more goodwill. Consider it a donation. Ning Yu-song left work early today, carrying a gift box mysteriously on his way home. His wife's tired eyes lit up when she saw it. Is this the VR glasses? You want it again? Yes, I want it. I registered it with Nanan's account. I already completed the guardianship notarization on the official website. We can play it with Nanan tonight. Is this game really useful? Isn't it supposed to be off limits for medical treatment? Sigh, it's definitely not for treating illnesses. We tried so many treatments over the years, and we all know the results. But I tried this game. While playing, it really felt like the real world. The sound of the wind, the water, the fragrance of flowers, the snow. Although I can't remember everything clearly afterward, I can still remember the beautiful and moving feeling. Nanan has been sick on and off this month, not eating or sleeping well. At least it can help her get a good night's sleep. I have an account anyway, so it's nice to show her some things we can't see here. You're making me want to play the game. His wife rubbed her eyes and said with a wry smile, wait until I draw another number, and then we play together. Ning Yu-song carried the box into his daughter's room and gestured with effort. Nan, Daddy brought you a pair of VR glasses. Try putting them on tonight. This is a game you can play while you sleep. Not only will you see a beautiful world, but you also get a good night's sleep. His daughter, Ning Shirue, took the box with difficulty and carefully opened it. Thank you. Daddy? Ning Shirue was born with a difficult labor. The umbilical cord wrapped around her neck, resulting in cerebral palsy. Although her intellectual development is normal, she suffers from severe motor and hearing impairments, spending most of her time in bed, only able to sit for a short while during meals. The family has devoted considerable effort to caring for her, and she is a cheerful and gentle child. Ning Yu-song always feels sorry for her, unable to take her to see the world's beautiful scenery and let her taste the delicacies of various places. Now, he can only try his luck in the virtual world. To this end, Ning Yu-song even topped up 2 alchemy doll skins. For the one for his daughter, he only helped set the various ability values. He spent time with his daughter crafting her appearance piece by piece. It was the first time he saw his daughter smile so happily. That night, the two logged into the game. Because of the guardianship notarization, Ning Yu-song enabled Ning Shirue's recuperation mode and linked his guardian account. Once her health. If the health value fluctuates, both your account and phone will receive an emergency system alert. This game is truly user-friendly in these aspects. They both woke up in Rama's alchemy lab. Ning Yu-song's ID was a pine tree, while Ning Shirue had given herself the ID Ning Song-jin. He watched as the alchemy doll his daughter had carefully crafted slowly opened its eyes, sat up, and then smiled a familiar, wide smile. I can see and hear. She seemed still struggling to speak in this new body. She blinked and tried to lift her hands and feet. Wow, I can move. Daddy. I can stand up. Ning Yusong hugged his daughter and burst into tears. Rama closed the door and pulled out his phone from the hallway outside. Hey, Lord, lately your alchemy dolls have been crying when they wake up. Do you have any ideas? Let me be clear, this isn't a problem with the dolls I made. Chapter 493. Players in the north welcomed a new wave of excitement. The Undead Queen, renovated by Queen Anne, suddenly appeared at the Pirate Bay harbor early that morning. While its movements were more eerie, its appearance was completely new, nothing like the tattered ghost ship everyone had seen when the dungeon had first emerged. Annie Jelma's new first mate also appeared before the players. This was the first appearance of this new first mate. Her name was Avita Rox, rumored to be a mermaid, a mixed-race offspring born to the other half of Anne's tribe, who had moved to Southland. She had light brown skin like milk chocolate and long, flowing black curly hair. Her figure was voluptuous and well-proportioned, and her slightly plump lips gave off a voluptuous, exotic, tropical air. She wore a tight, sleeveless black leather jacket, black leather pants, and a pair of thick-soled leather boots, perfect for the jungle. Her figure was completely out of place in the snowy north. The adventurers who saw her couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't clear if they felt the biting winter wind on her behalf, or were frightened by the graceful, bulging muscles in her arms. In short, this was a mermaid who looked incredibly skilled and cold-resistant. Wow, this base is really developing quite well. Avita Rox stepped down from the deck and looked at the nearly completed Pirate Bay base, raising an eyebrow in surprise. This is all thanks to the adventurers of Lord Moya of AMT County, said Annie. Let's go to the bar for a drink. They just brought back a batch of fine northern dwarven wine. Wow, northern dwarves? Those guys are the legendary dwarves, the most ruthless and stingy of the dwarves. How can we get wine from them? Did these adventurers raid a dwarven mine or something? It's about using emotional appeals, friendly persuasion with chicken legs and sausages, and fair trade. Shishilingpa, who happened to be passing by, said with a smile, wearing the shell of a white tiger half-orc. A white tiger orc. Avita blinked in surprise. Huh? Jackals. Snow foxes. Wow, so many furry creatures. Can I touch them? Heartbreaker stiffened slightly and pushed forward the captain beside her. Try this one, it feels amazing. Abyss below, ? The white tiger's tail swatted Heartbreaker's hand away. The captain said aloofly, please don't touch me, thank you. Sister, touch me. Black Cat Sleepless sprinted over, leaving 2 long knee marks on the snow. He casually held a plate of grilled sausages above his head. Sister, want some grilled skewers? I can make lots of popular night market snacks. Avita looked up at the bustling, brightly lit streets of the settlement. People of various races came and went. Besides the furry orc adventurers, there were also many giants and dwarves moving between stalls, buying and selling various things. This is the night market? Avita asked. Yes, this is something the adventurers started. Annie, who had already heard rumors on her phone, was seeing this bustling scene for the first time. Come on, let's go take a look. Avita's gaze lingered on the group of furry creatures for a long time, finally giving in to her urge to pet the fluffy tail of the black cat, who hadn't slept, and grabbed 2 skewers of sausages. You look interesting, how about being our guide? It's truly an honor. Black Cat bus. We followed the 2 beautiful NPCs with a rather servile air. What do you like to eat, sisters? I know the most delicious stall. Hee hee, it's owned by me. Avita's eyes wandered over the merchandise on display at each stall. There were many items on sale, mostly daily necessities that were in short supply in the north. Food, fuel, and clothing. Strangely, all the packaging bore a griffin emblem. That's the emblem of the Lord of AMT County, called the World Emblem. Annie, noticing her confusion, explained. That Lord sells all these priceless goods to the north? Avita asked in astonishment. This is his headquarters. She intentionally omitted the title of the God of Winter and gestured towards the dancing snowflakes. Hey, don't worry about that. Black Cat bus. We interrupted. The races that came here have all changed their beliefs. They now worship the new God of Order and the guardians of truth and illusion. Avita, ? She said with difficulty, have I been in the southern jungle for too long? Where did these 2 gods come from? It's the Lord and his knight. Annie explained in a low voice, then couldn't help laughing again. Cutting the firewood from under the cauldron. That's exactly what he would do. Avita noticed Anne's use of he and asked in surprise, did he really become a god? I saw it with my own eyes. He holds the power of order. I can't see through him. Annie said, he's still like in those adventure novels, preferring to disguise himself as a powerless ordinary person. But you have to know that even at my level, Those who remain inscrutable are only those above me. No wonder the son of the Church of Light has been on the run for so long. Even with the news spreading throughout the South Continent, yet the Church hasn't made any significant moves. It turns out they're wary of the newly born God. Evita suddenly realized, come to think of it, the ever-turbulent situation in South Continent has undergone quite a few changes recently. The South Continent Chamber of Commerce, long suppressed by the Church of Light, has suddenly become more assertive. While they maintain a facade of acquiescence, they're a far cry from their previous docile and obedient demeanor. She added gossipily, oh yes, I heard the Chamber of Commerce boss's son fell in love with a male elf from Central Continent and ran away from home to start a business. Thanks to this rebellious, love-seeking fellow, South Continent has a lot of bizarre and fun new products. I love those furry alchemical pet dolls the most. Huh? They're sold here too? She looked up. She looked at the stall owner, only to meet the gaze of the person she'd been gossiping about, the rebellious son who'd fallen for a Middle-earth elf and run away from home. Narcissus gave her an awkward smile. Well, Queen, and has allowed me to do business here. Would you like to come and browse? I have quite a few new goods, not even in the Southland. Evita felt a little uneasy for a moment, but ultimately drawn to the new merchandise, she stepped forward to begin selecting. And, silently calculating the number of the hundreds of aliens present, was slightly surprised. Have so many Northerners abandoned their faith in the God of Winter and embraced the Lord's side? Chapter 494. The Northern Territory is bitterly cold. Compared to the prosperous Southern Continent and the relatively easygoing Central Continent, living conditions here are extremely harsh. These harsh conditions have forged a fierce and resilient race, and the sparse population on this unique icy land is not surprising. In this frigid land, the resources upon which survival depends are the target of fierce competition. The native inhabitants of the Northern Territory live together in tribes or villages, with each tribe or village rarely exceeding 50 people. While larger tribes increase strength, the resources found around the settlement cannot sustain everyone. Unlike the Central and Southern continents, the ice and snow block most passageways in the Northern Territory, and sudden weather changes are frequent. Few races are capable of long-distance resource gathering or migration. Every journey away from their villages into the vast expanse of ice and snow is a test of life and death. Forget about having a large population to raid. Here, you might freeze or starve to death without even finding a target. Once the population exceeds the resource-carrying capacity, brutal tribes will engage in bloody internal warfare, while friendly tribes will split, with some choosing to leave their homeland in search of another resource-rich area. If they're lucky enough to find a new resource-rich area, then old villages and new settlements, old and new tribes, can support each other. If they can't find one, they face a cruel fate. It is precisely this ruthless way of survival that fuels the faith in the Winter God. In terms of numbers, the Winter God has far fewer followers than other gods, but he is the God who governs winter and death. The desolation and harshness of winter are a reflection of his divine power. The treacherous and cunning God of winter long ago recognized the shortcomings of his followers. Inadequate numbers meant they could only make up for it with quality. He plundered and defrauded various powers through various means, expanding his domain, bringing the ocean, orcs, war, and death under his purview. The more difficult life became, the more fervently they prayed to him, the more fiercely they fought, the more war power he gained. The God of Winter, Friels, was a warmonger, even if his followers died. He held sway over death. With the world's consciousness shattered, the souls of deceased followers often harbored a great deal of pollution, unable to return to the sea of life, falling perfectly into his grasp. The energy contained within those souls was far more powerful than even a modicum of faith. Thus, this cruel God never cared about the well-being of his followers. He simply viewed them as a resource to be tapped for energy at any moment. As MOU suspected, the native inhabitants of the north chose the God of Winter as their deity because they had no other deities to choose from. The God of Winter used various means to drive out, annex, and kill the gods who had once held a presence in the north, seizing those nascent powers and authority. This seized power was the basis for his constant divine wars. War feeds war, but if one battle is not won, this fragile chain, lacking a foundation, will collapse in an instant. Although the native inhabitants who showed up at the Pirate Bay night market numbered only a few hundred, considering that the inhabitants of the north adhered to the principle of not putting all your eggs in one basket in everything they did, and did not come out en masse, the number of people present clearly demonstrated the growing influence of adventurers in the north. The adventurers' time in the north was short, yet they had already ignited a raging wildfire beneath the snow-covered landscape, igniting the parched vegetation. And, inhaling the enticing aroma of oil in the air, began to understand the Lord's actions in AMT County. The war in the north never ceased because its people lacked the resources to survive. Placing 5 small cakes before 20 starving people would, at best, result in a fight to the death, leaving only 5. More often, the strongest would slaughter all who resisted, seizing all the resources for themselves. Perhaps this was also why the winter god so desperately wanted to seize the natural authority from the tree of life and the mother of all spirits. After all, he knew the harsh winters of the north could not nurture life. No matter how he used the breeding of vipers to select stronger followers, he still needed to provide them with ample small cakes as bait. But then, the adventurers from AMT County brought countless delicious cakes and even more resources they needed, telling them that all of this was theirs for the price of their faith. The faith that the winter god obtained from the people through force, intimidation, and coercion was never truly unbreakable. If resources for survival were plentiful, who would willingly live a life of constant uncertainty and danger? Perhaps some former powerful figures might try to seize resources by force, but these undead adventurers, capable of infinite resurrection, were not weaklings. Most of them possessed the skill level of seasoned professionals, and they were united, constantly analyzing the enemy's skills and weaknesses in battle. They could be killed dozens of times and still return unscathed. Seeing this, most enemies would lose their will to fight and surrender. The winter god's fear of the former, and her immortal pirates, was not without reason. That's why he went to such lengths to trap those immortal pirates, and bound by her own emotions, in an endless illusion. But the adventurers of AMT County didn't have as many attachments as Anne. They weren't even afraid of the illusion, moving freely within it. After witnessing the adventurers' behavior a few times in the illusion, and no longer wanted to be their enemy. After all, let the winter god enjoy the scalding treatment. The attentive adventurer, Black Cat Never Sleeps, had already brought freshly fried chicken, skewers, and various barbecued items, wrapped in leaves with heat-retaining runes, and refused the strangely smelling stinky tofu, but readily accepted the other fragrant food. So you conquered the north with these foods? Annie chewed on a skewer of grilled cheese rice cakes, the crispy, fragrant exterior and soft, chewy interior making it irresistible. TSK, using runes for warmth, that's so extravagant. Evita chimed in. Extravagant? Not at all. Several members of our team have become rune masters. This profession is incredibly powerful. You can use it for all sorts of random things in life. Evita asked, surprised, aren't you afraid of contamination? Although runes don't cause contamination during use, they generate a large amount of contamination the moment they are drawn. In other words, rune masters actually bear the risk of contamination for their customers. This is why runes are so useful yet so expensive. They represent the lifeblood of rune masters. Annie paused, thinking of the adventurers who transformed into octopuses and wreaked havoc. They really aren't afraid. Chapter 495. In fact, while the north is bitterly cold, it's not without resources. On the contrary, this land boasts an immense wealth of minerals. From the mithril mines guarded by the northern dwarves to iron or coal, various gemstones, and even rare earth elements, vast reserves abound. Even beneath this land lies a unique green, liquid tinged with gold. It's flammable, explosive, and possesses excellent magical properties, but it also carries significant pollution. It's said to be the dissolved remains of the bodies and power of fallen gods, a residue Leah translates as Emperor's Fluid. This liquid is ideal for use as a pigment in rune drawing, but both drawing and burning release an exceptionally high level of pollution. The residents of the north are nearly completely unable to use it, and are forced to carefully avoid areas where Emperor's Fluid emerges. It's like they're guarding mountains of gold, completely unable to use them, let alone transform these resources into food. Aside from the pure-blooded savage giants, who possess 2 stomachs and can chew and swallow ore as food, drawing magic and nutrients from it, only the dwarves cherish these inedible ores as treasures. Those peculiar adventurers from AMT County exploited this very fact. It's all thanks to our boss. He discovered that the dwarves really love fried foods of all kinds. They can't get enough of anything fried. They also love barbecue and northeastern cuisine, especially sweet and sour pork. That time, I cooked pot after pot for them, and they couldn't stop eating. Black Cat, not sleeping, began to chatter. As a result, we exchanged a lot of ore for it, and somehow even gained the dwarves' favor. They introduced us to their regular customers. The northern dwarves are a rather unique race. They are one of the few tribes that don't directly participate in any battles, but they act as craftsmen, providing weapons and armor to anyone who needs to fight. You could say they're also a kind of arms dealer. This unique skill of the dwarves is extremely popular in the north, where conflict is constant. And it's not a one-time business. Not only do customers flow in, they keep coming back. Unless they're eliminated, in which case new weapons and armor are always needed. The first group they introduced were the savage giants from the nearest village. These giants were all towering, each about 5 meters tall, with rough gray skin resembling rock, square heads and large ears, and a rugged appearance. They are both resistant to cold and fire, and even in the bitter cold, they only wrap themselves in animal skins. Their favorite possession is the great axe forged by the dwarves, and almost every one of them possesses one. Giants are said to have 2 stomachs, one for digesting normal food, and the other for dissolving everything. Whether it's barely edible raw meat, bones, or fur, or even seemingly inedible ore, soil, or wood, all can be digested and transformed into nutrients in the other stomach. This is also the reason giants can survive in the north. But this doesn't mean every giant has a pica. While they can eat those things, they still prefer to eat normal food unless they are at their wits' end. Especially the greasy, high-energy, deep-fried foods coated in a rich carb shell. Carbohydrates, sugar, fat, protein, all the components that bring the most joy in the cold winter, all satisfied in one bite, topped with fragrant sauce. Aside from the portion being a little small for the giants, there wasn't much of a problem. After trying a pot of fried chicken, the giants shopping in the dwarf tribe invited the serve the people team into the village and quickly succumbed to the sight of the braised pork ribs. Incidentally, the braised pork ribs here are made from a type of giant yak and wild boar from the north. Although the texture of these two meats is vastly different from the beef and pork of the original world, after being braised with spices, they each have their own unique flavor. Evita listened, unable to resist drooling. Do you sell those braised pork ribs here? Yes. Black Cat looked around and quickly found the stall he recognized, packing some to go. The braised pork bones come in 2 sizes. When giants buy them, we don't chop them up and sell them directly. When we normal people buy them, we cut them into bite-sized pieces. Black Cat doesn't sleep handed over the bones, each as thick as an average person's forearm. This is the normal size. Evita gasped. How big must the giant's food be? Black Cat doesn't sleep pointed to a giant eating heartily not far away. Look, it's like that. Evita stared at the bones, which were over 1 meter long, and fell silent. After a long while, she said, It's amazing you could find such a big pot. The dwarves made it fresh. Black Cat, not sleeping, said smugly, We really don't have that much to blame. Giants are the most numerous race in the north. Their villages spread across the continent. The farther apart the villages, the greater the difference in appearance between the giants, whose ugliness is truly bizarre. Tonight at the night market, besides the orcs and undead adventurers, the largest group were the bizarre-looking giants, clearly from various villages. Next came the dwarves, and then a rather rare race. The Bigfoot Yeti. Bigfoot Yeti are covered in long white fur, except for their clean, hairless faces. Their features resemble those of a giant ape, with some resemblance to giants. They stand nearly 3 meters tall, and their most distinctive feature is their enormous feet, as nimble as their hands. They are also resistant to cold, and even walking barefoot in the snow doesn't feel the chill. Wow, this is my first time seeing a Bigfoot Yeti. I only heard of them in legends. Evita exclaimed. They say they have a distant relative called the Savage, covered in long, black, wiry hair. They look very savage. Oh yes, over there. Black Cat No Sleep nodded. We encountered these 2 races near the Emperor's oxygen pit. They looked deeply contaminated and in pain, and our druids gave them some help. Amazing, Evita murmured, and had never imagined these adventurers could be so adept at maneuvering, able to befriend so many alien races in one go. These were races that had truly survived the winter god's clutches, not just the orc corpses possessed by the undead adventurers. The complete shift in these people's faith meant that the source of the winter god's faith had been shaken. Even if the winter god relied on the power he had plundered, losing that source of faith would significantly diminish his power, even leading to a decline in his realm. The opportunity is coming. A glimmer of hope glimmered in Anne's eyes. Chapter 496. While Undead Queen and Jelma enthusiastically toured the night market with her new first mate, MOU remained busy. I found similar information about this mark you asked me to investigate in ancient texts. Soloria's voice came through the phone in MOU's study. Unfortunately, once this mark is applied, it's almost impossible to remove. Almost? MOU grasped the keyword precisely. In other words, there's still a way. There is one, Saloria said. To become a god, one must completely shed the human body, forging a Dharma form with faith, foundation, and authority, ultimately replacing the body with the Dharma form. But one must at least reach the pseudo-god level to have any chance of erasing this mark. But godhood must be ascended step by step. Even with Aelian's talent, he can't ascend in one leap. The more hasty the path to godhood, the more problems will arise later. This can't be rushed. I understand, Mou said solemnly. After all, the god of light had hastily become a god because his lifespan was nearing its end, mistakenly understanding the meaning of the foundation in his haste, leading to a series of problems. With this precedent as a warning, they couldn't repeat the same mistake. Don't be too aggressive. The concept of authority needs to be gradually absorbed and mastered. Don't be too impatient. Take steady steps, or you easily suffer the backlash of the concept. Charleria warned, then glanced around. Where's Aelin? I don't see him. Mou, holding up his phone and video calling Charleria, smiled. He's in the Silver Dragon's dream, learning how to condense his Dharma form with him. Condensing the Dharmakaya. Then he's about to enter the secret level. Dharmakaya and domain are two necessary conditions for entering the secret level, said Charleria. You need to prepare as well. Okay, I know. Mou suddenly felt like he was being pulled by his sister by the ear while studying for the college entrance exam. He couldn't help but smile. Then everything will continue according to our plan. Aelian slumped to the ground again, sweating profusely. His eyes were vacant, and he was panting. Condensing the Dharmakaya is a very difficult process, but once successfully condensed, it can be summoned with ease. It will be the embodiment of your spiritual form, and the form of your future godhood. Silver Dragon Iris said, you need to use the foundation stone to shape the faith you have gathered into your own image, and then project and condense it into your Dharmakaya. It's not as easy as you make it sound, Aelian said with a wry smile. He had spent several days of his free time here, but still hadn't figured out the trick. Well, this definitely requires more practice, the Silver Dragon said, apparently lacking any better methods. As a dragon, I'm naturally able to condense my Dharmakaya, so I don't have any valuable experience to share with you. He waved his hand, and a Silver Dragon's phantom appeared behind him. Unlike the real Silver Dragon Iris had transformed into, this one was gilded with dazzling gems, appearing even more dazzling. Aelian couldn't help but rub his eyes. Feelings are important. The Silver Dragon tried to explain, but he was a natural talent. The Dharmakaya is the truest image of your heart. It's yourself, your imagination, your foundation, the image of who you will be after you become a god. Before achieving godhood, the Dharmakaya can be used in combat. Even if it's shattered in battle, it won't damage your foundation. A little time to rest and recuperate will allow it to be condensed again. Come on, let's try again from the beginning, the Silver Dragon said. First, sink your consciousness into the depths of your subconscious. You hear those whispered words from faith. Resist them, don't let them lead you by the nose. You know who you are, Aelian. Aelian's eyes were tightly closed, his brow furrowed, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his nose. Try to control these beliefs, touch them, absorb their energy, and guide that energy into your foundation. Let the faith revolve among the words inscribed on your foundation, discard those distorted thoughts, and brush away those polluted whispers like dust. Aelian seemed to be struggling against something. The sweat on his forehead increased, gradually dampening his silver hair. Use your will to guide your faith, to resist their corruption, and don't indulge in the fragments of faith. Let faith flow into your foundation, to be molded into your true form. A burst of silver light exploded, and Aelian fell to the ground once more. The knight sat up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and shook his head. Still no good. How about trying to visualize your Dharma form in your mind first? Mou's gentle, smiling voice came from behind him. Aelian turned sharply, and saw his lord slowly walking towards him. I heard from my sister that the Dharma form is unstable at first. If you try to condense it directly, you become more tense and prevent the Dharma form from taking shape. In such cases, you must meditate first. The more familiar you are with your Dharma form, the easier it will be to condense, and the clearer the condensed Dharma form will be. Mou leaned down slightly, and reached out to stroke Aelian's face. Aelian closed his eyes again. He gradually formed an image of himself in his mind, envisioning his future form as a god, imagining the powers he would possess, the weapons he would wield. An image gradually crystallized in his mind. He exhaled slowly, opened his eyes, and was greeted by Mou's smile. Let's try again, his lord said. The knight closed his eyes again, sinking into his own consciousness. He heard countless nagging whispers, some of which resonated with him, others were irritating. He dismissed the annoying voices, gathering them all together, binding them with his will, and kneading them into a vast, multicolored ball of light. He pushed it into his foundation. Faith gradually took shape within the foundation. Ailian struggled to control the unruly ball of light, constantly recalling the image he had just shaped. He would have his appearance, his body. Perhaps even a bit stronger? Ailian's thoughts faltered. He struggled to recapture his wandering thoughts, took a deep breath, and once again concentrated on forming his form. He felt something emerge from his body. He opened his eyes and turned to look. Behind him appeared a small form, the same height as a normal man. It bore the same appearance as him, but for some reason, its upper body was naked, adorned only with golden chains studded with glittering gems. Its lower body was at least clad in a white robe. Ah! The knight blushed and awkwardly cancelled the form. No, this isn't the form I imagined. There must be something wrong. Chapter 497. Ahem. Iris couldn't bear to watch any longer. He coughed awkwardly. When you first condense your Dharma form, it's indeed easy to be distracted by distracting thoughts in your faith. This happens. It's normal. Actually, I think these distracting thoughts are quite beautiful. Ahem. Mou blurted out subconsciously, then quickly added, but since it's something as serious as a Dharma form, it's better not to let it be tainted by faith. Ah. The knight buried his face in his hands, letting out a desperate groan of embarrassment and annoyance. Luckily, they were practicing in the mountains far from the pirate ship. Otherwise, if those nosy pirates had gathered around, Mou worried that Ailian would have dug a hole and planted himself in it. But this kind of shy knight is also quite adorable. So Mou asked, what exactly does it feel like to condense a Dharma image? The knight paused for a moment, then switched back to a serious tone. He steadied his breathing and calmed his emotions, carefully recalling, first, to gather faith, one must sink one's consciousness into the deepest recesses of the subconscious, to the very edge of self-awareness. There, through a veil of mist, one sees a vast ocean of faith, gathering and surging like the sea, yet also like a solidified liquid, yes, like rolling pudding or slime. Those clumps of faith, each a different color, utter incoherent whispers. Some of these resonate with my understanding, making them easily controllable. Some faiths contain concepts I never imagined, but I can understand them, and I feel I like these concepts and want to accept them. Although it's somewhat difficult, I can still draw upon their power and transform it into my own energy. Some beliefs contradict my understanding. They are like black slime, spouting polluted obscenities. I need to fight them, disperse them, and brush them off like dust. He paused, then added, coming into contact with those beliefs is a strange feeling. It's like battling the other thoughts in the world. You must search through countless thoughts for those that resonate with you, devour them, strengthen yourself, and then discard those you no longer need. It's a bit like the endless reproduction of a monster. Once you have gained initial control of these beliefs, you must push them into the foundation. When beliefs that resonate with the self engraved within the foundation flow into the foundation, the inscriptions will illuminate and deepen. Beliefs that don't align with the foundation will be trapped outside the inscriptions, turning into ash and mud. They will try to fill the inscriptions, blurring their clarity. These stains must be promptly removed with your mind. Finally, it's all about projecting the Dharma image. I always fail at this step. Condensing and projecting the Dharma image feels like using the power of virtuality and reality to transform an imaginary image into reality. Ailian pondered carefully. Perhaps you're right. I'm not familiar enough with the Dharma image. Perhaps I should first practice conceiving and perfecting my own Dharma image to avoid being overly influenced by distracting thoughts. There's no rush. I need to practice slowly. Iris said, let's stop here for today. Mou extended his hand to Ailian. The knight sitting on the ground grasped the Lord's hand without hesitation, gently using the force to stand up, and did not let go even after he stood up. Wipe your sweat. Mou pulled a clean towel from his system backpack and handed it to Ailian. Otherwise, it'd be freezing outside, and your sweat will catch a cold if it gets caught in the cold wind. Ailian curled his lips. His lord was always exceptionally attentive. What are you having for dinner tonight? Let's go to the adventurer's new shop and try some spicy hot pot. After recruiting several seniors from the magic department, Laria and Ariana finally managed to produce the batch of temperature-shifting winter clothes the elves had ordered. After delivering them, they set about making more. With the increasing number of graduates and interns from the Magic Academy Calcadora, several new tailor shops, rune shops, and jewelry stores have opened on this street. If they don't strive to innovate and establish their own unique brand, they soon be caught up in a simple price war. After all, everyone graduated from the same school and learned similar skills. If their designs couldn't be distinctive, they have to compete on price. Laria and Ariana weren't prepared to get involved in such a mess. They found all the seniors in the magic department, who could make these temperature-shifting garments and reached agreements with those who were willing to join. The remaining seniors, who explicitly rejected them, were mostly those who were absorbed in their magical studies and oblivious to worldly affairs, and they probably wouldn't be easily persuaded by other shop owners. Teachers don't usually have much personal time to take on these kinds of small jobs, Laria said. I don't think we need to worry too much about anyone stealing our business for the next few days. Well, but we still have to be low-key, Ariana said. We shouldn't advertise too blatantly. For adventurers who come into the store to order clothing, we prioritize temperature-changing clothing. Adventurers seem to have their own communication channels. We must be careful to control the total quantity. Otherwise, even if we have the factory to help us make semi-finished products, the seniors won't have time to cast the magic circle. The two of them were still terrified of the scene when the adventurers nearly overwhelmed the store. Even now, they can still recall the frantic rush to meet orders. The factory has now added many graduates from Calcado and opened many advanced production lines, allowing it to independently produce finished products. Shop owners can directly receive finished and semi-finished products from the factory, process them themselves, and sell them, or they can customize their own designs directly from the factory. It's very convenient. Assuming they can get orders. Laria and Ariana were lucky. They were among the first wave of graduates to arrive in the city, and they had signed contracts with the factory early on. The factory's supply of semi-finished products and production line arrangements had to prioritize their orders. But these adventurers actually use up so much clothing. Laria was astonished. I heard they're out there every day hunting monsters and adventuring, and their clothes are already tattered after entering the fantasy. Ariana said, they're really amazing, always returning from the fantasy unscathed. It's said that all the monster raw materials in the factory are brought back by adventurers. By the way, I also heard that a lot of clothing isn't used by the adventurers themselves, but sold to the north. I heard recently that someone started ordering giant-sized clothing. Each piece is big enough for a 5 or 6 meter tall giant, and it takes 3 or 4 tailors to make it. Wow! No wonder the Lord has hired so many people. Do you think he'd be sending people to the north in the future? Well, it's too cold there. I don't want to go there at all. That's true. Chapter 498. A slightly strange team recruitment post has appeared on the player forums recently. The team's founders are Yike Songshu, Ning Songjian, Shi Wu, and Chong Banpo Tan Chi. The team is called Green Pine Sanatorium and is open to all players and their guardians who are playing in recuperation mode in the origin world with various illnesses or physical disabilities. This team typically does 3 things: helping players who enter the game adjust to a healthy body and senses, square dancing with the mermaids every morning, game time, and a healing concert every evening, game time. The rest of the time, players in recuperation mode mostly help each other play some light game content. Most players remember Shi Wu, who posted a thank you letter and received an official response. Most of the recuperation players who recently entered the game were attracted by that thank you letter, and as a result, many of them have signed up for the team without hesitation. After joining the team, they all unexpectedly discovered that this was a very correct decision. In fact, some recuperating players had congenital conditions, while others developed them later in life or suffered injuries caused by accidents. However, after entering the game, many encountered a situation. Due to the long duration of their disability, they no longer knew how to use their newly regained abilities. Some, like Yang Yi, who had just recently been injured and hadn't fully adapted to the loss of his legs, could stand up easily. However, many recuperating players even experienced various uncontrolled limbs, staggering and twisting their bodies. Those who transformed into octopuses were minor issues, but those who bought alchemical dolls almost made Rama doubt his skills again. Some players need to relearn how to walk, others need to relearn how to control their hands, and still others are adapting to the world and sounds they're hearing for the first time, only to find that most of them need to relearn listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Unfortunately, this game obviously doesn't have a universal braille system for the blind, but the good news is, they're not blind anymore. Similarly, players who have regained their hearing need to start learning and correcting their past pronunciation, refamiliarizing themselves with syllables they haven't clearly heard before. Even if they learn some sighted knowledge in school, what they can't see remains unseen, what they can't hear remains unheard, and comprehension will always be flawed and biased. Experiencing the world again, with their own eyes and ears, is a completely different experience. And many of these things cannot be accomplished independently. A team with many people in similar situations, and their caregivers acts like a self-governing organization of patients and their families. even attracting many volunteer players to help these players adapt to their new bodies in the game. Upon entering the game, Ning Yusong, with the IDA Pine Tree, went to the Adventurers Guild and submitted a special request. He not only contacted Sher Wu, the author of the thank you letter, to create a team together, but also requested to connect with customer service at the Adventurers Guild to rent a safe and secure space for these disabled players to rest and play. The customer service representative's neutral voice told him to wait a moment at the Adventurers Guild, and soon the Lord NPC appeared before him. "I heard you're looking to rent a place for some special adventurers to recuperate?" the Lord asked with a smile. "I happen to know a place that would suit your needs perfectly." He followed the NPC, dazed, into the building inside the Mercenary Relief Institute. "Aunt Claudia, I heard from Latte that there's a vacant floor in this building, right?" The Lord spoke familiarly to an older woman. "My lord." "Yes, Boss Lot just told me that the entire 5th floor is empty. We don't have enough people to fill all 5 floors, and nobody wants to climb the stairs, so the top floor is available." Aunt Claudia said, "Do you need it?" "Yes, some adventurers have many hidden injuries from long battles and need to recuperate. Their situation is similar to yours, so I thought I'd let them stay here too. Of course, starting today, they pay the rent for the 5th floor until they move out." "Oh, that's wonderful. Every little bit of rent helps, and it'd be lively with more people here. Could you take them upstairs to have a look? This is their manager. My name is Ning, a Pine Tree." The Pine Tree, not good at online games, almost blurted out his real name. "Sure, come with me," Aunt Claudia said enthusiastically. "Well, please follow Aunt Claudia on your subsequent tour. If you rent this place, you must abide by all the building's regulations. The details of the subsequent rental and the corresponding payment methods are already in your task panel, so please be sure to check it promptly." After the Lord finished speaking, he smiled gently at him. "I wish you could find happiness and peace here." "Thank you." A Pine Tree bowed sincerely to the NPC before following Aunt Claudia upstairs. Each floor is pretty much the same. Everyone has their own room, and there's a large common lounge. Other facilities include a tea room, shower area, and laundry room. The canteen is only on the 1st floor, but you can take your food home. If you all have spatial items, you won't get cold. Aunt Claudia was a talkative person, rattling off a whole bunch of information before asking curiously, "I thought druids could heal everything, and adventurers weren't afraid of getting hurt. I didn't expect adventurers to have hidden injuries that couldn't be healed." "It's not that they can't be healed." A Pine Tree thought for a moment. "It's more like, although the body is healed, but they haven't truly recovered yet, they need rehabilitation for a while before they can return to normal." "Oh, I see," Aunt Claudia explained knowingly. "For example, if they've been bedridden for too long, their muscles atrophy, and they need a long time to practice before they can walk normally again." "Hey, I'm familiar with this. I've taken care of many people like that. Hey, if you need any help, just ask me. I only charge a small care fee. It's not expensive." A Pine Tree, surprised that an NPC in the game offered caregiving services, hesitated for a moment before replying, "Okay, I contact you if I need anything. Hey, I usually work in the laundry room or cafeteria on the 1st floor. Just call me Aunt Claudia if you need anything." Chapter 499. After following Aunt Claudia for a while, one Pine Tree indeed felt this place was a good place to recuperate. The facilities were complete, the environment was peaceful, and there was ample heating, electricity, and hot water, perfect for these recuperating players to live in during their time in the game. However, the rent here was probably not cheap. After seeing Aunt Claudia off, one Pine Tree cautiously opened the quest panel and glanced at it. To his surprise, the rent wasn't expensive. A whole floor only cost 30 gold per month, payable at the end of the month. If they didn't pay on time, the system would only revoke their access to the place, kick them all out, and deduct 30 gold from their accounts for the remainder of the game. It was impossible to live here for free without paying, unless they stopped playing the game altogether. But a month was enough time for them to earn the 30 gold rent. Having settled the team's base, one Pine Tree worked as a bricklayer for a while, earning some money to buy some daily necessities in the shopping street. Checking the time, he picked up his daughter from the inn. Ning Songjian, who hadn't had a good night's sleep in the original world for several days, immediately asked for a good night's rest upon entering the game. One Pine Tree used the initial coins they had earned to rent an inn for half a day, allowing his daughter to sleep comfortably. Ning Songjian, half asleep, followed her father to the mercenary's abode. Upon seeing the roaring fireplace in the common room, she exclaimed, "Wow. Actually, that's a magical illusion," One Pine Tree explained with a smile. "The whole building is heating, although I don't know why they installed a fake stove that produces a fire illusion, but it looks really cozy. This place is amazing, Ning Songjian exclaimed. A fireplace, a rocking chair, and wait, there's even a doll. That's a radio doll, something the NPCs use to listen to stories. A pine tree fiddled with the radio doll for a bit, and sure enough, it started playing a melodious tune. You rest here for a bit. Dad needs to take care of the team, and the lease agreement here. Okay. If you need anything, you can call me in the team channel, or you can ask Katia downstairs. A pine tree instructed, ruffled his daughter's hair, and left with peace of mind. After all, this is a game. In reality, his daughter is sleeping soundly in her home in the original world, and the game system monitors her health in real time. He doesn't need to be by his daughter's side in the game all the time. Playing games with her dad would still feel a little awkward. He could use this time to take care of the team and the Green Pine Sanatorium. A pine tree took a job as a carpenter and made a small sign that read, Green Pine Sanatorium, 5th floor of the Mercenary Aid Center, which he hung at the entrance of the Mercenary Aid Center. A tall, black-haired mercenary passing by stood at the entrance for a while, but said nothing, only smiled at the pine tree before going into the Mercenary Aid Center. The pine tree scratched its head and continued with its work. Having received his contact, Sherwu quickly arrived with her newly acquainted friend, Cheng Banpo 1-7. Both were very interested in the team, and after learning that the pine tree had already secured a team location, they naturally agreed to the proposal to create a team belonging to resting players. The group returned to the Adventurers Guild and formally submitted their team application. Sherwu also posted a team recruitment on the forum. The recruitment quickly received responses. Several players applied to join: the Invisible Girl from the Origin World, Little Fairy Knight, White Crow, whose legs were crippled in a childhood accident, and his friend Sunflower, and Lucky Cumming, a player who wanted to volunteer to help. Curiously, most of the recuperation players, after entering the game and successfully taming their new limbs or senses, unanimously chose the bard or shaman dancer profession. Perhaps this is the power of music. The Green Pine Sanatorium team was thus formed. White Crow successfully retained his legs with the help of Chang Banpo Yichuanqi. Little Fairy Knight, with the help of Ning Songjian, rediscovered the familiar yet incredibly new words. Sunflower and Lucky Cumming, along with a pine tree, helped their team's new and old members. Sherwu would appear every evening, holding a healing concert in the 5th floor lounge. Not only would his team members participate, but the injured mercenaries downstairs and their families would also join in the fun. Sherwu would play healing songs from his music library, continuously activating the skill, Ode to Life, Ode to Life. Celebrate life with gentle hymns, calming the mind. Base healing amount, 200. During the duration of the hymn, healing received by himself and allies within 50 meters is increased by 30%. At this time, Yi Zhe, the fairy who had transitioned to a shaman, would perform the sacrificial dance. After hearing that their team was holding these events regularly, some of the druids, who frequented the mercenary relief house, joined in. It was unavoidable, with the bard singing and shamanic dances enhancing healing. Working at this time was much more effective. The players were delighted, and so were the residents of the mercenary relief house. Even Aunt Katia would invite Sherwu and Little Fairy Knight to sing and dance for her paralyzed father-in-law, who had been bedridden for years. Every morning, the team members would descend upon the mermaid village. In the early morning, the mermaid shaman, Sally Jelma, would teach the young mermaids in the village their own dances. After discovering this pattern, Little Fairy Knight would also come when her online time coincided and join in the dance lessons. This wasn't about skills, it was simply about learning the mermaid dance steps, making one's body more flexible, and allowing one to see more of this fantastical world. Unexpectedly, upon learning this, the team members expressed their desire to join. And so, the Mermaid Square Dance Troupe inexplicably emerged. Chapter 500. At 6 a.m., in the square of the Merfolk village, the newly erected full-spectrum plant grow lights, mimicking sunlight, snapped on, illuminating the moon grass flower beds. The seeds were still a gift from the elves, but unlike the greenhouses elsewhere, these flower beds utilized the latest rune technology. Rune technology actually refers to newly trained runemaster players installing replaceable rune slots around the flower beds. Currently, these slots held heat-insulating rune slots. These slots were made of magical materials, and then inscribed with runes using Emperor's sap, freshly transported from the north. Each slot could maintain the flower bed's warmth for a whole day. The druids planted moon grass in the flower beds, while the electricians installed the grow lights. Everyone wanted to test whether crops could grow normally using only these heat-insulating rune slots without a greenhouse. The transplanted moonflowers showed no signs of wilting, and the addition of these flower beds had warmed the square. Sally, dressed in a mermaid-like dance costume, arrived at the square. The village gradually came alive with the sounds of people. A group of teenagers, yawning, walked to the square to participate in their morning exercise. Every morning, bathed in the bright sunshine and accompanied by the sound of crashing waves, they danced, passing on their mermaid dance steps to the next generation. This was a new custom that arose after the mermaid race lost their ability to transform into fish. Sometimes, Sally couldn't help but marvel at how wondrously the customs of her race had evolved, constantly compromising with the relentless flow of history. Long, long ago, the mermaid's custom was to bask in the sun on the reefs, combing their hair in scales, and competing in singing. Later, it evolved into dancing gracefully on the beach. Now, the winter god has temporarily robbed them of their sunlight, leaving them to dance under the artificial seawater under the lights. Amidst the changing times and constant compromises, customs also evolve. For example, the group of adventurers from AMT County inexplicably joined this activity. Little Fairy. The player with the ID sheet girl of the clouds excitedly waved to her newly met square dancing friend. Little Fairy Knight, you're so punctual today. Sheep Girl. Little Fairy Knight ran to her side. You're up early too. What is Sally teaching today? The third section of the ritual dance. Sheep Girl of the Cloud smoothly demonstrated a series of movements. Lift leg, hook foot, twist waist, lift hip, flick the veil, bend back, she said. Although I used the skill many times, I still feel more connected to learning it step by step with Sally. It's like taking a dance class in college. Truly a dance master. Little Fairy Knight looked at her with envy. You're here to get a feel for it. I'm basically getting extra lessons from Sally. Without breaking it down and practicing carefully, you can't possibly get a B-level or higher dance rating. I'm still a little unsure about yesterday's routine. It's alright, we'd probably go over yesterday's material again today. Sally has a very effective teaching method. Because her students are actually the next generation of merfolk, not adventurers, she explains each movement in great detail. After explaining a series of movements, she has the children dance it several times, and then dance it together a few more times to solidify their understanding. After learning a new lesson, they review yesterday's dance steps again. However, since it's a review, they won't go over each movement individually. Instead, everyone will dance it together twice, and she correct any mistakes made by the children. Finally, a familiar dance will be performed to conclude the session, which lasts about an hour, a perfect length for exercise. Adventurers skilled in dance often linger, performing their own variations of hip-hop, locking, popping, and breaking. Many merfolk will also join in, learning these unfamiliar dance moves. The cultures of the two worlds thus naturally interact. While players have dance demonstrations and instructions for every song in their library, and the system unlocks more challenging and visually appealing dances as players level up. Following the system is like watching a workout video. It's quite different from attending a live lesson, where an instructor can point out your mistakes. Besides, dancing is definitely more fun when everyone is dancing together. Once everyone had arrived, the bards had already set up their instruments and, at Sally's signal, began playing a series of dance tunes for today's dance lesson. Well then, let's begin with today's warm-up, to get our bodies warmed up in this cold winter. First up, the light dance. Led by Sally, the merfolk and adventurers dance joyfully, some appearing quite skilled, while others move with an air of awkwardness, like something out of a video of the first time humans tamed their limbs. But none of this mattered, because everyone's face was filled with joyful smiles, and even the occasional mistakes made by their unruly limbs became a source of amusement for everyone. Sometimes, if you don't strive for absolute perfection, everything can become joyful. Sally would correct everyone's mistakes, especially those that were easy to do wrong, or that could easily strain muscles, sprain joints, or cause injury. Beyond that, she would gently and cheerfully encourage everyone to practice more and develop their own style. Proper dance moves won't cause injury, but just do them well without getting hurt. Don't force yourself to do every move exactly like me. Everyone dances in their own style. Sally said, if you're physically unable to perform certain difficult moves, you can use alternative steps to flow through them. Don't force yourself to complete them. Feel the rhythm of the music with your heart. Let your body move naturally in sync with the rhythm, and infuse your emotions into the dance. Your energy will naturally flow through the steps, guiding you to the next move. Remember this feeling of flowing energy. The mermaids and adventurers gradually mastered their dance moves, their movements becoming more and more synchronized. With every step and every wave of their hands, countless life energies converged. Beside them, the moonflowers in the flowerbed stretched out their petals, absorbing the life energy dissipating from all around, and radiating an even brighter moonlight. Chapter 501. Gelta Gaiman has been living a very comfortable life lately. The heated Kong, traditional heated bed, the adventurer built for him is warm and cozy. The smoke from the burning charcoal escapes through the chimney without being choking, making it much better than a fireplace. After learning he had a Kong, some other adventurers even took the time to make him a Kong table. Now, Gerda's happiest moments are when he heats the Kong every evening, then sits on the Kong table, drinking chilled dwarven ale, while eating steaming hot fried chicken and barbecue. This is a kind of happiness he could never have imagined before. Sleeping in a warm bed, eating delicious food, drinking wine, and without worrying about pollution, could there be anything happier in the world? The adventurers had recently become very interested in the magical beasts and wild animals of the north, or rather, in turning them into various delicious dishes. And their creations were indeed very tasty. After tasting their cooking a few times, Gerda offered to lead the way. Giant yaks, wild boars, moa, snow rabbits, all sorts of animals and magical beasts were captured by the adventurers. The animals were purified and raised, while the magical beasts were used as alchemical materials and purified food reserves. Gerda also took the adventurers to nearby tribes to promote their food business, although he was genuinely startled when the adventurers first proposed worshipping a new god of order and the guardian of illusion and reality. That one will be angry, he whispered to the adventurers. Gerda, fearing the winter god's attention, dared not even call out his title. Don't be afraid. This is the path we must take to defeat him. The voice from beneath the abyss spoke calmly. We have received new instructions from our gods. First, we don't need to make a big announcement. The conversion can proceed quietly. Second, our adventurers will station themselves in villages willing to convert, providing winter survival supplies and protecting those willing to change their faith. We learned that the previous attack on the orc villages involved pollution. Our druids, shamans, and bards will protect the safety of those willing to convert, ensuring they are not contaminated. Gerda felt a surge of excitement as he listened. He had not only witnessed the adventurer's ability to purify pollution, but had also personally experienced it. What a strange power it was, like a warm mother's embrace, like the earth and plants brimming with life, instantly stabilizing people's crumbling spirits, reshaping their understanding, and expelling those foreign influences that did not belong to them. This was something the shamans of the past could not achieve. But there were shamans among the adventurers. They seemed to have learned shamanic dances from the surviving mermaids. Even though these adventurers wore various forms of half-orcish bodies, they were able to dance with the grace of the mermaids of yesteryear. On their own, the minstrels' music and shamanic dances were insufficient to combat the pollution. However, if one followed the druids' cleansing after listening to the music and watching the dances, the effect would be completely different. Gerda witnessed with his own eyes a giant, nearly ravaged by pollution and on the verge of death, completely healed through a series of songs, dances, and healings, defying the ironclad rule that pollution could not be cured until it was reduced to 20%. The giant was the chief of his mother's tribe. After the chief's near-death recovery and complete recovery, the tribesmen who had once despised and bullied Gerda looked at him with a different gaze. Even his mother, who had long since abandoned him, now had a pride and kindness in her eyes he had never seen before. His mother's tribe was the first to convert, beginning to worship the god of order. Strangely, the god of order had no statue. The adventurers simply handed him a badge and asked them to pray to it. The prayer, though somewhat unusual, was simple and memorable. Executor of world consciousness, incarnation of order, I pledge my faith and loyalty to you and the world. I ask you and your loyal guardians, the guardians of reality and illusion, to bless us. Adventurers even claim that any prayer that includes a pledge of loyalty to the world consciousness, the god of order, and the guardians of reality and illusion will be effective. The giants dubiously tried it, then heard a neutral voice echo in their minds, I am here. They gasped, realizing this was a true god, powerful enough to challenge the god of winter, and setting out to invade the northern lands he had dominated for centuries. But the giants didn't care whether this new god had ambitions. They valued the resources and protection he promised. The adventurers, possessing unique powers, were a testament to his sincerity. The giants traded worthless, or for enough supplies to last them through the long winter. The adventurers even offered custom-made clothing. They began to court these adventurers, who could conjure up all sorts of resources, and led them to villages they knew well. Thus began a war of faith behind enemy lines. And yet, the winter god Friels was completely unaware of this. This was understandable. After all, while the gods of this world could hear their followers calling them, or their enemies cursing them, they couldn't, Like the world consciousness, here are their followers praying to other gods. Friels had been able to ruthlessly slaughter the orcs because other gods still existed, and he knew for sure that they didn't believe in him. And after all these years of his rule over the north, he knew that all the people of this land were his followers. The god of winter could burn down another's barn without blinking, but if a few grains of bad rice appeared in his own, he wouldn't have the energy to accurately identify them. To discern the loyalty of his followers, he would have to expend immense energy carefully listening to each believer's tainted faith. Even if he found 1 or 2 traitors, the energy he had expended would be irrecoverable, making it completely unprofitable for the god of winter. Furthermore, the god of winter knew full well the origins of his faith. Not a single believer in the north did not secretly curse him. But that didn't matter. As long as the believers could still provide the power of faith, what did their lack of sincerity matter? The god of winter had no church in the north. That was because the iron-blooded barbarians of the north simply disregarded the church as Philistines. They only prayed to the gods when they needed them. Therefore, unless they faced any difficulties, few of the barbarians would pray to the gods on a daily basis. In contrast, the members of the Church of the Wrathful Sea in central and southern continents prayed to the god of winter at a fixed time and place each day. This prevented the god of winter from promptly noticing the defection of his followers in the north. While Friels was still wondering if he had invested too much divine power in the war against the gods, resulting in a lack of faith in the foundation stone, Mou had already used the adventurers to dig a massive hole in the bottom of his barn. Chapter 502. Mou's lips curled as he watched the endless stream of faith energy pouring in from the north into the system's back end. The real Moyu Philizlok had died. Before his death, the great magician had granted everything he had to Mou in the presence of the world consciousness. The stubborn fragment of his soul in the silver dragon's dream also refused to acknowledge himself as the true, complete Moyu Philizlok. Therefore, the faith gathered under this vacant name would flow directly into an energy pool hosted by Leah's back end. The advantage of using this dummy account was that the contamination of the gathered faith, stemming from the believers' imaginations, would automatically dissipate, transforming into the purest core energy of the world consciousness, powering Mou's upgrades, operating the game system, Lia, and various other matters. Some could even be allocated to the name provider and his dragon in the silver dragon's dream, allowing their beautiful dream to last a little longer. After reaching the secret observer level and gaining the authority of order, Mou's upgrades no longer simply involved using the core energy of the world consciousness to strengthen and transform his body. More often, he needed to use his mental strength and willpower to guide this core energy, opening up the connections between the subtle concepts of authority, transforming them into a force he truly controlled. Mou has currently mastered the concepts of stability, order, and trust. Stability can calm people's hearts and soothe their shaky spirits after being eroded by pollution. Organization helps Mou better clarify his thoughts and complete his planned tasks. Trust significantly enhances Mou's personal affinity, making it easier for others to trust him. Each concept he subdues is equivalent to Mou taking a small step forward on the divine level. When he subdues the next concept node, he should be able to successfully enter the realm of the king, truly mastering the ability to become a lord. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, he has probably already far surpassed this level. Hey, be careful when moving the Emperor's essence. That stuff is prone to exploding if subjected to a violent impact. Try to use the system inventory for transportation, it'd be safer. This barrel is also filled. Druid, come and purify it. Beside the Emperor's essence pit in the Northern Territory, a group of orc adventurers were busily working. They had set up a makeshift camp and teleportation point beside this unclaimed natural pit. Large quantities of Emperor's essence would be mined, poured into various storage containers, and then transported extremely quickly to the main camp in the new city of AMT County in Central Continent via the Adventurer's system inventory and switching shells. These Imperial lava deposits are collected by adventurers and deposited into the Adventurers Guild, automatically stored in Leah's system warehouse. In return, adventurers receive a large amount of team points, personal merits, and adventure coins. What's most popular about this game is that the system rewards players based on their actual participation in any team activity. For example, in a 4-person Imperial lava mining team, A digs the pit, B fills it, C purifies it, and D logs in and out to deliver the lava. Upon successful delivery, not only does D receive the reward from the Adventurers Guild, but A, B, and C also receive points and funds automatically deposited into their accounts. The advantage of this approach is that it allows for a streamlined, team-based process. Instead of a single adventurer completing the entire process and then delivering the goods themselves, a single delivery person can simply present a batch of goods. Of course, if adventurers choose to sell their goods themselves instead of submitting them to the guild, the system will also split the purchase price based on participation and automatically distribute it to all participating members. A clear, easily searchable, and exportable transaction record will be maintained, effectively preventing the tragedy of one individual absconding with the fruits of everyone's labor. The primary use of Emperor's Slurry is currently as a pigment for runecasters. Runecasters can purchase it from the Adventurers Guild using either their military merit or adventure coins, or they can purchase it from the Adventurers Player Shop. The inventory Leah receives will not only be resold to players, but will also be supplied to Rama for experiments and, for a fee, provided to the Runecaster NPCs from the Magic Academy, Calcadora. The Rune Masters, who graduated from the Magic Academy, Calcadora, discovered for the first time that rune mastery wasn't the impoverished and short-lived profession they imagined. Magic Mechanics, a discipline developed from magic and incorporating some industrial technology, aims to improve the efficiency of magic through investment in magical materials and industrialization, lowering the barrier to entry for ordinary people, and reducing the contamination caused to magic users during use. Gunsmiths focus on using magical materials and circuits to amplify magical attack energy, while magic carvers focus on using magical materials to defend against and absorb attack energy for later use. Both professions are less susceptible to contamination. Rune Masters, however, are extremely susceptible to contamination. This is because Rune Masters are generally poor. To reduce the high cost of materials, they are often unpretentious about the materials used in their rune casting. In the worst-case scenario, they can even draw a rune on a blank sheet of paper. But precisely because of this unpretentiousness, Rune Masters cannot use magical materials like gunsmiths and magic carvers, which absorb, store, and amplify energy. Instead, they typically rely on their own bodies or drawing materials to energize their runes, which in turn introduces contamination. The moment a rune is successfully drawn, it releases a significant amount of contamination. However, when used, the contamination is completely released, causing no harm to the actual user. It can be said that Rune Masters endure the dual contamination of both pigment and rune, yet their clients receive perfectly usable runes that are completely impervious to contamination. This is a profession that burns oneself to illuminate others. This is the true rule of the adult world. To accomplish something, one must either burn money or burn life. The worst-case scenario is to burn both and still not accomplish anything. So, while a runecaster's runes can accomplish a wide variety of tasks, most are reluctant to create runes of too low a level, as they would be contaminated and wouldn't fetch a good price. They also prefer not to create runes of too high a level, as that would be too contaminated and would end up being used only a few times in their lifetime. In AMT County, however, things are different. Here, there are druids who can purify pollution. Chapter 503. Tim Langton was a runemaster. He initially chose the runemaster profession because it had the lowest financial cost to learn, and its scarcity and demand were both very high. As long as he was willing to risk his life, he could earn a huge profit with extremely low costs, enough to support his entire family. However, after entering the Magic Academy, Tim discovered that reality was far from his ideal. Runemasters needed two talents. One was the ability to perfectly guide magical essence to draw magical runes. The other was the ability to resist corruption. Unfortunately, these two talents were mutually exclusive. Those with higher former talents often had a higher affinity for magic, making them more susceptible to corruption. The problem for runemasters wasn't that no one wanted them, but rather what price could buy a runemaster's life in one fell swoop. Stories of upperclassmen being tricked into drawing advanced runes right after graduation and dying were repeatedly retold by teachers and upperclassmen as bloodstained examples. Tim Langton, fresh out of the Magic Academy Calcardala, expected to face unemployment upon graduation. Unexpectedly, the knowledge conglomerate of Calcardala partnered with the Lord of AMT County, offering them entirely new employment opportunities. After signing agreements with the Lord and the Academy, Tim Langton packed his bags and arrived in this new city. Unlike previous employment agreements for rune masters, the Lord of AMT County promised that, as a professional benefit, rune masters would enjoy free druidic purification and obtain purified, uncontaminated magical essence and other materials at fair and low prices. If elsewhere, rune masters sell their lives to the highest bidder, constantly praying to slow their descent into madness or death, then in Ayrshire, as long as they don't kill themselves with runes exceeding their limits in one go, there's still hope. While this transforms disposable goods into reusable ones, naturally lowering the price, replacing goods with life changes everything. In Ayrshire, rune masters hired by the Lord have 3 job options. The first is to work in a factory, applying runes to various clothing, furniture, and everyday items. This work involves repetitive rune work, low-level runes, and minimal contamination, making it relatively easy. Furthermore, druids are stationed in the factory to purify the runes, making it quite safe. This is ideal for graduates who are easily contaminated or whose rune abilities are not strong. The second option is to work in the shops of the shopping district, customizing runes for adventurers' needs. If adventurers want to learn the rune master profession, they must unconditionally cooperate and receive guidance. This requires rune masters to have very strong professional skills. The third option is to engage in scientific research and development, collaborating with alchemists and gunsmiths to develop new uses for runes in various fields. This requires not only strong professional skills and solid theoretical knowledge, but also a lot of practical experience and innovative thinking. Tim considered himself a decent, above-average graduate, so he naturally chose the second option, a job in the shopping district. Upon arriving at his post, Tim learned that the first type of position had the most openings, almost accounting for half of this year's runemaster graduates. The second type was also substantial, with over 50 openings. These 50-odd people weren't all assigned to work in Amp New City. Instead, they were divided into groups of several to a dozen people, and assigned to shops in the commercial streets of Amp New City, Elf Territory, Kolinsel, and Mermaid Village. Due to the large number of openings, they operated on a 3-shift system, opening even in the middle of the night and early morning. Will there really be customers in the middle of the night? Tim asked their shop manager with a doubt. This shop manager was also a student in their graduating class, but he was an outstanding student, ranking in the top 10 academically, which was probably why he was chosen as the shop manager. Yes, we hear that adventurers are busy traveling day and night, and many only have time to come at night to replenish runes and repair equipment. We can't let people make a wasted trip, the shop manager replied, adjusting his glasses. Unlike Tim, who had just arrived, the shop manager was required to come earlier to prepare the shop and also spent some time observing and learning how to interact with adventurers at other shops. Now, he could be considered quite experienced. Our main customers are adventurers, but of course, we also serve the city's residents. On the first day of business, the shop manager gathered all employees, including those not on duty, for a meeting and reminded them, the residents are fine, but the adventurers are strange professionals. Everyone must remember to protect yourselves. During the hour-long pre-job training, the shop manager carefully explained the various functions on the phone, including posting quests, settling rewards, trading, and one-click emergency calls. The 2 phrases he repeated most often were "don't panic" and "be careful." Tim's demeanor made him think the adventurers were some terrifying wolves and tigers ready to devour them whole. No, in fact, his time working in AMT County was the happiest time of his life. The adventurers were indeed strange, especially when they asked to learn the profession of runemaster. Most of them would ask all sorts of bizarre questions during their lessons, and often Tim couldn't even understand what they were saying. This was normal, because the shopkeeper had said during the initial training that the adventurers came from faraway places, had their own dialects and customs, and if they didn't understand, they didn't understand. Just smile and don't force it. Besides selling runes, their shop also sold rune courses. Of course, the most basic runemaster introductory course itself was free. If an adventurer wanted to learn, the shop's runmasters would simply scan the adventurer's face with their phones, issue a quest, and after a brief explanation, complete the quest payment. Whether the adventurers could actually learn was not something the shopkeepers needed to worry about. Other rune classes are fee-based. These classes include a finished rune, detailed drawing instructions, and a materials pack containing the cheapest magic fluid and rune paper. Each rune class costs 10 finished runes. For commonly used runes, learning them is a great deal, but for less popular runes, it might be more cost-effective to buy the finished runes directly. Chapter 504. During the first few days of business, Tim Lanton couldn't help but worry about the store's business model. He worried about the adventurers not coming, too many coming, and even more worried about them buying a bunch of courses and never coming back to buy runes. The vast majority of the store staff shared his concerns. In the early days, except for the most basic Rune Master introductory course and the 3 basic runes that came with it, the staff secretly removed all other course packages from the shelves. They were extremely secretive about the details, and whenever anyone asked, they would just smile and say they didn't have any. After all, teaching an apprentice starves the master, and these newly graduated students were afraid that teaching adventurers would mean they'd lose their jobs. But once business really took off, they didn't seem to think that was the case. The store was flooded with adventurers buying runes, many even buying in batches. Even the 5 rune masters working the same shift, drawing runes furiously, couldn't stop them from clearing the shelves. Finally, on the third night, a group of people collapsed in the store, facing the empty shelves, unable to muster the energy to continue working overtime to draw runes and restock. Even if there were druids in AMT County performing cleansing, they couldn't just draw runes to death, doing it for 3 meals a day, right? How about we just give classes? A clerk said with a dull look in his eyes. Let them draw some on their own. That way, the pressure on us will be much less. So, the rune tutorial packs that had been quietly removed from the store were quietly restocked. This time, they even released a variety of combo rune packs, such as runes for cooking, housework, daily life, and combat. Each combo pack was affordable and high quality, and the variety of packs covered every aspect of life, combat, and adventure, definitely satisfying the needs of adventurers of all styles. However, to be honest, the number of adventurers who came to learn rune mastery during the first 3 days far outnumbered those who simply came to buy runes. If MOU, a professional game planner, could explain why, it's that while there's no upper limit on the number of classes an adventurer can learn, human energy and time are limited. We're still in the early stages of the game, with the main storyline progressing rapidly. At this point, most players will simply choose their favorite class and not master every single one. Even if there are such fanatical stamp collectors, they're a minority. Only after the game's initial development, when the class level caps have been established and max level players are everywhere, will people gradually shift their focus to mastering a secondary class. Furthermore, this game has another unforgiving characteristic. Class quests are as complex as puzzles. Many new classes have very high barriers to entry, requiring players to meet a wide range of potential conditions. Players, conditioned by other mindless games to follow NPC instructions and exclamation points, often find themselves unable to complete tasks. Only then do they search for their lost brains and turn back to forum influencers to figure out how to solve the quest. As a result, more and more players are accustomed to waiting for some expert to play a new class and post a guide before deciding if it's right for them and whether they should pursue it. For another thing, the diviner still has the fewest job changes. Among the currently available classes, the mage is the top choice for many players due to its simplicity, ease of learning, high attack turret-based capabilities, and its basic nature. The World Knight, led by a popular NPC and beloved wife, takes second place due to its essential dungeon run and its ability to reassure everyone when it appears. The Druid, the new kid on the block, naturally takes third place. This is largely due to the system's limited selection of players entering the class. Chef, Hunter, Bard, and Shaman are all low barrier to entry starting classes with clearly defined mentors, making them consistently popular choices for players. The newly released Lancer/Lancer class is also showing signs of catching up. However, assassin classes across various specializations, such as Astrologer, Sharpshooter, and Beastmaster, are generally considered to have high barriers to entry and are difficult to master. While the classes themselves are fun, achieving mastery is anything but easy. Classes like Warrior, with their peculiar mentors and skills, have inexplicably fallen out of favor with players. Among crafting classes, Bricklayer has become a must-learn for most players, while Gunsmith is a prerequisite for Sharpshooter, and is highly sought after by those wanting to switch to Sharpshooter. The remaining classes, Carpenter, Tailor, Alchemist, Blacksmith, and Leatherworker, are entirely up to player preference. The Runemaster's current status is similar to that of the Alchemist. While nominally an all-around class that can be used directly in combat, its strength is comparable to that of an Alchemist. Overall, it leans more towards the crafting-focused Arms Master. After initial experience from experienced players, the consensus is that it's best to focus on PvP as your main class and use Runemaster as a secondary class for producing rune equipment. As for the best main class to pair with Runemaster, opinions vary. Some suggest Knight, others Beastmaster, but the most popular guide on the forums recommends Shaman paired with Runemaster. Shaman Dancer is a relatively fragile support-type ranged class, and its attack range is limited to the throwing range of a silk ribbon, not truly reaching the range of a bow. However, when paired with a Runemaster's rune supply, you can immediately cast defensive runes to build a shield, and offensive runes to increase damage. Then, you can use silk ribbons to wrap explosive magical materials with charged runes and throw them. A truly satisfying explosion. Following this post, the rune shop saw an explosive increase in both basic runes and introductory rune courses. It was then that many players suddenly realized the rune shop also sold other rune courses. Not only were there various types of rune course bundles, but also individual rune courses sold separately. It felt like downloading a free fitness app, only to find that every course cost money, and even membership courses didn't include specialized courses. However, things that can be solved with adventure coins aren't really a problem. The only thing to be careful about is not buying duplicate runes when purchasing course bundles. The learning threshold is much lower than other professions. It's basically just a matter of paying. Chapter 505. Silver Tree Fireworks logged on right on time today. In his original world, he was a game programmer forced to work overtime every day. Although still young, his hair was already thinning. With the new game management regulations about to be released, the boss waved his hand and said, "Change everything." So everyone started working overtime again, much to their dismay. Seeing himself getting closer and closer to either being laid off or dying from overwork, his friend, unable to bear it any longer, recommended a VR game to him. It was said that he could play games using his brainwaves while sleeping, allowing his body to relax. The game was like a deep sleep, where 1 minute could be used as 2. Even if he spent half his time coding in the game, he would still have half the time to play. Plus, his body had slept through the night, which tripled his efficiency. Silver Tree Fireworks immediately signed up. He spent several days trying to win a pair of VR glasses, and finally succeeded. The glasses were incredibly light, almost like ski goggles. Even if he was forced to stay at the company to work overtime and sleep there, he could just put them on and use them as a massage mask. No one would question it. He tested them that very night, even filming himself playing the game. Just as his friend had said, he fell asleep almost instantly after putting on the glasses and entering the game, even snoring softly. However, in his experience, he entered the game very smoothly, feeling incredibly realistic as an octopus, and happily played around in the dark, snowy world for a while. Ahem, being from the south, I always have an irresistible urge to play in the snow. Although there's a 2 times time difference between the game and reality, all communication software works normally. After all, information transmission itself only takes a second, and videos can be cached. So the time difference doesn't really matter. Of course, coding in the game while working overtime is a last resort, but when the boss needs results the next day, it's better to play the game and code while sleeping than to submit a blank paper or force yourself to stay up all night. Silver Tree Fireworks sighed deeply. The working class swept along by the times is so helpless. Luckily, he found a game that's a true master of time management. After playing for a few days, his spirits, which had been worn down by continuous overtime, improved significantly. His dark circles lessened, his skin improved, and he even lost less hair. With his improved state, his coding speed increased. Today, when he logged in, he had already finished all his work and could happily play all night. Just thinking about it made his smile practically reach the sky. So, Silver Tree Fireworks happily browsed the latest news from the Oziria continent while strolling through the shopping street of AMT New City. There were many interesting shops here, some run by NPCs and others by players. There were milk tea shops, bakeries, hot pot restaurants, and all sorts of down-to-earth snacks like fried chicken, barbecue, spicy hot pot, and cold pot skewers. There were also many charming, retro-styled, and quiet cafes and bookstores. You could easily spend a whole day there and not want to leave. Silver Tree Fireworks especially liked to choose one of these shops to curl up in and code. It significantly improved her efficiency even when working overtime. But no overtime today. He wandered around until he saw a newly opened NPC shop and walked in, discovering they sold runes. He had seen runes on forums before, and many players had said they were useful, but he hadn't figured out how to use them. Seeing is believing, hearing is believing. With games, if there's a mechanic you don't understand, you have to experience it yourself. So he bought all the runes on the shelf that looked good. When he checked out, the clerk took one look at the quantity he bought and a subtle expression crossed his face, as if he was about to faint, yet forcing a polite smile. "Sir." The clerk forced a smile and said, "You bought so many runes. Would you consider our rune drawing course? Once you learn, you can draw your own runes." "How convenient." "Huh? A new class?" Jinju Hanabi was intrigued. "Then I want to learn." The clerk took out his phone and swiped it at him. He heard his player system beep and receive a notification. "Congratulations on triggering the Rune Master class change quest. After completing this quest, you will successfully become a Rune Master." The job change quest was simple. The system gave him 3 basic runes. He just had to draw them. The clerk handed him a pen, paper, and a blue liquid. After briefly explaining the drawing method, he let him try it himself. Confused, Jinju Hanabi took the pen and paper, and a small game popped up before his eyes. This minigame is like the small puzzle games that often appeared in early search engine reasoning games. Each of the 24 game squares that pops up contains a section of water pipe that is oriented in a random direction. After reversing the water pipes to form a complete path, the water can flow in its entirety. Silver Tree Fireworks completed this simple puzzle game with flying colors. Then, he noticed that the pipes he had assembled formed a bizarre rune. His hand automatically dipped his pen into the blue liquid and, following the rune's path, he drew it in one stroke. The player system prompted, "You have successfully completed the Rune Master's initial tutorial. This rune drawing assessment is S rank." Silver Tree Fireworks was elated, even feeling a bit unsatisfied. He took another piece of paper and began drawing the next rune. This time, it was still a pipe puzzle, but with more grids, more forks, and more puzzles. Silver Tree Fireworks didn't find it difficult, only more interesting. This time, it took him a little longer, but he still managed to draw an S-rank charging rune. Next, another round of brand new water pipes. Chihuahua became increasingly addicted. After finishing his third rune sheet, he ignored the system notification that he had been promoted to Rune Master. Instead, he proudly declared to the clerk, "How many different types of rune paper do you have? I'd buy them all." Don't underestimate this puzzle game's simplicity. It simply involves rotating the pipes in each grid. However, some of these grids are straight, some branch, and some have all sorts of bizarre shapes. If you turn the wrong way, you have to find your way back and rethink. It's not difficult. An elementary school student might find it childish, but it's just the right level for adults. Chihuahua took every rune lesson in the store. He didn't even need the clerk to explain. He simply asked them to find him a quiet corner and began playing level after level. Chapter 506. After Silver Tree Fireworks had thoroughly enjoyed completing all the minigames, he let out a long sigh of relief, a sense of satisfaction welling up within him. Ding! The player system notification. Congratulations to player Silver Tree Fireworks for successfully learning 108 runes, obtaining the achievement title, Rune Master. Wearing this title grants 2 extra hints per level when drawing runes. Learned 108 runes so quickly. Time really flies when playing minigames. Silver Tree Fireworks opened the rune panel in his system, glancing at the densely packed runes. These runes were incredibly diverse, each with different effects. Besides the initial attack, defense, and energy charging runes, there were also runes for warmth, temperature control, lighting, cooling, water attraction, fire starting, and a whole host of other things, essential choices for home, travel, and monster hunting. There are 2 ways to draw runes. One is to complete the system minigame, as he just did. After clearing a level, a rune channel will be generated. Simply use a pen to inject magical essence into the channel to create runes. The other way is to not use the system. You memorize the rune circuit structure and guide the magical essence to draw it yourself. The former method involves randomized levels. Each time you open a level, while the rune shape remains the same, the level itself changes. It doesn't get boring even after multiple playthroughs, because it relies on system-assisted generation, resulting in high-quality runes. The latter method relies on the player's own artistic talent and skill. It's probably quite suitable for those skilled in painting and researching talisman culture. And indeed, when you're wielding your brush freely on the talisman paper, you do have a certain Taoist air about you. Jinju Hanabi figured that once he tired of playing all the minigames, he'd probably be able to memorize the rune channels. Then, he could try drawing them directly, which might be quite efficient. Runes don't necessarily have to be drawn on paper. They can be drawn with any material or in any location. The best results are achieved using magic fluid on a dedicated magic material board, but if funds are limited, paper will suffice. This is because magic fluid is ground from magical materials and infused with magical energy. Once a rune is drawn, it can form a magical circuit. Magic fluid also varies in quality. The courses currently available in the store use the lowest grade, lower quality magic fluid. The highest grade magic fluid, called Emperor's Osmosis, is said to be the miraculous liquid transformed from the death of a god. So, it seems like a runecaster is actually similar to an alchemist. They're both like the all-purpose Doraemon treasure chest. When stuck, just pull out a rune, and there's nothing they can't solve. Jinju Hanabi closed his interface, but stumbled as he left his seat. He realized that his SAN had somehow gone to 0, transforming him into an octopus. Yeah, drawing runes can be contaminated. Jinju Hanabi raised a tentacle and scratched his head. Even though I'm getting used to the octopus form, I still need to ask the druids for cleansing. He swept all his belongings into his system backpack with his tentacle, then happily swam out of the store, waving it with joy, oblivious to the staff huddled in a corner, trembling. Ah, he's turned into an octopus. That's 108 runes. You either go crazy or die after drawing them, right? But that octopus doesn't look like it's either. That's an adventurer. Adventurers aren't afraid of contamination. They turn back after turning into an octopus. We can't compete with them. Wow, is being corrupted by contamination the fate of us runecasters? I'd go get some cleansing from the druids later. Wow, I don't want to turn into an octopus. Moving in the snow after becoming an octopus is a bit awkward, especially when the snow is thick. The octopus just plops into the snowdrifts, then uses its 8 tentacles to diligently carve a groove in the snow. However, players also have snow-clearing tasks as part of their daily quests. Inshu Hanabi found a gliding talisman from her backpack and applied it to herself, successfully levitating a centimeter above the snow. As she glided forward, she used her tentacles to collect whatever snow she touched into her backpack. By the time he reached the entrance of the Druid Purification Hall, he had already cleared the entire street of snow. Silver Tree Fireworks, having completed his daily quest along the way, was also quite satisfied. He mentally made a mental note to return to the factory area to hand in the snow after regaining his human form, and then, waving his tentacles, swam into the Druid Purification Hall. Since the introduction of the Bard and Shaman Dancer, the Druid Purification Hall has gained a workforce of these two professions. Before a Druid Purification, the Bard performs a life hymn, followed by a sacrificial dance by the Shaman. This increases the effectiveness of the purification by at least 1.8 times. With luck, if the purification or healing critical hit is triggered, a 2- or 3-fold increase is not out of the question. Now, the druids who come to work daily to complete their healing tasks not only enjoy music and dance, but also enjoy a significant boost to their healing and purification output thanks to buffs. They no longer need to consume so many mana potions, instantly boosting their sense of well-being. Wow, how did you get your pollution value to negative 180%? The druid in charge of the medical guidance exclaimed in surprise, then tied a black ribbon around one of Silver Tree Fireworks' tentacles. Silver Tree Fireworks was embarrassed to admit that he was just playing a game, and after a moment's thought, he said, the result of rune training. This answer, combined with the title Rune Master above his head, immediately filled the druid's eyes with respect. Haha, when you're out and about, your identity is self-given. Silver Tree Fireworks happily enjoyed the music, the dancing, and the purification process. He entered as a chubby octopus and emerged as a handsome young man. On his way to the South City factory to collect the snow, he happened to pass by the rune shop again, and the NPC staff, they were startled again. Hey, isn't that the one who transformed into an octopus? He's back again. Yes, I watched him for a long time while he was drawing the rune. I remember him looking like this. Adventurers are truly worthy. I don't know whether to praise their resilience for transforming into octopuses and returning unscathed, or the druids for their prowess, for even saving an octopus. They're all adventurers anyway, so it doesn't matter which one you praise. They're all amazing. Well, that's absolutely true. Don't make a fuss. Get back to work. We got a new customer. Chapter 507. The adventurers from AMT County gradually spread across the icy landscape of the north, infiltrating most corners of the land. As the adventurers' sphere of activity gradually expanded, the once pitch-black map of the entire North Continent began to illuminate bit by bit, patch by patch, appearing on MOU's system backend, in the player's database and game maps, and shared as Alliance intelligence on Annie's phone. The North Continent, with an area roughly the size of Antarctica, covers approximately 15 million square kilometers. Due to the power of creation, the power of will, this world inherently emphasizes the development of magic. Coupled with the presence of various immortal races and the intrusion of evil spirits, its development path diverged significantly from that of the original world. Despite significant disparities in development levels across different regions, this world, in its current historical period, is still roughly at the medieval level of the origin world. However, due to widespread epidemics, pollution, and wars over the past century, this world's population has not yet entered its period of explosive growth in peacetime with abundant resources, and it has already been decimated. Furthermore, even the growth of ordinary plants is now a problem, and those who survive are considered exceptionally lucky. Thus, this world's population growth has remained at a low point, closer to the level of primitive society in the origin world. In the north, where resources are scarce, the land is even more sparsely populated. If the original AMT County was a deserted Gobi Desert County in the heart of eastern Middle-earth, the people, faced with increasingly harsh living conditions, were forced to migrate to other resource-rich cities to survive. The North is like Siberia in the origin world, only with lower temperatures and harsher natural conditions. The entire continent lies across the sea from Middle-earth, and its inhabitants don't even know where to flee, relying solely on their own brutal evolutionary abilities to survive. Currently, the map highlighted by adventurers shows approximately 1,200 villages and tribes. These villages and tribes are scattered across the north, primarily around major resource areas like rivers, forests, and mining areas. Their populations vary, creating a chaotic landscape that bears no resemblance to the terms average or balance. Yet, this is the reality. Perhaps the people of the origin world have long been accustomed to man conquering nature, to man-made changes in the environment, to seeing crowds of people everywhere, forgetting that thousands of years ago, their land was barren and uninhabitable, and it's hard to imagine a vast, untouched landscape. But in this other world, the vast expanse of land remains forever, its inhabitants merely wandering, following the resources. Wherever the rivers flow, wherever the herds migrate, they follow, aimlessly drifting adrift. Strangely, the reproduction and propagation of immortal races often proves more difficult. Perhaps this is a form of natural equilibrium. Just as shorter-lived animals often have multiple offspring, longer-lived species produce fewer offspring. In this world, the alien races of giants, half-orcs, and half-elf bloodlines, with their long lifespans, require decades, even centuries, to produce a single generation. And in this polluted world, healthy offspring are even harder to come by. Of course, the elves who grew entirely from the mother tree of life are not bound by this rule. But while the mother tree of life is plagued by pollution, they haven't seen any new elves born for many years. On this land of suffering, the number of buried corpses always exceeds the number of living people. Perhaps the only advantage is that adventurers have no shortage of bodies. They can dig anywhere and find enough materials for Lyra's repair and restoration. However, it cannot be said that there is no hope at all. After all, this is a strange world where all things are born from the world's consciousness, and ultimately return to the sea of life within that consciousness. If they can expel the evil gods that are corrupting this place, defeat those evil gods who are taking advantage of the chaos, reconnect the world's consciousness, repair the sea of life, and restart the ever-flowing cycle of life throughout the world, then all races will have hope for revival. The songs taught by the merfolk echoed across the continent through the newly emerged bards among the adventurers. Sacrificial dances, imbued with the merfolk celebration of life's natural power, danced in every corner of the land. Suddenly, Angelma's heart skipped a beat. She looked up towards the distant north. "I hear the resonance of the sacred pearl," she said solemnly to her new first mate. "I hear it too," Avita Lox nodded solemnly. They were both children of the merfolk, and the last of the purest bloodlines. But the sacred pearl has been missing for many years. Why is it suddenly resonating now? Avita Lox wondered. Could it be a trap set by our cunning enemies? The sacred pearl is a combination of the power and treasures of generations of merfolk. It only resonates when summoned by them, and said, listening intently for a moment. It must have been those adventurers who learned the songs of the merfolk and spread their voices throughout the continent, finally reaching the hidden sacred pearl. For many years, Angelma had been pursuing the legend of the fountain of immortality woven by the winter god Phrase, her primary goal being to find the sacred pearl of the merfolk, hidden by Phrase. Although the sacred pearl was taken by Phrase, and its inherent power was possessed by him, and the pearl itself was used as a foundation by Phrase, it remains a divine artifact formed from the power of generations of merfolk, still responding to their calls. So you found Adam's lair? Upon receiving Anne's message and understanding the new information she provided, Mou raised an eyebrow in surprise. It may not be his lair, but it's definitely where he hides the holy pearl, and said, Winter has seized many artifacts containing authority. Perhaps he won't keep them all in one place, but the more artifacts we retrieve, the stronger we can become and the weaker he will be. However, we don't yet have enough information to determine the exact location where the holy pearl is hidden. Perhaps it's an illusion, perhaps his earthly divine kingdom, perhaps some kind of temple or altar. We still need more information, and for that, I need your help. Just tell me, and I do my best as long as it's within my capabilities. I need your adventurers to infiltrate the Church of the Wrathful Sea. Chapter 508. The Church of the Raging Sea was founded by the winter god Phrerus after he obtained the authority over the sea contained in the sacred pearl, and became the lord of the raging waves. However, strangely enough, this church does not exist in the winter god's stronghold, the Northern Territories. Its influence is widespread throughout the southern coast of Middle-earth and the coastal cities of southern continent. Most of its followers are sailors, fishermen, and pirates who make their living at sea. Freris's current official title is the god of raging waves and ice. The people of the north revere his ice and snow aspect, while the followers of the Church of the Raging Sea worship his control over the raging waves. Just like the power Freris has seized everywhere, his followers are extremely divided. There's a mutually dependent relationship between gods and believers, Angelma said. Whether a god likes it or not, his power always comes from the faith of his believers. Even though that faith itself can corrupt the god, to prevent the corruption from exceeding what the god can tolerate, there must be a church to spread the image of the true God. The barbarians of the north don't buy into the church's system at all, but their impression of Adon's iron-fisted image was forged by Adon's iron fists. Even without the church's constraints, it wouldn't be a big problem. To avoid the winter god's gaze, the usually carefree undead queen Angelma tried to call the winter god by his nickname, just like the other uninhibited adventurers, but she was quite unskilled and kept stumbling, almost biting her tongue. The gods that existed in the north before, and the gods that were about to be born were all slaughtered by Adon. Even without a church to stabilize the hearts of the people, the legends passed down by word of mouth among the tribes, who were afraid of death, were enough to maintain his faith. But things are different in Central and South China. There are many powerful gods and diverse faiths. Without the church, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold. That's true. Mou nodded in agreement. In this world, while gods are real, the faith of believers is often quite simple. They only pray for the god's favor in order to fulfill their own wishes. It's essentially a seemingly equal, but in reality unfair, transaction. Of course, there are fanatical believers, but most are intentionally cultivated by gods and the church. Without sufficient incentives, who would foolishly give their faith? Even those who make a living on the sea don't necessarily have to believe in the Lord of raging waves, who controls the ocean. After all, fate is a good option. No one can escape the control of fate. Everyone hopes. A stroke of luck. It can be said that in the north, the god of winter has long held an absolute monopoly. In central and southern China, in order to penetrate the complex markets, he was forced to establish a subsidiary to manage his local influence. However, building this kind of substantial influence requires solid investment from the god of winter, and it cannot be accomplished by a shell company alone. The Church of the Wrathful Sea boasts a pope, bishops, and priests supported by the god of winter. While they don't embrace the Church of Light system of the Son of God, the Inquisition, and divine descent, they do have their own system and texts. According to the intelligence I gathered, the Church of the Wrathful Sea holds many secret texts concerning Adong, Avita said. These tomes, written in obscure coded texts, record the locations and corresponding information regarding Adong's artifacts and cornerstones. I don't quite understand, Mou asked, puzzled. The only way to keep a secret is to tell no one. Why not keep these things completely hidden within yourself, rather than telling the church? Because things hidden from believers risk being contaminated and forgotten. Avita said, although many gods are confident in preserving their own secrets, Adong's power and foundations largely came from plunder and theft, and his connection to Adong isn't as close as that of other gods. If this information were completely hidden from everyone, perhaps the constant contamination of believers' faith would cause Adong to completely forget the location of these powers and foundations. Then, his connection to these plundered artifacts would be severed, and he would once again lose these powers. So, even if it's recorded in obscure coded text, as long as believers have a general idea of their existence, Adong will be able to recall them, Annie added. I see. This is using the believers as a reminder of their existence. Mou murmured. So, he understood Annie's meaning. You want my adventurers to infiltrate the Church of the Wrathful Sea and steal these secret tomes? Steal, extract. Anything that can help us obtain information about the Holy Pearl or other artifacts. Annie said, but this must be done in a stealthy manner. If Adong discovers the theft of these tomes, he'd likely discover all our secret plans in the north. I know. We can't alert them. Mou said, please give me more information about the Church of the Wrathful Sea, where these tomes are stored. I take care of the rest. We suspect these secret tomes are kept within the Wrath of the Sea Church's center of influence, the one in Roselle. Avita said, Adong doesn't have any territory of his own in central or southern continent, and Roselle is the only neutral city that tolerantly accepts all faiths and believers. Even if that's not where the tomes are kept, there are clues to their true location, said N. But our mermaid identities are too obvious to successfully enter the Wrath of the Sea Church. We gathered some intelligence about the church from sailors we know, and I compiled it and sent it to you. Mou nodded. Okay, leave it to me. He hung up the call, opened the materials, and had sent and studied them carefully with Leah. Currently, Leah's world consciousness was only fragmented. Her control was limited to the forces currently affiliated with the World Alliance, and Roselle had not yet been incorporated into their sphere of influence. However, the mayor of Roselle City is affiliated with the goddess of fate. Even if they did form a temporary alliance, it's hard to say which side the playful goddess of fate would side with. She'd likely remain neutral, and not help either side. Furthermore, Roselle City has long been a neutral city. Even if they formed an alliance, they wouldn't attack the Church of the Wrathful Sea, which has been entrenched in the city for many years, simply because of the conflict between AMT County and the God of Winter. This would violate Roselle's long-standing neutrality. Thus, the official power of Roselle is unreliable, and this matter must be handled covertly. Chapter 509. The Hidden Old Man and Tranquility Sea have been a bit busy lately. They were both new players who joined the game after the public beta launched. Compared to the veteran beta players, who had already accumulated a large amount of military merit and adventure coins, their wallets were surprisingly thin. In addition, the professions they were training for were quite expensive, and just working for a living or killing monsters to earn money took up a considerable amount of time. Progress in the Bell Tower Town dungeon was also stagnant. Although achieving the main storyline ending on their first try was a great achievement, their luck seemed to have run dry since then. They repeatedly rolled huge failures in the single-player dungeons, and were eliminated in every round. Tranquility Sea, the gambler, was quite calm about this. After all, while achieving great success in a group game is certainly fun, great failure is also a kind of happiness. Being able to experience 1,000 stupid ways to die is completely worth the price of admission for the troublemakers. However, they had to complete old dungeons and push the new main quest. Seeing their team closing in on second place in the Northern Territory team leaderboard, with a faint sense of being overtaken, the team members couldn't help but feel the pressure and inexplicably became entangled. As expected, where there are leaderboards, there's competition. Moyu, the capitalist worker and the ruthless planner, smiled and said nothing. So, the two of them inexplicably spent a period of fulfilling and busy days, logging in for 2 hours, challenging Clock Tower Town again, and pushing the main quest in the north. Even though the in-game time difference was already 2:1, the sheer volume of content still gave them the feeling of an overly tight schedule, a feeling of being torn apart by the minute. It was strange. But despite the tight schedule, the experience wasn't bad. Especially for the severely socially anxious hidden old man, external communication is handled by Serene C, and he only needs to quietly perform his duties. Given the choice between a group of strangers and an acquaintance, the socially anxious person would rather deal with the devil he knows, the devil you know. Unlike the Serve the People team, which conquers the masses with delicious food and opens up trade routes, Don't Talk to Me focuses on cultural output. As the lead author of the official fanfiction for Guardians of Reality and Illusion, Shinui Tio has taken the time to adapt a narrative poem about a multi-chieftain lord and his knights. After Hydrodius' polish, these poems were composed by the forever poet and Sherwoo of the Green Pine Sanatorium team. They became lullabies beloved by the Bigfoot Yeti, earthy heavy metal rock that captivated the giants, and bardic ballads favored by the dwarves. For the barbaric tribes of the north, thick books were like firewood on winter nights. However, catchy melodies, resonating in the mind after just one hearing, and humming along, spread more quickly, and became deeply rooted in people's hearts. The two players who previously illustrated the official novel, Shiryu Xian's Panic and Target Forest C, joined forces with fan artists like Shiryu Baggio, Too So Cute, and You Good to create fan comics. A variety of short comics were made into small, easy-to-carry, non-paper notebooks that fan wives, rushing to attend fan conventions, could cut from a single sheet of A4 paper and fold, passing quietly from hand to hand like contraband. Without needing many words, the intense emotions poured into the exquisite artwork by fan artists were effortlessly conveyed to the people of the north. Compared to worshipping the winter god, that old geezer who always bullies the inhabitants of the north, it's definitely better to worship these two handsome and lovable young men. For some reason, these exceptionally talented artists turned the entire north into a fan-only convention, secretly distributing all sorts of serious, well, you can't just do whatever you want to gain faith, doujinshi were passed on to existing fans and potential believers, reaping countless smiles and heartwarming moments, and also providing a significant boost to the world consciousness of Leah. The team achieved such great success, and although the socially awkward team leader only played a minor role, she still received a decent reward. Meanwhile, the assassin's blade from the dwarf side sold quite a bit, finally providing some financial support for the hidden old man and the tranquil sea. With their wallets bulging, the two of them rushed back to the shopping street, and bought a bunch of new equipment, weapons, and runes. They both leveled up quite a bit recently from grinding and monster hunting. The hidden old man had reached level 78, unlocking LV75 invisibility and LV78 vanish, while Tranquil Sea had reached level 79, unlocking burning luck and all or nothing. Burning luck LV78. Legend says luck is conserved. Everyone's good and bad luck have their limits. After experiencing a certain amount of good luck, one must endure some bad luck. Pray to the goddess of fate for good fortune and roll a 1d100 lucky dice. If the result is less than or equal to your luck value, invisible, determined by the system, you will receive the favor of the goddess of fate, Jenna. Note: the duration of each fate's favor period depends on her favorability with you. The system will notify you before the skill is officially activated. During the favor period, you can use your good luck early, but using burning luck will rapidly burn your good luck during the period. After the favor period ends, you may or may not immediately enter a period of extreme bad luck. For your health and safety, as well as your mission success rate, please ensure that you complete your important tasks before the end of your favor period, and if possible, be in a completely safe area by the end of the favor period. If each lucky dice roll is a success, you can use the burning luck skill multiple times within a short period. However, each successful use of the burning luck skill temporarily halves your luck value. If your lucky dice roll is greater than your current luck value, you cannot use the burning luck skill again for 25 hours. Player death does not reset your luck value. Every player can randomly restore 3 to 5 points of luck every 25 hours. Going all in LV80. When a fate skill requiring a dice roll fails, you can donate question mark points of luck to reroll. If this roll fails again, the player will be treated as a critical failure and incur the corresponding penalties. Note: going all in luck can only be used once for the same roll. Note: the amount of luck required is determined by the difficulty of the roll you choose. If the required luck exceeds your total luck, the skill will not activate. Note: the question mark points of luck donated can only be restored naturally over time. Note: if your luck drops low enough, you may encounter numerous unfortunate events, and death will not reset your misfortunes. Chapter 510. The two new skills, Burning Luck and All or Nothing, were released by MOU after Airang successfully unlocked the skill templates, with a slight adjustment to the player's backend usage level. Airang could use Burning Luck at level 40 and All or Nothing at level 45. However, NPCs level up much slower than players, who only need to accumulate experience points. Airang had only just unlocked these two skills when Tranquil Sea reached level 70, so releasing them now was timely. Furthermore, given the uncertainty surrounding the Goddess of Fate's allegiance, raising the level of these skills, which are prone to failure if misused, would increase the success rate and improve the Goddess of Fate's favor. After all, the Goddess of Fate, being a fun-loving player, would prefer to see high-level professional players show off their skills rather than observing level 40 newbies, who aren't even considered professionals. MOU had Liao locate the two assassin players, made some preparations, and then set off to issue the latest main quest. Speaking of which, MOU had a deep impression of these two assassin players. The hidden old man was the key figure in triggering the northern main questline and uncovering the spy sailor sent by the Winter God, who happened to be from the Church of the Raging Sea in Lozal City. The teleportation scroll that the spy sailor possessed was a miraculous scroll leading to the Fountain of Youth, issued by the Winter God through the Bishop of the Church of the Raging Sea. Of course, this scroll was merely a finishing touch to deal with the tool-like believer. The sailor, who hadn't yet reached the transcendent realm, was unprepared to be teleported to the icy wilderness, surrounded by a race of zombie jackals driven only by bloodlust. MOU could easily predict his fate. Now, to further investigate and obtain information about the Holy Orb and other artifacts hidden within the Fountain of Eternal Youth, hidden within the Church of the Wrathful Sea in Roselle City, the hidden old man is an ideal candidate. This player is an extremely talented assassin, and he also triggered this round of main quests. Therefore, it's only natural for him to continue the subsequent main quests. What other class is better suited than an assassin to quietly infiltrate an enemy base and steal their secret intelligence? And the treacherous player from the Serene Sea, who dared to urinate on the head of the God of Winter, is also an assassin of the Fate School. MOU has also paid close attention to this treacherous player. It can be said that if any player were to win the favor of the Goddess of Destiny, it would be him. This time, their target, the Church of the Wrathful Sea, is located in the Goddess of Destiny's territory, Roselle City. While the Goddess of Fate likely wouldn't take any official action to maintain a veneer of neutrality, what's wrong with privately favoring her followers on her own territory? Aren't assassins of the Fate School truly devoted followers of the goddess of fate, having reached the Fate class? So, the two assassins, having just happily completed a shopping spree, encountered the Lord with his signature smile upon exiting the shop. Although the Lord would often spawn randomly in the territory, he was usually seen strolling and dining with Aelian. Players were already accustomed to this large-scale sugar Easter egg, but when he appeared so formally, both the hidden old man and the Sea of Tranquility sensed a mission was coming. Two adventurers, the Lord said gently, as expected. Could you please do me a favor? Of course. The hidden old man's social anxiety was much less severe when he faced NPCs. After all, in his eyes, they were just AI data. Lord, please. The Lord looked around and chose the warmly decorated and secluded shop nearby called Today's Rain. Please follow me. We find a quiet place to discuss this. Today's Rain was still in the North Territory. Only a magical puppet was watching over the shop. The Lord led the two into the shop. After checking that it was empty, he simply snapped his fingers, and the door slammed shut. Immediately, a silver blue light spread out, and the entire shop seemed to be covered by a barrier. Ah, here we can talk freely without interruption for a while, the Lord said, finding a seat. Please, please, please. I come to you too, because you are my most trusted assassins, and this mission has a connection to you. Connection? The two players simultaneously expressed a look of confusion, yet eagerness to try. Yes, old man hidden, do you remember the spy sailor sent by the god of winter you discovered? The Lord smiled. Ah, the one with the long name. Yes, you interrogated him back then, and gained a lot of information about the Church of the Wrath of the Sea in Roselle. In fact, the mission I like to ask you to do this time is related to the Church of the Wrath of the Sea in Roselle. Losel City. The Church of the Wrath of the Sea. This is a new location no one has ever been before. The hidden old man's eyes burned with excitement and anticipation. Currently, our base in the north is rapidly expanding, and our ally, the Undying Queen in Galmar, has located a suspected location where the winter god Phrase is hiding the stolen mermaid pearl. However, we cannot yet determine whether it is a trap or a slip of the tongue by the winter god. The Lord handed over a scroll. Therefore, before we launch our counterattack in the north, we need to gather more intelligence, and we have ample reason to believe that the Church of the Wrath of the Sea in Losel City hides secret texts bestowed upon the church by the winter god. These texts conceal the winter god's true lair in the north through various obscure languages or outright codes. Obtain this. The information hidden within these secret texts can give us a favorable position in the battle in the north, allowing us to avoid the winter god's carefully laid traps, breach his lair in one fell swoop, reclaim the merfolk's sacred pearl, and weaken the winter god's power. Ding! Player system notification. Congratulations to player hidden old man. The main quest, the secret of the Church of the Wrathful Sea, has been triggered in the Tranquil Sea. This main quest will have a significant impact on subsequent game content. Players are advised to complete it with all their might after accepting it. This main quest has multiple walkthroughs and multiple endings. The player's decisions and actions will affect the ending. This main quest can only be completed once it officially begins. Both players must take it seriously. Chapter 511. This is the first time I encountered a main quest like this. Player choices affecting the plot are common in single-player games, especially D&D-style CRPGs, but this is the first time the hidden old man has seen this kind of setup in an online main quest. Admittedly, the game's dungeons all feature this gameplay method, but even the main storyline offers multiple options, some of which are one-off choices. Isn't the sheer volume of content a bit excessive? But when I think about how the game's NPCs and core logic are built on AI learning and logical deduction, it all makes sense. So, if we successfully complete the quest, then defeating the winter god will be easier. But if we fail? Tranquility hesitated. Then, your infiltration of the Church of the Raging Sea might well alert the winter god, allowing him to prepare for the attack and transfer the artifacts he's stolen, or even plot against us. The Lord gently completed Serene Sea's unfinished words. We could very well be in a very dire situation. Therefore, I hope you can complete your mission with flying colors. Although most games cast the player as the savior of the world, failure to complete certain tasks often results in a stagnation of development or time, or even destruction. These scenarios are often merely stated, and often, they're just words. It's like in some games, where the main storyline reaches a point where the player is wanted by the entire city, but after watching the cutscenes, they can still walk freely on the street without NPCs coming to hunt them down. There always feels a disconnect between the plot and the daily life of the game. But in this game where arresting a player means jailing them, and where nothing is left to chance, the hidden old man constantly harbors the illusion that perhaps his actions could truly impact the subsequent gaming experience of millions of other players. It feels as if the burden on his shoulders has suddenly grown heavier. "Don't worry too much, you two," the Lord said with a smile. "Since you have been chosen to complete this mission, you naturally possess the ability to accomplish it with flying colors. But fate is ever-changing, and perhaps a momentary carelessness could overturn the tide of battle. Or perhaps, in the vastness of the road ahead, each has its own destiny, a predetermined outcome beyond the power of ordinary human beings. Please proceed with caution, do your best, and leave the rest to fate. As long as it's not a complete loss, we still have ways to cope." Beep, the player system prompts. Player hidden old man Tranquil Sea, do you accept the main quest? The secret of the Church of the Raging Sea? Accept. The two players briefly considered and agreed. Ding, the player system prompts. Mission accepted successfully. Players hide the old man and obtain the quest item, Teleportation Scroll to Roselle City, in the Sea of Tranquility. This teleport scroll allows you to teleport outside of Roselle City. This teleport scroll can only be used once. Please prepare the item and equip it before setting off. The specific mission information has been updated in the mission panel. Players can check it out. Your assassin skills will be of great assistance in this mission. Please pay special attention. If there is a possibility of failure, please conceal your identities as much as possible to distract the Church of the Wrathful Sea and the God of Winter, so that our subsequent plans are not significantly affected. The Lord instructed, then, everything is in your hands. He nodded slightly to them, and flicked his finger, removing the silver light covering the shop. From now on, please refrain from discussing overly sensitive topics here. The two players instantly understood the barrier was gone, and they would have to rely on offline communication, player channels, and coded language. They watched the Lord disappear outside the shop, then Tranquil Sea said, "By the way, didn't you feel that what the Lord said just now seemed a bit mystical?" Maybe some kind of hint," said the hidden old man. He opened the quest panel first, carefully read the quest requirements, and then looked worried. I feel like we need to call for help." After receiving the message from the hidden old man, Rainy Day quickly switched to his shell and rushed back from the north. "What happened? Did you two trigger a new main quest?" "Not entirely a new main quest," the hidden old man said with a troubled expression. "To be precise, it's a follow-up to the last Spy Sailor main quest. This time, it's a reverse infiltration spy operation," said Tranquil Sea, looking eager. "However, this mission has a lot of freedom. Our every move could affect the interests of countless players. Or maybe it won't affect anything," added hidden old man. "But to prevent us from not thinking clearly and not accurately understanding what the Lord is saying and going astray, I think it's better to call Rainbringer over to discuss it. After all, although this mission appears to be only for the two of us, it might, like before, be a mission that requires brainstorming and pooling the players' resources to complete. I just logged off and copied the video of the Lord issuing the quest. Rain, why don't you take a look?" said Tranquil Sea. Half an hour later, Rain sat back down opposite them, in the same spot the Lord had been sitting. The Lord's words seemed to emphasize fate. Rain pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Fate is ever-changing probably means that your small actions might create a butterfly effect with a huge impact. But the later destiny and preordained ending seem to imply that the outcome of this quest won't be so random." "What do you mean?" asked the old man with mosquito coil-like eyes. "I don't understand. Isn't this contradictory?" Tranquil Sea scratched his head. "No, they're not entirely contradictory. Today's Rain said, the butterfly effect perfectly illustrates that the development of anything involves both constants and variables. The key lies in whether a small change in initial conditions within a dynamic system can lead to a huge change in the outcome. If the solution to the problem is not sensitive to changes in initial conditions, then fate will actually self-correct, leading to the predetermined result. Currently, I can deduce 3 hints from the Lord." "3? The hidden old man and the Tranquil Sea looked shocked. "We didn't understand a single one. Are we really playing the same game?" Chapter 512. Every time the hidden old man listened to Jinra Yoyu's analysis of the mission, he had the illusion that the boss and he were playing a different game. Yes, firstly, while the main purpose of this mission is to deal with Adong, it's actually closely linked to fate. Considering that Roselle City is the territory of the Goddess of Pleasure, her decisions could significantly affect the outcome of the mission. Secondly, this mission may be very similar to the Beast Tide mainline from the initial internal beta test, where player actions determine the success or failure of the mission and influence the key developments of subsequent missions. Considering the cost and difficulty of the game, the development team probably can't create dozens of endings. I suspect they only created a few plot lines, and the rest will just require the system AI to logically deduce the details based on your actions. Referring to the last Beast Tide mainline, I think the development team probably created a success path, a damage path, and a grand success path. Successful paths, while failure directly means server closure, actually have 4 possible endings. We're likely playing the highly successful path, which involves rescuing Island. Analyzing the final outcome of this mission, I suspect there are at least 3 possible outcomes: a successful path, a failed path without revealing your identity, and a critically failed path. The successful path, as the name suggests, means you successfully and discreetly steal intelligence, allowing subsequent missions to proceed smoothly. This is also our primary focus. The failed path without revealing your identity means you fail to steal intelligence and alert the Church of the Wrathful Sea. However, since your identity remains intact, the difficulty of subsequent missions will increase slightly. However, at most, you'd be playing blindly without a strategy, which shouldn't be a major problem. This is probably what the Overlord meant by not all is lost. There are still ways to cope. The ultimate failure scenario involves complete failure and exposure. Adon will be fully aware of our entire faction's actions and begin to retaliate. This is probably the path we least want to see. The plot could take a dramatic turn, and given the team's penchant for realism, any kind of shady operation is possible. While I always believe the team server shutdown threats are simply a scare tactic to encourage players to play the game properly, if the ending results in the deaths of several key NPCs, we'd be severely hurt. Given that the plot paths of the last Beast Tide were closely tied to Ialian, I'm assuming that the various paths' outcomes this time will directly impact the survival of the crucial NPC, Annie. That makes perfect sense. The more the hidden old man and Tranquil Sea thought about it, the more logical it seemed. Among the NPC characters currently appearing, Angalma, despite her brief appearance, has quickly captured the hearts of many players. As members of the Don't Talk to Me team, who rescued her from the Pirate Bay illusion, they have a particularly deep bond with her. Human affection is reciprocal. Sometimes, when you help someone and receive positive emotional feedback, the distance between the two parties can be rapidly bridged. I don't want to see anything happen to Anne. The hidden old man said seriously. We finally rescued her from the illusion. Now she's repaired her boat and formed her own team. Her family and tribe have just settled down. I want to see her safely and securely make it to the end. He turned to Tranquil Sea. I want to find a successful path. Then do it. Tranquil Sea nodded. Why choose failure when you can win? I don't want to see that jerk old man Adon get away with anything. What's the third point? Asked the hidden elder. Thirdly, this mission should include key points, those that will truly trigger the butterfly effect. Perhaps this will take the form of a choice of limbs, or perhaps some unconventional plotline will be used to trap you and lure you into error. In short, whether or not the key points are visible, we must be extremely careful to make the right choices. Today's Rain said, this game's plot emphasizes logic and truthfulness, which is very advantageous for us. When the logic flows smoothly, the cause and effect relationships are clear, and we can work backwards like an equation. Thus, we can infer the necessary actions based on the desired outcome. The hidden elder Tranquil Sea, For example, if we need to achieve a successful route beyond the one that fails, but doesn't reveal our identity, then the key is that we must not expose ourselves throughout the entire process. Revealing your identity as an adventurer from the World Faction, AMT County, or perhaps someone connected to the Undead Queen, would draw Adon's attention. Today's Rain pondered as he spoke. Perhaps this is why you two assassins received the quest. This quest is so targeted, your profession should be one of the prerequisites for triggering it. Considering the faction of assassins in this game being primarily fate-based, and the Lord's pointed remarks when issuing the quest, I think the hint is already clear, Jinryu concluded. You and all players assisting you in completing the quest must disguise yourself as followers of the Goddess of Pleasure. You must not overtly display any connection to AMT County, such as druids, world emblems, or anything else that could easily evoke AMT County. We need 2 teams, the hidden old man continued, following this line of thought. Tranquil Sea and I will be responsible for infiltrating the church, but we need more people to gather intelligence beforehand. We need a second team to be visible, drawing attention to ourselves and creating disturbances to divert attention if necessary. This way, the 2 assassins can remain completely hidden in the shadows and complete the mission. That's not difficult, Rainy Day thought for a moment. Low Cell City is designed to be a melting pot of all sorts of people. We can gather some bards, shamans, fortune tellers, or astrologers to form a traveling performer team. Traveling performers should be extremely common in Low Cell City, making it convenient for intelligence gathering. Low Cell City. It's a new map. Previously, only missions from the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs involved parts of the outskirts of Lozelle, but those missions involved teleporting back and forth. Lozelle itself probably never really opened to players. I really want to go see it. If you don't mind, I take charge of forming the second support team. I train a singer or an astrologer. You guys use this time to buy some equipment and supplies. Remember, none of the equipment or weapons can have the world emblem of AMT County on them. By the way, Latte and Xiangyang's mercenaries should know Lozelle quite well. It's best to try and get some information from them first. Today, Yo-Yu rambled on, and a clear plan gradually took shape. Chapter 513. 2 days later, a group of itinerant performers casually strolled through the gates of Lozelle and entered the city. The group consisted of both men and women, dressed in the typical leather trousers and skirts of Lozelle's itinerant performers, wrapped in tattered fur coats, humming exotic tunes as they handed out hand-painted flyers throughout the city. Divination. Divination. Do you want to know your future? Come and have it read. It will bring good luck and avoid disaster. One divination costs 3 dalens, and it's free. Want to see some exotic singing and dancing? We offer live performances in the tavern and at your doorstep. Animal taming show. Want to see a live white tiger? One night only. In the open space outside the city. Don't miss it if you're passing by. They're cajoling, with all sorts of flashy, catchy lines, and their boisterous antics drew a crowd of onlookers. A group of people crowded half the street, while in the remaining empty half, 2 concealed assassins scurried past. This group was the auxiliary team that Yo-Yu had assembled today. It consisted of players from the Bard, Shaman Dancer, Animal Tamer, and Diviner, Astrologer classes. They would be responsible for gathering intelligence about the city and the Church of the Raging Sea, providing cover for the operations of the Hidden Old Man and the Serene Sea. They served as both a decoy and a backup team. They traversed the streets and alleys of the port city, soliciting business. Before long, the entire city map was fully illuminated and clearly displayed in the team member systems. The church is in the south of the city, near the port. Let's go check there, and see if there are any taverns that sailors frequent. Today Rain lowered her voice, explaining that she had successfully changed her class to Diviner, but the requirements for Astrologer differed from Druid, so she hadn't had time to switch to this higher level class yet. However, if she wanted to extract information through divination, Diviner was sufficient. The Eternal Poet plucked a string from her lute, and together with Sherwu, they turned and led the group south of the city, singing and dancing. Boiled octopus, grilled squid, and Don't Touch My Bell Cat followed behind, enthusiastically handing out flyers. Yes, MOU and Ialian had also joined today Rain's group, this time using alt accounts. It wasn't that he didn't trust his players. No, any game designer knows that the development team's ideas are limited, while the player's creativity is limitless. For example, this time MOU only wanted 2 assassins to steal something from the Church of the Raging Sea, but the players seemed to have, once again, overinterpreted the quest, creating a wandering entertainer support team. Although this development exceeded the Lord's expectations, MOU shamefully felt a surge of excitement. Of course, this excitement wasn't for any particular person, but rather for the new quests and gameplay the players had created. MOU's player spirit began to burn fiercely. He wanted to play too. Every seasoned game planner was a hardcore gamer at heart. They turned this otherworld into a 4th-generation MMORPG, so how could a planner not create an alternate account to play? Disguised as a wandering entertainer, he could infiltrate Lozelle City, and also gather intelligence on the Goddess of Fate and Lord Laurenti. Since the Lord didn't have anything urgent to deal with recently, he used his position to have Lia use a small amount of core energy to level up their alternate accounts, even copying the latest Bard and Shaman Dancer class panels, and spending an afternoon completing the entire rhythm game library. MOU, the former king of rhythm games, has returned to the scene. So, I'm choosing a singer this time too? Ialian asked, somewhat bewildered. A shaman is fine too. Take whichever you're comfortable with. The Lord secretly curled his lips into a sly smile. I already registered in the recruitment post for today's Rain on the forum. She's mostly looking for singers or shamans this time. I made a pretty good alt account for Barbecue Squid. It should be good at singing and dancing. By the way, can you sing? Yes. To MOU's surprise, Ialian gave an affirmative answer. The Holy Sons were all choir leaders, and we also learned the harp, flute, and organ. The silver-haired former Holy Son picked up the Lord's newly purchased harp, his slender fingers gently plucking the strings, and a series of extremely melodious notes flowed from his fingertips. Aelian hummed a tune in his highly recognizable, clear voice. He was momentarily lost in the dreamlike, melodious tune, then a slightly surprised smile appeared on his face. How many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Perhaps many more, Aelian smiled. I should be able to be a competent bard. Although he hadn't managed to get a knight to dance as he hoped, hearing a knight sing was still a unique experience. Perhaps there would be another chance in the future. A certain cunning lord silently noted this thought in his mind. And so, these two GM/NPCs, using their position for personal gain, infiltrated the player's party. Their clothing and instruments were all purchased today through Latteset's mercenary channels. They were all the most common styles in Lazel City. All the players participating in this mission had stored anything that would expose their identities, and leave AMT County in the city's player warehouse before leaving. The bards had specially selected the most popular songs from the rhythm game library in Lazel City, while the shamans had learned many dances from the original world from the Go Girl of Mayun. As long as they didn't use the merfolk's dance steps, they wouldn't be recognized. And those dance steps from the original world, quite novel to this other world, could all be described as exotic dances. The players quickly arrived at the port area of Lazel City, the most prosperous port in the south, with a constant stream of ships coming and going every day. The Church of the Raging Sea was located at the very edge of the port area, facing the sailors' bar across the water. The players subtly glanced at the tall church. It was an extremely peculiar building, resembling a mountain-shaped pipe organ, composed of countless vertical steel and copper pipes arranged in an interlocking pattern. When the sea breeze blew, the pipes emitted a buzzing roar, like the roar of an angry sea. The group pushed open the door of the sailors' bar opposite the church and filed in. "Excuse me," the Eternal Poet said to the bartender with familiarity. "Are we hiring here? We specialize in singing, dancing, and performances. Perhaps your guests would like to listen to some music and watch some dancing while they drink." Chapter 514. Nowhere was a better place to gather intelligence than a tavern teeming with drunken sailors, pirates, merchants, and mercenaries. Stepping from the cold outdoors into the warm tavern, the wandering performers shed their tattered fur coats, revealing slightly worn and simple costumes that still beautifully accentuated the muscular physiques of the men and women. The patrons, initially either indifferent to the performers or disdainful of their ragged clothes, now showed a hint of interest. Some even urged the tavern owner, let them sing a song. Let them dance. Their eyes gleamed with greed and ill intent as they loudly jeered. The adventurers paid no heed to the lecherous stares. To them, these were merely the programmed characteristics of a group of rogue NPCs. The Eternal Poet and Sherwu exchanged a glance, each clutching a lute, and leaped onto the table in the center of the bar, beginning to play back-to-back. Resonance, a brilliant aria. Skills activated in quick succession, instantly dragging the bartenders, waitresses, and staff into a dazzling, dreamlike state. Now's the time. The wandering performers approached the day's patrons one by one, whispering, "Who are you? How much do you know about the Church of the Wrathful Sea? Do you know the internal structure of the Church of the Wrathful Sea? Who are the people in the Church of the Wrathful Sea? Who is in charge of the Church of the Wrathful Sea? I heard that the church possesses secret scriptures. What do you know about that?" The questions that the bosses had carefully compiled into a list were asked one by one. Although most of the NPCs in the bar couldn't answer them, a customer dressed like a doorman showed a hint of reaction in his cloudy eyes when asked. I'm the night watchman of the Church of the Wrathful Sea. I'm responsible for patrolling the church every night after dark and refilling every lamp." There's hope. The player who was questioning this person, a beast tamer with the ID "Don't Touch My Bell Cat," quickly looked up and gestured to the surrounding players, and everyone gathered around him. "I served in the Church of the Wrath of the Sea for 30 years. I know a lot. I know every door, every corridor, even the one leading underground." The rather elderly night watchman's eyes were dull, and he smiled dreamily, as if in a dream. The Church of the Wrath of the Sea in Roselle is the largest and most central church. Bishop de Paris oversees all affairs here. Of course, the Pope reigns supreme, but the Pope is a supreme symbol of the church, appearing only to proclaim oracles. Secret tomes do exist. I've seen them. Those ancient texts are gifts from the gods. Don't touch my bell. Afraid the night watchman would utter the name of the god of winter, Meow reached out and pinched his lips, forcing him to mumble the word. The secret tome is in the deepest recesses of the church. Underground. In the secret room leading to that underground corridor. Every day, I need to light the oil lamp at the entrance to that corridor. But that corridor is riddled with traps. Only the bishop and higher-ranking officials have the key to unlock the gate. Can you draw a map? Don't touch my bell, Meow asked, shoving a pen and a piece of paper into the watchman's hand. The watchman drew a crooked line on the paper. This is probably like writing in a dream, impossible. Today Rain glanced at it, shook his head, and asked, could you describe the internal structure of the Church of the Wrathful Sea in detail, and how to get to the underground corridor? Although drawing and writing weren't his forte, the watchman still meticulously described the entire church's structure and routes. Today Rain carefully wrote it down, and sent it to the hidden old man and the tranquil sea through the player channel. Then, could you tell us again, where can we find Bishop de Paris? Fishing. His Excellency loves fishing, said the night watchman. Every afternoon at 5 o'clock, he fishes in the small bay to the right of the harbor. There's a kingfish there. He's determined to catch it. Rain asked several more questions until the night watchman shook his head repeatedly, unable to get any more information, before nodding to the eternal poet. Then, let us play one more tune to enchant our guests. The wandering musicians put their robes back on, and one by one withdrew from the now bustling tavern. The guests inside would remain lost in the music's dreamlike state, partying for quite a while, and when they sobered up, they would only remember that a group of wandering musicians had given them a wonderful performance. Indeed, the cleaners, doormen, and security guards of every place know a great deal of their unit's secrets. Don't touch my bell, Meow exclaimed. We have the information. Next, we need to get the bishop's key. Today Yo-Yo glanced at the time and said, we're just in time to get there now. But does anyone know how to copy the key? Copy? Wouldn't it be enough to just steal it? Stealing it is fine, but if the bishop discovers the key is missing, it might cause a bigger commotion. If we just steal it, copy it, and put it back, it will be even more covert. I can copy the key. Boiled Octopus said, I have a way. How long will it take? Today Yo-Yo said, we need to estimate the time and coordinate. It won't take long. MOU only needs to get the key and teleport back to the Mage Tower to use the creation platform to copy a set. Including the teleportation, it should take about 3 to 5 minutes. I just happen to have a blank scroll with me. The plan quickly took shape. They quickly rushed to the small bay mentioned by the night watchman. As expected, they saw a middle-aged man in dark blue bishop's garb sitting on a small chair, holding a fishing rod in hand, with a bucket and a landing net beside him. He was staring intently at the float. As expected, fishing is the last refuge for all middle-aged men. MOU found a secluded corner and quickly opened a blank scroll to record the teleportation point. The hidden old man also hurried over to reunite with Jinri Yo-Yo. The key is on him. Take it, and the white-boiled octopus will copy it. It will take about 3 to 5 minutes. Then you just need to put the key back. Jinri Yo-Yo instructed, you have to do it stealthily. The hidden old man nodded, all right. He activated the seal of reality, and void and vanished from their sight. Chapter 515. The theft went smoothly. Taking advantage of the bishop's struggle with the fish he caught, the hidden old man easily retrieved 2 sets of keys. He quickly returned to the entrance of the small bay, where everyone was hiding, and handed both sets of keys to MOU, whose ID was Boiled Octopus. I'll be right back, MOU said, immediately tearing open a teleportation scroll to return to the city, teleporting to the Mage Tower, rushing upstairs to use the creation panel to duplicate the keys. Just in case, he duplicated each set, keeping 1 set for himself. When he teleported back using the scroll recording the location, only 5 minutes had passed, and the bishop was still fishing in the same spot. Success. MOU handed both the original and duplicate keys to the hidden old man. You can return the original keys to the bishop now. The hidden old man nodded and disappeared again. So how did you duplicate them? Today's Rain asked curiously. Lord, you can copy it. I did a similar mission before, and it worked perfectly, MOU said with a smile, always taking responsibility when in doubt. I see. This line of thinking was easy to understand, and Jinri Yo-Yo immediately accepted it. The process of the hidden old man returning the key went smoothly, and he quickly sent a message back in the channel. Team Hidden Old Man, successfully returned the key. We received a system notification saying that the first phase of the mission is complete, and the second phase is infiltrating the church. However, it wasn't time for the support team to leave yet. Their mission was not finished, because today was not the prayer day of the Church of the Wrathful Sea, and the church was not open to the public. The traveling performers arrived at the main gate of the Church of the Angry Sea, singing, dancing, and playing music. Their lively sounds quickly attracted the attention of the people inside the church. Hey you! The church's iron gate opened, and a priest hurried out. This is the church entrance. Don't make noise here. Oh, I'm so sorry, said Jinryu respectfully. We are a traveling performers troupe. Tonight we will be putting on a performance outside the city, with singing, dancing, fortune-telling, and animal training. Would you priests be interested? She enthusiastically handed over a poster. The priest took it suspiciously, completely oblivious to the slight sway of the slightly ajar iron gate behind him. That seems interesting. The priest finally accepted the flyer. Perhaps we take a look when we have time. You might as well take a few more flyers. Jinryu pulled out a stack and stuffed it into his pocket. You can share them with your companions and let them come along. For us, the more customers, the better. By the way, if you bring a flyer, you get a 20% discount on drinks and food. Drinks too? The priest was clearly tempted. Don't tell me it's all watered down, bland stuff. No, it's all good dwarf wine. We went to great lengths to get it from those cunning dwarves. It will definitely satisfy you gentlemen. TSK, those cunning dwarves, their only redeeming quality is their good brew. Alright, you all should disperse now. Stop singing and dancing at the church entrance. We go take a look when we have time tonight. The priest collected the stack of flyers and waved his hand at the wandering performers like he was shooing away flies. Go. Okay. Their purpose had been achieved, and the crowd didn't linger. They quickly packed up their instruments and left, without arousing the priest's suspicion. The priest closed the large iron gate and walked back to the church, carrying the stack of flyers. He opened the church's large bronze door, and, as he stepped over the threshold, tripped over his left foot and fell flat on his face. Ouch! Oh, what happened? The other priests in the church saw him fall and, stifling laughter, came over to help him. It's okay, I just tripped over the threshold. Did you drink and get drunk again? Haha, you fell down just walking? Hey, what are those flyers for? A wandering dance troupe. Oh, those people who were making a fuss outside the door just now. They said they're having a show outside the city tonight, and they're offering dwarven drinks. If you bring a flyer, you get a 20% discount. Dwarven drinks. Oh, I really want to go. Come to think of it, I don't have anything to do tonight. Why don't we go? I'm tired of the watered-down drinks at the bar across the way. It tastes bland. The flyer says there's a cabaret show, astrology, and animal taming. Are there any beauties to see? Those people did look pretty. Come on, we go later. In their excitement, they were completely unaware that two hidden assassins had already swaggered in and were strolling around the church. The hidden old man and the tranquil sea found an empty storage room, replaced their equipment that wasn't durable enough, and glanced at the church interior map that they had already lit up. The church was 5 stories high, with 2 towers at the back. The ground floor entrance led to the prayer hall they had just passed. The upper floors seemed to house the residences of the priests, church leaders, and the Pope. The secret tome they were seeking was stored downstairs, so the 2 men, not wanting to alert the enemy, avoided going upstairs. It was still early, and many priests were still inside the church. The 2 men would have to wait in the storage room until nightfall. Only after the priests left the church after dinner to attend the performance could they proceed with confidence. According to information gathered by Jinryu's auxiliary team from the night watchman, only priests and watchmen remained in the church at night. The higher-ups generally stayed in their quarters after dinner, while the priests, bored with their mortification, often slipped out for drunken revelry. After luring the priests out of the city, the safety of their operation to conceal the old man and the Sea of Tranquility would be greatly enhanced. The 2 waited in the storage room for their turn, studying the map route with the night watchman's instructions. Although it took some time, they successfully located the entrance to the underground corridor and plotted a route from their current storage room. So far, everything's going smoothly. Team Sea of Tranquility. So, after we find the tome, should we take them all, or record them somehow? Team Hidden Elder. The system doesn't specify a specific method. If the quantity is small, we can take screenshots. If it's large, we can just take it. I don't know how often these tome-like items are used. If they're rarely used, taking them shouldn't be a big problem. As long as Annie acts quickly, Adong shouldn't have time to notice. Chapter 516. Team Tranquility C. I do have some extra preparations. I wonder if they come in handy. Anyway, we just adapt to the situation. From outside the storage room, a distant voice echoed, along with a faint aroma of food. The hidden elder glanced at the time and mouthed to Tranquility C, dinner time. They waited patiently for a moment. After more than half an hour, the sounds of people moving around, leaving and going upstairs could be heard. They waited until it was completely quiet outside before activating the reality/void mark once again and, in their hidden form, opening the storage room door. The church was utterly silent, with only a few dim oil lamps flickering in the dark corridors. The hidden elder leaned over to the lamps, and saw that they were running low on oil. It seemed the night watchman hadn't been on duty yet. They quietly found the entrance to the underground corridor, cloaked in darkness. Team Hidden Old Man, the night watchman said, there's a trap here that needs a key. Team Sea of Tranquility, good news, I found the keyhole. Bad news, there are 2 keyholes. They exchanged glances, pulled out their 2 sets of keys, and tried each one, but only 1 key from each set worked. Team Sea of Tranquility, what's going on? Are there other keys we haven't found? Team Hidden Old Man, I'd taken the bishop's keys. Could someone else have the other key? The Hidden Old Man pondered for a moment at the empty keyhole, then cast an identify spell on it. The system quickly responded. Mechanism switch. A mechanism requiring 2 keys to operate simultaneously. 1 key is held by the bishop, and the other by the pope. 1 key alone cannot deactivate the mechanism, but at the end of the corridor, there seems to be another switch that can control all the mechanisms. Squad Hidden Old Man, good grief, the other key is with the pope, but at the end of the corridor, there seems to be another switch that can control all the mechanisms. What should we do? Should we go upstairs and steal it? Tranquil Sea pondered for a few seconds, then revealed a wide smile. Squad Tranquil Sea, no need. It's time to show you the true strength of our Fate School assassins. Hidden Old Man, ? Tranquil Sea activated, Burning Luck. A 1d100 dice spun around in front of Tranquil Sea, finally landing on a 1. Beep, the player system notification. Congratulations, player Tranquil Sea. You rolled a 1 on that lucky dice, a resounding success. For the next half hour, you will receive a continuous boost of good fortune from the Goddess of Fate, Jenna. The Goddess of Fate favors you. Half an hour? Tranquil Sea silently mouthed, holy crap. He felt a sudden surge of confidence, like Harry Potter after taking Felix Felicis. He felt a blissful, carefree feeling of being blessed by luck, as if any decision he made now would be correct. He swaggered onto the supposedly trap-filled secret passage, gesticulating wildly, and making all sorts of strange movements, yet each step landed safely on a solid brick, as if he knew in some unseen way that only such actions would allow him to smoothly reach the other side. And indeed, he passed through safely and silently, without triggering a single trap. Tranquil Sea stood before the switch opposite, a miniature statue of a trident standing upright on its base, only a forearm's length long. Without much hesitation, Tranquil Sea followed her instincts and snapped it back. Whoosh! All the mechanism windows opened, revealing hundreds upon hundreds of gleaming arrows on the wall, and spikes laid across the bottom of the passageway pits. Tranquil Sea beckoned to the Hidden Old Man. Party Tranquil Sea, you can come over now. Party Hidden Old Man, Are you sure you turned off the mechanisms, and didn't just turn them all on? Party Tranquil Sea, of course I turned them off. As if sensing the Hidden Old Man's distrust, Tranquil Sea turned back and took a few steps into the passageway, repeatedly leaping between the traps. Party Tranquil Sea, see? It's all right. The Hidden Old Man, relieved, carried the 2 sets of keys and smoothly made his way through the now exposed mechanisms. After the Hidden Old Man arrived, Tranquil Sea restored the mechanisms, ensuring that even if the night watchman came to the entrance to light the lamps and refill the oil, they wouldn't notice anything amiss. Opening the door was much easier. Tranquil Sea took the 2 sets of keys from the Hidden Old Man and successfully opened the door to the secret chamber at the end of the corridor on her first attempt. Party member Hidden Old Man, Ran Yun is incredibly lucky. Tranquil Sea smiled without saying a word. The 2 entered the secret chamber and closed the door. Along the walls stood a row of bookshelves, densely packed with scrolls and books. In the center of the chamber stood a stone platform, upon which rested a heavy book with a magnificent, thick cover inlaid with various gems. It's time to get to work. The book on the central stone platform is clearly the most suspicious, but taking a book so solemnly placed on the platform would easily draw attention. The Hidden Old Man used his identification skills to examine the book. Secret Book of the Church of the Wrathful Sea. The Secret Book of the Church of the Wrathful Sea, a gift from the winter god Friels, contains cryptic text containing potentially important information. To demonstrate the Church's regard for this divine gift, the Pope specifically ordered the cover and casing of this secret book to be adorned with the finest leather and jewels. Those gems are pricey, but from an occult perspective, they are of little note. The book's sole value lies in the mysteries contained within. To reinforce the secret book's contents with the faith of his followers, The winter god Friels occasionally had the church's leaders transcribe it. However, the cryptic text is prone to errors during transcription. Perhaps you can find a completely accurate copy here. A transcript, Team Hidden Old Man, I see. Everything on the shelves here is a transcript of the tome, though some are correct and some are incorrect. The one we're taking is the one that's completely correct. And even if a transcript is taken, no one will notice. It's much safer than taking the original tome. Team Sea of Tranquility, that makes sense. And it's much more convenient than taking screenshots of the book page by page. This tome must have hundreds of pages. Chapter 517. The situation suddenly became clear. The two searched the books and scrolls on the bookshelf against the wall and found various copies, some only a few pages long, others just scattered paragraphs, clearly careless and perfunctory works. Both possessed appraisal skills, and Tranquil Sea was currently enjoying 30 minutes of incredible luck, so finding a perfect copy wasn't too difficult. In just 3 minutes, Tranquil Sea successfully pulled out a seemingly ordinary, very thick book from the lower left bookshelf, which her appraisal skill had identified as a perfect copy. Beep, the player system notification. Congratulations to player Hidden Old Man, Tranquil Sea has obtained the secret text of the Church of the Wrath of the Sea copy. Please both players remove all traces left from this infiltration and return safely to AMT County. Removing traces wasn't difficult, they had perfectly concealed their presence on the way here. The two restored the books they had messed up in the secret room, locked the door, and then smoothly teleported back using a return scroll. Upon arriving in AMT County, they even used the team channel to inform the support team that their mission had been successfully completed without incident. In fact, the most dangerous part was the secret passage mechanism that lacked a key, but clearly, Tranquil Sea, this unruly fellow, was favored by the goddess of fate. Even after returning to AMT County, his burning luck skill still had more than half of its duration remaining. In the end, Tranquil Sea canceled the skill himself. After all, there was no need to continue burning future luck. I can't believe you're so lucky. The Hidden Old Man sighed heartily. It seems the goddess of fate truly appreciates you. Although they had completed their mission, the support team hadn't returned so quickly. The original design of the performance outside the city was to distract the church priests and the city dwellers, facilitating the two assassins' infiltration and theft. If the system refused to allow them to teleport after completing their mission, the support team could set off some large fireworks to provide some backup. However, once the performance actually began, the players were completely dedicated and fully immersed in this special spectacle. Minstrels weaved among the crowd, joyfully playing beautiful music. Dancers performed exotic dances on a makeshift stage made of boxes. The animal trainer, Don't Touch My Bell Cat, and her incredibly well-behaved white tiger became the center of attention. Several small stalls were set up, selling large slabs of roasted meat and dwarven wine, cooked in the Roselle style by the adventurers. MOU quietly left for a short while, set up an unactivated teleportation array outside Roselle, and quietly returned to Grilled Squid, listening to his knight, using the trumpet shell to hold a harp, play a Roselle folk song. This alchemical puppet's body was clearly his meticulously crafted form, with its black hair, gorgeous yet slightly sinister handsomeness, and yet, when used by Ialian, it inexplicably took on a saintly aura. It looked like an angel fallen from heaven, or a demon in hell yet still righteous, doing nothing but seducing those he loved. Compared to the hypocritical god of light, and the church of light, MOU preferred the fallen Ialian. The holy sun, who once looked upon the world with lifeless, unfocused eyes that seemed to gaze upon everything with pity, had now faced his own heart, and was slowly coming back to life. Like a puppet manipulated and deprived of its free will, now its binding threads have been cut, its soul revived, and it begins to dance freely under the spotlight. When using his alternate account, Ialian always seemed more relaxed, as if he had abandoned all the constraints of his identity, free to express himself and mingle seamlessly with the adventurers. There seemed to be less of a boundary between NPCs and players. People from two different worlds now, under the same sky and on the same land, played the same music and danced the same steps. The music ended, the crowd around Ialian dispersed, and MOU leaned over and naturally placed a kiss on Ialian's cheek. A faint pink hue crept onto the alchemical doll's cheeks as the user blushed, but the long-haired black bard glanced around, and seeing no one was paying attention, moved closer to MOU, planting a kiss on the lips of the Lord's alternate body. Even though both had changed bodies, they seemed to be looking through the skin, observing the true souls behind it. "Wow, what a sweet little couple," a strange female voice exclaimed. The two looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a fiery red-haired beauty standing before them, clapping slowly, rhythmically. She wore bright red lipstick, a long black coat with a fur collar, a tight, blood-red turtleneck sweater, a black leather skirt, and high-top black leather boots. She looked like a blood-red rose blooming in winter. Laurenti, City Lord Lazel. Mou recognized her immediately. This female City Lord, who had been included as an NPC alongside Aelian by Leah in the first game PV, had left a deep impression on him. All gifts from fate have already been secretly priced. Laurenti gave them a wide, sweet, and intense smile. How would you like to pay? However, without waiting for their response, she turned and left with a laugh. I look forward to the day I can truly meet you. Perhaps we can have a game of Fate's Roulette. The two watched her disappear into the crowd in silence. After a moment, someone sighed softly. She knows, Aelian whispered. Yes, Mou replied with a solemn expression. While it was unknown how Laurenti had accurately identified their trumpets among a group of wandering performers, she had made it clear to them that she knew their identities. She had come on behalf of the goddess of fate. Fate's gift has already come with a price tag. I just wonder what the goddess of pleasure actually wants. Although she had sent messengers to collect the debt, the goddess had generously granted Fate's gift first. Perhaps this was an olive branch from her. In any case, seeking a deal is better than starting a war right out of the gate. Mou sighed. Chapter 518. Since the goddess of fate's agent, City Lord Laurenti, merely showed up and left, it meant that the goddess felt the true time to meet them hadn't arrived yet. Mou didn't dwell on this. After all, what was destined to happen couldn't be avoided. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he quietly disappeared for a moment, then returned to the Overlord's ship, just in time to catch the hidden old man and Tranquility Sea turning in their quest at the Mage Tower. After handing in their transcripts, the two players looked at the Overlord with shining eyes, seemingly still unsatisfied and looking forward to the next stage of the quest. Mou coughed softly and said, "You completed this quest very well. Next, I have to work with Annie to decipher the secrets of this tome. We may need your help once we make some progress. For now, you two may continue your adventure." He generously rewarded them with a large sum of adventure coins and military merits. As expected, the hidden old man and Tranquility Sea looked very satisfied. Poor players are always easy to deal with. After seeing the two off, Mou had Leah import the Winter God's secret codex into the system and send it to Annie. He then switched back to his secondary account and continued enjoying a pleasant date. The Wandering Artist Circus seems quite interesting. Maybe we'd be able to arrange some story missions someday. A good planner constantly seeks inspiration in everyday life. 2 hours later, the support team successfully completed their evening's performance. Don't Touch My Bell Meow rubbed the head of his furry white tiger, which had been diligently performing all night, in praise, and fed it a piece of delicious yak meat. After a joyful evening of singing and dancing, the bards and shamans counted their extra money and, contentedly, packed up and returned to the city. The generous lord also had Leah bestow generous military rewards upon the auxiliary team members. After all, their tactics had indeed yielded a wealth of intelligence and key items, greatly reducing the difficulty of the mission. As for Tranquil Sea, having used up its fuel transport, it did encounter a rather unlucky period. At first, he didn't feel much of a problem, until he was nearly hit by a falling flower pot and a falling icicle on the way back to the commercial street from the Mage Tower. Finally, a glittering poop dropped by a griffin flying over the new city of AMTE successfully completed the mission. Tranquility Sea, the hidden old man, completely unaffected, scurried away, looking at Tranquility Sea with a hint of disdain. This is karma. Tranquility Sea rolled his eyes, and headed to the public bathroom to rinse thoroughly. While he was soaking, the hidden old man had brought a pomelo from outside. As he ate, he tossed the freshly peeled pomelo peel into the small tub where Tranquility Sea was soaking alone. Pomelo water, to get rid of bad luck. The hidden old man, his mouth full of pomelo flesh, chewed as he spoke. Shouldn't the pomelo water to get rid of bad luck be made with pomelo leaves, not pomelo peels? Tranquility Sea looked down at the pomelo peel bobbing in the water, speechless. Oh, is that so? Then I asked the druid for some leaves? The hidden old man thought for a moment and said, never mind. It's too much trouble. You have to make do. Grapefruit peels are also quite good at removing odors. So, why are you here watching me take a bath? Tranquility Sea asked, frowning. Because you seem unlucky, and I was worried you'd slip and drown. Well, even though drowning is just a resurrection, it would be fun to watch. The hidden old man squatting by the pool peeled another grapefruit slice and handed it over. Want to eat? Captain, you seem to have let go of yourself a lot, Captain. Nervous Sea still took the grapefruit slice. Well, that's how we are. Before and after getting to know each other, we're two completely different worlds. It's like desensitization training. So what are your plans? Are you going to find a safe place to wait out your bad luck? Or while it lasts, go to Clock Tower Town? Maybe a few big failures will trigger some new plot points? Let's go to the dungeon and see how bad it gets. The players of Green Pine Sanatorium have been earning quite a bit of military merit lately. Because of recuperation mode, they generally spend a lot of time online, but they can't enter the mind-bending and terrifying fantasy dungeon. The most they can do is hang out in Valhalla, play piano with the wives of the Holy Sons, and chat. With little to do on a regular basis, they just hang out, sing songs, and work in the north. As a result, they accumulated quite a bit of military merit. Those who were lucky enough to join Sherwoo in the Wandering Artist quest in Roselle City have earned even more. They have an entire floor of the Mercenary Welfare House to live in, so they don't have to worry about buying a house. So, with all that military merit, how to spend it becomes a question. Ning Songjian stood before the Adventurers Guild's magical doll, carefully reviewing the list of items that could be exchanged for military merits, and ultimately chose amusement park tickets. Because she chose the unlimited VIP ticket, the magical doll gave her a small bag. Once inside the amusement park, whenever you want to ride a ride, this bag will continuously produce game coins. However, these game coins are for your own use only. The park managers will verify the identity of the coin holder. If it is discovered that you have provided game coins to others for use, your VIP status will be revoked. This was easy to understand. VIP tickets could only be used by VIP holders. Otherwise, others could simply use military merits to exchange for single-entry tickets for individual rides, and use their VIP companions' game coins to play to their heart's content, which would easily lead to opportunistic vendors exploiting loopholes. Ning Songjian nodded in understanding. Fortunately, Iku Songshu himself had more than enough military merits, so he also exchanged for a VIP ticket. Now you get game coins directly when you buy a ticket. The Eternal Poet exchanged his 5-item pass for a 5-item pass, receiving 5 game coins in return. He raised an eyebrow and explained to Sherwoo, before, tickets and game coins were given separately. Players had to earn game coins themselves after getting the ticket to enter the amusement park. I don't know when they secretly updated it, eliminating that step, which makes more sense. What the players didn't know was that this update was actually an adjustment made by Aelian after he touched upon the power of illusion and reality. Aelian currently doesn't possess a large amount of power over illusion and reality, but as more and more people associate him with the title of Guardian of Illusion and Reality, the power he can control is increasing day by day. Chapter 519. To truly become a god of both illusion and reality, to completely seize authority from the god of light, simply having Lia access the back door of authority isn't enough. Aelian himself must also learn to tame, control, and use authority. What testing ground could compare to an illusion whose core they controlled? So, on a day when the player diligently worked without indulging in pleasure, the Lord and his knight secretly unearthed the illusion's core once again. This time, Aelian used the power of the illusion and reality authority. To his surprise, he was able to completely connect with the illusion's core, as if the amusement park illusion had completely opened its back-end access to him. Aelian seemed to be the true master of the illusion, able to control everything within this amusement park illusion, adding new facilities, removing old ones, changing the roles of the project managers, or even altering the entire scene of the amusement park illusion in an instant. He also discovered that the game tokens were actually corrupting power condensed through the power of illusion and reality. It was the corrupting energy within these tokens that powered the amusement park's rides, which explained why the project managers valued them so highly. MOU suddenly understood why this amusement park was so modern. Because it was originally created by Nyarlathotep through the power of illusion and reality of the god of light. For Nyarlathotep, who supposedly taught humanity how to build nuclear bombs, creating an amusement park existing in the original world was an effortless task. But this also meant that even though the god of light hadn't been completely devoured by Nyarlathotep, Nyarlathotep had indeed, through the god of light, grasped a portion of the power of illusion and reality. After MOU, Lia, and Calcadora thoroughly discussed the issue of authority, the three concluded that using virtual and real authority within the amusement park illusion was extremely safe. Firstly, the concepts of authority at the edge of existence overlap. This is how gods tamper with and usurp the authority of other gods to expand their own power. Before the transfer of authority is complete, it's difficult for gods to detect exactly how many individuals are using that authority. They might vaguely sense that the power of this authority has been wielded before, but currently, Virtual and real authority is wielded not only by the god of light, but also by Na, and this amusement park illusion was precisely what Na had fabricated using virtual and real authority. If Aelian continued to use virtual and real authority to make any changes within this illusion, Na and the god of light would simply see the illusion Na had created as still functioning somewhere, and would not attract further attention. Thus, this amusement park illusion became the perfect place for Aelian to practice his authority. This also made it easier to update and iterate on this amusement park dungeon. MOU eliminated the duplicate amusement park tickets and gained coins. Players could now exchange their military merits for gained coins, allowing them to enter the dungeon without any work. Furthermore, the small cloth bag VIP players received, imbued with spatial power by Lia, and with the power of illusion by Aelian, could generate more game coins anytime and anywhere within the dungeon. When VIP players left the dungeon, the bag would automatically be transported back to the Adventurers Guild, where it would sit alongside hundreds of other similar bags, quietly awaiting its next redemption. Due to the time difference between the world of Ozelia and the original world, it's currently winter in Ozelia, and the end of the year is fast approaching, with the new year just around the corner. This continent doesn't have Christmas, New Year's Day, or the Spring Festival. Even the definition of the end and beginning of the year is quite different. For example, the Church of Light considers the birthday of the God of Light as the beginning of the new year, while for the elves, the first day of the new year is the day the frost melts and the earth blooms its first spring flower. In the new city of Amut, MOU wanted to respect the local customs, but in a place like the amusement park dungeon, which is only accessible to players, he could let his imagination run wild and design things boldly. So, MOU had Aelian arrange the day-night cycle here. During the day, there are blue skies and white clouds, and at night, one can see a bright starry sky and a large, round, and bright artificial moon. After all, riding a Ferris wheel without the moon always feels like something's missing. Then, throughout the amusement park, in places that didn't obstruct the rides or walkways, soft, white snowdrifts appeared, along with adorable snowmen and snow-covered evergreen trees. Everywhere was decorated with colorful lights, creating a festive atmosphere. After Aelian completely took control of the illusion core, MOU and Aelian no longer needed to worry about entering the illusion using their physical bodies. Now, with just a thought from Aelian, they could freely enter and exit. This also made it much easier for players to enter and exit the illusion. Of course, players had to exchange military merits for tickets. But MOU no longer had to worry about players who had used up their ride attempts and time limits lingering in the illusion. After exchanging their game coins for the amusement park's game tokens, the players at the Green Pine Sanatorium were transported to a joyful world of ice and snow. Unlike the outside world, where MT New City was completely dark except for the lights in the Frozen Dark Night special expansion, this place boasted blue skies, white clouds, and unmelting snowmen and snowdrifts, permeating the air with a New Year's atmosphere. Many of the players at the Green Pine Sanatorium were experiencing an amusement park for the first time. While it's now easy for even people with disabilities to visit Disneyland or Universal Studios, for players with vision or hearing problems, the experience simply isn't there. To experience a similar amusement park experience in this VR game is a truly unique experience. Wow, I'm going to ride a roller coaster, Ning Songjian excitedly said, and a carousel. These shouldn't be considered too exciting by the system. A pine tree was a little worried, but thankfully, the system was considerate enough not to issue any warnings, nor did it directly log players off and force them out of the dungeon like it did when recuperating players entered a brain-twisting puzzle dungeon like Clock Tower Town. Sherwoo hadn't been to the amusement park in a long time. Ever since he lost his hearing, he rarely went to public places. He knew there should be a bustling bustle of people around him, but he couldn't hear a single sound. It felt like he was trapped in a silent world. Happiness belonged to others, not him. And now, he could feel himself standing in a happy world again. Chapter 520. The amusement park and Silver Dragon Dream, previously sparsely visited by players, have inexplicably gained popularity recently. More and more players are using their military merit to redeem entry privileges, forcing MOU and Aelian to carefully play the role of Easter egg NPCs whenever they visit either Silver Dragon Dream or the amusement park. While he was careful not to act too impulsively in front of the players, MOU himself was delighted to see the bustling amusement park. As expected, places like this require a certain amount of talent to be fun. Well, a certain amount of people is enough. If there were queues for every attraction, the player's enjoyment would be diminished. So, MOU only issues a certain number of tickets each day. Once the daily allotment is exceeded, the Adventurers Guild's magic puppet will display a sold-out message on the screen, forcing would-be adventurers to wait until the next day. This prevents the amusement park and Silver Dragon Dream from becoming overcrowded with noisy adventurers, nor does it take up too much of MOU's resources, a win-win situation. While M was still busy deciphering the Winter God's secret codex, MOU and Ialian took some time off to visit Charloria in Corinthal. Compared to the gifted Silver Dragon, Charloria was an angel-level figure who had condensed a Dharmakaya through her own abilities. And the speaker of the Magic Federation, excelling in academics, could always explain the techniques of condensing a Dharmakaya better than the more ruthless and instinctive Anne. This time, they met again in Charloria's office in the Magic Tower. Compared to their first encounter there, this time, they felt like a true family. Your brother-in-law recently received a report from the station. Those adventurers have made a significant contribution to the work of the Anomalous Affairs Investigation Bureau. Charloria brought 2 cups of black tea and handed them to MOU and Ialian. I have to thank you too. Thanks to AMT County accepting the impoverished residents of Coloncell City, the death toll this winter was much lower than in previous years. This is a mutually beneficial situation. Those people helped us produce a lot of strategic supplies for the winter. If it weren't for their willingness to come and work, we wouldn't have such a full complement of manpower. MOU took a sip of the tea. Not only that, those adventurers also helped us clear out many of the magical beasts outside the city, and even adopted many animals that couldn't find food in the winter. As a result, attacks on people leaving the city by magical beasts and wild animals have greatly decreased. If it weren't for the lack of sunlight that has dampened people's spirits, this winter would have been the most peaceful one. I believe the sky will clear up soon. MOU said meaningfully. In fact, this time we came here not only to ask you, sister, how to condense the Dharma image, but also to learn how to kill a god. You are truly worthy of your kindness. Charloria smiled. Are you already thinking about this? But this is indeed the most efficient and effective way to end the divine war. She thought for a moment and said, in this world today, there are many ways to bring down a god. Becoming a god relies on authority, foundation, and faith. Faith and foundation are directly related to a god's very existence. But completely destroying a god's faith is no easy task, and the foundation is always hidden in the safest places. Thus, the most common battles between gods in this world are devouring and merging. Treating weak gods or other extraordinary beings as their own nourishment, devouring them completely, erasing their consciousness, transforming their power into their own, and transforming their followers and faith into their own. The god who initiated the Frozen Dark Night God War has used this method to devour many weaker gods. Several are still missing, and are likely in grave danger. But this approach is not without risk. Ultimately, it's a test of will and faith on both sides. The incident in Clock Tower Town you mentioned earlier resulted in the mutual devouring of the god of light and the god of evil. It's hard to say who truly orchestrated the other, and who will ultimately emerge victorious. If you can't erase the other's consciousness, will you be devoured by it in turn? To be precise, the stronger side will devour the weaker side. But the strength mentioned here encompasses many aspects, not just the strength of faith, but also the competition of the god's own willpower. It's difficult to understand the exact nature of the battle between the two sides during the devouring process. However, from the text I read, I've seen gods completely successfully devour other gods, as well as gods that were devoured in reverse. There are even gods that emerged victorious, yet were also tainted by the very being they devoured. Pollution? Yes. For gods, any thought they disagree with is a form of pollution. The popular imagination mixed in with their faith is also pollution. Devouring other gods also brings about pollution, either from the other gods themselves or from the contamination of their followers. Some gods, despite successfully devouring their targets, become tainted by a portion of their consciousness. The two interpenetrate, coexisting, transforming and merging into a new god. Therefore, this method is risky. If it's not a sure thing, the price is self-sacrifice. MOU took a deep breath, thinking carefully. This devouring method was quite explosive. If two parties hated each other, but because they were evenly matched, they devoured each other, creating a new god that was both part of the other and part of the other, wouldn't that be disgusting? Charloria smiled. In fact, contamination is extremely rare. After all, those extraordinary beings who have reached the level of gods generally have their own experience in dealing with contamination. They will continuously weaken the opponent through divine warfare until the opponent is battered and dying, without enough strength to fight back. Only then will they swallow it whole. Furthermore, not all divine wars are concluded through devouring. Some rumors, whose authenticity cannot be confirmed, seem to indicate that fate once ambushed time, and that darkness itself possesses the power to annihilate gods. But it is said that this power is extremely dangerous, and even darkness itself dare not use it lightly. Each god has their own plans, and will choose the most suitable course of action for themselves. Rather than devouring gods, you should be more careful to be devoured by them. She glanced meaningfully at Aelian. Please don't forget, only the most steadfast hearts can endure to the end. This is ultimately a battle of wills. Whoever can guard themselves and remain uncorrupted will have the last laugh. Chapter 521. Mou and Aelian understood Charloria's intention. Nyarlathotep and the god of light had been engaged in a tug-of-war, a stalemate that had lasted for over 100 years. Although Nyarlathotep now had a slight advantage, he clearly could not swallow the god of light, who was blessed with an endless supply of faith. The two gods were evenly matched, and each needed new leverage. The god of light needed the body of his son to complete the divine descent, complete the foundation, and strengthen his own power to counterattack Nyarlathotep. Nyarlathotep, on the other hand, wanted Aelian to become this body, while simultaneously detonating the arcane seal on him, allowing the pollution to flow back through the channel of the divine descent. Nyarlathotep was not afraid of pollution. This pollution, originally from the evil god, could enhance his own strength while simultaneously polluting the god of light. According to the calculations of the two gods, Aelian would be the weight that broke the stalemate. However, no matter which side of the scale this weight landed on, it would unfortunately become cannon fodder in their divine war. But Aelian's holy mark isn't so easily shed. To remove it, one must become a god. While it's unclear why Na and the god of light haven't taken action yet, Mou suspects they believe Aelian's level isn't high enough, and his body isn't strong enough to host a divine battle between the two gods. Then their timing for action would likely be when Aelian has just reached the pseudo-god level, not yet strong enough to shed the holy mark, but still strong enough to host the divine descent. Salaria's plan mirrored Mou's, to counter the tactic and allow Aelian to devour the two gods during the divine descent. Even if they couldn't capture the evil god Na, they would at least destroy and devour the god of light. The foundation of the god of light is unstable. He has long lost his self, completely distorted by the faith of his believers, a god driven solely by survival instincts. But it is precisely these beliefs that maintain his persona, preventing Nyarlathotep from completely devouring him. To devour the god of light, Nyarlathotep must first convince the followers of the Church of Light that he is the god of light, thus drawing their faith towards him to his own side. However, changing a god's persona is inherently a time-consuming task. Even with a top-down transformation, completely altering the deeply ingrained beliefs of the Church of Light's followers, leading them to worship an evil god diametrically opposed to the god of light, is even more difficult, Mou analyzed. So that evil god attempted to change the people's faith by adding the concepts of night and darkness to his doctrines and sermons. This coincides with the god of light's desire to devour Nyarlathotep to gain dark-related concepts and power, thus eroding the authority of the goddess of darkness, said Saloria. Although the god of light seems to be at a disadvantage now, I suspect he is deliberately lying low, using Nyarlathotep to expand his own power. He should still have a backup plan to turn the tide. Spiritual authority and illusory authority. Mou pondered. Perhaps there are other arrangements. In any case, it will definitely be a three-way battle. Although Aelian is the weakest, as long as his followers' faith is firm, the subsequent battle will be entirely a contest of wills, and there is still a glimmer of hope, said Saloria. No, not three-way. Mou smiled, dropping a bombshell statement with an expression as natural as if he were saying, the weather is nice today. I will also participate in this battle and help him win. What? Saloria gasped, turning to look at Aelian, who gave an apologetic wry smile. I tried to persuade him. The knight said hesitantly to his sister, this should have been my own battle, but the Lord. He's just too convincing. I am his anchor, Mou said calmly. The anchor's purpose is to hold back a ship swept away by the storm and waves. He turned to Aelian and nodded. I promised you, I wouldn't leave you alone in endless darkness and despair. No matter what, I will bring you home safely. A glint seemed to flash in Aelian's eyes. He nodded slightly, and pink once again spread across his neck. Saloria raised a hand to her temple, letting out a helpless groan. One after another, they're always causing trouble like this. She took a deep breath and pointed at Mou, saying, do you know what will happen? Their minds will be mixed together, devouring, strangling, and corrupting each other. Until the very end, no one will be able to tell which soul will ultimately prevail. Even if you find a way to enter their battlefield, you won't even be able to distinguish Aelian. No, maybe not even he himself. Devouring between gods is a chaotic battle of mutual infiltration, not to mention there's a thousand-faced evil god among them, who will deliberately disguise himself as Aelion to mislead you. How will you help him then? If you mistake him for someone else, you might accidentally hurt the real Aelion. You're not helping. You're making things worse. I can recognize him, Mou said earnestly. I considered this thoroughly, and made many preparations. Whether or not Aelion can cooperate with me, I'm confident I can find him and recognize him. Saloria looked at Mou suspiciously, but Mou was unwavering, seemingly certain of victory. Saloria reluctantly retreated and turned to Aelion. And you? Can you completely maintain your self-control and avoid being corrupted by being stronger than you? Aelion replied earnestly, I cannot guarantee that, but I will do my utmost. I have a way to escape unscathed, Mou comforted her. Sister, you don't need to worry about me, but we are indeed facing a formidable challenge in this kind of god-devouring war. We know very little. We need more intelligence and knowledge. It would be even better if we could find out which god or similar being successfully completed the devouring. Phries, the winter god. Saloria's expression was displeased, but she still answered Mou's question. He successfully devoured many weak gods in the north and successfully occupied the entire northern continent, becoming its sole god of worship. At least, from an outsider's perspective, he has won every time, and his personality and style haven't changed much. But whether he was actually corrupted by the consciousness of those weak gods, only he himself knows. One theory is that Phries, the winter god's irritability and rage, stem from the corruption of those devoured gods. Mou, Could it be that you're trying to learn from your own enemy how to defeat another enemy? Chapter 522. This matter requires further consideration. Mou said that he did have some ideas, but he wasn't sure if they would be practical. I plan to consult with Calcadora later. Then you go, Aelion, stay. Saloria said unhappily, he needs special training with me. Special training? Saloria rolled her eyes at her otherworldly brother. Since you devised such a formidable battle plan, you must possess the skills to match it. In order for you to successfully survive this destined battle, and not lose your life in blind self-confidence, I must responsibly inform you that your knight currently lacks the strength to confront two gods simultaneously. He must undergo spiritual training, forging a stronger willpower and resolve. Aelion said sincerely, I am willing to accept any training you offer. And so, Mou was sent back. The Lord, considered particularly improper by his sister, only had time to give the knight's slender fingers a final squeeze before being humiliated and dismissed. Mou touched his nose, sighed, and went about his business. Aelion watched the interaction between the siblings, his lips curled slightly. His fingertips, still tinged with Mou's warmth, clenched into fists, as if to preserve that warmth a little longer. But that warmth would eventually dissipate, or blend with Aelion's own, becoming indistinguishable. The knight's silver eyelashes trembled slightly, and then Charloria's voice interrupted the sudden overflow of thoughts and emotions. Follow me. Saloria said to Aelion, opening the inner door of the office and walking straight in. Aelion obediently followed, passing through the inner rooms, where there was even a magically powered elevator. Saloria placed her hand on the crystal at the elevator car's entrance, infusing it with her magic. The crystal then glowed with golden light. The elevator doors slowly opened. Saloria led Aelion inside, the doors closing behind them. The car descended, the numbers on the mechanical dials on the walls constantly changing. Finally, the number on the brass dial stopped at -9. This is the underground of the Magic Tower, where our Magic Federation stores important or dangerous items, and where we conduct confidential experiments and training. She walked down a long corridor, opening one of the countless closed doors along the way. Aelion stepped into the room. It was a wondrous room. Aside from the small, open door behind them, the entire room was shrouded in a dark blue light, blurring the lines between ceiling, floor, and walls, making it impossible to discern boundaries or determine its size. Before them, roughly in the center of the room, was a shimmering, silvery white, ethereal, misty, and intangible substance, sometimes gathering, sometimes dispersing. This, Aelion felt a sense of déjà vu. He searched his mind for the perfect words to describe it. It's like the intersection of self and external world in the subconscious. Saloria completed the sentence for him. Welcome to the highest achievement of the Magic Federation to date, the artificial mental realm. Artificial. Spiritual realm? Yes, this is a subconscious realm artificially created by generations of sages from our Magic Federation, imitating spiritual authority and the sea of life. It gathers all the wisdom of past sages, providing a safe and stable simulated environment for those who aspire to ascend to the divine realm. Here, we can conveniently teach without actually entering anyone's spiritual world. Salaria smiled, a touch of sadness in her eyes. The world consciousness is like the mother of the planet, but like countless other mothers, she instinctively prioritizes those who cry, make noises, and act spoiled. Perhaps an older, more experienced mother would understand balance, but unfortunately, when she bestowed spiritual authority upon the God of Light, she was still a newborn, free-spirited mother. And those eager, ambitious magicians at the time did not please her. Why? Aelian asked, puzzled. Knowledge is polluting. This is a truth known even to children in this world, yet few truly understand why knowledge is polluted. Salaria said, to put it simply, pollution is ultimately the erosion and influence of external consciousness on the self. Once the erosion and influence become too profound, it will transform the self. These influences and transformations can be both positive and negative. Some can broaden our horizons, while others can shake our very foundations, affecting our spiritual makeup and even our physical makeup. Pollution existed in this world long before the evil god invaded it, but this knowledge pollution at best drove people insane. It did not, like the evil god's chaotic and disordered ravings, transform the entire material world beyond recognition. She smiled. Mou comes from a higher dimensional world where matter is unaffected by the spirit. Therefore, he is completely immune to the pollution and erosion of this world. Only the positive changes brought about by the core power of this world to transform matter can be accepted by him, thus strengthening his body and enhancing his strength. But for us, born and raised in this world, external pollution is an eternal curse. The first things a naive child learns during their growth lay the foundation for their consciousness. People's sense of self is generated and grows through interaction with the outside world. Pollution both creates us and threatens us. Knowledge can make a narrow-minded person open-minded, or it can make a conservative and old-fashioned person even more obstinate. This is related to a person's inherent self and personality, as well as the knowledge they acquire. The knowledge people learn is not necessarily the truth of the world. There are many errors and fallacies. Perhaps a truth applicable in one era becomes nonsense in the next. If all the knowledge and theories of a wise person were instilled into a naive child, would that child lose their sense of self? Will he become a replica of this wise man? Or will he think critically, accepting the correct knowledge and discarding the incorrect, giving birth to a new, integrated wise man? Or will he simply treat all that knowledge as a breeze blowing past his ears? Aelian gradually began to understand. Chapter 523. Perhaps you wondered why knowledge doesn't exist within the realm of supreme authority, why those who ascend to the rank of knowledge god repeatedly fail, and even the once existing gods of mystery weakened and ultimately perished due to people's constant pursuit of the mysteries. And the one closest to the highest point of that divine rank would be Calcadora. Aelian nodded, then shook his head. He'd been curious before, but still had no answer. Moiwu also sought knowledge itself, but it wasn't until Calcadora appeared that he realized the problem. Salaria sighed deeply. Knowledge is not a form of authority. World consciousness itself is the consciousness formed by the planet, and all the spirits upon it. Knowledge is an innate part of it, the source of world consciousness, and a form of core power. Its status far surpasses authority, and it is a privilege that only world consciousness can control. Humanity can only glimpse a portion of knowledge, but it is impossible to master all true knowledge in the world. Therefore, the ability to control. The only one who possesses knowledge is the world consciousness itself. The one who currently wields a portion of the power of knowledge is also a fragment of the world consciousness, Calcadora. The reason it hasn't yet become a god is because it's only a fragment of the world consciousness, unable to access or unleash its full power. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. Thus, the magicians who once pursued the authority of knowledge were viewed by the world consciousness as ambitious children who dared to challenge its authority, and naturally, they were not favored. Knowledge will not become a form of authority, because the world consciousness does not enjoy instilling so much knowledge into a single individual. The world consciousness prefers diverse consciousness and ways of thinking, like wildflowers blooming in a meadow, each with its own fragrance. She doesn't like an entire world assimilated by the same thoughts and ideas. She prefers those with independent thinking, capable of distinguishing right from wrong, and upholding their principles, to those who are completely corrupted by the knowledge and ideas of others. We strayed a bit, Salaria quickly refocused, but the principle applies universally. The corruption of faith, the corruption of gods, the corruption of evil gods are no different from the corruption of knowledge, only differing in degree and power. Now that you encountered faith and know what it's like, you should have naturally discovered that knowledge and faith aren't simply bad corruptions. Some aspects exist in ways you never considered. But you will acknowledge it, accept it, it will merge with you, become a part of you, become your own power. Yes, Aelian deeply resonated with this. For mages, the beneficial power contained within knowledge far outweighs the harm caused by pollution. We are willing to bear the negative impacts, using our own eyes and minds to judge and accept the baptism of knowledge, growing while discarding the truly harmful pollution. Change doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing, and staying true to yourself doesn't mean remaining unchanged. The you of 10 years ago and the you of today are likely worlds apart, but you haven't lost yourself, you've simply grown. Perhaps some people become the person they like in the process of growing up, while others become the person they once hated most, but you are still you. As long as you realize what you ultimately want, you can adjust your self-development. She paused, then continued, the same is true for devouring gods. Devouring means inevitably merging. To gain the power of other gods, you must actively connect with their consciousness, understand their thoughts, seek out those with whom you share common ground, and devour them. In this process, you will inevitably change. As long as it doesn't harm your ego, this change isn't a bad thing. You will grow, gain a stronger mind, and greater power. But in the eyes of others, it will still be a huge change. Salaria sighed deeply. So now you understand why I don't approve of MOU's plan. The devouring of gods is actually a spiritual struggle. Your own growth and change can only be felt by you. As long as it's a self you recognize, there's no right or wrong, and you don't need others' approval. If MOU gets involved, to help you, he have to find you first. By then, you might have already grown, changed, and merged beyond recognition along the path you've chosen. If you're no longer your original self, but instead deliberately disguised as your evil god, acting perfectly, then MOU will mistake you, be deceived, and even harm you in return. If such a thing were to happen, it would cause immense harm to both of you. Aelian's expression was slightly moved. It's not that I don't believe in that child's abilities, but I fear seeing either of you get hurt. Salaria said, so I leave the final decision to you. I hope you can make the best plan after understanding all the pros and cons. Devouring the God of Light is your only chance of survival, but the corruption within the deity will far surpass faith or knowledge. Of course, the corruption of the evil god is even greater, so your primary target should be the God of Light, not that evil god from another world. Once you fully acquire the power of the God of Light, the sum of its parts will be greater than the sum of its parts, giving you enough power to fight the evil god and expel him from your body. Becoming a god is inevitably a difficult path, but it is also the only path to freedom, a path of either success or death. None of them considered stopping and stagnating to maintain their current level, because as long as they lacked the strength to break free of the holy runes, Aelian would always be a fish on the chopping block, his life and death entirely in the hands of the one wielding the knife. So, having understood corruption, you must learn to fight it. The path to godhood is a path of fighting against endless corruption. The higher you climb on the divine ladder, the more corruption you will receive, whether from faith or devoured in divine wars. You must firmly engrave yourself on the foundation, it is your anchor. But the anchor is unchanging, you are not. You must treat the unchanging self within your foundation as a mirror, constantly reflecting on your changes, correcting any deviations, and recording the changes you thoughtfully accepted within the foundation. Otherwise, when your growth has drastically altered you, looking back at your foundation will reveal a vast difference, and by then, it may be too late to correct yourself. When the person recorded in your foundation is no longer who you are highly likely to descend into madness. Even an anchor can be corroded by seawater, and snapped by storms. Chapter 524. You should now have a very clear self inscribed on the foundation, and have constructed your own Dharma form in your consciousness. In this artificial spiritual realm, you can demonstrate before me the process of condensing your Dharma form and combating pollution, and I can point out where your errors and flaws still exist. Your Dharma form should be a self that you fully accept and acknowledge. You should have no fear or shame in displaying your Dharma form. If you resist displaying it to others, it means you have not yet fully acknowledged and accepted yourself. You must re-examine your ego and your spiritual form, and correct yourself. Salaria activated a mechanism in the room, and a pillar carrying a crystal ball slowly rose from the floor in the center. This crystal ball is the core of this artificial spiritual realm. You need to infuse it with your faith and consciousness, treating this place as your own spiritual domain. By the way, within this artificial spiritual realm, there exist the consciousnesses of many deceased sages. They are also a kind of pollution you need to combat. I'm not the kind of parent who raises children in a greenhouse, preventing them from experiencing any danger. No, that would only raise spineless individuals incapable of facing danger or protecting themselves. In my view, teaching children how to deal with threats in a safe and controllable environment is far more useful than isolating them from all danger and letting them grow up innocently and unawarely. Only by experiencing enough pollution can you learn how to recognize it, resist its whispers and temptations, and completely defend yourself against it. The important thing isn't to isolate yourself from danger and contamination, but to learn to make the right judgment when encountering new things, and to maximize your self-preservation and seek opportunities to strike back when faced with danger. I understand. Aelian said understandingly, just as we've seen, after slaying enough monsters and witnessing their various tactics, we won't panic or be helpless when a sudden new mutation appears. That's right. Charleria said approvingly, the more contamination you experience here, the better your chances of success. Now, try placing your hands on the crystal ball and infusing it with the power of your faith. Aelian stepped forward and placed his hands on the crystal ball. It was icy cold, but after being infused with faith, it became warm and soft, as if he were no longer touching a crystal ball, but a beating heart. He frowned slightly, and looked down at the crystal ball beneath his palm, only to find that it hadn't visually changed at all. Charleria didn't raise any alarm, so Aelian, despite the strange sensation, infused it with faith. The entire artificial spiritual realm began to transform. The originally dancing, silvery white, mist-like, intangible, gauze-like substance began to spread and transform, becoming more like the strange jelly ocean deep within Aelian's consciousness. Chunky clumps of faith jelly of various colors rolled and squirmed, forming waves and uttering a variety of murmurs that could even be called cute. Charleria listened carefully and discovered that most of the faith was mumbling in a cute, clipped voice. Wife, hee wife. Although it felt polluted enough, it was no different from being with those adventurers. Wasn't this level of pollution something you could just shake off with a wave of your hand? In this adorable, rainbow-colored ocean, only a few sticky, blackish-gray jelly-like lumps occasionally clung to it, looking like spoiled fruit. Charleria fell silent. Are all your beliefs this cute and adorable? After a long pause, she finally found her voice and asked with difficulty. Aelian nodded, puzzled. Is something wrong? It's hard to explain in words. Charleria took a deep breath. I demonstrate for you. With a wave of her hand, the entire artificial spiritual realm split in two. Aelian's adorable, rainbow-colored jelly ocean was moved from the center of the room to the left, while the right side returned to the room's original state, with a new stone pillar holding a crystal ball appearing. Charleria stepped forward and poured the beliefs she had received into the crystal ball. For a moment, the right half of the room was filled with agonizing cries and howls. Blackish-gray wandering spirits drifted everywhere, their hoarse voices proclaiming injustice and yearning for justice. Blood and tears flowed from their empty eyes and mouths, hissing and emitting wisps of reddish-black smoke as they dripped onto the ground. Lady Charleria, is this the kind of faith you face every day? Not just me, all the gods are like this. No, I am merely an angel. What they face every day is suffering far more terrible than this, resentment far deeper. I have never seen a sea of faith like yours. Aelian looked at the rainbow-colored jelly-like ocean on his left, then at the hellish underworld on his right, utterly stunned. He opened his mouth in bewilderment, then silently closed it again. Both realized that perhaps the reason their two beliefs were so drastically different was because of the game planner from another world and his plan to steal their base. While I'm not the kind of parent who would raise their children in a greenhouse, preventing them from experiencing any danger, it's clear you have a doting partner, Charleria said dryly. Aelian coughed sharply, turned his head away embarrassedly, and secretly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Charloria's fighting spirit seemed to be ignited. Ah, that proves you need more training. Training? If you're so relaxed during preparation, you'd be severely disadvantaged on the battlefield. Come, I condense my Dharma image, and you see carefully. She concentrated her mind and energy, and the black and gray faith, wailing like ghosts and gods, instantly evaporated. The phantom Dharma image of the goddess Aelian had seen condensed within the surging mist, looming large in the seemingly boundless room. The blood-red silk ribbon covering the goddess' eyes was formed from the tears and blood of those faiths. Try it. After demonstrating, Charleria said to Aelian first, picture your Dharma image in your mind. Your Dharma image represents your future form. You must accept it as you would your true self. Then, infuse faith into your foundation and project your Dharma image. This time, a massive, silver-haired figure appeared before Aelian. Its features were identical to Aelian's, but its expression was more compassionate. A crown of thorny laurel crowned its head, and it wore a silver-white, off-the-shoulder robe with shimmering pale blue patterns flowing slowly down its surface. Behind it lay 6 enormous, overlapping golden wings. When closed, they completely enveloped it, like a gigantic winged bud. Strangely, This winged bud bore a resemblance to the sacred pattern. Chapter 525. Aelian gazed at him. He also looked back at Aelian. This was the first time Aelian had faced his own dharma in reality. It was a strange feeling, as if looking in a mirror, examining himself from another perspective, scrutinizing his own heart, or as if looking at a completely unfamiliar and extraordinary being. This guardian of illusion and reality bore too many traces left by the Church of Light. The thorny crown on his head was a reflection of the sealing's secrets. Although the thorns, covered in sharp points, oppressed and bound him, what they woven was also proof of the suffering he had endured, the glory he had earned through sacrifice and devotion. The wings on his back were remarkably similar to the holy mark. Aelian had to admit that ever since he learned of the holy mark's existence, that living mark had left an indelible mark on his heart. Even though he had known long ago that his life was controlled by the Church of Light, the existence of the holy mark proved once again that they were vessels strictly controlled and manipulated by the Church of Light. They may become vessels for gods, or cages binding corruption. If a life controlled by others is painful, then even more despairing is when those who control one's life are a group of selfish individuals, who use grand rhetoric and hypocritical fabrications of righteousness to demand sacrifice and devotion from innocent people. For long-lived elves and half-elves, 300 years is but a very short fraction of their lives. A half-elf raised in a normal family might only now be shedding their youthful naivete and gradually maturing into a worldly wise individual. But Aelian, raised as a vessel within the Church of Light, was destined to agonize between the weight of suffering and personal happiness. While he consistently chose self-preservation, he also repeatedly chose to endure hardship and dedicate himself to the world. Only by preserving the flame can the battle continue. Perhaps the root of his journey on this path initially lay in his youthful ignorance, when he believed the righteous pronouncements of the Church of Light and aspired to become a true hero. But it was his mentor, Wayland, who truly led him onto this path, guiding him to its crossroads. Wayland, this was a wound that Aelian could never erase from his heart. Now, the wings on his avatar not only resembled holy runes, but also the wings that grew from the fallen one Wayland ultimately became. Aelian could never forget the feeling of the great sword piercing the enormous, monstrous monster his mentor had become, sticky, slippery, and reeking of blood. That was the sin unique to Aelian, killing the one he revered most, then using that person's flesh and blood to pave a path to survival for himself. After he emerged unscathed from the Inquisition, no one knew that Aelian found a deserted wilderness, vomited for a very long time, and wept for a very long time. Perhaps embarking on the path of chivalry, sacrificing himself for the world, and resolutely taking up the burden carried by Wayland, was also Aelian's chosen way of paying homage to Wayland and atoning for his sins. But after witnessing countless visions and the suffering of the world and its people, he ultimately made his own choice, to shoulder the burden of saving the world, and to stumble step by step along this thorny path of chivalry. Perhaps he would sacrifice his life on this path, but it was one of the very few times in his controlled life that he made decisions of his own free will. I say very few, but it probably only happened twice. Once, he decided to protect the world, and the second time, he chose to betray and flee the Church, remaining by Mou's side and becoming his knight. Perhaps the repeated struggle between self-interest and sacrifice for the world is the bitter fate he must bear forever. But as he embarked on this path, he met fellow travelers one after another in the endless thorny wilderness. Veland, his fellow sons, Moiwu. On this endless road, Aelian met new companions one after another, and when they collapsed, unable to hold on any longer, he chose to pick up the burdens they left behind and carry them on his own shoulders. And just as Aelian's steps grew heavier, as if he could no longer move, a pair of hands firmly caught him, supported him, and took on the burden he had carried. He was clearly from another world, clearly burdened with no responsibility or suffering in this world. Yet Mou simply smiled and said, "But I owe Moiwu and Lia a debt of gratitude." With just this fleeting excuse, the ordinary person from another world naturally took root in this world, using his fragile body to shoulder the burdens that would have crushed a knight, step by step, determined and effortless, as he made his way to this point. At first, driven solely by his own selfish desire to survive, he gradually piqued the sympathy of the stranger, tempting him to lend a hand. But under Mou's repeated, perfectly natural and reasonable acts of salvation, Aelian's self-serving motives vanished without a trace, replaced by genuine devotion to his lord. The short few months he spent in Amt County were far more brilliant and colorful for Aelian than his entire 300-year life. He felt his soul regain its radiance, the flame of his faith reignite, and his love for his lord grow ever stronger. But Aelian didn't know how to transform these intense emotions into a part of his divine form. He is not truly finished, Aelian murmured. I can now face all the marks the Church of Light has left on me, but I haven't fully understood who I am now. This guardian of illusion and reality reflected Aelian's past, but only the past. The present and future were yet to be manifested within him. He floated in this seemingly boundless room, his lower body concealed in the mist. He bowed down to Aelian, extending his large, long fingers towards the silver-haired knight, gently stroking the knight's face with the tip of his index finger. Blood flowed from the thorn crown and from his eyes, yet it added to his inhuman holiness and divinity. Celoria looked up at Aelian's avatar, sensing his contradictions and struggles. For you, suffering is easier to feel, but happiness and joy give you a strange sense of guilt, Celoria said knowingly. No need for too much thought. Relax, let the avatar reveal your truest self. Try closing your eyes and recalling your time in AMT County. Chapter 526. Aelian closed his eyes obediently. There's no need to feel guilty about feeling happy and pursuing happiness. Celoria had seen many people like this, most of them survivors, who had lost friends and family in disasters. Survival seemed like a sin for them. When enduring pain, they felt a sense of atonement, but when experiencing happiness, the guilt was doubled. However, a dharma form that only reflects the suffering they carry is incomplete. The more authentically one can express one's dharma form, the stronger and more stable it will be. Perhaps it could also help her younger brother in another world resolve some minor emotional issues. After all, those who can't freely enjoy happiness and joy often can't face love with ease. Dating while bound by constraints is unlikely to last long. Although she felt helpless that her younger brothers always chose a bumpy road in love, since they had made their own choices, Celoria, now a mature Archon, could only respect them and offer some help to the best of her ability. You have the right to enjoy happiness and pursue joy without feeling guilty for the dead. Celoria quietly invoked her own concept. The power of judgment. You, who fought with the wishes of the deceased, are even more entitled to happiness in return. This is the life you deserve, the reward bestowed upon you by the world consciousness. You do not have to endure suffering alone, nor should you blame yourself for feeling happiness. I believe that those companions you have lost will eventually pray to the world consciousness in the ocean of life, wishing you happiness and peace. I, in my seat of arbitrator, hereby deliver my judgment upon you, Aelian, innocent. The phantom of the goddess of arbitrator raised the scales before Aelian in his image. Aelian's phantom appeared on the left side of the scales, while a golden feather fell from the right. The scales trembled, then the left side tilted high. The golden feather instantly transformed into a warm radiance, circling Aelian's body several times before entering his heart. A warm and fulfilling feeling overflowed from the depths of Aelian's heart. He gasped in surprise, finding himself never so relaxed. It was as if the heavy burdens and filth weighing on his heart had been stripped away by the power of an angel, and memories treasured deep within Aelian, yet dared not touch, surged forth in an instant, overwhelming him. At the end of the beast tide, he was riddled with wounds, a gaping, bleeding gash in his abdomen. He laid down his great sword, as if shedding a heavy burden he had carried for so long. He lay on the scorching Gobi Desert, his heart overflowing with a sense of relief, apologetic towards his lord, and a small, bittersweet joy and guilt at his successful prank. He had tried, he had fought with all his might, leaving the flame of hope and the burden to that stranger. To die like this, he could be true to his heart, true to all those who had passed away and entrusted him with hope and responsibility. The next moment, the ring inexplicably began to spin, a firm and reliable embrace arrived, and an abundance of healing power pulled him back from the brink of death. Aelian's little scheme to legitimately extricate himself from endless responsibilities was dissolved by a certain lord with an extremely gentle and natural touch. What was originally a gamble filled with scrutiny and uncertainty had somehow transformed into a deep interest, and then, during the night of intimate conversation, it quietly changed again. Aside from preventing him from actively seeking death, Mou never denied his decision. He treated Aelian with gentle respect, even graciously stepping back when Aelian looked troubled, avoiding probing Aelian's deepest wounds and allowing him to keep his various little secrets. The Lord meticulously arranged everything from shelter, clothing, weapons, armor, and even daily meals, allowing Aelian access to his deepest secrets from another world. It was this trust and indulgence that ensnared Aelian, causing him to fall deeper and deeper into the honeypot offered by the Lord, with no desire to leave. But Aelian knew that he feared this kind of happiness and sweetness. It wasn't the happiness itself that frightened him, but rather the feeling that he didn't deserve it. So many people, more worthy and hopeful than himself, had perished, never experiencing these beautiful things. Why was he so lucky? Would something terrible happen in the next moment, judging him and his Lord, punishing them? He could bear all the sins and consequences, he could bear all the punishment, but he did not want Mo to suffer any harm. Not physically, not emotionally. When the traveling merchant arrived with the illusion of Naya, Aalian felt a strange sense of relief. It was like the shoe had finally dropped, the punishment he had waited for finally coming. He was about to bear his sins, cherish the unspoken love deep in his heart, and face his inevitable death, but Mo stopped him again. Each time, Aalian bravely faced death. But each time, he was stopped by Mo. And each time, he was incredibly grateful to still be alive, to be able to accompany his Lord for a little longer. Not today, his destined death hadn't arrived yet. He wanted to live more and more. Yes, to live for his Lord, for their future happiness. This was his hope, his goal, his newest obsession. How could he forget it, now? What he sought wasn't just martyrdom or liberation. He wanted to walk hand in hand with Mo, supporting each other. Further along this thorny path, Aalian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His form began to change. The spikes of the crown of thorns, once deeply embedded in his flesh, began to fall away, dissolving, becoming smooth and soft, like a laurel wreath woven from pliable grapevines. Silver blue armor also appeared on his body. The world emblem designed by the Lord was engraved on the center breastplate of the armor. He held a sword in his right hand, a shield in his left. Protection was his most fundamental concept. His lower body sank into the void, leaving only his upper body solid. Within the void, a faint black reflection could be seen. The guardian of both reality and illusion, his physical form represented the path he upheld, while his shadow held within it his love, his selfish desires, and the treasures he cherished. He would defend his treasure with his flesh, his form, and his life, like a mighty dragon guarding its treasure. His foundation trembled slowly, the silver dragon's skeleton resonating. The dark shadow's back was no longer covered in feathers, but now with vast dragon wings. Aalian slowly opened his eyes. The complete guardian of both reality and illusion stared back at him. Chapter 527. A certain lord, recently kicked out by his adopted sister, was currently drinking tea in the Tower of Calcardo. The mutual devouring of gods, Calcardo sipped his herbal tea. I have indeed witnessed many such divine wars throughout history, but no two battles are exactly alike. Every divine war varies depending on the participants. While humanity learns and understands by observing precedents, summarizing experiences, drawing lessons, and replicating successes, excessive attachment to the past is putting the cart before the horse. After all, there is no fixed template for divine wars. It depends entirely on the strength, strategy, and luck of both sides. Based on the knowledge I gleaned from Liao, these are probably what you call favorable timing, geographical advantage, and popular support in your homeland? Lord, you should focus more on your opponent. Opponent? Ah. We know that Milky Tooth enjoys toying with people's hearts. As a man of pleasure, any trick is acceptable. But we truly don't know much about the God of Light. We suspect there's a problem with his foundation, and his identity has likely been distorted by the faith of his followers. However, he possesses a profound desire to survive. To survive, he doesn't mind sacrificing anyone's life, perhaps even the entire world. Calcadora chuckled softly. Is a god's self truly important to a god? Mo raised his right hand to his chin. Faith, foundation, authority. The foundation is engraved with self, thus resisting the contamination of faith. That's the information I learned, isn't it? Yes and no, said Calcadora. What's engraved on the foundation stone can be truth or lies. If self is important to a god, then it's important. But if a god has never loved their true self and feels unimportant, then perhaps a falsehood will be engraved on the foundation stone, actively abandoning their past self. Well, perhaps it can't be called a lie, but simply the image a god desires for themselves to become. Doing so will certainly cause the god to lose their pre-godhood self, but they will also become the person they envision themselves to be. Whether this is a good or bad thing, worthwhile or not, is naturally a matter of debate, and only they know the true meaning. So losing oneself isn't necessarily a flaw for a god? Yes, it could be intentional, or it could be an accidental mistake. From the god's perspective, there might be both gains and losses, but from a third person's perspective, the god remains the same god, and their power and level remain unchanged or unchanged. If there's a flaw, it's the loss or alteration of oneself. Gods with this kind of ego are more susceptible to corruption, and are more likely to go insane. This is probably because such gods are more likely to forget their true selves and stray from their foundation. I see, MOU offered an analogy. Just like some people believe being themselves is important, while others loathe certain flaws in themselves, like cowardice, procrastination, or autism. It's perfectly normal to engrave the image of who you want to be on your foundation. If modern people might cut their hair and change their image after a breakup, then it's not incomprehensible that deities would abandon parts of themselves they dislike in pursuit of a better version of themselves. But I don't think the God of Light is in this situation either. MOU pondered for a moment, then added, the fact that he would use 9 divine descents to repair the foundation stone indicates that something is indeed wrong with it, affecting his abilities and even his survival. The divine descents had already begun before Milk Teeth set his sights on him. Milk Teeth merely utilized his 9th divine descent, so there must be some flaw that he would rather face a stalemate with the evil god than to repair it. Our previous speculation was that the God of Light might not have had time to carve the foundation stone, leading people to equate him with the sun, causing a massive taint of faith upon his ascension. Therefore, he wanted to use 9 divine descents to reshape the foundation stone. But ultimately, these are just our speculations. Something is definitely wrong with the God of Light, and we can't easily discern the truth simply by inferring from divine descents. Different problems may manifest themselves in the same way, and may also lead to the same remedies. What the gods have engraved on the foundation stone is known only to them, and the cost is borne by them. If the foundation stone is engraved with the word self, whether it's true or false, it's the god's own choice. But if there's no foundation at all, then the meaning is quite different. Calcadora shook his head. I can't observe the history of the God of Light's ascension. I only know that before his ascension, his health was poor, and he suffered from serious illness. Perhaps this is why he was so eager and reckless in his ascension, or perhaps the truth is indeed as you speculate. If the God of Light lacks a foundation at all, then he might be a completely insane god. But whether he's mad or still sane, it doesn't make the divine war any less difficult. In other words, the more insane the God of Light becomes, the more dangerous he becomes to you. He took some refreshments from the table. Let me use these refreshments to demonstrate the principle of divine war you asked about, where the gods devour each other. He took an empty cup and poured milk into it. Let's say this is Ialian. He took another cranberry biscuit, and this is the God of Light. Then he placed a cup of herbal tea nearby. This is Milk Tooth. He dipped the cranberry biscuit into the tea. This is the current state of the God of Light and Milk Tooth. The two gods are devouring each other, contaminating each other. Just as the cranberry biscuit absorbs the water from the herbal tea, and the herbal tea absorbs the substances released by the cranberry biscuit, generally speaking, the closest and most similar substances will begin to dissolve first. The sugar in the biscuits will first mix with the sugar in the herbal tea, but the undissolved solids, such as the cranberries themselves, will remain. The same is true for gods. Their most similar parts will mix first, but those in conflict will remain in a stalemate until the stronger party emerges victorious. Several possibilities arise. First, in the rare case of herbal tea, the cranberry biscuits completely absorb the tea, becoming a cranberry biscuit with the flavor of herbal tea. Second, the two mix into a strange liquid. While strange and perhaps even unpalatable, he is still a newly born god, a blend of the two. Third, the herbal tea completely dissolves the cranberry biscuits, but he dislikes the undissolved cranberries and excretes them as residue. From then on, he once again becomes a cup of sweet herbal tea. Chapter 528. Now, it's clear that the herbal tea hasn't been able to completely dissolve the cranberry biscuits for a long time, and the cranberry biscuits can't escape the herbal tea. Both sides in the stalemate are trying to find a way out. Calcadora poured the herbal tea mix with biscuits into the cup of milk. So, for their own purposes, they both chose to involve Ialian in the battle. Of course, on the surface, the biscuit side would be at a greater disadvantage. But in reality, the God of Light is not a sweet and delicious cranberry biscuit, so this metaphor may be a bit inaccurate. Calcadora picked up a spoon and stirred the cup of liquid. The liquid was completely unsightly. He handed the indescribable liquid to MOU. This is the outcome of the divine war, said Calcadora. To outsiders, it's probably impossible to tell which of these three is truly dominant. Perhaps only they themselves know who ultimately triumphs, who has the last laugh, and who gets what they want. It's a matter of knowing for sure, like drinking the water. Perhaps there are no winners in this battle. MOU, Of course, theoretically, it's not impossible to separate them through some external force. Calcadora took a spoon and scooped out the solids from the cup of liquid, discarding them on the saucer. The remaining liquid might be purified through some chemical or physical means. But in a divine war, whether external forces can truly aid any of the parties is completely unpredictable. The only way out is that the stronger the foundations of the participants, the greater the disparity between the three parties' egos, and the lower their recognition of the others, the more difficult it will be for them to merge. It's like throwing gold into water. The gold remains gold, easily separating from the water. I see. Mou began to understand Siloria's earlier words. Your demonstration was very easy to understand. I may have indeed been thinking in the wrong direction before. I suspect you might have mistaken self and foundation for something constant, Calcardo said. But in reality, both the human self and the foundation of a god gradually change over a long period, influenced by various factors. However, for gods, the change in the foundation needs to align with their own situation and the acceptance of their followers, otherwise, it might cause some negative consequences. But for gods in a divine war, these minor negative consequences are no worse than the outcome of defeat. Isn't there a saying in your hometown? You can't step into the same river twice. The river flows, and so do people. Will the person who steps into that river a second time still have the same self? Mou closed his eyes. I understand. Just like how Mou initially didn't think he would fall for a half-elf of the same gender in another world, but gradually succumbed to love through their interactions. He was still himself, still true to himself, only his decisions changed. Humans cannot predict the future. Environments and conditions are constantly changing. The numbers input into the equation have changed. Even if the formula remains the same, the calculated answer will naturally be different. All the logic still functions correctly, but the result is drastically different. Your idea is indeed interesting, but I can't confirm its feasibility. Calcadora said, most of the time, once one adopts the path of devouring, unless one first obliterates consciousness before devouring, there will be some degree of fusion. The power of the gods lies within these mixtures, and only after fusion can new power be gained. So, choosing this path is inevitable, but the extent of the change, and the form of the change, is something that one can perhaps strive for. Mou pondered for a moment. The prerequisite for mutual devouring is that similarities dissolve. So, among gods, the so-called similarities dissolve. It's just identification, understanding, and fusion of ideas and concepts. Calcadora said, each of the three gods possesses its own foundation, and these foundations absorb concepts and ideas that align with the rules inscribed within them. The more a god desires to merge into one, the more their thoughts will synchronize. They might construct a realm or create an illusion, replaying certain histories and events within it, creating certain problems or choices to be resolved, and strive to achieve synchronization with the one they wish to merge with when faced with a particular decision. Each synchronization and recognition results in a partial fusion of them. But if no one compromises, and all make different choices, they will gradually separate, becoming distinct and distinct. The possibility you describe seems very much to the liking of a certain evil god. Mou said, the information you provided is very useful. It seems you have a new idea? Calcardo smiled. I'm glad I could help you. Also, I'd like to offer you a piece of advice. Please speak. As a fragment of world consciousness, I witness countless couples of all kinds. Some stay together until the end of their lives. Others, after spending time together, discover that they've fallen in love with illusions of their own minds, and the real person may be far removed from these fantasies. Still others are incredibly compatible when they're in love, but as time and circumstances change, both of them undergo some kind of transformation. The points of harmony that were once perfect are worn away, becoming rough and unable to fit together again. Given your relationship with Ialian, and the potential divine war that may follow, can you accept that your lover has changed? Perhaps this is a question worth pondering. Of course, it's also a question only the person experiencing it truly understands. You don't need to give me any answer. I understand. Mou smiled. You are truly a wise and philosophical teacher. Today's conversation has been incredibly beneficial. I have also benefited greatly from your help. Calcadora smiled, gently opening his hand, and a projection of the entire academy appeared between his palms. Your adventurers have built the Druidic Purification Hall within the academy, and have helped many students. These students, who were previously unable to continue their studies due to corruption, have been purified by the Druids, and are now able to return to their studies and research, progressing further on their chosen divine paths. This is a truly remarkable achievement. All the students of Calcadora's Magic Academy, past, present, and future, will thank you and your adventurers. I hope these adventurers haven't caused the academy too much trouble. Believe me, they're no more difficult than a group of teenage magic apprentices. Calcadora and Mou exchanged a smile. Chapter 529. When Mou returned to the Magic Tower from the Magic Academy, Calcadora, he received a message from Angelma. She had successfully deciphered the Winter God's secret code and located the earthly kingdom of the Winter God, Friels. However, she couldn't discuss the details over the phone. They would have to meet in person. If we're lucky, perhaps we can end this divine war, and said. You might consider gathering your most trusted allies together. So, that evening, Anjuma accompanied Mou to the Elf King's palace. Saloria and Ricard had already been having tea with the Elf King for a while, and Ialian, who had been kept behind by his sister for special training, had also come with him. The knight's eyes lit up when he saw Mou. Mou sat down next to Ialian. With the alliance meeting imminent, they didn't rush to share their day's gains, but instead quietly held hands under the table. The tiny world spirit, Lia, sat on Mou's shoulder, while Calcadora, unable to leave the academy, participated remotely in the meeting through consciousness synchronization. Unbeknownst to him, Mou quietly discovered that the World Alliance had grown so powerful, with the leaders of multiple factions seated there, all near godlike beings. They were plotting to kill a god who had betrayed the world. Lia had isolated this space from the outside world. Everything they communicated here would go unnoticed by the Winter God Phrase or the Yellow King. Calcadora was located within the domain of his magic academy. He synchronized through channels between fragments of world consciousness, ensuring that information would not leak out. After completing all preparations, and spread out a map of the north on the table, I found the sacred orb of the mermaids, and the earthly kingdom of the Winter God Friels. Anjuma delivered the bombshell. Furthermore, we deciphered the Winter God's secret codex and discovered the hiding places of 2 other artifacts suspected to be Frielski stones. Legend has it that the Winter God possesses 3 artifacts, the knowledgeable Calcadora explained through Leah's projection: his own unmelting ice, the unformed water god, the sacred orb of the seas seized from the mermaids, and the spear of the god of war. And said, the former is his most primordial foundation, bearing the weight of winter, ice, and death. The latter 2 are powers he seized, transforming them directly into his new foundations. He also incorporated the storms he seized from the wind god, and the lightning he seized from the thunder god into his own foundations. Among these artifacts, the storm dissolved into the holy pearl, while the lightning was absorbed by the spear of the god of war. The ice, the holy pearl, and the spear together constitute 1/3 of the natural authority. The elven kingly way, unlike the mother tree of life, which inherently possessed natural power, the winter god gained his authority through conquests. For some unknown reason, he chose not to incorporate all of this authority into his original foundation. Instead, he retained the looted artifacts and transformed them into his own foundation. Whether he wanted to preserve the spoils or mitigate the risk of his foundation being taken, this situation is actually very beneficial to us. Annie said, the holy pearl belongs to the mermaids. I can sense its presence, and its location is exactly as recorded in the secret book. Annie pointed to a marked location on the northern map. This is where I sense the holy pearl, and also the location of the winter god's earthly kingdom, the underworld kingdom. Mou looked at the marked point, simultaneously summoning the map from the system's backend in his mind. After a brief comparison, he arrived at the answer. This is where the adventurers discovered the Emperor's due. Yes, it's where those gods' remains are located, Annie said. According to the secret records, those remains should belong to the long-lost god of war. He has indeed completely perished, his remains have turned into liquid, and Friels used the pollution there to build an earthly kingdom, the underworld kingdom. Then, Friels himself must have been deeply corrupted. The Elf King frowned. Considering his alliance with the foreign evil god, the Yellow-Robed King, the possibility of him being corrupted is high, Mou pondered. Are all 3 divine artifacts together? No, the solid ice and the holy pearl are both in the underworld, while the war god's spear is hidden in a dreamlike realm in the south of central continent. Perhaps he fears that if the artifact's location is too close to the war god's remains, it might cause an anomaly, Annie said. His divine realm contains not only these 2 artifacts, but also the souls of all those killed by the winter god. What? Everyone exclaimed in shock. After the world's consciousness shattered, the flow of life ceased, and many corrupted souls were unable to return to the sea of life, Calcardo said. Under these circumstances, it's logical that the winter god uses the authority of death to control and bind the souls of the dead, taking them into his divine realm. However, he is no benevolent god, Annie sneered. He uses the souls of the dead as a source of energy, enslaving them within his divine realm and harvesting their energy. This dark, snowy night has consumed countless souls of the departed. Now that the winter god's faith has been weakened by us, it won't be long before he notices the anomaly, if he hasn't noticed yet, Mou said. We need to find a suitable. The opportune moment will be the time to launch a final assault on him. I intend to enter the underworld, and said, I need to take those adventurers with me. While I deal with the Winter God, they need to steal the artifacts and free the trapped souls. And someone needs to wield the War God's spear. At the same time, we need to launch a simultaneous attack on the Winter God's Church of the Wrathful Sea, so that the Winter God's backyard is ablaze, keeping him busy and unable to attend to other matters. This will be a coordinated operation. If we win, she said, we will rid this world of a fallen, evil god, free those tormented souls, and restore a third of the natural order to the world. I don't care how that order is subsequently distributed, I only want Friel's head. Chapter 530. Adventurers, who habitually browse the official website and forums during their usual downtime at work or school, were once again shocked by the official update announcement. This game updates so fast? It's already 2.0? OMG, this development team is amazing. The downtime guy is the best. Sound of excitement. Update announcement. Evil God Extermination Project Online version 2.0 is officially launched. Thank you to all adventurers for your continued support since the game's closed beta launch. Thanks to your tireless efforts, Amp County has been transformed from a desolate desert into a prosperous land. More and more powerful allies, with the help of adventurers, have joined the world faction of lords and adventurers. And our adventurers' footprints have gradually spread from Amp County to the world, heading towards the magical Federation, the city of Roselle, and the entire north. Adventurers, are you now tired of the snowy nights shrouded by dark clouds and the sunless sky? Are you weary of the long, cold winter days? Do you long to end the divine war waged by Friels, the god of raging waves and snow, and seek justice for the merpeople, the orcs, the elves, and the countless people oppressed by the god of winter? Is your blood boiling, ready to oust this fallen evil god? Let us join together in this grand divine war. To this end, the development team has decided to release version 2.0. Raging Waves of Vengeance, story content. This update includes, but is not limited to, large-scale raid war mission, main story limited-time war dungeon, Hades Realm. This dungeon is available for a limited time, starting at 0:01 AM on X month X day. When this dungeon is opened, a main storyline animation will play. This dungeon features multiple quests. Adventurers can accept them as a team or as a lone wolf. Both quests offer substantial rewards. The main limited-time war dungeon quests can be accessed at the Pirate Bay Station in the north. Note: players must first access the main limited-time war dungeon at the Pirate Bay Station as an individual or in a team to obtain access. Only after entering the dungeon on time can they accept the various quests from the system quest list. Quests vary, including hostage rescue, pollution decontamination, and coordinated operations. The final completion rate of all adventurers participating in this dungeon will affect the main storyline. This main limited-time war dungeon features multiple storylines and different endings. This main limited-time war storyline can only be opened once. Regardless of the ending, adventurers only have one chance to complete it and cannot start over. Therefore, adventurers, please complete as many important quests as possible in this limited-time war dungeon. Failure to complete these quests could result in the tragic injury or death of our NPCs, severely impacting subsequent story development. Note: NPCs who died during this limited-time war will not be resurrected, and all storylines, quests, and rewards associated with them will be lost. Adventurers, please take care to protect our NPCs to avoid increasing the game difficulty, degrading the gameplay experience, and harming your rights. Note: recuperating players may choose to accept some logistics-related quests based on their individual circumstances. Cooperative operations with the Church of the Wrath of the Sea. To reduce the amount of faith the Winter God Phrase receives from the Church of the Wrath of the Sea, the Elf and Magic Federation will launch cooperative operations against the churches across the land. The Alliance will use various methods to hypnotize, drug, or control relevant members of the Church of the Wrath of the Sea, aiming to disarm the Winter God's followers and cut off Phrase's faith supply as peacefully as possible in the shortest possible time. Adventurers can choose quests suitable for their abilities from the Adventurers Guild. The 2.0 version pregame story trailer has been updated. Adventurers can click this link to enter the resource library and watch the 2.0 version pregame story trailer online. This trailer has a certain playback time, so adventurers must ensure they watch it in a safe environment. Note: system reminder: please do not watch while walking or driving to avoid endangering personal and public safety. Death penalty temporarily waived. During the main story limited-time war dungeon Underworld Kingdom, the player death penalty will be temporarily waived. New player slot allocation suspended. To alleviate server pressure, the allocation of new player slots will be suspended starting today during the main story limited time War Dungeon Underworld Kingdom. New player slot allocation will resume after the main story limited time War Dungeon ends. Game Hall of Fame. Players who make significant contributions to the game storyline during this limited time main quest may be inducted into the game's Hall of Fame. With the winning player's consent, their outstanding performance will be edited into a video and displayed on the official website. The game production team will also issue special achievement titles to players who have achieved this honor. There's more updated content waiting for adventurers to explore. Good news! We're finally about to start expelling the evil gods. The word expel should be pronounced destroy, right? Sad news. The servers are going cold. The main quest's limited time War Dungeon opens tomorrow night at midnight. Who hasn't secured a spot yet? Oh, it's me! Breaking tears. Why are you releasing a new version so soon? I'm not ready. Others give at least 2 weeks notice before new versions. Why do you only give half a day? Everyone's online every day anyway, so wouldn't it be nice to not have to be the anxious king? That's true. The official forums and various game groups were abuzz with heated discussions among players. Everyone was excited, eager to rush home and log in as soon as possible. The analysts and prophets, meanwhile, pulled out their microscopes and magnifying glasses and began meticulously poring over the official preview videos and quest clues, eager to deduce everything before the quest even began. New content to gain an advantage. The battle was about to begin, and after an all-night meeting, he returned to the Mage Tower to deal with various matters. Having completed his update tasks, MOU rubbed his temples and wearily slipped into bed to catch up on some sleep. When the players log in, the Lord must cooperate with Annie and put on a spirited performance. Aelian tucked the Lord in neatly and gently kissed MOU's black hair. Good night, Lord. I haven't had time to ask you about your special training yet. MOU's eyelids were already fluttering, but he still mumbled from under the covers. I show you when you wake up after a good night's sleep. The silver-haired knight picked up his harp, sat by the window, and played a soothing lullaby. To the gentle humming of Aelian's clear voice, his lord fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 531. Who understands? After months of plastering walls and the evil god extermination plan, it's finally time to really fight the evil god. That night, players logged on exceptionally early, immediately beginning their pre-battle preparations. They switched back and forth between AMT County and the Northern Territory, comparing the difficulty and rewards of various quests, and figuring out what to do with the new version that night. Led by the renowned Northern Territory teams, Don't Talk to Me, and Serve the People, player teams that had been cultivating in the Northern Territory for a long time were already poised for action, immediately escorting their captains to Pirate Bay to accept team quests. After obtaining timely access to the dungeon, these players breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly replenishing supplies and repairing equipment, eagerly awaiting the official start of the battle. There's no way around it. After the Beast Tide and the Raya City Illusion dungeon in the closed beta, this game hasn't had any large-scale campaigns. Players have been spending their time either in dungeons or building walls, and they've been longing for a real, intense battle. These multi-ending, time-limited team campaigns are far more exciting than those small-scale dungeons that a single team can easily handle. The thought that every decision they make, the success or failure of the mission, could affect the course of the battle sends shivers of excitement through the players. Ah, how wonderful it feels to have the responsibility of saving the world on our shoulders. The realism is off the charts. I love this uncertain future. The plot development and ending depend entirely on the players, so don't let me down. The most dangerous NPC this time is probably Annie, right? We have to keep an eye on her. World Knights use substitute when necessary. If Annie dies, we might not be able to ride the pirate ship anymore. The Lord probably won't participate in the battle, right? If he dies, will we have to shut down the server? Can any experts analyze this? Adong and Annie have a long-standing feud. The 2.0 version is called Raging Waves of Revenge, so it's definitely going to be Annie and Adong fighting. What's the setting for the Underworld Kingdom? Does this world have a hell? Why is Adong's earthly goddom called the Underworld Kingdom? You can check out the analysis post by the expert Today's Reign on the forum. His analysis is very detailed. Simply put, it corresponds to the life of the Mother Tree of Life, and Adong should control the death in nature. Based on the clues and hints given by Annie at the Alliance meeting in the trailer, it seems that Adong has imprisoned the souls of those he killed, extracting energy from them as resources. Holy crap, that's ruthless. Adong is even more inhuman than those guys from the Church of Light. This trailer was once again produced by Lia, the World Elf, who is very skilled at editing, using an extremely artistic approach to seamlessly integrate various materials, specifically releasing information that players need to know, including the origins and entanglements between the merfolk and the Winter God, Annie's path of revenge, and the current final battle plan. There isn't much information about this limited-time dungeon, Netherworld Kingdom, only the information given in the few scenes of Annie at the Alliance meeting in the trailer. Even though the recognized prophet today's reign has meticulously analyzed the clues and deduced some settings based on the Winter God's information and authority, most players are still confused, watching but not understanding. But understanding is one thing, wanting to play is another. The player's curiosity and appetite have been completely whetted. 1 minute before the dungeon's opening time announced in the update announcement, a teleportation notification popped up for all players who had accepted the main quest entry, either individually or as a team. System notice: you are about to be teleported to the main limited-time war dungeon, the Netherworld storyline, starting at the Emperor's Slurry Pit. After teleporting, please find a safe location as soon as possible and wait. The main storyline will begin at 0:0:59. Do you want to start teleporting now? The players glanced at the ticking countdown and pressed yes. A large group of adventurers instantly appeared at the edge of the Emperor's Slurry Pit's gathering camp. They scattered, finding their own safe spots to watch the upcoming storyline CG. When the countdown ended, the system dinged, and the players were automatically muted. Only the chat remained functional. This was a routine operation, familiar to the players. They looked around excitedly, only to see Angelma suddenly appear in the teleportation array. Today, the Queen of Vengeance wore a pirate's tricorn hat and military uniform, exuding a dashing, heroic presence and unwavering dominance. With a wave of her hand, a spatial vortex appeared above the pit of the Emperor's Slurry. The massive four-masted ship, the Undead Queen, emerged from it, floating steadily above the Emperor's Slurry. Adventurers, aboard! Follow me into the underworld. At Anne's command, several rope ladders descended from the Undead Queen's side. The adventurers, with a roar, swarmed aboard. Under the command of First Mate Avita Rox, they each accepted their missions and positions. All the ordinary crew members of the Undead Queen had already disembarked at the Pirate Bay port. Aside from weapons and gunpowder, all excess cargo had been removed, leaving only enough supplies for this battle. The remaining cargo would be used to carry the adventurers into the Winter God's earthly kingdom. To minimize unnecessary casualties, this battle will be led by the adventurers, led by Anne and Avita. According to the plan agreed upon by the members of the World Alliance, the battle in the Northern Underworld will be entirely led by Anne. MOU and Leah will remotely monitor the situation from AMT County, promptly assigning missions to the adventurers, directing their offensives, and adjusting mission objectives and progress as appropriate. And is currently the most powerful being below the gods in the World Alliance. Filled with hatred, she should be a match for the weakened Winter God. The adventurer's primary mission is to destroy the Winter God Friel's kingdom, free the souls bound by him as a source of energy, and then seize the opportunity to steal Friel's cornerstone. All three of these missions will significantly weaken the Winter God's power, causing his rank to drop. If Anne can recapture the Merpeople's sacred pearl, she will gain authority and ascend to godhood. By weakening one against the other, victory is assured. However, plans are plans, and whether the battle will actually proceed as they envision is still uncertain. After all, the Winter God is accompanied by an outsider, the Yellow King. MOU doesn't know much about this Yellow King, and he doesn't know if he will actually help the Winter God. After all, for the Cthulhu mythos' evil gods, apart from Nyarlathotep, the behavior of other evil gods tends to be chaotic and disorderly. Anyway, if all else fails, they can always bring out the Yellow King's nemesis, Cthulhu, to disrupt the battle. Chapter 532. The Undying Queen, laden with adventurers, retracted its rope ladders and gangplanks. In an instant, the entire ship was enveloped by a strange barrier, floating on the extremely unstable Imperial lava. As the Imperial lava surged and receded, countless tiny sparks exploded, all blocked by the barrier surrounding the ship. The Undying Queen began its voyage. The massive four-masted sailing ship headed towards the center of the Imperial lava pit. In what appeared to be empty space, Annie drew her sword, raised it high, and slashed down into the void. A wave of energy, imbued with a trace of annihilation power bestowed by the Goddess of Darkness, cleaved open the hidden entrance to the Winter God's earthly kingdom. A chilling wind swept through, and the piercing wails of ghosts erupted from the entrance. The adventurers shivered, their eyes filled with excitement. The Undying Queen, like a vengeful blade, slowly entered the entrance, this dagger carrying countless warriors into the underworld. Avita gripped the helm tightly, carefully steer the ship's course. Simply entering the underworld alive was a miracle in the eyes of the people of this world. The underworld, as its name suggests, is the realm of the dead. Only the souls slain by Freels are captured here. It lies hidden in the center of this vast crater of imperial lava, silently absorbing the energy from the remains of departed gods. The immense pollution here causes all living things to consciously avoid it. Under normal circumstances, the living cannot enter, nor can they detect its existence. But adventurers unfazed by pollution saw this place as a treasure trove of resources. They not only set up camp and filled their tanks with imperial oxygen, but also sang and danced here, performing mermaid dances and singing mermaid songs. What seemed strange to the NPCs was, to the players, perfectly normal. What? Adding buffs to improve efficiency while working, isn't that just normal gaming? Although the merman's sacred pearl had been seized and possessed by the god of winter, imprinted with his sigil and becoming one of his cornerstones, it remained a product of the merman's will. As the mermaid's songs echoed around them, it couldn't help but resonate and call out. This call, like a navigational beacon, guided Annie's direction. The imperial oxygen was an extremely unstable liquid, imbued with immense power. It would explode upon impact. But Annie's ship, imbued with the power of space, could sail safely even on this liquid. What shattered the winter god's kingdom was the dark goddess's annihilating power, akin to death itself, yet even more powerful. A miracle that required at least 2 supreme authorities was accomplished so peacefully that the entire ship's crew felt as if they had simply watched a cut scene, oblivious to its significance. Evita felt a pang of regret as she watched the adventurers rubbing their hands in anticipation, muttering, "The storyline is finally over." It felt like playing the lute to a wall. While she felt regretful that the allies and Annie's strength hadn't been properly appreciated, Evita reconsidered the fact that they had brought these adventurers in, not to show off their strength, but to challenge the winter god. This eased her mind. The moment the adventurers entered the underworld, they took in the surrounding scenery and let out strange ohs, woos, and ohs. I'm blown away by this art design. Although it avoids the settings of the Chinese underworld and the Western hell, this place is very underworld and underworld in every way. So creative. The wails and screams of the wronged souls are so real and exciting. If we were playing this in the middle of the night, it would be terrifying. Oh wait, we are indeed playing this in the middle of the night. That's okay. Evita was silent. Although she didn't quite understand what the adventurers were lamenting, why did she always feel like they were just trying to boost others' morale and undermine their own prestige? And, standing at the bow, closed her eyes, felt the position of the holy orb, and adjusted the ship's course. The undead queen had now fully entered the underworld. Beneath her hull was no longer the flammable and explosive emperor's oxygen, but a pitch-black, bottomless river. The river Styx. This river flows around the entire underworld. Its waters are icy cold, yet carry a strange gravity. According to the secret tome of the god of winter, any soul that sinks into the Styx will be dragged to the bottom by its heavy waters, drained of all energy and endless suffering, and transformed into the mud at the bottom. The riverbanks are lined with silver blue ice and white snow. The areas not covered by ice and snow are littered with toppled tombstones, upon which pale, gray souls float, each one seemingly overwhelmed and on the verge of death. In the distance, strange, dark, twisted buildings, erected racks, and dangling chains can be vaguely seen. There was no sun, no moon, no stars, only a gray sky. The only source of light here was the raging fire and blood-red lava that continuously spewed from the peak at the center of the underworld, along with the occasional streaks of lightning that streaked across the sky. Eerie, dark, twisted. In the center is raging lava, and to the side is a cold, indifferent world of ice and snow. Wow, I really want to check Adong's mental state with just one click. Shishinlingpa asked, "Captain, have you chosen your mission? What are we going to do next?" "Yes, we rescue the dead." Abyspolo said, "Everyone come and get the quest item, the soul orb. The druids will purify it, and the others will capture the Pokemon. No, the others will collect the souls into the soul orb. If you encounter a resisting soul, don't force it. The singer will hypnotize them with an aria before capturing them. There should still be guards and monsters lurking around, so be careful of the guards. Our mission location is in the cemetery area at 3 o'clock. Clear it, report back before moving on to the next area." "Yes." "Roger." "Okay, boss." The sharpshooters of the Serving the People team drew their grappling hooks and, either carrying their teammates on their backs or in their arms, swung to the mission location on the shore. The first team has successfully disembarked. Evita said, "Remaining teams, please quickly decide your missions and locations." Several other teams followed suit, swinging onto the druid's vines to reach the other shore. Master Yoyu, what mission should we take? The hidden elder asked. Too many people have already taken the soul-saving mission. Let's try something else. Today Yoyu quickly scrolled through the mission list and found the one at the bottom. Got it! Let's go steal something. Chapter 533. The task of rescuing souls is relatively simple. After the team captain successfully accepts the quest, they will receive a cloth bag that can infinitely extract soul orbs. These soul orbs are somewhat similar to the sealing orbs used by druids, only slightly different in size and color. Players simply need to take these soul orbs and throw them at the wandering souls to capture a Pokemon, no to obtain a soul. Of course, success isn't guaranteed every time. Wandering souls will evade and resist, and players' skills can increase the success rate of capturing souls. For example, souls purified by druids will remain motionless, waiting to be captured. Souls hypnotized by the bards, magnificent aria, skill, and trapped in a dreamlike state will be exceptionally quiet and obedient. However, in this earthly divine realm, besides these wandering souls, there are various guards and monsters. These guards and monsters vary in level, and not only devour souls, but also actively attack adventurers. In short, it's a very common trope in online games, fighting through hordes of monsters while collecting quest items, except this time the quest items are souls. Because this underworld kingdom is teeming with spirits, a large portion of the quest's adventurers are currently encountering our rescue missions. While the rewards are generous, they lack real challenge. Another type of quest is the offensive mission, requiring adventurers to infiltrate and sabotage key facilities within the Winter God's kingdom to draw the Winter God's attention. The One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains quest is particularly interested in this type of mission. But the mission that Rain has set his sights on today is, find and steal the Foundation Stone. The Don't Talk to Me team is one of the few teams with 2 assassins, so how can they not make the most of this characteristic? How many missions can our team take on? One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains asked, can we split up? The hidden old man glanced at the system description and nodded. Yes, you can take on any of them, just designate a temporary team leader. If anyone wants a team leader, just let me know, and I can figure it so you can take on missions yourselves. High-level players who want mindless PvP, come with me. One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains accepted the mission assigned by the hidden old man and, with a group of teammates who just wanted to deal damage, jumped off the ship with a whoosh and raced towards the location given in the mission. The hidden old man, Tranquil Sea, Rain, Gnawing Ball, and a few other players stayed behind to prepare for the mission to steal the Foundation Stone. This quest requires stealing 2 key stones. One is the Sea Orb, with clearly identifiable coordinates, and the other is an unyielding iceberg, its location marked with a question mark, meaning the players must find it themselves. Shall we get the orb first? Asked Gnawing Ball. How do we find the iceberg? There's no location, no clues, no information. Are we just going to guess? You guys go get the orb. I take the iceberg. Tranquil Sea grinned. Isn't this kind of quest perfect for lucky gamblers? I go with you, said today's Rain. I want to try out my newly learned divination. May the goddess of fate favor you, said the hidden old man, nimbly leaping onto the ship's railing. Leave the orb to me. He vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. Nikukyu, wait a minute. What about me? Who am I with? Hey! Yu Huat Dangxian chuckled. The rest of you follow me. I've been appointed team leader. This limited-time main dungeon will feature a saturation rescue strategy, and all players can take on the same quests repeatedly. We can choose a direction and complete all the quests along the way. As the saying goes, a thief shouldn't leave empty-handed. This way, we can get more when the rewards are calculated later. Okay, let's go! After all this delay, they were already the last few waves to disembark. The other adventurers had already accepted their quests, using grappling guns, vines, shark silk, octopus forms to grab teammates, or simply leaping from the boat when it was closest to shore. In short, each one of them was rushing off in their own way. Yu Huat Dangxian and his companions no longer hesitated, and quickly chose a direction they found comfortable disembarking. Jinri Yoyu took out her newly acquired pendulum, while Tranquility Sea activated Burning Luck. After a brief moment of reflection, the two simultaneously looked northward. It seems there's something in the north. They exchanged glances, and Jinri Yoyu summoned a giant wolf to mount, carrying Tranquility Sea on its back, and together they headed in the direction indicated by fate. The Undead Queen sailed upstream, joined a tributary, and headed towards the heart of the Divine Kingdom. Beneath the mountain peaks that constantly gurgled with fiery magma, at the end of the waterway, lay the temple of Freels, the god of raging waves and ice and snow. After establishing their own divine kingdoms, most gods choose to reside within them. In their own realms, they are safest. But there are also many gods who enjoy wandering the world, observing the human world, such as the Old Man of Time and the omnipresent goddess of Fate. The god of winter is naturally not one to observe the human world. Except when he's out conquering, plundering, and stealing power, he prefers to remain in the underworld, high on the throne of his temple, looking down upon the inhabitants of his kingdom. Naturally, the god of winter would not remain indifferent to Angelma's grand intrusion into his kingdom. The temple's gates swung open, and countless bizarre creatures with bat wings, long, curved scorpion-like tails, and bird-like claws flew out. A knowledgeable adventurer immediately recognized them and shouted, "Bayaj! The race that serves Hastur, the Yellow King." The adventurer, who had the audacity to call out the evil god's name, was immediately targeted by the narrow-minded Yellow King. A sudden tornado of yellow sand swept him high into the air, slamming him repeatedly against the solid ice on the ground before he was pierced by the sharp ice spikes of the living sand. The unfortunate player died and was offline. Fortunately, there was no death penalty in the current God Wars. After a short while, his body was repaired, and Leah randomly teleported him to another part of the Divine Kingdom and back online. We have to give Hastur some face, otherwise, if we die and come back to life in front of him, the hatred won't be quelled, and we get beaten up again and logged off a second time? The world consciousness needs energy to repair players' bodies, so we should conserve what we can. However, after this unfortunate troublemaker's demonstration, the players all shut up and stopped calling Hastur by name. He's not as friendly as Cthulhu. Chapter 534. Foolish Merman's Daughter, Angelma. Amid the whirring wind whipped up by the bat wings of the Bayagers, an old yet commanding voice echoed from the temple, resounding throughout the underworld. "It's been decades since we last met. What gave you the courage, a coward obsessed with the dead and the past, willing to waste decades in illusions, to bring such bizarre undead creatures into my divine kingdom? Of course, it was Liang Ru who gave you the courage." The bizarre undead adventurers answered joyfully. Though their voices were low, they still managed to catch the god's attention. They even broke into a tuneless love song. "Winter God, ? Annie, ? Your jokes are so unremarkable, they even stumped the NPC AI. Distracted by the adventurers' inexplicable responses and songs, and, far from being enraged by Winter God's provocation, couldn't help but laugh. "Hey Freels, do you think I'm still the same little girl who got carried away by your provocation? Old scoundrel. I'm here to take your life today. Get off your throne and fight me." A bolt of lightning hurled from the temple, but before it struck the ship, it was cut off by a wave of annihilating force emanating from Anne's sword. The silver-purple current was instantly devoured by the black-purple annihilation force. "Ah, the power of the goddess of darkness. She truly favors you." The temple trembled slightly, and a colossal figure emerged from the towering gates of the Greek-style temple. He was covered in silver frost and snow, his long white beard was studded with icicles, his eyes were deeply sunken yet flashed with silver-purple lightning, and his wrinkled face exuded majesty and rage. Angelma's entire body erupted in golden light, her black, wavy hair moving without a breeze. A figure as massive as the god of winter emerged from Angelma's form, condensing into shape. It was a steampunk-style armored mermaid. She bore the same face as, and yet possessed the appearance of a fairy-tale mermaid. Long, pale blue curls, like the purest seawater under sunlight, cascaded down her head. Where her ears should have been were fins, and her eyes had vertical pupils, similar to those of a snake. Her body was peculiar, seemingly composed entirely of steampunk-style gears, cannons, and familiar parts. The fins resembled the sails of a ship. The players stared at it for a moment, then shifted their gaze to the undead queen, where they suddenly realized what was happening. Are those strange parts the undead queen's mast, rudder, deck, and sails? The undead queen's form was clearly a composite of Angelma herself, the mermaid, and the undead queen. Now, the mast and sails have become mermaid fins, the rudder and gears have become her scales, and the deck is her armor. He is covered in black cannons, looking incredibly powerful. A small floating screen suddenly appeared in the vision of the adventurers, busy working and complaining. It showed the duel between Annie and the god of winter, with health bars rising and falling at the bottom. Annie's was red, and the god of winter's was blue. Currently, Annie's initial health bar was significantly shorter than the god of winter's. This small screen was the same one that had been used to broadcast the battle footage of Ialian during the Beast Tide. Players could freely move it around and choose to watch or hide it. On the left side of the small screen was an energy bar, showing Annie's current level of wish energy and soul energy. The players curiously opened the system instructions. Energy bar, the power of the adventurer's prayers, and the energy contributed by the souls they rescue from the underworld can be converted into Angelma's combat power and health. Adventurers, please pay attention to the NPC's health bar and provide energy to restore it in time. Anne's battle duration depends on the amount of sustained energy provided by the adventurers. If Anne's health and energy are depleted before the adventurers have completed all combat tasks, Anne will be defeated by the Winter God. To help and win, adventurers, please continuously provide Anne with sustained energy and complete all tasks within the time limit as quickly as possible. Holy crap! I knew it! Why was the god battle in this game designed as Annie versus the Winter Goddess? So we're supposed to be the ones powering up Annie's energy. That makes sense, doesn't it? Players' individual levels can't possibly match the gods, yet they can supply energy to NPCs to fight. It feels like controlling NPC characters to fight bosses in an online game. For a moment, I'm starting to wonder if we're playing an online game or a single-player game. One person's power is limited, but the power of all players is limitless. Charge, everyone. Time is of the essence. Get to work. All the players stopped craning their necks to watch the battle. Since they could now watch Annie and the Winter Goddess fight on their small screens, and the footage would definitely be added to the library for players to watch repeatedly later, they focused even more intently on their own tasks. Bards and shamans become the main force in rescuing souls. Bards, Resonance, and Magnificent Aria can drag a large number of souls into the dream at once. Shaman players can capture all these souls into the soul orb by wrapping it with mermaid silk in a few strokes, and then throw it into the arms of their druid companions for purification. For druids, purifying a bunch of soul orbs at once is far simpler than purifying individual souls. Each successfully captured and purified soul adds a small amount of energy to the energy bar on the small screen. At this moment, Annie's steampunk merman form was already engaged in battle with the Winter God. Lightning and artillery clashed, and a blizzard mingled with yellow sand and dark purple annihilation power. The two sides fought fiercely, the earth rumbling, and icy dust kicked up by explosions filled the air. If it weren't for the real-time video feed on the small screen, the players on missions in the distance wouldn't have been able to see this battle between a god and a quasi-god. Meanwhile, the Bayaki, flying everywhere, were fighting the undead queen and nearby adventurers, with Bayaki occasionally ambushing Annie. Annie's level was LV-266, while the Winter God's level was LV-315. Their initial health bars differed by a full third, but Annie had an energy bar for sustain. As the players continued their activities, Annie's energy bar steadily increased. When Annie's health bar was reduced to half, the energy in the bar automatically converted into power and flowed into her body. Anne now fully recovered, visibly relaxed, but the difference in strength between the two sides remained significant. At this point, some astute players noticed something amiss. Huh? I feel like this energy bar only replenished a portion of her health. The mission time limit has been extended, but the difference in strength between the two sides hasn't changed at all. Chapter 535. The hidden old man stalked swiftly through the shadows, sprinting towards the coordinates. This time, he used the body of a jackal half-orc, which he had upgraded to level 80. After transforming into a beast, his assassin's stealth skill was even more effective on 4 legs than on 2. The only inconvenience was that his assassin's hood, originally marked with the mark of reality and invisibility, didn't fit him well. However, the hidden old man had been prepared. After receiving a generous reward from the Lord for his mission in Roselle City, he had gone to a tailor's shop to have several full-body, orc-specific dog raincoats custom-made for him. He even had a runesmith add a transformation rune that allowed them to adjust in size as the body changed. They were made of the finest materials, ensuring maximum durability, and even with the mark of reality and invisibility, they could be worn for a long time. Although it cost a considerable amount of money, it seemed like a great deal at the moment. When running in unobstructed areas, he activated the runes of invisibility on his raincoat, deactivating them to use stealth when entering shadows, effectively maximizing his abilities as both a socially anxious assassin and a money-saving savvy. The hidden old man dashed across a small portion of the Divine Realm's interior, completely unnoticed by ghosts, frost guards, Voyagers, and other monsters. He couldn't help but lament his luck in his orc form. Otherwise, even an alchemist doll would have expended considerable stamina, hunger, and time to run this far in this strange, half-ice, half-lava landscape. The orc's beast form was perfectly suited for long-distance raids. As he drew closer to the Holy Orb's location, the monsters nearer grew. By the final kilometer, the area was teeming with tall, heavily armored Frost guards, resembling moving blocks of ice. He quietly cast an identify spell, and saw the response. Frost Guard LV 208. The Hidden Old Man. The game planner's intentions were too obvious. This level was clearly the ultimate graduation exam for the rogue/assassin class. Once caught by the guards, they send you packing without hesitation. Not to mention that the Frost guards, like living blocks of ice, didn't seem to have any vulnerable spots that could kill them with a single strike. Overhead, countless Voyagers circled, seemingly ready to swoop down and devour the enemy at the slightest sign of trouble. The Hidden Old Man couldn't help but feel fortunate to have come alone. This kind of mission couldn't rely on a large force, it required cunning tactics. Even one more person wouldn't be able to hide. The Hidden Old Man quietly crouched behind a snowdrift, carefully observing the Frost guards for 5 minutes. He meticulously calculated their patrol routes and vision ranges in his head, then checked his mana bar and equipment durability. He downed a potion and grabbed a fresh one as a backup. Frankly, this was clearly a crucial mission where one's life depended on completing it. A single misstep could mean total defeat, so the Hidden Old Man couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He calmed his pounding heart, took a deep, slow breath, and exhaled slowly, keeping his breath low for fear of attracting the guards' attention. After all, I'm a seasoned assassin. I already calculated my vision range and blind spots. It shouldn't be a problem. He consoled himself, but still felt a little intimidated. The Hidden Old Man pondered for a moment, then prayed, "Guardian of the real and the virtual, please protect me." As the saying goes, you should worship the deity associated with the mountain you're on. Since he's using the mark of illusion and reality, it can't hurt to pay homage to the guardian of illusion and reality. Having said this to himself, the Hidden Old Man felt a little more at ease. He had just stood up when he heard a system notification. "Congratulations, player. You have received the blessing of the guardian of illusion and reality. During the buff's duration, your success rate when using skills related to illusion and reality increases by 50%, and the probability of being detected decreases by 50%. This buff lasts for 30 minutes. Holy crap. The Hidden Old Man stared blankly at the buff icon appearing at the top of his vision, silently thinking, awesome. With a blessing now, the Hidden Old Man was full of confidence. He slowed his breathing and activated the mark of illusion and reality. There's still a kilometer as the crow flies to the holy pearl of the sea. To avoid the guard's detection, going around in blind spots would only take him further. Invisibility and disappearance are too expensive, so they can only be activated when he's about to be discovered. The only way to conceal his presence is by hiding his equipment. Footprints will still be left on the snow, and stepping on ice, and snow is slippery and makes noise. The Old Man of Concealment has already scouted a path not covered by snow, and is now carefully avoiding all ice and mud, proceeding cautiously. His breathing and heartbeat must be kept as quiet and slow as possible. He avoids the monster's detection direction, going around in blind spots to avoid leaving footprints and slippery areas. When a guard suddenly changes direction and turns its attention, he must activate disappearance and temporarily retreat, waiting for the guard to finish its search before continuing. Thus, it took the Hidden Old Man nearly half an hour to traverse the kilometer as the crow flies. When he finally passed the last guard's area and stepped into the small shrine containing the sea orb, he felt his entire jackal fur was soaked with cold sweat. With only a few minutes left of his buff duration, he hurriedly activated his stealth and rushed into the small shrine, only to find it completely empty. Well, it makes sense. Outside, there were practically 3 monsters stacked per square meter. Here, nearing the treasure vault, the guards were naturally more relaxed. The winter god probably didn't like those guards constantly hovering near his foundation. The Hidden Old Man switched back to the illusionary mark and confidently entered the shrine. Along the way, he used miraculous hands to open several locked doors, finally reaching the deepest part of the shrine. Behind the large door, at the deepest part of the shrine was a hot spring. Steaming hot spring water gushed from a platform in the center of the pool. The Hidden Old Man looked closely, and saw a groove in the middle of the platform, and floating in the center of the groove was an iridescent pearl the size of a human head. The hot spring water was flowing continuously from beneath the pearl. Ding! Player system notification. You have discovered an important quest item, the Sacred Pearl of the Sea. The item to obtain the Sacred Pearl, Mermaid's Tear Veil, has been issued to your inventory. Please use this item to retrieve the Sacred Pearl. Upon hearing this, the Hidden Old Man opened his inventory, and saw a wet piece of mermaid's veil inside. The veil shimmered with rainbow light, looking particularly beautiful against the iridescent pearl. Chapter 536. The hidden elder took out the piece of shark silk. It felt damp and cold. If this weren't a hot spring, he had feared it would freeze. He wrapped the shark silk around his right hand and used stealth again to scurry onto the stone platform. He squatted down and examined the holy pearl. The iridescent pearl spun slowly in the current, its surface faintly etched with words the hidden elder couldn't decipher. The words, blue and transparent, floated on the pearl like a barrage of bullets, a truly beautiful sight. Without a second thought, the hidden elder activated magic hands and enveloped the holy pearl in the shark silk. As if sensing the shared origin of the shark silk, the holy pearl, which had been swirling in the current, trembled briefly before quieting down, resting obediently in the hidden elder's hand. Ding, the player system prompt. Congratulations, player hidden elder. You have obtained the quest item, the Holy Pearl of the Sea. Please place it in your system inventory, and click the submit button on the quest panel to complete the quest. So I don't have to take it back the same way I came. The hidden elder breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately submitted the quest item as prompted. As soon as he clicked submit, the Holy Pearl of the Sea, wrapped in shark silk, vanished from his inventory, and his quest was shown as half completed. The remaining half was the unmelted ice he had yet to obtain. Next, I need to figure out how to get out. The hidden elder had only taken a few steps when he heard the system announcement. Server announcement, good news. Player hidden old man has successfully seized the cornerstone of the god of raging waves and ice and snow. The artifact, the holy orb of the sea, and returned it to its original owner, Angelma. His efforts will determine the outcome of this divine war. Let us applaud this hero's achievements. Adventurers, please continue to strive for the ultimate victory of the world faction. Oh my god! Why is there another server-wide announcement? This is so devastating. Help! Ah! It's the captain! The captain did it. The members of the Don't Talk to Me team were ecstatic the moment they heard the announcement. All the players heard the server-wide announcement and saw a large portion of Winter God's health bar suddenly disappear on the small screen. Not only did his health bar drop, but his maximum health was also reduced by a third, and his level plummeted to LV290. Damn it! What have you all done? Winter God's furious voice rang out. He clearly could no longer sense the Holy Pearl's presence. Isn't it normal for stolen things to be stolen again? Annie laughed loudly. This is your retribution. Although she didn't know how those adventurers had managed it, when Annie sent the coordinates she sensed to the Lord, she had completely placed her trust in him. Just now, she sensed the Holy Pearl's aura disappear. At first, Annie thought Winter God had secretly used some method to hide the Holy Pearl, but seeing Winter God's current reaction, she knew that the Lord and his adventurers had won. Authority can be stolen, and the foundation can be taken away. If the foundation of a god falls into the hands of another, and the divine inscription is erased by a more powerful force, then ultimately it is their own weakness, and they have no one to blame but themselves. Just as Friel stole the sacred pearl from the merfolk and severed the connection, they can reclaim it in the same way. At this moment, the sacred pearl of the sea has been teleported back to the world's faction by Lia. Now Mou, Aelian, Lia, and Calcadora are together erasing the traces left by the Winter God on the sacred pearl. Because Mou and his allies lacked a deity more powerful than the God of Winter, the task of severing the connection between the Holy Pearl and the God of Winter and erasing the inscription that served as its foundation was jointly undertaken by two fragments of the world consciousness, Lia and Calcadora. If the level is insufficient, the rank is made up. As the common consciousness, born from the entire planet, the world consciousness inherently holds absolute power over gods and authority. Even though the world consciousness has now shattered into fragments, upon re-entering the Holy Pearl of the Sea, the fragments of the world consciousness re-establish their connection with the authority contained within. Those souls captured and purified by the adventurers were immediately incorporated into the Sea of Life by Lia. Those killed by the God of Winter and imprisoned in the underworld were almost all those who perished in the ocean, as well as those who had resisted the God of Winter in the north. The souls of the orcs, led by the mermen, and the authority imbued with the power of the sea and beasts, all returned to the embrace of the fragments of the world consciousness. After re-establishing the connection, and then erasing the inscription on the foundation stone through level suppression, the sea orb was finally free from the Winter God's bondage. Amidst the battle, the Winter God suddenly realized he had lost the power to control storms, the sea, and the orcs. And battling him, heard the voice of the world consciousness, "Call me." Without hesitation, she mentally prayed to the world consciousness, begging for its blessing. The familiar, neutral voice within the fragment of the world consciousness spoke, "Loyal daughter of the mermaids, in return for your contributions to the World Alliance, I will return the sea orb, belonging to the mermaids, and the power it holds over the ocean, storms, and beasts. Please, for the world and for all living beings, slay the treacherous and corrupted ice god Freels." A brilliant beam of light descended from the sky, shattering the winter god's kingdom, and enveloping Angelma. The body of this undead queen, the goddess of vengeance, began to transform. Her long, curly black hair grew even longer, and the ends, previously etched white by time in the illusion, turned the azure blue of the ocean. Her ears began to transform, sprouting the fins of a primitive mermaid, and mermaid scales appeared on her bare arms. Annie could feel the merman's sacred pearl being reborn within her chest as this power poured into her body. It was a brand new power, purified, cleansed, and refined by the world's consciousness. She now possessed the strange yet familiar power of the ocean and its beasts. With a single thought, she could control the entire world's waters, stir up storms, and transform into a true mermaid. In the eyes of the adventurers, Angelma not only began to transform, but her level also began to skyrocket, soaring all the way to LV 300. The Undying Queen was Anne's initial foundation, and revenge was a concept deeply rooted in her heart. After obtaining the Holy Pearl returned to the world consciousness and the authority of the sea, Angelma finally replaced the Lord of the Raging Waves and became the new Sea Goddess. Chapter 537. The charm of an MMORPG lies not only in the game's content itself. If the game development team builds a world for players to freely explore, then the diverse players and their creativity also constitute part of this world. In this large-scale Team War dungeon, players who accepted the same quest, yet each developed a variety of bizarre, even unimaginable, playstyles based on their own class traits and personalities. Two fishermen, identified as Yanba Diasu and Ni Shanjiao and Iji Wuyuna. Let's give it a try. Maybe we can pull up a few souls that unfortunately fell into the water? The Misty Waves fisherman calmly tucked a small stool under his butt, but just as he sat down, his float was suddenly pulled into the water. Holy crap, is there really something? He hurriedly reeled in the line and yanked. The soul ball was pulled out of the river, dragging out a long string of shredded, glistening, and bizarre remnants of souls that hadn't yet been fully absorbed into the ball. They were dragging one after another, and the whole scene was a bit awkward for a moment. How did you know I caught a red dragon? Oh my god, it's a bitter eel. No, it's a remnant soul nesting doll. The Misty Waves fisherman, Tuji, shit! The experiment proved that it was possible to catch them, but there were too many remnants down there, making catching them one by one impractical. The Misty Waves fisherman pulled a large fishing net from his backpack. Honestly, we should have thought of this before we got off the boat. It would be so much better to cast the net right from the boat. It's not too late now, said how did you know I caught the red dragon? We just need to throw the soul orbs in, then one of us can drag them down the riverbank, and we can scoop up all the fish. Ugh, I mean, they're souls. The fisherman of the Misty Waves shook his head. We can't drag that by ourselves. We need at least a large mount or some kind of animal. Tuji couldn't help but retort. Damn it, you two. Confess honestly, how long have you been planning this brutal way of catching fish? Where are we going to find mounts? How did you know I caught the red dragon? Scratched his head, then looked up and saw the large swarm of Bayaki released by the Winter God and the Yellow King, his eyes lighting up. Hey, those things look pretty strong. Tuji. Question mark. She was so curious that she even temporarily put aside her own task to watch the two fishermen's actions. In unison, they pulled a whip and a lasso from their backpacks, each choosing the closest and most suitable Bayaki, then brandishing the lassos, and throwing them at their chosen Bayaki like cowboys in the Wild West. Tuji, shoo. The two lassos struck their targets, both Bayakis precisely around the neck, letting out sharp howls. Beast taming? They activated the skill, and the two Bayakis struggled a few times, then gradually slowed their movements, revealing a subtle expression of blankness. If that could truly be called an expression. They retrieved the lassos, pulling the two Bayakis back, which landed in front of them. Hey, warrior over there, Misty Waves fisherman said, can you help us dump all the soul orbs into the river? Yes, you can? Tuji took the small cloth bag Misty Waves fisherman tossed her and asked hesitantly, just dumping it in like that? Yes. Misty Waves fisherman nodded and began tinkering with the Byager and the fishing net. Tuji was puzzled, but she still dumped a large number of soul orbs into the river. Then she saw the two men mounted on the Byager, each holding a rope tied to the fishing net. They first cast the net into the river, waited for it to sink, and as the current spread, the two Voyagers slowly rose into the air and began to fly along the river. They flew low, but their speed was swift. The fishing net was completely stretched across the river, and it sped forward with an extremely brutal force, catching everything in the stream. Tuji's eyes widened as she muttered, "This shouldn't be called a fishing net, it's called a bulldozer." After a series of clanging and squeaking, the net grew heavier. When it became apparent that the two Byakuya were beginning to lose their ability to pull it, the two fishermen, steering the two unfortunate followers of the evil god, hauled the net ashore and dumped out a large bag full of soul orbs, along with ice, snow, mud, and various other debris that had fallen into the river. Each soul orb, given by the system, could hold a significant number of souls. And used soul orbs were gray, turning blue as souls were added, and green when full. Once the soul orbs were purified by the druids, these souls could be submitted directly to the system and merged into the Sea of Life, where they could then be reused. The two fishermen's tactics were clearly effective. The soul orbs they retrieved were already brimming with life-giving, vibrant green. "Hey, any druids nearby? There are soul orbs here that need purifying." The fisherman of the Misty Wave shouted, then repeated the message in a nearby channel. Soon, several druids rushed over. "Me. I'm a druid. Where are the things that need purifying?" The fisherman of the Misty Waves pointed to the pile of soul orbs on the ground, and the druids excitedly began purifying them. "What are your professions?" Tuji asked the two fishermen curiously. Our main profession is fisherman, and our secondary profession is beast tamer," replied. "How did you know I caught a red dragon?" Then patted Byakuya on the head and said, "Want to try again?" "Okay." The fisherman of the Misty Waves nodded. The two resorted to their old tricks again. Tuji watched them go, silently muttering, "These two should be dredging riverbeds." She shook her head and continued towards her mission location. Her mission was to destroy core facilities. The mission coordinates were in the eastern part of the underworld, a field of execution grounds filled with racks bound to countless gray souls. Tuji picked up her giant axe. Fierce axe storm. She spun into the area like a top, shattering and slicing through racks wherever she went with her spiraling saw-like axe. After a period of unrestrained, frenzied attacks, Tuji wiped the sweat from her brow, accepted a rescue mission, and pulled out a familiar small cloth bag. "Since we're already here, let's not waste these souls." As countless adventurers displayed their skills, the number of souls in the underworld rapidly decreased, while Annie's energy bar grew increasingly full. Chapter 538. From the start of the battle in the Underworld Kingdom instance, Lord MOU, the lead planner of version 2.0, the commander-in-chief of the World Alliance, and the Lord of AMT County, has been monitoring everything in the Winter God's Kingdom in real time with Lia, providing off-site support as needed. This includes, but is not limited to, providing players with a continuous supply of soul orbs so that Lia can absorb the purified souls into the Sea of Life, and obtaining a shroud soaked in mermaid tears from the shaman Sally of the mermaid race. According to the mermaids, this is an artifact that can effectively soothe and preserve the Holy Pearl, and then distributing it through spatial authority to the backpack of the hidden old man, the player who successfully found the Holy Pearl. Of course, after obtaining the Holy Pearl, it must be erased of the Winter God's traces, and returned to Annie through the world consciousness. Meanwhile, Aelian also attempted for the first time, as a future god, to respond to the prayers of his followers. Although he can only slightly use the power of his authority to give players a buff, the results are quite good. Besides the battles within the underworld, battles have also broken out on the outside. Elves, merfolk, members of the Magic Federation, the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, and adventurers have formed raiding parties, each heading to the Church of the Raging Sea scattered throughout Central and Southern continents. Their objective is to reduce the Winter God's phase supplies during the battle between Annie and the Winter God. Therefore, they need to put the Winter God's faithful followers into a slumber during this period. Yes, just slumber is enough. After all, most believers worship the Lord of the Raging Seas only for survival. When they awaken again, they might find that their deity has changed. By then, it will be their freedom to choose whether they choose to worship the new sea god or abandon their faith altogether. This already ravaged world doesn't need to sacrifice any more inhabitants in this divine war. Upon receiving MOU's message, the Southern Continent Merchant Guild was more than happy to participate in this allied operation. Although the primary target of this Winter God War was the Mother Tree of Life, the distance between the North and the Southern Continent was too great, and the Earth Mother of all spirits was almost entirely unaffected by the war. But who doesn't like to see their enemy suffer a defeat? The Earth Mother of all spirits also disliked these angry sea churches scattered throughout the cities along the Southern Continent's coastline, and Nabu readily agreed to MOU's proposal. The main players in these raiding squads were mostly alchemists, rune masters, and bards, a large portion of whom were casual players. Large-scale raid battles might be too stimulating for casual players, but infiltrating various angry sea churches and spreading some sleeping potions wasn't an overly difficult task for them. There are a total of 178 churches of the Wrath of the Sea worldwide, with half of them located in the southern continent alone. The rest are mostly distributed along the coastline of the central continent, with a significant number also situated within the territory of the Church of Light. However, MOU and his group do not need to attack all the churches of the Wrath of the Sea, as the followers of the Winter God cannot be completely eradicated. Their task is simply to minimize the Winter God's faith resupply during battles. This task is not difficult to complete. The Magic Federation provided the locations and teleportation scrolls for all churches of the Wrath of the Sea within its territory, while the Southern Continent Merchant Guild also delivered teleportation scrolls directly to the entrances of these churches. Most adventurers who did not participate in the Underworld Kingdom dungeon participated in this series of quests. Among them were the alchemist Tangmin Bao and Durian Herring. Durian Herring was extremely confident in his stench bomb. He had specifically improved his formula this time, vowing that it wouldn't kill anyone, but only knock them unconscious. His fellow players expressed deep concern, and Tangmin Bao even requested a batch of antidotes from Llama as a precaution. After all, killing a player was a minor matter, but killing an NPC was a much bigger problem. Their attacks were extremely swift and stealthy, employing various suitable plans tailored to the situation, such as infiltrating the church kitchen to add sleeping pills to the food, throwing in stench bombs powerful enough to knock people unconscious, or having bards break into the church to lure everyone into a magnificent dream. These small tasks kept the players entertained, while the Winter God's maximum health bar, displayed on MOU's system panel, was rapidly decreasing. Cutting off a god's phase supply is like cutting off their energy source. With energy supplies from outside the divine realm drastically reduced, and its own reserves dwindling, the weakening Winter Goddess, facing the increasingly powerful new Sea Goddess Angelma, is seeing the tide of battle turn, with the scales of victory gradually tipping in the favor of the World Alliance. As for the War God's Spear, which the Winter Goddess has stored in a mirage in southern central continent, MOU has dispatched a group of players to attempt to seize it. However, clearing a mirage often takes considerable time. Even if they cannot obtain the War God's Spear immediately, MOU is confident that the World Alliance will achieve victory. Meanwhile, the Tranquil Sea and today's Rain are still searching for another divine artifact in the underworld, an unmelting block of ice. Relying solely on luck to find an artifact whose appearance is unknown might indeed be a rather reckless act. However, since this was a game, a win was a happy ending, and a loss was just a slap in the face. Tranquility Sea didn't think it was such a bad gamble. After activating Luck Burning, Tranquility Sea could faintly sense a mysterious guiding force of fate. The method for using this guidance was extremely simple. First find a general location, then walk a short distance in each direction, east, west, south, and north, to see which direction felt the strongest. It's very similar to the method used in some treasure hunts. He and Jinryu had successfully reached the northern area of the Netherworld and narrowed the area to a 3-kilometer radius. However, before they found the item, Tranquility Sea's Luck Burning timer had run out. Want to try again? He asked Tadeyoyu. If you use Burning Luck a second time, your initial luck value will be temporarily halved, and the chances of a successful lucky dice roll will decrease. But as long as you can roll it once, it should be safe. But you're in a bad luck period right now, right? Tadeyoyu asked. If you roll the lucky dice now, your bad luck will also affect you, right? Tranquility Sea pondered for a moment. It seemed so. Besides, we don't know what kind of tests or traps we face after finding the item. To be on the safe side, it's better to keep this opportunity as a backup. Tadeyoyu said, taking out her pendulum again. In previous experiments, the results we obtained using Burning Luck and Divination were basically the same, which means that using Divination alone should be enough to reach the correct conclusion. Chapter 539. Tranquility Sea and today's Rain followed the swaying pendulum as they searched. This was an ice field, but it wasn't an endless, flat expanse of ice. It felt like an ancient battlefield frozen in time. The slippery ice cap beneath their feet. Tranquility Sea crouched down, brushed off the snow, and shone a lantern. The ice, illuminated by the light, shone a dull blue, with the shadows of a group of figures frozen within. Suddenly, one of the figures moved violently, and Tranquility Sea instinctively jerked back, losing his balance and falling flat on his butt. Tranquility Sea, He sighed helplessly, as he lay face down in the snow. He tucked the lantern back into his backpack, stood up, and brushed off the snowflakes that had stained it. Ah, the side effects of fuel transportation are really annoying. But it's also incredibly satisfying when you use it. But once you experience the exhilarating feeling of being all-powerful and invincible, returning to a period of misfortune, where even drinking water is a struggle makes the sense of loss all the more acute. Today, Rain is employing a circling search method, starting from the outside and working its way in, and is currently climbing a small, raised snowdrift. Tranquil Sea isn't in a hurry to follow. He looks around. This ancient battlefield is littered with frozen wreckage, buildings, ships, collapsed execution racks, and the skeletons of humans and monsters. There's even a gigantic ice sculpture of a god, leaning precariously on a pile of collapsed rubble. It's at least 5 or 6 meters tall. Tranquil Sea leans closer, craning his neck to examine it closely, and feels that the statue bears a resemblance to the winter god. But it wasn't as old as the winter god. Its face was smooth, without wrinkles or a long frost-covered beard. In fact, it resembled the winter god in his youth. A restless, daring heart began to stir again in the Tranquil Sea. He activated, while climbing, following the various patterns, folds, shoulders, and head of the statue, climbing up to its head, and swaggering down to survey his surroundings. What player could resist the temptation of a jumping puzzle? Seeing a strangely shaped building/statue that clearly towered above its surroundings, wouldn't they want to climb it? Finding a target from a high vantage point might be a good idea. He saw the desolate land, and the ruins and bones scattered everywhere. He saw mountains of rubble and rotten steel frozen in ice and snow. No one knew what had happened here. Perhaps a fierce battle had taken place. He saw Annie's merman form locked in combat with the winter god in the distance. The steampunk merman form, empowered by the authority of the sea, had grown larger, surrounded by shimmering bubbles, and adorned with seashells and coral in its hair. Compared to its previous industrial-style mermaid form, the current merman form felt more intimately connected to the ocean, and controlled the cannons on the form, firing in unison with the cannons on the undying queen, causing the winter god to stagger. But the aged deity, supported by a massive, thick ice shield, merely staggered back a step, summoning countless bolts of ice and lightning to clash with Annie. Although Annie has a slight advantage now, the strength of the two sides has not yet been completely separated, and the battle between the two gods seems to have to continue for some time. Tranquil Sea withdrew his gaze, and continued his search. He saw a huge crater in the nearby hill, as if someone had punched it, with what appeared to be a giant footprint nearby. He saw the skeletons lying in the crater, all broken in two, as if torn apart by some enormous force. Is there some gigantic monster here? He saw Rain still swinging her pendulum, looking in his direction, then raising her head and frantically waving at him in astonishment. Tranquil Sea's foot suddenly slipped. He quickly grabbed the ice block hair of the statue beneath him, then suddenly realized that he hadn't slipped. The giant statue had suddenly come to life. Holy crap! This thing is alive? He flicked his wrist, and a dagger slid out, piercing between the ice blocks carved into the statue's hair to secure himself. He cast an appraisal spell, only to see a huge failure. Tranquil Sea. He cursed under his breath, wondering if letting go now would be better off just falling to his death. Just then, a private message popped up from Today's Rain. Frowny face. Today's Rain. Don't let go. That thing has a shiny lump on its chest. It might be solid ice. Today's Rain. I help you. See if you can steal that thing. As they spoke, Today's Rain nimbly switched back to Druid and charged over on a giant wolf, throwing many frost vine seeds at the giant's feet. These seeds were obtained from the northern giants. These vines have extreme cold resistance and can grow even in icy conditions, but they are too hard and lack flexibility. It wasn't suitable for tying up the Colossus, but it was perfect for Serenity Sea to use as a scaffolding for climbing and maneuvering. Tranquility Sea leaped from the Colossus's head and, as expected, slipped as he landed on the frost vines. Fortunately, he stabbed his dagger into the vines again in time to stabilize himself. Hanging from the vines, he peered toward the giant statue's chest. Sure enough, within the thick ice sculpture lay a shimmering, icy blue heart that seemed to be gently beating. Sea of Tranquility. Are you sure that's solid ice, and not the Colossus's heart? Today's Rain. No mistake, my identification is successful. That Colossus is called Memory of the Lord of Ice and Snow, level 250, and its heart is unmelting ice. Sea of Tranquility. How can I get it if it never melts? And at this level, one hit from it would kill me. Today's Rain. Try using fire first? I bought a lot of fire runes. Hold on a little longer, I just called for help in the nearby channels. Backup is coming soon. This monster is clearly too much for 2 people to defeat. Today's Rain is glad she posted a message for help, and the coordinates on every channel she could find the moment she saw the Colossus come alive. This dungeon map is large, but there are many players. They won't be too far from the main force, so someone should arrive soon. But today, Yo-Yo could ride his wolf and leap around, while the unfortunate Serene Sea could only maneuver across frost vines to avoid the Colossus's massive hands. The level difference between him and the Colossus was too great, and Shadow Blade Dance dealt a series of damage reductions of 1, then 0, practically scratching the Colossus. It was unclear whether he was lucky or unlucky. He slipped and fell several times, but he managed to evade the Colossus's grasp. One frost vine after another was crushed by the Colossus, and Yo-Yo planted a new batch. But in their sight, a large group of players were rushing towards them. Chapter 540. Tranquility's brain raced, calculating every landing point, available skills, and his own mana bar consumption. He shifted his feet constantly, deftly using his dagger and jackal claws to tug at frost vines, dodging attacks while advancing towards the Colossus's chest. The faintly beating icy blue heart lay within the Colossus's chest, but how could he remove it from the ice sculpture's chest? The blade barely left a few marks on the ice, and the runes cast by today's rain only burned away the thin layer of frost and snow covering the thick ice. Among the players who arrived were many mages, who used all sorts of fire magic, but still only managed to scrape a few bruises off the giant ice statue. The level difference was enormous. They were players below level 85, while the Colossus was a level 250, memory of the Lord of Ice and Snow. There must be something they hadn't noticed. The heart of the Snow Lord's memory is a solid layer of ice that never melts. I have a feeling there's something fishy going on here. Today Yo-Yo was also frantically pondering, is this a metaphor for some inner pain the winter god suffered in his early years, which led to his foundation being built of solid ice? But even if that's the case, what good would it do? Can't we just use love to influence him? It can't be that kind of nonsense. Tranquility Sea rejected it. There must be an antidote within 100 steps of the venomous snake. The solution must be right under our noses. Under our noses. Right under our noses. Today Yo-Yo looked up and suddenly saw the volcano belching black smoke nearby. He immediately shouted, "It's lava." This idea makes perfect sense, no matter how you think about it. The incongruous ice and lava scenes appearing simultaneously in the same instance were definitely not created by the development team simply for aesthetics. They must have a practical purpose. If ice and snow are the true form of high-level monsters, then lava as a means of defeating them makes perfect sense. Furthermore, this scene serves as a metaphor for both the ice of pain within the ice lord's heart and the raging lava that arises from it. Rage devours pain, transforming all indifference into revenge, ultimately destroying everything. From this stream of consciousness perspective, it makes perfect sense. The idea was there, but there was only one way to verify its effectiveness. Lure the monsters over here? Is there really no aggro range limit? Tranquil Sea asked, dodging, but he was already half convinced, and had already climbed down the frost vines toward the ground. Aggro range refers to the restriction sometimes imposed by the game team to keep monsters confined to a certain area. If a player who doesn't want to fight monsters accidentally enters a zone and draws aggro on a monster, the monster will stop chasing them as soon as they leave the zone. Occasionally, a player might accidentally pull a monster out of the zone while fighting, causing the aggro to be lost, and the monster will run back to its starting position with half its health bar and invincibility. In such cases, the only option is to regretfully start the fight over again. While their northern zone wasn't too far from the central volcano, even running at full speed would still take several minutes. It's no wonder Tranquil Sea asked this question. Doesn't this just prove our theory? Today, Yo-Yo said, if there's aggro range limit, then our plan is wrong. If not, then we just pull it all the way. Ah! The surrounding players echoed. With a plan in mind, all that remained was execution. Having attracted the Colossus's aggro, Tranquil Sea leaped onto the ground, transformed into a jackal, and began a desperate dash towards the lava field. The other players had just overheard their conversation and roughly understood the plan. All the World Knights followed suit, ready to draw aggro and lure monsters to support them. Then a jackal appeared, running wildly ahead, followed by a giant ice statue, and then a swarm of bizarre-looking octopuses, orcs, and humans. The commotion here was getting quite loud, and the winter god himself seemed to sense something was amiss. He looked north and even took a few steps, but was stopped by the steampunk mermaid's tail. Don't even think about running. Annie Jelma said with a smile, today, your opponent will be me. This was the battle plan she had drawn up with the Lord. On the surface, her area was the main battlefield against the god of winter, but in reality, in the early stages, her only responsibility was to hold him back, creating opportunities for the adventurers to steal the base. The real chance for victory lay in the hands of the adventurers tasked with stealing the god of winter's faith, energy, and foundation. Fries frowned, his expression grim. "Ha, is that what you're planning? You annoying mermaid daughter? Then I deal with you first. Then I deal with those annoying bugs." Thunderclouds instantly covered the entire divine kingdom on earth. Countless bolts of lightning crackled and struck the ground. The adventurers scattered, avoiding only a few unlucky souls. Fortunately, Tranquil Sea wasn't one of them. He raced to the nearest lava area. Fiery red lava flowed continuously from the volcano's summit, trickling down the mountainside. Tranquil Sea could feel the scorching heat even at the edge of the ravine. He reverted to his Orcish human form and activated Burning Luck once more. The lucky dice spun rapidly, finally landing on a 2. Player system. Congratulations, player Tranquil Sea. You have luckily rolled a 2 on the lucky dice, less than your current have luck points. For the next 15 minutes, you will receive a continuous boost of good fortune from the Goddess of Fate, Jenna. May the Goddess of Fate grant you success. Only 15 minutes this time. But that should be enough. Tranquil Sea, now brimming with confidence after activating Burning Luck, unleashed Shadowblade Dance directly at the Colossus that had chased him to the edge of the ravine. Shadowblade Dance was like a scrape to the Colossus, but not to the ground beneath its feet. Under the attack of the Tranquil Sea, the ground, already loosened and corroded by the melting lava, quickly began to collapse. "All knights, prepare yourselves," shouted Rain today, and the world knights following behind raised their shields. "Shields up! Charge!" The tall, mighty knights charged forward, their shields slamming into the Colossus's leg. Although no wounds were left, the Colossus staggered and took a step forward. It stepped onto a section of ground repeatedly attacked by the Tranquil Sea. Unable to withstand the weight of the Colossus's several tons of solid ice, the ground collapsed with a roar, and one of the Colossus's feet plunged into the lava. Chapter 541. The giant ice statue raised its head and let out a deafening wail. Its foot, trapped in the magma, began to melt rapidly. The melted water quickly boiled within the thin ice shell, and steam rushed out through the holes in the melting ice. In the flowing magma, black rocks solidified by the ice appeared, but they quickly melted again under the impact of more magma. "It works! Do it again!" Today Yo-Yo continued to give the order, shields raised. "Charge!" The World Knights aimed at the other foot of the Colossus again and charged into it. This time, the giant ice statue fell to its knees and fell into the magma. Its entire body lost its balance, and to support itself, its left hand also fell into the river of magma. The ice all over its body began to melt in the magma's heat of over 1,000 degrees. The icy water dripped into the magma like rain, creating tiny black dots. A large amount of steam obscured everyone's vision. The magma, cooled by the ice, began to form a hard rock crust around the ice. Tranquil Sea hurled several throwing knives, accurately shattering the newly formed rock. "Aim for the magma crust. We need to melt it quickly. Today there's rain. All ranged magicians, attack." The players' attacks on the statue were barely scratching, but they could shatter the magma crust that had solidified on the outer surface of the ice due to the low temperature. This crust was then swept away by the magma behind it, melting without hindering the transfer of heat. The massive ice statue was immune to the players' attacks, but it couldn't withstand the scalding molten lava of the kingdom of the god of winter, nor could it resist the natural laws of that kingdom. The god of winter, who once held 1/3 of the power over nature, governed his kingdom according to the laws of nature. Water freezes at low temperatures and melts at high temperatures. This is a law that even gods cannot reverse. The statue's limbs had almost completely melted, and its entire body began to sink. Only a thin layer of ice remained on its chest. At that moment, the sharpshooters' grappling spears and the druid's vines flew out, grabbing the statue's mutilated body and forcing it to fall on its back. Instantly, the ice slammed into the lava, splattering lava and surging steam. The Sea of Tranquility, borne along the rainy day's vines, fell upon the Colossus's exposed chest, which was lying on its back. Only a thin layer of ice remained on the front of the chest. This time, the Sea of Tranquility struck with its dagger a few times, breaking through the final layer. He cut the icy blue heart from the Colossus's chest, stuffed it into his backpack, and then, pulling a vine, was dragged back to shore by Jinri Yoyu. As soon as he landed, he immediately logged off, switched accounts, and logged back in. This move was quite a stunt, and even the players who had just been cooperating with him looked at each other in bewilderment. Their first reaction, the boss is offline? Only Jinryu guessed his thoughts. It's okay, he's turning in the quest. This is just a way to ensure there are no mistakes when turning it in. Friels, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Annie, roared in anger the moment the heart disappeared. The entire divine kingdom on earth began to tremble, and the very edge began to dissipate. Beep, the player system prompt. The kingdom of Hades is about to dissipate. Players, please hurry and complete your quests and follow the system instructions to reach a safe area to watch the cutscene. Are we winning? The players exclaimed excitedly. Should I be? Tranquility C logged into his human form in AMT New City, leisurely opened his backpack and system quest panel, and handed in the heart. The reason he logged off, switched accounts, and then logged back online was because his refueling luck time was about to expire again. Afraid that Winter would go berserk and start another fierce battle after obtaining the heart, Tranquility C tried to exploit the backpack connection bug. As he expected, even with the changed shell, he could still submit dungeon items and complete quests outside the dungeon. I don't know if it's a bug or a feature, but it's quite convenient anyway. Tranquility C successfully handed in the heart, looked at the rewards the system had distributed with satisfaction, and logged off again to switch accounts. He still wanted to see the dungeon's final animation. The game system was as powerful as ever. Even though the players who came to help hadn't officially accepted the quest or formed a team, they still received the rewards they deserved. All players who had completed their missions followed the arrows displayed by the system and began evacuating towards the southern part of the Kingdom of God. As they retreated, they never forgot to glance at the real-time plot on the small screen. The Winter God Friels' level was visibly decreasing, his health bar shrinking, and his appearance rapidly becoming older and thinner, like a deflated balloon, until only a layer of skin enveloped his skeleton remained. But he had not fallen yet. He still had the last foundation and authority, and he had not given up. And did not give him another chance. The goddess of vengeance began her final vengeance. Evita had already leaped from the undying queen to the shore, far removed from this final battle of the gods. The steampunk merman's tail slammed against the river Styx, unleashing towering waves. Under the control of the authority, the water seemed to possess a life of its own, swirling up Friels and relentlessly pounding him against the temple. The magnificent, Greek-style ice temple shattered under the impact of the god's body, and the aged god was covered in blood. His limbs were twisted into bizarre shapes from the impact, broken joints piercing his withered skin, from which thick, almost black, foul blood slowly oozed. Anne's revenge had only just begun. The cannons on the steampunk merman's body roared in unison, exploding on the winter god's broken body and the collapsed temple. The merman's divine form sang a song belonging to the merfolk, but the melodious and beautiful music sounded like a death knell to the winter god. The steampunk merman's fishtail whipped up the undying queen, a ship recently repaired and modified. Under Annie's control, serrated blades, designed for breaking ice, popped out from the hull. Annie's grin widened, her face contorted with vengeful satisfaction. Taste the blade of my revenge. The undying queen slammed heavily onto the body of the winter god. The merman dragged the ship, the serrated blade scraping away a layer of blackened flesh from Friels' body. This strike is for my people, Annie roared. With another thud, the massive ship crashed down, the blades piercing deep into the winter god's flesh, then being dragged out, tearing off a large piece of the god's body. This strike is for my loyal servants of many years. With yet another thud, the undying queen crashed down on the winter god's head, severing the dying Friels' skull in two. The last blow for my love. Annie raised her head and whispered softly, Rowena, behold, I have avenged you. The winter god's shattered head rolled down, and the underworld shattered. The adventurers found themselves standing in the camp, while a giant merman held an Evita and the undead queen, floating above the emperor's oxygen. The thick clouds dispersed, and sunlight bathed the north. Chapter 542. The north has always been the stronghold of the winter god, Friels. From the beginning of the War of the Gods, he has unleashed endless waves of snow and ice from here, sending dark, cloud-covering clouds to the Middle-earth. This territory of his own in the north naturally doesn't experience the prolonged shroud of ice and darkness like the Middle-earth. But as the origin of ice and snow, it is still affected to some extent. Overcast skies, blizzards, and avalanches are commonplace. The native inhabitants of the north, led by Gerda Gaiman, watched the long-awaited cessation of snow and ice, feeling the warm rays of the two suns shining upon them, their eyes brimming with tears. From now on, we no longer need to fear Friels' threat. Thank you, world consciousness. Thank you, Lord of Order. Thank you, guardians of illusion and reality. And thank you, adventurers they sent. Wait, Winter God has fallen. To whom did all those powers that belonged to him go? I don't know. That's a matter for the gods. We don't need to worry about it. Then who should we worship next? Of course, World Consciousness, the Lord of Order, and the Guardians of Illusion and Reality. The players, having experienced a thoroughly enjoyable dungeon run, were also very happy. This dungeon design was really good. Although we didn't actually fight Winter God face to face, this feeling of raiding his base was amazing. This base wouldn't fall apart without us. The storyline was also fantastic. Watching Annie go from scratching Winter God at the beginning to turning the tables at the end, it's all thanks to our captain. However, when the captain heard the server-wide announcement, his social anxiety kicked in, and the system flagged him for excessive emotional fluctuation and disconnected him. Ha ha ha. Beep, the player's system began its server-wide announcement. Congratulations to all adventurers. The main story limited time dungeon, Underworld Kingdom, has been successfully cleared. You achieved a completion rate of 98.88%, successfully assisting Angelma in reversing her inevitable fate and becoming a reborn goddess of the sea and vengeance. Quest rating, S rank. Quest rewards have been distributed to all players' inventories. Please check. Successfully clearing this main story quest will bring the North under the Alliance's control, and more quests will be available in the future. We won. S rank clear. Wow. A brand new quest. Does this mean we can have a Snowview house in the North? Hurry up and open a new housing area. Hilarious. Why do you guys always think of houses first? MOU pushed open the window of the Mage Tower. The clouds over AMT County had dispersed, and the yellow and green sunlight once again bathed the earth. The Tree of Life, now a robust sapling, began to stretch its branches in the sunlight, greedily absorbing the energy within. Although the supplemental lighting could sustain the Tree of Life's growth, the sun of their own world was still the most reliable. A cool breeze gently ruffled MOU's slightly longer black hair. The Lord closed his eyes, basking in the warmth of the sunlight while listening to Leah's system report. Natural authority has been recovered 89.96%. Only the lightning-related portion remains unrecovered. The souls of the merfolk, orcs, giants, and other northern barbarians have been liberated. Their purified souls have returned to the Sea of Life and reconnected with the world's consciousness. Approximately 600,000 new souls and anchor points have been added, and 1/7 of the scattered world consciousness fragments have been recovered. Please, Lord, continue to have the Druid adventurers purify the northern barbarians and connect with more scattered consciousness. Of the third of the natural authority possessed by the Winter Goddess, MOU returned the authority over the ocean, water sources, storms, and beasts, along with the Holy Pearl to Annie. This newly born goddess is now the goddess of the ocean and vengeance. The Winter Goddess's ice, snow, decay, and death were absorbed by MOU's order. The cycle of seasons, the rise and fall of life and death, is inherently a natural order. The lighting portion remains within the War God's spear, hidden within the illusionary realm along with the war portion of the authority. The first group of adventurers failed to break through the illusion, but the leader, a seemingly insignificant individual, clearly had some ideas. The adventurers still need time to deduce and decipher the illusion. However, now that the Winter Goddess has fallen, MOU is not in a hurry to reclaim this portion of the authority. Once those reclaimed souls have been nourished and recovered in the Sea of Life for a period of time, they can be born as new life in the North, Leah said. I want to regrant them their former race and new bodies, erase their painful memories, and let them experience new life anew. This will require more core energy. The implication is that there will be an additional expense on core energy in the future, but MOU feels it's all worthwhile. This world will ultimately be returned to its original inhabitants. Your adventurers are truly remarkable. Aelion stood beside the Lord, reaching out to catch a ray of warm sunlight. Now the long night and blizzard have finally ended, and the coming winter will nurture the new life of next spring. MOU turned to look at the night gleaming in the sunlight. This is our World Alliance's first victory in a direct confrontation with an evil god. However, while the Winter God, who betrayed the world, has finally been brought to justice, we still have many enemies to deal with. By the way, MOU suddenly turned to Leah, asking curiously, where's Ah Huang? It seemed that the Yellow King, Hastur, had disappeared in the latter half of this battle. Upon discovering the Winter God's defeat, he fled the underworld. Because he left in such a hurry, he even left behind many of his people captured and tamed by the adventurers, the Bayaki. Leah replied cheerfully, your druids and beastmasters now have new mounts. MOU smiled slightly, confident that the adventurers were quite satisfied with the gains from this mission. Let's go, he said. Let's go see our newly born ocean and the goddess of vengeance. We also need to discuss the future arrangements for the North and the merfolk. I wonder if the merfolk want to return to the northern coast or stay in AMT County. And after that? Mou winked playfully at Ialian. After that, I finally have time to see your new Dharma form. Ialian nodded slightly, his eyes lowered, suppressing a hint of nervousness. He quietly reached out his left hand and hooked his little finger with the Lord's right little finger. This was the way the Lord had taught him before, the way of making an agreement. It's a deal. Mou grasped Ialian's hand back and gently pulled it back. The knight obediently stepped forward, just as the Lord caught him. The two kissed in the sunlight and gentle breeze, their breaths mingling, before reluctantly parting. Chapter 543. Mou and Ialian set foot on the northern territory for the first time. They arrived at the Pirate Bay encampment. Angelma had already returned to rest. The newly born sea goddess was currently looking at her damaged, undying queen's ship with worry. Smashing things is fun for a moment, but repairing the ship is a nightmare. No matter how sturdy the ship is, it wasn't designed to smash a god. Fortunately, she was now a sea goddess, so even if the ship was damaged, it could still float on the water. If I go to the shipbuilders of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild again, will they kick me out? And sighed. Mou was silent. He believed that no craftsman would want to see their masterpiece return to the factory so quickly. However, the people from the Southern Continent Merchant Guild would probably be happy to help if offered enough benefits. However, the Earth Mother of all spirits had inexplicably become the least benefited party this time, gaining no advantage in terms of authority. He wondered what the Earth Mother's attitude was now. Although the Southern Continent Merchant Guild wasn't targeted much by Freels due to the great distance, and the Earth Mother only offered minimal assistance, from a cost-benefit perspective, the two were still evenly matched. However, compared to the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, there's currently a leaderless force waiting for you to take over, Mou said with a smile. As far as I know, that force is also very skilled in shipbuilding and repair. Oh! Annie became interested. Tell me more. Before that, I'd like to ask about your future plans. Mou asked, you are already a god of the sea, so what are your thoughts regarding the Northern Territory and the merfolk? Annie scratched her head. Although I become a sea god, I have no feelings for the North. My home is in the sea, not on land. But now, transforming into a beast is also one of my powers. I will bless all orcs who pray to me for power. As for the mermaids, she thought for a moment, then said, I need to discuss this with my people. After I return the power of fish transformation to the mermaids, they may wish to return to the island they passed down through generations. But it's now occupied by the evil god's followers. We must attack and reclaim it, perhaps with the help of you and the adventurers. She bowed to Mou. Whether the mermaids remain in AMT County or return to the northern seas, we will always believe in the world consciousness. We will repay your kindness to us with our lifetimes. Well, I may have some ideas you can consider, Mou said with a smile. Ultimately, more than half of the mermaids in AMT County chose to stay. Although they have regained the ability to transform into mermaids, the outer ocean still harbors the evil god Cthulhu, his followers the Deep Ones, as well as a myriad of other monsters and demonic beasts, and countless pollutants. The mermaids, having endured years of hardship, need rest and recuperation. Under Anne's authority, the artificial inland sea in the desert of AMT County has become indistinguishable from the outer ocean. The salinity of the water has been adjusted to perfection, and Anne, who holds authority over the ocean, has brought a variety of fish, shrimp, shellfish, seaweed, and seagrass to this ocean to settle down. Having regained countless souls and new anchor points in the battle against the winter god, the energetic Leah generously purified this sea area and all the creatures cast into it. The merfolk, now capable of transforming into fish, could raise seafood in this sea, supplying not only their own village but also AMT County and the Magic Federation. This was all rare, unpolluted seafood. The pollutants were collected by Mou and given to Llama for use as energy in their factory. After the snowstorm stopped, the merfolk finally saw this inner sea bathed in sunlight once more. Under the sunlight, the clear water rippled, schools of fish swam, and the newly empowered merfolk transformed into mermaids, diving into the sea. Some even choked on water due to their newly grown gills. The scene was chaotic yet joyful. After swimming, the mermaids lay on the Gobi Desert in AMT County, drying their newly grown fins and tails. This spectacular sight attracted many adventurers. Who doesn't love ice, snow, beaches, sunshine, the ocean, and mermaids? When these elements come together, it's practically a trap for adventurers. Ah! The Frozen Night special event is finally over. Gnawing balls stretched happily in the sunshine. Finally, I can play in the snow in the sunshine. Won't this snow melt? The blizzard has stopped. Tang and Pot asked worriedly. It shouldn't. At least not until winter ends. Salty Fish said, after the winter god was defeated, the divine war ended, but normal winters still exist. Wow, then we can even build snowmen. By the way, Salty Fish, haven't you been to the Hades dungeon before? Nikyuki asked. No, I went to another dungeon, but unfortunately, we haven't cleared that illusion yet. Salty Fish was still lingering. They say that dungeon contains the spear of the god of war, hidden by the god of winter. But when we got in, we found it was a PvP dungeon. It's fun, sure, but I don't know how to clear the illusion and get the spear of the god of war. Huh, that sounds interesting. Nikyuki's eyes widened. Come on, let's get some people and go again. I made a big promise to Wendell that I get the war god's spear and teach him a lesson. Leaving the dungeon so disgraced isn't my style. She and Yuitio excitedly gathered the team again. We need to bring Yo-Yo along this time. Maybe she can figure out something. Many adventurers were still savoring the afterglow of their victory, especially after the official team quickly released a series of video clips for players to watch in all aspects, complementing the perspectives lost while poring over quests in the main dungeon. Not only did they get to watch Annie's complete beating of the Winter God, but they also saw the MVP, the Hidden Old Man, the excellent play of Tranquility Sea and Today's Rain, and the rather impressive river dredging work of some fishermen and beast tamers. There were also the well-organized rescue operations of some renowned teams, and the frantic monster-killing videos of veteran players like Ijin Pachian Shan, who consistently topped the server in power. In addition to the Hades dungeon, there were also various infiltration operations by the Church of the Wrathful Sea, and the behind-the-scenes footage had players rolling on the floor in laughter, unable to even get up. After watching the videos, a noticeable increase in players switching to Assassin, Beast Tamer, and Alchemist classes. Chapter 544. The priests of the Church of the Wrathful Sea, waking dazed from their coma the next day, felt their faith crumble. Literally. The statue of the deity they worshipped had, at some point, shattered into an unrecognizable pile of rubble. This is... The Lord of Raging Waves has fallen. No way. This refers to the Lord of Raging Waves and Ice, who conquered the entire Northern Realm and devoured several gods. It said even the God of War was no match for him. Take a look at the sky outside first. The sky, it's cleared up. What happened? The snowstorm has stopped? The God of Raging Waves and Ice lost? Lost in the War of the Gods? And his remains are nowhere to be found. At the same time, similar questions came from different people of different factions across the world. Everyone could clearly see the dark clouds and snowstorm that had obscured half of the central continent vanish overnight, and the higher-ranking beings could sense the subtle changes in the divine power, yet no one could truly provide a concrete answer. From gods to commoners, everyone was talking about the fall of the God of Winter. Who was the Winter God targeting in his previous divine war? The elves? The Tree of Life? The Earth Mother of all spirits? Huh? The Lord of AMT County, who is that? AMT County? How did that backwater, God-forsaken place get involved in the divine war? And who is the newly born sea god? Huh? Angelma? That female pirate who disappeared decades ago? How did she reappear? Who has taken over the Winter God's authority? Will the power among the gods be reshuffled? Amidst the myriad speculations, only the people of the Magic Federation remained calm, even sharing some sense of honor and disgrace as they promoted their newest deity, the God of Order and his loyal guardians. It was the God of Order who helped Angelma defeat the God of Winter, fulfill her revenge, and truly become the goddess of the sea and vengeance. The people of the Magic Federation said in a serious tone, "That's our Magic Federation's god." Before he became a god, he was the second son of the main Philislot family in the Magic Federation. He's the younger brother of our Lord Speaker. Hey, the God of Winter has hit a wall this time. For example, that long snowy night. Anywhere else, it would have been freezing and starving to death. Hey, guess what? This is the most comfortable winter we ever had in the Magic Federation. We have food sent by the elves, coal supplied at low prices by Lady Charloria, and even those who have passed away. All the impoverished people who couldn't afford to leave went to work in AMT County. Not only was there food and lodging provided, but they also received money to take home. This was all arranged by the God of Order. Everything is so perfectly organized and logical. It just makes sense. I heard that to avoid the contamination of the evil God of Chaos and Disorder, you must believe in the God of Order. He has a group of green-clad druids under his command. No matter how much contamination you have, they can cleanse you completely. They're much more powerful than the Church of Light, and best of all, it's free. Angelma was rescued from the winter god's illusion by the god of order and his adventurers. Not only that, but even the mermaids moved to AMT County. To settle the mermaids, the god of order moved mountains and created a vast ocean in the desert. If he can create an ocean in the desert, wouldn't it be easy for Angelma to be made a sea god? Amidst the frenzied praises of the people of the Magic Federation, a certain lord's fame spread far and wide, inexplicably garnering a surge of worship. Angelma's undead queen docked at the port of Roselle. The newly born sea god kicked open the gates of the Church of the Wrathful Sea, dragged out the panicked pope and bishops, and said with a smile, "I heard you lost. I found a god, and I just happened to need a church. So how about converting to my faith?" The elderly pope glanced back at the rubbled statue of the god of winter, then at the shattered gate. He prostrated himself decisively. "We, the Church of the Wrath of the Sea, have worshipped the god of the sea since ancient times. Whoever holds power over the sea is our god." Angelma was delighted with his tact. "Very good. Now go gather the craftsmen. My ship needs repairs, and I think our church has the best shipbuilders, right?" "Yes, yes. And we need to carve a new statue for me." I arrange it. I don't like the name Church of the Wrath of the Sea. We need to change it. I don't like your way of doing things either. We need to change it. Our doctrines, our texts, everything. Yes, at your command. Just as you say." Angelma took over her enemy's faith, church, and rich heritage. However, she still found time to meet with MOU and Nabu of the South Continent Chamber of Commerce. Angelma's replacement of the winter god as sea god, and her sharing of nearly a third of natural authority with the lords, was indeed unexpected by the All-Spirit Earth Mother and the South Continent Chamber of Commerce, but upon closer reflection, it was quite logical. The All-Spirit Earth Mother and the South Continent Chamber of Commerce themselves had contributed little in this divine war. Their specific contributions were simply to provide a place to recharge the solar cells, repair Annie's boat, and ultimately help stun the members of the Church of the Wrathful Sea. For these reasons alone, gaining the new sea god's protection at sea was well worth the price. To suggest that these achievements could be used to divide up power was sheer nonsense. However, Nabu was a veteran of the South Continent Chamber of Commerce, and naturally understood what kind of cooperation would be most beneficial to them. While it may seem like a three-way standoff still exists, with the three gods equally sharing natural authority, in reality, the Sea God, the Tree of Life, and Lord AMT, the God of Order, have formed a close alliance. The Mother of all spirits and her influence in South Continent alone would be overreaching if she attempted to oppose the World Alliance. Furthermore, the influence of the Church of Light in South Continent presents a significant headache for the South Continent Chamber of Commerce. Rather than considering how to gain more natural authority, Mother Earth and the South Continent Chamber of Commerce are more concerned with driving the pesky Church of Light from the South Continent. Thus, this meeting was more harmonious than previous ones. The Lord of AMT County has now thoroughly demonstrated his ability to fight against evil gods, and even slay gods. "I look forward to further cooperation with the World Alliance," Nabu said pointedly. "I believe we currently share common ground and goals with your Guardian of Reality and Illusion. Then, may we continue to enjoy our cooperation." MOU raised his glass. "It's been a pleasure working with you." Chapter 545. It was on a snowy winter day, like this, that Ialian was adopted by the Church of Light. At that time, the town of Kadarwin, on the southeastern border of the Church of Light, had just experienced a blizzard and a small-scale wolf plague. Unable to find food in the freezing winter, the wolf packs gathered together, hundreds and thousands of ferocious gray wolves attacking the village. The people lit fires and torches and held the village for 3 days and 3 nights. After countless casualties, they finally drove the wolves back. A group of fervent young men, driven by rage and revenge, pursued the wolves to the western call. But soon, they lost the pack in the snow-covered mountains. As they turned back, they heard the hoarse cry of a baby. The young men exchanged glances and followed the intermittent sound. Under a large tree, they discovered the body of the elven woman, covered in ice and snow. She seemed to have endured a bitter battle, her body drenched in blood and covered in wounds from wolf bites. Yet, she clutched a sharp sword and died leaning upright against a tree. Her body was pressed against the tree behind her, from which came the cries of a baby. "Excuse me." The leading brute bowed to the elven woman's corpse, then removed her body, nearly frozen to the tree. Behind her, they discovered a hollow in the tree. A half-elf infant, wrapped warmly in swaddling clothes, cried weakly and intermittently, seemingly from a long period of hunger. The temperature-regulating runes on the swaddling clothes were nearly ineffective. Across his swaddling clothes, delicately and ornately embroidered in golden thread, was an elvish name. Aelion. The Guardians of Illusion and Reality, Chapter 552. The largest and most central continent on the planet Osiria is named after its inhabitants, the Osiria continent. The people of the northern and southern continents prefer to call it the Central Continent. At the center of the Central Continent stands a towering mountain range stretching for thousands of kilometers. The Central Mountain Range. The Central Mountain Range divides the continent into east and west. The eastern part is the territory of the Magic Federation, while the western part is the territory ruled by the Church of Light. At the very center of the Church of Light's territory lies the holy city of Gerlanda, home to the Pope and the political and economic center of the Church of Light. Surrounding it are 5 satellite cities governed by cardinals, a design resembling stars orbiting the sun. In the southeastern corner of the Church of Light's territory, beside the Central Mountain Range, lies a small border town. This was originally an unremarkable border town, its original name being Kataruan Town. But over 300 years ago, this town offered up a holy child. After that holy child began to gain fame, people began to call this place Holy Child Town. Over the centuries, Holy Child Town has experienced countless glorious moments. The Church of Light has a strange system. Whenever a village or town offers up a holy child, the local tax burden becomes, to a certain extent, tied to that holy child. Whenever a holy child makes a contribution to the Church of Light, the taxes of the people in that place are reduced for that year. Conversely, if that holy child commits any transgression, the local tax burden doubles exponentially for that year. If the holy child was chosen to become the Son of God, that region would be exempt from taxes for 20 years. The Church of Light's taxes were extremely heavy and varied. Tax reductions meant that people no longer had to grit their teeth and save on their rations, allowing them to live a more comfortable life. This system was designed to encourage people to voluntarily surrender holy children who met the criteria, and to better bind them to their homeland. But when a holy child turned out to be a found immortal, the system became increasingly outrageous. It was said that the holy child was a half-elf, found in the mountains by the townspeople after a blizzard and a wolf plague. That night, after being nursed to a full stomach by a peasant woman, he was handed over to the old bishop of the church to be raised in the town's church. He was taken away by members of the higher church before he was 3 years old. He had no roots or family here, but his actions still affected the town's tax burden and livelihood. It is said that the people of Holy Sun Town once enjoyed a long period of prosperity thanks to the many achievements of this holy son. During those years, the townspeople saved money to build houses, and even erected a statue of the Holy Sun in the town center. People would bow to the statue as they passed by, praying for more blessings. It is said that if it weren't for an accident, the townspeople might have even had the opportunity to enjoy 20 years of tax exemption. More than 300 years have passed, and the Holy Sun is still in his prime, but the town has changed beyond recognition. The grandson of the man who found the Holy Sun and the old bishop are now buried deep in the earth, and most of those who enjoyed the tax breaks are either old or dead. Today, the townspeople only vaguely remember the sun's name and the appearance of the weather-corroded statue. The sun is not a deity, and his statues don't sync with the original form like deities do. But this year, the townspeople haven't had a very good time. It's said that their son has betrayed the church, becoming the first son of God to do so. The day after the news broke, tax collectors arrived in their town and increased the tax, which had been halved, back to its original value tenfold. Tenfold? You're crazy! The people immediately protested. This high tax burden meant not only that they had worked for nothing for a year, but also that they had to use their wealth to pay the church. Your holy son has apostatized, said the tax collector they were familiar with. This is the most grievous act of betrayal against God. He spared your entire town because he wasn't close to you. The church elders, unwilling to harm innocent people, showed some leniency. According to the law, this tax should have been increased at least 50 times. After posting the notice, he addressed the townspeople, tighten your belts and live a hard life. No matter where you flee, this sin will follow you. Only heavy taxes can atone for it. The Church of Light imposed a vast array of harsh taxes, not only per capita, but also per household, euphemistically called sin taxes. The greater the wealth, the more sins required to be atoned. When collecting taxes, the tax collectors, escorted by a team of transcendental guards, would arrive. Those who refused to pay their taxes and atone for their sins would be executed as a warning to others. Ordinary people were powerless to resist, and could only grit their teeth and endure. Chapter 546. The people of Holy Sun Town had considered fleeing, but the Church of Light had its own strict household registration system for its believers. Anyone who fled would suffer for their family, friends, and neighbors who didn't. And where could they flee to? The central mountain range nearly bisected the continent, towering into the clouds. It was impossible to circumvent it, and impossible to climb to the top. Not to mention the numerous demonic beasts and wild beasts within the valley. If they didn't head east, the entire west would be Church of Light territory. No matter which city, town, or village they ventured into, they couldn't escape the oppression of heavy taxes. Unable to resist or escape, they could only grit their teeth and endure silently. Thus, during that time, people no longer prayed sincerely when passing the modeled statue of the Holy Sun, but instead spat on it as they passed. Many even considered throwing rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves, but they were helpless, as all the edible food at home was used to feed themselves, and still not enough to keep them from spoiling. The old mayor stopped the people from taking any more extreme or insulting actions. He only said one sentence: "The blessings we enjoyed must be repaid. Our town has received countless favors, and now we must repay the debt. Our ancestors all received kindness, now it's time to pay the debt." After mourning, wailing, and anger, the people finally agreed to demolish the statue of the Holy Sun. Now, it was time to pay taxes. The townspeople were anxious all night. Some carefully counted their money, relieved but also heartbroken. Others were still short more than half, unable to make up the difference, and had to brave the wind and snow in the middle of the night, knocking on doors to borrow money. But who had any extra money or food? Every house was closed, lights out, the entire town deathly silent, save for the cries of the poor echoing in the still night, a heart-wrenching lament. Halfway through their wailing, they saw a silver-haired figure emerge from the darkness. The man was exceptionally handsome, his features exquisitely refined, bearing a slight resemblance to the holy figure the townspeople remembered. You are. The townspeople's cries abruptly ceased. Their eyes widened, the name on the tip of their tongues, but the silver-haired man's question interrupted them. Do you want to leave? Huh? The next day was the Church of Light's annual tax day. Believers were required to pay taxes to the Church of Light as atonement for their sins. Therefore, devout believers also called this day Yom Kippur, Day of Atonement. When the tax collector arrived in Holy Sun Town in a flying carriage with a whole squad of high-ranking superhuman guards, he was astonished to find the entire town deserted except for the church. Not only that, but every house was completely empty. Nothing was left. Not only were people, money, food, and grain gone, but even tables, chairs, and bedding had vanished. Any movable cabinets had been taken, leaving only the walls and door frames intact. No, some houses even had their doors missing. What's going on? The tax collector was instantly dumbfounded. Report, the entire town is gone. They must have escaped. The bishop, the priests, everyone in the church has been knocked unconscious and tied up. All the treasures in the church have been stolen. The thieves didn't even leave behind tables, chairs, or candlesticks. This bunch of unruly people. The tax collector was furious. Come, dig up their ancestral graves. The cemeteries on the outskirts of town have all been dug up and emptied. Huh? AMT County welcomed a new wave of residents. These people, with their families in tow, looked bewildered. In the early morning hours, before dawn, they followed Ayalian into the new city of AMT. Holy Sun Town was a remote frontier town within the territory of the Church of Light. Due to its location near the central mountain range, it was frequently invaded by magical beasts, with floods in summer and avalanches in winter. Living conditions were far from ideal. The town had a population of only 1,288, a stark contrast to the vast and populous towns of MOU's homeland. It could only rival the remote towns of medieval Europe and America. If it weren't for the tax breaks and exemptions Ayalian had enjoyed over the centuries, the town's population would have been even smaller. AMT County now has a proven track record of accommodating refugees of all kinds. The townspeople were ushered into the city council hall, each of them handed a bowl of thick, creamy potato soup, enough to withstand the harsh winter chill. The Lord appeared at the right moment, welcoming the people and briefly introducing AMT City, including taxes, living conditions, and future work arrangements. After listening to his speech, the people's dazed and anxious hearts suddenly calmed, as if everything would be fine in the future. The Lord's appearance and words seemed to hold a reassuring charm, instilling an innate trust in them. The townspeople's personal information was registered one by one, and they were then led to newly built homes. Each child received a storytelling alchemical pet doll. During the emergency relocation, each family received a space bracelet, now filled with their entire possessions, and the coffins containing the remains of their loved ones. The exhumed coffins will be reburied in the cemetery outside AMT City at an appropriate time, after everyone is rested and settled in. To completely escape the Church of Light, one must uproot and relocate all the roots they cherish. This was understood not only by Aalion, but by the other townspeople as well. Digging up and relocating the remains of their ancestors in advance is preferable to having them destroyed by the Church of Light through some ruthless means. Most of the people of Xingzi Town have wanted to flee since the tax increase, but have been unable to find the opportunity or the means. After witnessing the miraculous transformation of reality by the former Holy Sun, and the purifying power of the Druids he brought with him, the remaining people resolutely followed. This was their only chance to escape. And everyone had to act together, or those left behind would suffer. No one wanted to be left behind. Although the townspeople had complained upon learning of the Holy Sun's apostasy and the tax increase, when the Holy Sun reappeared to take them away, they all chose to keep their mouths shut and follow. They had never imagined that the Holy Sun, who had completely renounced the church, would return for these insignificant strangers, risking capture by the Church of Light, and even fleeing with their entire families. This in itself was a great grace. Chapter 547. Those townspeople were incredibly obedient, Mou said. The relocation process went smoothly, didn't it? No one went to the Church of Light to report it. No, Aalion replied with a smile. I find that strange too, but my power of truth and illusion allows me to distinguish truth from lies. They truly wanted to escape. And he paused. The people from the only Church of Light in town were immediately knocked unconscious and tied up by your adventurers. I said they were good at looting. As a game designer who understands the nature of players intimately, it's natural to use the best resources where they can be most effective, allowing players to unleash their true nature and satisfy their desires in specific missions. This is how the game is made fun and avoids causing trouble. This story began a few days ago. After finishing the God War and tidying up the aftermath, Mou, gradually returning to his normal routine, noticed that his nights were a little restless. Upon inquiry, Aalion asked to borrow some money and supplies. Mou was curious at the time, as Aalion had never lacked money in the city. He carefully inquired about the reason, and only then did he learn about the story of Xingzi Town. So you plan to show up the night before tax day, like a knight-errant, leaving money and belongings on the doorsteps of those poor people, so they can afford the heavy taxes the next day? Mou asked with a quizzical expression. I'm sorry, that request is indeed a bit excessive. Aalion looked a little disappointed. I know the people in that town don't really have much to do with me. Most of the people I knew are dead. But the thought that they're facing high taxes because of my apostasy makes me feel very uneasy. Asking you to use AMT County's supplies to subsidize the people of the Church of Light is truly unreasonable. I apologize for putting you in a difficult position. Mou raised his hand to stop Aalion. No, that's not what I meant. Aalion looked up, his silver eyes filled with questioning questions. I appreciate your desire to help the townspeople, but paying their taxes isn't a long-term solution. 1 year's tax comes another, and the next year's tax burden is entirely at the mercy of the Church of Light. If we don't break this cycle, the townspeople will forever be oppressed by the Church of Light, unable to escape. Mou said, I'm a bit stingy, or rather, I have a bit of a bandit's logic. The townspeople won't get a penny of that money and supplies themselves, so I won't hand it over to those jackal priests of the Church of Light who are exploiting the people. But why don't you take all those townspeople back to AMT County? AMT County is so big, I can still afford to support an extra town. My knights are still a little too righteous. Aalion's eyes lit up instantly. You're right. Aalion's gaze was filled with admiration. This is indeed the most reasonable solution. So, Mou posted a quest in the Adventurers Guild, and a group of unruly players with a penchant for looting eagerly signed up. On the eve of tax day, they followed Aalion to Holy Sun Town. Aalion was responsible for persuading the townspeople, while the players charged into the Church of Light, knocking them unconscious and stealing their belongings. They quickly emptied the Church of Light's property and enthusiastically helped the townspeople move. They even helped a town woman dig up a gold ring she had lost in her backyard for over 10 years. It truly was a place where no grass would grow even after a player passed through. And it didn't take Aalion much effort to convince the townspeople to relocate. Or rather, they eagerly agreed the moment he posed the question. If it weren't for the ability of the virtual authorities to discern truth from lies, Aalion would have suspected he'd been deceived. This could only mean that the Church of Light's injustices will inevitably lead to its own downfall. The people are discerning, MOU concluded. Well, now that things are almost resolved, isn't it time for me to see your Dharma image? MOU asked, smiling, changing the subject. Since the Lord wishes to see it, then of course it's all right. However, Aelian hadn't yet mastered the art of opening his own domain, so the two chose the quieter Silver Dragon Dream, specifically the back of a sparsely populated island. Aelian even reduced the size of his Dharma image and expertly displayed it before the Lord. MOU carefully examined the guardian of the virtual and the real. His appearance was strikingly similar to Aelian's, yet his expression held a divine compassion. He wore a crown of soft, thornless thorny vines, and silver blue armor adorned with the world's emblem. 6 golden wings jutted from his back, pointing heavenward and earthward, a commanding presence. His lower body sank into the void, and in the reflection appeared the shadow of a dragon. You couldn't quite make it out, but he sensed an endless warmth emanating from the shadow. Can I touch him? MOU asked. Aelian nodded gently, his form shrinking to a size over 2 meters tall, sharing his thoughts, and leaning toward the Lord. MOU reached out and stroked the guardian's face. The touch was icy, unlike touching living skin, it felt more like caressing a statue. With an academic mindset, MOU explored the guardian, both real and illusory, touching its face, then its wings, then its armor, even gently sniffing a strand of its long hair. Aelian blushed deeply, trembling slightly, almost bursting with embarrassment. You know, he began with difficulty, are the senses of the Dharma form and the body interconnected? MOU paused. Huh? To be honest, because the Dharma form is the manifestation of the spiritual body, its senses are even more acute than the body's. Aelian's eyes reddened slightly, his silver eyes filled with tears, even his usually clear voice lowered, carrying a hint of accusation. The oblivious Lord promptly withdrew his hand. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I ever heard of such a thing. Aelian sighed, attempting to retract his avatar, but it seemed disobedient. A small, black shadow tentacle emerged from the phantom, secretly hooking onto the Lord's left ring finger, stroking it twice around MOU's ring, then hooking his little finger before disappearing back into the phantom. MOU, what is this? It's rather cute. Aelian became even more embarrassed. My feelings for you are stored within this phantom. He turned his head away, coughing lightly. You just touched the physical part, but not the phantom. It's a little, cough, jealous. MOU couldn't help but laugh. He squatted down and teased the phantom's tentacle, seemingly speaking to the tentacle but also to the knight. How can you be so cute? The knight's face turned even redder. Chapter 548. It's unclear who took the first step, but they embraced affectionately, laughed, and kissed, rolling around in a ball on the grassy back of the island. The earth was warm from the sun, the soft, carpet-like grass exuded a sweet fragrance, and tiny blades of grass clung to their hair and clothes. Finally, panting slightly, they rolled over, hand in hand, lying down on the grass, their backs pressed against the warm ground, looking up at the island's blue sky, white clouds, and sun, feeling the slightly warm southern breeze. Both looked a little disheveled, but their faces wore genuine smiles. When we win, we go play in the real southern continent. Okay. After their playful banter, they returned to their business. Aelian's trip to Holy Sun Town not only brought back the townspeople, but also his mother's remains. The townspeople who found me collected and buried my mother's remains, along with her long sword, Aelian said to MOU. No one knew her name or identity, they only found my name on the embroidery on my swaddling clothes. Aelian pulled a treasured letter from his spatial belt. This is a letter the then Bishop of Catarawan gave me when I was taken away by the higher church. It details the entire process of how I was found. I was less than 3 years old at the time, and have no memory of it. I only know my past through this letter. MOU took the letter, slightly yellowed and fragile with time. Due to its age, the handwritten words were somewhat illegible, but it was clear that the writer was very meticulous and responsible. I brought back her remains and sword this time. I want to rebury her, but I don't know whether to bury her outside the new city of AMT or take her back to the Elven lands. Aelian lowered his eyes, his long silver eyelashes trembling slightly. I don't even know her name. An elf from 300 or 400 years ago. Perhaps we can ask the Elf King. MOU said, what are the characteristics of her weapon? Aelian stood up and walked a few steps to the side. He released the coffin that should have belonged to his mother from his spatial belt. The two of them carefully pried open the long nails on the coffin's side and lifted the thin wooden lid. Inside, a skeleton lay quietly on the rotten cloth. In the skeleton's chest cavity lay a golden sword. The bones were slightly disintegrating, but they still retained their general shape. One could vaguely make out her clasped hands, lying flat on her back. The long sword must have been placed between them, the way an ancient knight was buried. However, as the corpse decayed into bones, the long sword gradually sank, falling into the bones. Aelian bowed several times before the bones, then reached out and retrieved the long sword. The sword gleamed with golden light, magnificent. The scabbard was studded with large rubies and sapphires, clearly no ordinary item. This is no ordinary sword. Mo Yu glanced at it from a distance and said, the workmanship is exquisite. The scabbard has remained rust-free after all these years. It must be made of real gold. It's the craftsmanship and style of the elves, Aelian said, recognizing them. Only elves would appreciate gems so much. This sword has been preserved, and the gems are still there. Mo Yu couldn't help but sigh. It seems the people in this town are quite kind-hearted. Even when they couldn't pay the heavy taxes, no one went to rob tombs for treasure. That's truly admirable. People are like that. If they know the people they're helping are good people, they feel their efforts are worthwhile. Otherwise, they feel particularly uncomfortable. Such a recognizable sword. Perhaps she's of a more ordinary status. Mo Yu speculated, we can ask the Elf King, perhaps he knows something. At the very least, we have to retrieve her name. Aelian squatted beside the coffin, closed his eyes, and prayed silently. He bowed to the bones within, and closed the lid once more. The letter said they estimated I was no more than 3 months old when they found me. I don't know why she crossed the Central Mountains alone with her child, or how she fought to the bitter end against a wolf pack, dying with all her might. Aelian said, but she protected me and gave me a second life. I owe it to her to rediscover her identity, and give her back her name. Is this sword the only thing she left behind? Mo Yu asked. Aelian nodded. Logically, she should have had at least some spatial artifacts on her, but I don't know if they were lost in battle, or if they were magical artifacts designed to self-destruct upon her death. Regardless, no one has found anything like them. There are many different types of spatial artifacts. Some are designed for easy trading, with no restrictions on who can use them. Some are usable only by a bound user. And then, there are more advanced ones that self-destruct or teleport to a designated person upon their owner's death. The former is the cheapest, but offers limited security and privacy. Anyone with access can steal the contents. Most of the items Mo Yu had Rama craft and distribute to the city's residents were of this type. If Aelian's mother could afford the seemingly expensive sword, she wouldn't have used a common space item like this. Even if she did, she'd likely have only some basic supplies. After all, it was over 300 years ago, so it wouldn't matter if someone else took it. The latter two space items are tied to the user's identity, meaning even ordinary people wouldn't be able to use them, let alone the last one, which they wouldn't have the slightest chance of obtaining. Your mother may have some unusual identity, Mo Yu said, carefully observing the expression on Aelian's face. If she truly is some important figure in the elves, that wouldn't change anything. Aelian returned the coffin to the spatial prop. The elves are all bred by the mother tree of life. Each batch of elves is a separate generation, and the buds that bloom on each branch bear elves of the same surname. Except for the royal family, which is bred from a separate main branch, there is no generational distinction among other elves. They are all brothers and sisters. Surname and families are merely a way for elves to record their origins, and the year they were born. They serve no other purpose. This results in neither excessive estrangement nor overly close relationships between elves. They interact based on personal interest, not kinship. When I first met the Elf King, I asked him about the elves who left their tribes 300 or 400 years ago, but there are many such cases. Furthermore, elves often look alike, so based solely on my appearance and features, it's impossible to tell who I'm descended from. I see. Chapter 549. Mo Yu understood Aelian's thoughts very well. Elves and the mother tree, and among elves themselves, exist a natural spiritual network. They communicate without words, solely through thought. In a sense, it's like the communication channels adventurers use, except adventurers communicate through small windows of sight, while Aelian communicates through telepathy. Half-elves, born through wombs with mixed bloodlines, are not included in this spiritual network. To the elves, no matter how similar their bloodline or how many kinship ties they share, they are always considered outsiders. Aelian, having grown up in the Church of Light as an infant, had no connection to the elven race, and even no memory of his mother. All he knew came from a letter left to him by the bishop years ago. For Aelian, Wayland, and the Holy Sons of Valhalla were more like family. If we disregard the alliance with the World Alliance, the elves might be no different in status to Ialian than the unfamiliar townspeople of Holy Sun Town. Unfamiliar, seemingly unrelated, yet subtly intertwined with countless causes and effects. Mou knew that Ialian was always a responsible person. He couldn't let go of those karmic ties. Just as Ialian wanted to resolve the heavy taxes imposed on the townspeople after his apostasy, he would also, to repay the kindness of the elven woman he had never met, for her childbirth and protection, find her name and identity, and choose a suitable burial place for her. Sending her back to the elves' homeland might be the best option, but that presupposes she wasn't exiled by the elven race. The two gathered their belongings, tidied up the grass scraps, and scattered clothing from their playful encounters, and hurriedly teleported to the elven territory. The guard on duty today happened to be Kylo Allen. Upon seeing the Lord and Knight, he welcomed them into the palace. The two were once again led to the familiar reception room. The Elf King appeared at the doorway moments later, his face beaming with joy. "Lord Moya!" the Elf King Lancel exclaimed excitedly. This divine war was fought beautifully. He pulled out a chair and sat down across from the two, excitedly saying, from the initial use of greenhouses, magical technology, and artificial sunlight from supplemental lighting to preserve the mother tree and the plants, to the subsequent collaboration with the Earth Mother and the mermaids, using food and warm clothing to counterattack the North and regain faith, rescuing the long-lost pirate queen Angelma and enthroning her as the new god of the sea. It's truly one chain upon another, one plan upon another, truly breathtaking. If it weren't for the Lord's foresight and prompt response and assistance, the elves, who had never experienced such severe cold, would have been unable to withstand the divine war launched by the winter god Friels. Although the mother tree of life is a deity, it also has its weaknesses. Ultimately, it's still a tree. Without sunlight, water, and soil, it cannot survive. The bitterly cold night, without sunlight, is the greatest threat to the mother tree of life. But this knowledgeable lord was able to save the mother tree of life with such ease and skill using those lamps, transparent boards and coal. This was something the elves could not even imagine. They had originally assumed that the mother tree and the Earth Mother would ultimately need to join forces to engage the winter god in a decisive battle. This final divine war was even more suspenseful, as the three gods were evenly matched and each harbored their own agenda. The elves had been busy replenishing the mother tree of life with energy and nutrients, hoping their efforts would give the mother tree a slight chance of victory in its upcoming battle against the winter god. Unexpectedly, without their intervention, Angelma suddenly appeared, robbing the winter god of his faith, power, and foundation, and crushing the tyrant with her own ship. When Lancel heard the mother tree's announcement of the winter god's death, he was completely shocked. But after sharing the mother tree's vision and witnessing the images sent from their ancestral world consciousness, Lancel could not help but believe that their alliance had quietly won the divine war that had lasted half a winter, utterly slaying the greedy god, who had once been invincible and incessant in his conquests. As the target of the god of winter's divine war, the elves spent their days in the greenhouses planting trees and growing crops, eating, drinking, and sleeping, their lives not much different from their usual lives. The divine war ended just like that. How outrageous. He didn't feel the elves had contributed anything to this divine war, and a strange sense of shame lingered in his heart. After listening to the Elf King's account, Mou remained quite calm, even smiling and offering comfort. That's not true. The elves have provided both AMT County and the Magic Federation with abundant food reserves and fresh fruits and vegetables. It is precisely with these supplies that we were able to conduct trade in the north, and successfully win the trust of the god of winter. Of course, the winter god, who gained his faith through threats and intimidation, was inherently unloved by his followers. If a new lifeline were offered to them at the right time, they would eagerly climb it. By the way, how is the mother tree of life doing? Very well. Lancel's face was filled with joy. Adventurers come daily to purify the mother tree of life, and its condition is improving. The wounds from the previously removed polluted branches and leaves have completely healed, and many new branches and leaves have sprouted. Its complexion and condition are much better than before. Now that the dark clouds and blizzard have retreated, if the mother tree absorbs a little more energy from the warm sunshine, it will regain its youth. The energy accumulated during the previous war with the gods may be transformed into new life in the spring. It's been a long time since we, the elves, have welcomed new life. This is great news, Mou said happily. The tree of life in AMT County is also growing very well. Now that the winter god is dead, the power of death has returned to the world consciousness, and the flow of life is gradually recovering. Next spring, perhaps we can work with you to open up more clean land and plant more flowers, trees, and food, Lancer said, This is all thanks to you. Mou smiled. Well, today I must repay your kindness and ask for your help. The Elf King said sternly. Please speak. In fact, we have found the remains and relics of an elven woman who may be Ialian's mother. Mou gestured for Ialian to produce the magnificent, gleaming golden sword. This sword is too exquisite to be an ordinary object. Perhaps you recognize its owner? Chapter 550. Seeing the sword, the Elf King took a deep breath. He raised his head and examined Ialian carefully, as if seeing him for the first time. Ialian frowned slightly. I do recognize this sword, Lancel said, but I never imagined she could be your mother. Please follow me, both of you. He led the two out of the reception room and along the corridor to the end. They opened the door to a room, and Mou discovered that this was the bedroom next to the one the Elf King had previously allocated to them. As they entered the room, they immediately saw another golden sword hanging on the wall. It was almost identical to the one in Ialian's hand, and the empty space on the wall hinted at an obvious fact. The sword in your hand is a pair with the one on the wall, the Elf King said. These swords belong to me and my sister, Elena. Elena and I were born together on the royal branch. We are the only two buds of this generation. If the one you found is truly her, then, Ialin, you are my nephew. Ialin's eyes widened in surprise. Lancel walked to the wall, where an oil painting hung, but it was covered by a curtain. When Lancel pulled the curtain aside, Mou discovered that the painting depicted a seated elven beauty. She had exceptionally soft, flaxen gold curls, a petite, sweet face, delicate eyebrows and eyes, and a lovely dimple at the corner of her mouth. Her smile was gentle, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. This is her portrait, Lancer said. Mou carefully compared the beauty in the portrait with the silver-haired knight, and suddenly understood why the Elf King looked so surprised. Both Ialian and Elena were beautiful, but their auras were vastly different. One was like ice and snow, the other like the warm spring sun. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could find many similarities. For example, Ialian's delicate face, defying age and always retaining a youthful air, bore a striking resemblance to Elena's petite, doll-like face. And when the silver-haired knight rarely showed a genuine, radiant smile, a smile only Mou could see, a charming dimple would appear at the corner of his mouth. However, Mou doubted whether the Elf King had ever seen Ialian's genuine smile. I can see the similarities, but I think you probably look more like your father, Mou finally concluded. Ialian looked helplessly at his lord. Mother. Elena. What kind of person was she? Ialian hesitated, but ultimately couldn't resist his curiosity, and asked the Elf King. She was a very thoughtful and independent woman, Lancer said, lost in distant memories. The elf royal family has always been born from the main branch of the mother tree, the only branch that doesn't use surnames as any identifier. Because the royal bloodline is rare, only one generation of royalty is born every few hundred, even 1,000 years, and there are never more than 3 buds. In our generation, only she and I were born. Lancer smiled at them and explained, but being born on a branch of royalty doesn't guarantee becoming the Elven King. The mother tree will choose from among the candidates. For us elves, the mother tree's will is everything. We have no complaints about her choice. According to elven tradition, one candidate becomes the king, and the other becomes the advisor. She has always been my right-hand woman, helping me govern Adoriture so well. I never imagined that one day she would choose to have a child with a foreigner. The Elven King paused, adding, at least, I never sensed such thoughts from her. Then why did she end up on the other side of the Central Mountains, with the infant Ialian, in the territory of the Church of Light? Mou asked curiously, briefly recounting how the Church of Light had found Ialian. This account, compiled and recounted by Ialian, was written into the Guardians of Illusion and Reality, which Mou now knew by heart. Elena left the Elven Realm 400 years ago, Lancer sighed deeply. At that time, the mother tree had already suffered irreversible pollution, and the stream of life began to dry up and wither. In retrospect, everything that happened then was merely the prelude to the world's accelerated decay, but Elena keenly sensed the world's crisis, and we all began to strive to find a way out. The elves are closely connected to the mother tree of life, and the mother tree of life was born from the world's consciousness, and is intimately linked to it. At that time, the mother tree told us that the world's consciousness had been polluted, and she was preserving herself by cutting away the pollution. As children of the world's consciousness, we must actively seek a way out and a solution. Elena chose to travel far. She believed that staying put would not yield answers, so she decided to go to the southern continent, to the territory of the Earth Mother of all spirits, because the yellow sun was the only known force capable of combating pollution, and the southern continent was bathed in abundant sunlight, where pollution had not yet spread. Thus, carrying this sword, she embarked on her journey. The Elf King looked south, his gaze seemingly piercing through the vast expanse of time. For the first few months, I could still sense her presence. Then, as the distance between us grew, this perception gradually weakened. Later, it transformed into a correspondence every few months. She said she had met many people in the southern continent and found new hope. Then, she suddenly stopped sending letters. I never received any news from her again. I sent many of my personal guards to search for her, but all returned empty-handed. I had to consider the worst-case scenario, that she had encountered some danger and tragically perished. Lancel said to Aelian, "This is one of the reasons I never associated you with her. I lost contact with her long before you were born. I thought she had already met with misfortune." Mou and Aelian exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with even more questions. Southern continent, a land neither Mou nor Aelian knew. Why did Elena disappear there, and why did she reappear decades later, carrying an infant, traversing snow-covered mountains in winter, fighting wolves? What new hope did Southern continent hold? One mystery has just been solved, but the number of unsolved mysteries has increased, Mou murmured. Chapter 551. After a long, dark, frozen night, AMT County finally welcomed a bright, sunny day. As the long-awaited, warm sunlight shone on every resident strolling through the city, the first round of recruitment for the city council staff began. With the increasing number of residents in the new city of AMT, Mou had long planned to select a group of civil servants based on merit. This way, when new residents migrated, dedicated staff would handle these matters, eliminating the need for DeCarlo and Uncle Polly to do it for them. After confirming that Aelian's mother was indeed Elena, the Elf King's sister, they returned her remains and the sword to the Elf King. The elves had their own funeral customs, and returning her to her homeland was always the best choice. But the Elf King only accepted her remains, giving the sword to Aelian. Rather than letting this sword slumber underground, Elena would prefer you to possess it, even if only as a memento, Lancel said. Aelian ultimately accepted the sword and brought it back to AMT County. The elves' burial ceremony required some preparation time, so the two returned to the new city of AMT to await further instructions from the Elf King. With the people of Holy Sun Town still needing resettlement, Mou took the lead in recruiting staff. The recruitment consisted of 3 rounds of examinations, with each round employing a rigorous elimination process. Only those who passed each round could proceed to the next. The first round tested loyalty to the world's consciousness and the World Alliance, and was conducted by Lia. The second round was a written test, set by Mou. The questions included common calculations, and the handling of various matters that AMT County might frequently encounter in the future, such as resolving disputes between adventurers, dealing with emergencies such as extreme weather and disasters, and resettling large numbers of disaster victims and refugees. The third round consisted of practical questions, featuring the refugees of St. Sun Town right before their eyes. Those clerk candidates who passed the first 2 rounds of testing would face their first refugee resettlement experience. Only those who could properly and safely resolve all the refugees' problems and successfully settle them in the new city of AMT could become official civil servants employed by AMT County. Over 400 people applied for this recruitment, including native AMT County residents, impoverished people from the Magic Federation's Council, families of mercenary relief workers, slaves earning their freedom points, and graduates of the Magic Academy Calcadora. Mou was only recruiting for clerks in the city council, requiring a total of 30 positions. While it wasn't a fierce competition, the competition was certainly fierce. Mira Denton also applied for the clerk position. She had been a refugee displaced during the Beast Tide, and during the icy nights of the Winter War, she had received several distributions from the Lord. Familiar with the refugee perspective, she felt she had ample experience of being rescued, so she decided to give it a try. Having lived in the new city of AMT for so long, and having received so much care from the Lord, she wanted to contribute something to this new and promising city. The recruitment exam took place in the City Council Hall, with several halls opened up for this exam. The first stage was simple. They simply had to recite a passage praising the world from a stone tablet, much like in the Druid Purification Hall, and then correctly pronounce the title of a book. Mira initially couldn't understand what the test was for, until she heard that several illiterate people had failed. Then it dawned on her. The clerks have to be literate, she said. Mira nodded in agreement. If they can't even understand a few simple sentences, they can't handle the big and small matters in the city council. The second test was more difficult. It required not only literacy, but also calculation and writing skills. Mira hadn't received much formal education, not comparable to the proper graduates of Calcadora, but she had done many odd jobs, learned bookkeeping in various shops, and even devoured the entire original text of the Guardians of Illusion and Reality while listening to audiobooks during this rather long winter. She also took advantage of her time helping out in the factory kitchen to audit many of the Elven teachers' introductory lessons for the workers' families and children. This winter, she learned many words. Perhaps she wasn't particularly dexterous, nor did she possess any professional skills, but as a clerk, she was hardworking and capable. She believed she could handle it. She answered the questions carefully, word by word, glancing nervously at her messy handwriting. After handing in her paper, she followed the signs to the waiting hall. The papers were graded immediately. They didn't have to wait long before a magical doll clattered into the hall, its eyes lighting up as it projected a long list of names onto the white wall, along with their respective scores. The above individuals are those who passed the second round of testing. Please come to me to collect your third round test materials, the doll's mechanical voice said emotionlessly. Anyone whose name does not appear here has failed. You can retrieve your test paper and check your score at the entrance. A group of people sighed and walked out. Mira was pleasantly surprised to find her name on the list. She hurried to line up in front of the magic puppet. She observed that 128 people had entered the third round of testing, nearly 4 times the number of positions required. Of these people, less than a quarter would eventually become clerks of the AMT County City Council. The queue moved quickly, and she soon reached the magic puppet and received a list of 100 names and addresses, a world badge, and 100 silver coins. This list includes the immigrants from Xingzi Town, for whom you are responsible. They have just settled in the new city of AMT and are in urgent need of guidance and assistance, as well as currency exchange and supplies. The magic puppet said, please help them settle in the city according to your plan. Please wear the world badge while completing this task. Your actions and images will be magically recorded by the world badge and used as a basis for the final scoring in the third round of assessment. The third round of assessment will be scored based on the following: 60 points for the task results, 40 points for the assistant immigrant's score, and 20 points for the judge's score, for a total of 120 points. Finally, the top 30 outstanding candidates will be ranked from highest to lowest, and the top 30 will be selected. During the assessment, it is strictly forbidden to interfere with others' tasks, cause harm to immigrants, or accept any benefits from immigrants. Violators of the assessment rules will automatically be disqualified. This assessment will last for 3 days. Do your best. Chapter 552. The immigrants from Holy Sun Town, after a noisy and bustling night, finally settled into their new homes at dawn. Furniture and luggage were unloaded from their spatial bracelets, some scattered, others neatly arranged. Each family carefully inventoried their possessions, discussed the future, and then, exhausted, went to bed for a nap. Such a large-scale relocation was an extremely strenuous undertaking for everyone. Even the poorest took a full day to settle in. However, after everything was settled, and after a good meal and rest, a deep unease arose in their hearts the next morning. Following the Holy Sun to relocate to the Magic Federation was an unprecedented feat. In the eyes of the Church of Light, this was a grave sin of depravity. Once the arrow was released, there was no turning back, especially since they had even moved their ancestral graves. But not everyone was driven to desperation by the Church of Light's heavy taxes. Those families who already possessed considerable wealth were now the most anxious. Philip Jett was the son of the old mayor of Holy Sun Town. His family had always held a high position in town, considered one of the wealthiest families, owning an entire small estate. The relocation was his father's decision, but moving all 5 family members from their large estate to their current small apartment was a significant adjustment. Philip looked at his wife, who was frantically trying to feed their 2 children, and sighed heavily. Dad, were we really right? His old father didn't answer, but sat calmly at the table. With trembling wrinkled hands, he broke open a piece of bread and filled it with bacon and butter. I mean, our family can afford those taxes, Philip said. They're heavy, of course, but we have estates, tenant farmers, and hunters, so we can at least survive for a few years. But now, those fields, properties, and forests are all immovable. The only thing we brought with us is gold, silver, and coins, and the currency here is different from that of the Church of Light. Although the Church of Light followed local customs and used the Magic Federation's common currency within its territory, and the Naso in South Continent within its own territory, ordinary people used its own saint coins, also known as holy coins. Those who wanted to exchange for other currencies had to pass through various levels of church approval. This was also a measure to confine believers to their own territory. After all, it was difficult for believers to cross the Central Mountains to reach the Magic Federation. Under such circumstances, possessing or even attempting to possess other currencies was inherently suspicious. The Church of Light's own use of other currencies in the Magic Federation and South Continent for business was naturally permitted by the Church. The majority of the assets carried by the residents of Xingzi Town, aside from food and a small amount of gold and silver for subsistence, consisted of this holy currency. Holy currency doesn't circulate in the Magic Federation. If the lords here don't recognize it, it would mean our entire fortune would be wiped out, and we have to start all over again. Philip clutched his head, slumped over the table, and groaned. My foolish son, did you really think staying in town would guarantee your survival? The old mayor slowly chewed on a loaf of bread filled with butter and bacon, his few missing teeth. You're too young, you haven't seen the church's ruthless methods. If some of us left that night, and some didn't, those who stayed would certainly be dead the next day. Especially my family. In the Holy City and other central cities of the Church of Light, the church was the center of political power, wielding absolute authority. But in remote cities, towns, and villages, the church often had only one chapel or outpost, severely lacking manpower. Except for tax days when they relied on tax officials sent by the higher church and their supernatural guards, or when itinerant church groups visited, most of the time, they had to rely on the people's voluntary cooperation with the church. Therefore, daily town and village affairs were handled by the mayor and village chief elected by the local people. These town and village chiefs were mostly wealthy locals or respected elders. They were the voice of the people, and were regarded as leaders by the Church of Light. If the flock disobeyed, the first to be killed was naturally the leader who led them astray. Money, houses, land, forests, none of that matters, the old town chief said. As long as people are alive, that's the most important thing. Money can always be earned back. Besides, since that Holy Son hasn't forgotten us common folk, sending people all this way to bring us out, he won't abandon us. He had barely finished speaking when there was a knock at the door. Philip opened the door. Excuse me. The newcomer was a young woman with shoulder-length brown curly hair, wearing a long coat and a world emblem. She glanced at the list in her hand. The mayor of Jet's family, right? Hello, I'm Mira Denton, responsible for your family's settlement. Before you all settle into the new city of AMT, please feel free to ask me any questions. Philip's spirits lifted. Questions. Indeed, we have many questions. The most crucial one is, can our money be used in AMT County? Mira Denton confidently pulled out a booklet, the Settlement Policy Guidebook she had received in the lobby before leaving the City Council Hall, written by their lord. Although it was ostensibly to assist immigrants in settling, it was also a qualification test for the City Council's future new staff. The first step was to assess whether these staff members understood the policies and rules before taking action. Mira Denton had never seen a pig walk, but having personally handled pork many times, she had heard of it. She quickly glanced at the booklet and answered with great familiarity, yes, AMT County has its own universal currency, adventurers' coins. While your holy coins cannot be used directly within the city, we offer currency exchange services. You can exchange them at the current exchange rate of the day. Today's rate is 3:1, that is, 3 atonement coins for 1 copper coin. Holy coins, or atonement coins, do not have face values of yuan, jiao, or fun, they only have one smallest unit. Noticing Philip's slightly stiff expression, Mira promptly explained the prices in AMT County and the purchasing power of adventurers' coins. After mentally calculating the exchange rate, Philip's expression gradually relaxed. Chapter 553. Although the exchange rate appears to be 3:1 on the surface, AMT County has abundant resources and prices are much lower than in the territory of the Church of Light. 1 copper adventure coin has far greater purchasing power than 3 redemption coins. After calculating the costs in his mind, Philip breathed a sigh of relief. Mira explained in detail, currency exchange needs to be done at the bank behind the City Council Hall. If it's convenient for you, please send a representative with me now. Given the current situation, the earlier you exchange, the more favorable the exchange rate will be. You should have all registered your identities and received your bracelets upon arrival, right? AMT County uses electronic currency. The exchanged currency will be stored in your bracelet accounts. In AMT County's official shops, even if you forget your bracelet, you can make a purchase by scanning your face. Philip thought for a moment and understood her unspoken meaning. With so many immigrants, everyone needs to exchange currency. All those holy coins will have to be converted into adventure coins, making adventure coins scarce. It might even escalate to 4 or 5, or even a dozen, holy coins for a single copper coin. He couldn't sit still any longer and immediately stood up. Let's go now. Mira silently gave him a mental thumbs up. The settlement policy guidelines clearly state that the sooner these immigrants convert their currency into adventure coins, the more loyal they will be to AMT County. After all, if they have holy coins, they might still think about returning, but if they convert everything to adventure coins, they won't leave, even if it's just to protect their assets. Giving these immigrants some timely hints will allow them to analyze the pros and cons themselves. But both Mira and Philip held some unanswered questions. The Magic Federation and the Church of Light were already at loggerheads, not to mention that AMT County was a thorn in the church's side. After the Lord exchanged astronomical amounts of adventure coins for the holy coins these immigrants had accumulated over their lifetimes, what could he possibly get in return? While neither of them understood foreign exchange or inflation, they understood that unusable money was worthless. Philip hurried to the bank with Mira. There was already a line, but it was moving at a steady pace. The process of exchanging adventure coins was simple. All the immigrants had to do was hand the holy coins to the magic puppet. If they wanted to exchange other gold and silver, the puppet would also accept them. When it was Philip's turn, he handed over all his saint coins in exchange for 300,000 copper coins, which he deposited into his family's joint account. While his two underage children could only spend within the spending limits he set, the rest of the family could use the money as they pleased, though they would receive notifications of any changes to the account. The family's money had always been shared, and Philip found this model quite reasonable. Of course, there was also the option of depositing it into individual family accounts. How the money was managed was entirely up to the immigrants. The heavy weight of the money had become a mere number, and Philip's relief, which had just been relieved, suddenly returned with a sense of unease. 900,000 saint coins, converted into adventure coins, amounted to 300,000 copper coins, or 3,000 gold coins. With the value reduced, he suddenly felt a significant decrease in confidence. And the numbers on the bracelet always seemed so vague and intangible. Could you really buy anything with them? Mira understood him perfectly. She herself had felt the same way when she first started using AMT County's adventure coins. At times like these, only by actually spending them and witnessing their purchasing power could one feel at ease. She took Philip to the shopping district and enthusiastically introduced him to the local delicacies, clothing, and a host of novel machines using magical technology and electricity. Philip's eyes widened like bells. Such soft bread. Fragrant, sweet, and grit-free. Uncontaminated food? So much meat? He asked in shock, and then, upon seeing the clothing covered in runes or magic circles, he was shocked again. Thermal-controlled clothing? That was a privilege only archbishops enjoyed. Now you can enjoy it just by paying? Such advanced thermal runes are actually used on snack wrappers to keep them warm. That unpalatable wheat can actually make such delicious, crispy bread? He explained in amazement and admiration along the way. By the time he reached the end of the alley, his space bracelet was already overflowing with food, new clothes, bedding, and small appliances. By the way, Mira said with a smile, your family is currently living in resettlement housing provided by the Lord. The conditions are average, and it's a bit cramped for 5 people, but the good thing is that the monthly rent is only 30 coppers, which is very affordable. If you're not satisfied, you can rent or buy a better house. We have both townhouses and single-family homes. Philip's eyes lit up. Great, great. Then something struck him. This money has to support our family in the future. We can't just spend it and not earn it. Is there any work we can do in AMT County? There are plenty of job opportunities in AMT County, Mira said. It depends on what you and your family can do. If you have some skills, factories and shops are always hiring. If you're good at business, you could take over a shop or join a caravan. You could even work for the adventurers in AMT County. Philip gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Then please take me to see a house, one with a separate courtyard. With plenty of opportunities, money can always be earned. Since I decided to stay here for a long time, I might as well buy a house and settle down soon. AMT County's construction never stops. The vacant land in the northeast has been expanded into a large residential area, all of which are well-equipped, single-family houses. And near the textile factory, in the south of the city, more dormitories for the workers have been built. It was quite a distance from Rama's Alchemy Institute, hydropower plant, and smelter, and the textile mill wasn't polluting. Using it as accommodation would not only shorten the workers' commutes, but also pose no safety risks. Mira took him to the sales office on the shopping street. It was also a newly opened shop with recently hired staff. Both adventurers and city residents could find housing here. In the center of the sales office's lobby was a projection of the entire city's residential and commercial buildings. What you see is what you get. Philip glanced at the single-family houses in the northeast. While prices varied depending on size, location, and orientation, they were generally around 100 gold coins. After seeing the prices, Philip felt relieved. Chapter 554. Philip ultimately chose a small, east-facing house. The price was reasonable, but he could see the sunrise every day, and the open space in the yard could reportedly be cultivated to grow vegetables and fruits. After Lyra's energy was replenished, she conducted several more purifications in the city, and the residential areas are now all clean land. Every 3 months, all the clean land is purified again to prevent pollution from accumulating again, so the land here can also grow things. Ordinary people have also begun to learn planting from the elves and druids. They can't grow rice or wheat, but they can sow some vegetable seeds and grow some vegetables for themselves. The soil in the residential areas is still mainly sandy and gravelly, not very fertile. Before planting, people always like to ask druids to come and improve the soil and help apply some base fertilizer. Since many druids captured and raised shatraks, the production of saltpeter has increased significantly. After the start of the Winter God War, there was plenty of ice and snow, so there was no need to use saltpeter to make ice. This stuff has been used to make a lot of fertilizer and gunpowder. Philip, who had spent 100 gold coins, felt a pang of regret, but upon receiving the property deed and standing in front of his new home's gate, a relieved smile finally appeared on his face. "So, is there anything else I can help you with?" Mira Denton asked. "No," Philip breathed a long sigh of relief. "Thank you for your help. Then, please rate my service." Mira smiled and pressed the world badge, and a rating box popped up on Philip's bracelet. Philip decisively pressed 5 stars. "I have to go serve the next family. I wish you a pleasant stay in your new home." Mira smiled and nodded goodbye. "Okay, thank you, Lord, thank God." Philip paused. He habitually wanted to thank the gods, but now that he had defected from the church, it seemed unlikely he should thank the gods, who had forced them here. Though, for now, living in this city wasn't so bad. Mira smiled. "In AMT County, we believe in world consciousness, the god of order, and the guardian of the virtual and the real. Perhaps it will be difficult for you to change your beliefs and habits immediately, but for your safety, it's best to adapt as soon as possible." She said goodbye to Mr. Philip, took out her list, and hurried off to the next family. The list contained nearly 100 people, almost 20 families. With 3 days to go, she had to serve 7 families a day to meet her target. Time was running out, so Mira brainstormed and decided to change her approach to improve efficiency. MOU looked at the data presented by the system's backend, his eyes narrowed in satisfaction, his smile like a cat stealing a bite. Making the resettlement of immigrants from Xingzi Town a part of the City-State Council clerk recruitment exam is indeed a brilliant idea. It not only selects the most suitable future civil servants for the position, but also helps Xingzi Town's immigrants settle in AMT County properly and quickly. It will also significantly increase housing and material sales in AMT New City, boosting GDP. The immigrants are new here, and while most of them will find their own way to survive even if they are left alone, the results will definitely not be as good as those achieved through hands-on guidance. According to the data exported by Lia, the amount of holy coins being recycled from the Church of Light is skyrocketing, and the immigrants who have received their adventure coins often immediately engage in a spending spree. Sales of food, clothing, daily necessities, and even houses are all soaring. "What should we do with these holy coins?" Ailian asked with some concern. "You spent a lot of adventure coins to recycle the holy coins from the immigrants. If they can't be used, these coins are essentially worthless. The Church of Light uses paper money. It's not even made of precious metals. Its value depends entirely on purchasing power. If it's not used within the Church of Light's territory, its purchasing power is equivalent to 0. "Don't worry, I don't do business at a loss," MOU said with a smile. "You mentioned before that the tax payment day in the southern continent is later than in the central continent, right?" "Yes, the tax payment day in the central continent is the same day, while in the southern continent, it's a month later because a large number of tax officials and their superhuman guards have to travel from the central continent to provide support," Ailian replied, a thought flashing through his mind like lightning. "You mean?" MOU smiled and dialed Narcissus's number. "You plan to purchase a large quantity of supplies using holy coins?" Narcissus arrived quickly, raising an eyebrow after hearing MOU's request, his delight clearly visible. "Of course, no problem. The common currency in the southern continent is Nacer and holy coins. Although our guild usually prefers to use Nacer for settlements, there's always a high demand for holy coins as tax payment day approaches." "Demand?" "Yes, The Church of Light has been expanding its influence in the southern continent in recent years, and those thin paper currencies are one of their tools. Narcissus's face darkened. On tax day, the tax collectors only collect the crops they require and holy coins. If our plantations happen to be growing other crops, and we can't pay in kind, we have to go to the church to purchase holy coins. Every year at this time, the price of holy coins soars. A 2- or 3-fold increase is not uncommon. In other words, in addition to taxes, we're also being exploited to obtain the currency to pay them. MOU was shocked. They're turning money into a commodity. Yes, the crops the Church of Light requires are only announced 3 days before tax day, and they specifically choose scarce and expensive crops. Unless you're lucky enough to stumble upon them, there's no way they can even get them. Most of the time, we can only buy their ever-increasing holy coins. Although the tax seems to remain the same every year, this operation can increase the tax collection by 3 to 5 times each year. If you have holy coins, we take whatever you have, Narcissus said finally. MOU glanced at the back end of the system and wrote a number for him. This is the current number, and there should be quite a bit more soon. The population in our territory is gradually increasing, and I need a lot of food, seeds, and livestock. See how much these holy coins can provide me. Narcissus glanced at the number and smiled brightly. Your order is huge. I can give you a 20% discount. Please wait while I calculate it for you. He wrote down a long and eloquent list of goods. Now, this former playboy has grown into a sophisticated businessman in this period of time. Would you consider this? Narcissus respectfully handed over the list. These are the best crops we've grown in our plantations this year. They're high quality, fresh, and will last a long time. MOU took the list and looked at it. Rice, corn, sweet potatoes, tea, coffee, and cocoa made up the bulk of the items. There was also cotton, sugarcane, and a few miscellaneous minerals unique to South Continent. He mentally calculated the prices he paid for these items. Paying with holy coins was surprisingly more cost-effective than using Magic Federation currency. It made sense. The South Continent Chamber of Commerce had to pay taxes in holy coins. If MOU used other currencies, they would have to convert those currencies into NASO, and then purchase holy coins again for the tax payment. This would require a lot of effort, as well as handling fees and exchange rate differences. Chapter 555. After all this operation, MOU not only didn't lose money, but actually earned a significant amount of supplies. Add to that the treasures the adventurers looted from the Church of Light in Suntown. The supplies purchased with these holy coins would last for 3 to 5 years, even if everyone in AMT County ate to excess and threw away every piece of clothing. This truly made MOU want to thank the God of Light for his gift. But the God of Light probably didn't really want his gratitude. Then again, the ancient saying that harmony brings wealth is true. If Angelma hadn't taken the sea god throne vacated by the God of Winter, continuing the harmonious and stable three-way balance of power, it's hard to say which side the fence-sitter Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce would have sided with. Now that the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce maintains outward stability with the Church of Light, and continues its underground cooperation with the World Alliance, it's a perfect opportunity to return the money MOU stole to the Church of Light. Excuse me, MOU said with a bright, almost impolite smile. How much tax can these holy coins cover? Narcissus did a quick mental calculation, about a third of Nanzhou's taxes this year. Of course, that's the portion that's publicly reported. So, Nanzhou's annual tax burden is quite substantial, equivalent to the cash reserves of all the residents of Xingzi Town for hundreds of years, plus the private property of the Church of Light there. But considering that many residents of Xingzi Town are too poor to pay taxes, this publicly reported value seems a bit more normal. I may receive more holy coins later. We can continue to work together then. MOU said with a smile. Besides, I'd like to ask you for a favor and get some information. MOU sent Narcissus a photo of the painting of Elena he had taken. Please ask the South Continent Chamber of Commerce to investigate. This elf visited South Continent approximately 400 years ago and left South Continent over 370 years ago, returning to Middle Continent. We're curious about who she met and what experiences she had while in South Continent. Well, it's a long time ago, but elves aren't common in South Continent, and with such a beauty, perhaps some legends will remain. Narcissus said, I can't guarantee a result, but I do my best. That's enough. After sending Narcissus away, MOU settled the score with Ialian. MOU's move to relocate St. Sun Town helped Ialian resolve a pressing moral dilemma, saved the entire town, and significantly boosted the personnel reserves of AMT County. He exchanged adventure coins for holy coins from the immigrants at a very fair price, thus firmly tying them to his ship. Who wouldn't want money? If the ship sank, everyone's money would instantly lose its value. And after using the holy coins exchanged for these adventure coins, used to buy people's hearts, to pay the South Continent Chamber of Commerce, the supplies they bought would not only cover the expenses of the new immigrants in Xingzi Town, but also be enough to feed the entire Amute County for 3 to 5 years. In other words, he was using the Church of Light's money to support the immigrants and other residents of Amute County, while also winning over a group of people. It's truly a case of the wool coming from the sheep's back. As long as there are solid resources and goods to back them up, issuing more adventure coins won't cause inflation. Amute County's economy is still developing healthily, and even after supplies arrive from the southern continent, prices can be further reduced. Although the people of Holy Sun Town lost their homes and land, after moving to Amute County, they are no longer exploited by the Church of Light. They have gained better living conditions and a more stable environment. Although their current assets seem slightly reduced, the purchasing power of their currency has increased. Overall, they haven't lost out. But if you also consider that they won't have to pay high taxes in the future, then it's a huge profit. Meanwhile, the Southern Continent Church sold goods in MOU's territory, earning holy coins. These holy coins can be used directly to pay the Church of Light's taxes this year, saving them the portion of taxes secretly extracted by the Church of Light, and at least saving 1/3 of their tax expenses. This is a huge sum of money. In the end, only the Church of Light lost a town, resulting in a significant loss of tax revenue in both Holy Sun Town and Southern Continent. Only the Church of Light's injury was achieved. The enemy's loss is one's own gain, especially since MOU also profited handsomely. All things considered, MOU won again. As MOU's calculations became increasingly sophisticated, the light in Ialian's eyes grew brighter, making MOU feel a surge of pride. What man could resist the adoring gaze of his beloved? Especially when his beloved is exceptionally strong. The more recognition and admiration comes from a powerful figure, the more intoxicating it becomes. You never believed that relationships were a competition between two people. Couples in love don't need to worry about who's stronger or weaker, because both are bound together by love. Managing a relationship is like two people dancing a ballroom dance in perfect harmony. Perhaps most of the time there will be perfect harmony. Perhaps this harmony needs time to cultivate. Perhaps there will be occasional bumps and playful disagreements. But the point is never who steps on whom more, who steps harder, or who dances better. It's a dance performed together. The two are comrades, partners, allies, not rivals trying to sabotage each other. It's a personal relationship, only you know the joys and sorrows. It's not for others to see, so why worry so much about other people's opinions and judgments? In the past, MOU had seen countless couples break up because of trivial issues of pride, and he had seen disputes and violence caused by the imbalance of power between the woman and the man. He had seen useless men blame their wives' excellence for their own bad luck. He just wanted to say, these people were definitely messed up. If you can't stand seeing your beloved succeed, can't stand seeing them be stronger than you, can't stand seeing them contribute more to the family than you, then it can't possibly be true love. Everyone is vanity, but praising someone's achievements is far more pleasing than pointless competition and suppression. MOU didn't consider himself stronger than Ialian, or weaker than Ialian. He might not have Ialian's stamina and fierce fighting prowess, but he was adept at strategy and planning, thinking 10 steps ahead for every one. They were simply cooperating, supporting each other, taking steps towards their ultimate goal of mutual benefit. Now, Ialian's grasp on power was far faster than MOU's, but MOU only hoped he would grow stronger and stronger, steadily climbing the ranks of the gods. You're amazing. Ialian praised without reservation, truly worthy of being my god. And you, MOU gently stroked Ialian's face, leaning in to place a kiss on his lips, are also my god. Chapter 556. Edward Lost was currently overwhelmed with work. Wendell's work report had clearly caught the attention of Director Ricard. The adventurers' outstanding achievements had made their newly opened Amshire outpost famous, earning them a significant pay raise and funding. Of course, this brought with it a surge in workload. The number of cases assigned was skyrocketing, the number of case reports requiring revisions was increasing, and what was even more annoying were the various eccentric adventurers who had appeared. Edward had even begun to get used to a group of adventurers constantly hovering around him, laughing and occasionally uttering hee. Little wife. Who knows who that first wife is? He was working more and more overtime, barely having time to gather intelligence, and what was even more annoying was the constant stream of adventurers following him, their eyes gleaming as if they wanted to devour him, making it difficult for him to find any opportunity or time to spend with Professor Moyo. Not to mention that the apostate saint was always clinging to the professor. Lately, their relationship seems to have become even more harmonious. Edward had seen them secretly holding hands under the cover of long sleeves more than once, and had also seen them kissing in various inconspicuous places, like young lovers reluctant to part outside the school dormitory. Every time he saw these scenes, Edward couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest and a shortness of breath, wanting to rush forward, but at such times, all sorts of adventurers would always appear, blocking his way, and then a few seconds later, he would disappear into the crowd. Edward felt as if the whole world was against him. Professor Mayu was good in every way, except for his little quirk of being unable to resist silver-haired people. Everyone has their quirky little tastes, right? Ultimately, it was the fault of that fallen saint, who didn't hesitate to use his own beauty to seduce the professor. How could a saint have such an unchaste character? How could such a defiled body be used by his god? If he could, Edward would rather offer his body to the god. Sometimes he imagined what it would feel like to be descended to the depths of the earth by a god, whether his body would be filled to the brim with the god's consciousness, until there was no room left, and his soul would be embraced by the god, reaching the pinnacle of joy. But he was not the god's preferred choice, just as he was not the professor's choice. Why did he favor Aelian? Was it simply because Aelian possessed a head of dazzling silver hair? Ever since he submitted information about Aelian's defiled body, his god had largely ignored him, clearly displeased with his meddling. Ultimately, he was merely a believer, unworthy and unable to influence the god's decisions. The decisions made by a great god must be correct, must have their reasons. But even a god couldn't control his displeasure over this matter. Even the most loyal confidant has moments of dissatisfaction with their superior, and when employees are unhappy, they're likely to slack off. Edward was completely unaware that he was throwing a tantrum like a jealous young couple. It just so happened that the investigation bureau had been busy recently, so he used this as an excuse to go to and from work as usual. The farthest he had ever walked was one day, when he was dragged by the curious Wendell to eat a bowl of stinky snail noodles. It was said to be a delicacy from the adventurer's shopkeeper's hometown. The adventurer spent 3 months searching for suitable bamboo shoots, and then another half-month pickling them into the infamously pungent sour bamboo shoots. Edward initially couldn't understand how anyone could eat such a strange thing. He was torn between turning away and buying a bowl, when he bumped into the professor secretly buying snail rice noodles in the shop. Only then did he muster the courage to try a bowl himself. And then, he was completely blown away, becoming a regular at the shop. From then on, he couldn't stop. He even tried stinky tofu and durian, only to be quite dismayed to discover that these stinky things were actually incredibly delicious. His undercover reports inexplicably included various entries, like, "This stuff smells bad, but it's really delicious." Thinking about it carefully, it's indeed a bit hard to look at directly. But Edward felt a mischievous, vengeful pleasure from this behavior. Anyway, nothing major has happened in AMT County lately, so exploring strange delicacies could probably qualify as a report. Perhaps the sudden and strange death of the winter god could be considered a major event, but the problem is, Edward has absolutely no idea what exactly happened. This frozen, dark night ended as abruptly as it began. After a peaceful night's sleep, he awoke to find the clouds inexplicably dispersed, and the 2 suns reappeared. Edward enjoyed the sunlight, a blend of yellow and green, but had no idea who had killed the winter god. He tried asking the adventurers who came to turn in their quests, but they just stared at him wide-eyed. "Huh? Did something happen?" they asked, their large eyes revealing a clear, innocent stupidity. Edward had no choice but to give up. He tried to find clues by observing the changes in the new city of AMT, but the city was changing every day lately, with new shops opening everywhere and Carcadora students everywhere. Watching his younger schoolmates running around, he could only recall the unbearable days of graduation season, the constant job applications and interviews. Edward Lost couldn't help but shudder. Graduates who had experienced hardship couldn't bear to recall such things. Chapter 557. 3 days later, MOU and Lia selected the clerks with the best scores and announced the selection results in the City State Council Hall. Those taking the exam gathered in front of the City State Council Hall early in the morning, crowding the area tightly together. "The results are in. The results are in." The magic puppet's eyes gleamed, casting a light on the snow-white wall. The list of the 30 selected candidates and their scores scrolled repeatedly. The selected candidates were ecstatic, while those who failed sighed. Mira Denton finally squeezed to the front and saw her name on the list. 29th place, although ranked low, but at least she was selected. 3 magic puppets lined up against the wall. One projected the results, One could check the final scores of those who failed, and the last was responsible for handling the onboarding procedures for new employees. Mira went to the third magic puppet, scanned her information, signed the employment contract, and received her city council clerk ID, name badge, office key, and an NPC phone. Having already mastered the use of the broadcast puppet, she quickly became familiar with the phone, which had essentially the same instructions. However, the phone had more features, and was more convenient to use than the puppet. The clerk received a monthly salary of 10 gold coins, plus a year-end bonus. With a good year's work, she could afford a large house in the northeastern part of the city. Normal working hours were from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., and from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., with a 2-hour lunch break. She usually worked in the office above the Adventurers Guild behind the city council. If there were major events in the city, such as the influx of immigrants or the distribution of supplies, she would be required to work overtime based on the circumstances. Mira thought the job was quite good. She wandered around the city-state council hall before finally finding the office entrance. The entrance was next to the Adventurers Guild. Going up the stairs led to a large hall, and further down the corridor were 5 or 6 spacious offices on each side. She quickly found the spot with her nameplate. This spot was by the window, offering a view of the scenery outside and the adventurers queuing at the Adventurers Guild below. Her desk was impeccably clean, containing only a transparent tablet similar to a mobile phone and a clerk's handbook. She opened the handbook. Aside from the first page, which was an instruction manual for using the tablet, the rest contained various work process guidelines, covering everything from daily procedures to handling extreme events. Mira felt that once she finished reading this booklet, her work skills would improve several levels. She instantly felt smarter. The tablets were their work tools, containing not only staff lists and responsibilities for each office, but also daily to-do lists distributed by the Lord. Mira glanced at them. Her job for the next few days was to assist immigrants with the relocation and burial of graves. Although the official workday didn't start until the next day, Mira decided to tidy up her workstation today and thoroughly memorize all the procedures in the manual. This job was the best opportunity of her life, and she wasn't going to mess it up. With the city council staff recruited, DeCarlo, Uncle Polly, and the shopkeepers who were often caught doing extra work, and who frequently had to lend a hand, could finally be freed. Previously, MOU had no one to rely on, so he relied on his disciples and Uncle Polly, the village chief of a mute village, to fill the vacancies, using them as shovels to move wherever needed. Now, he has a team of professional civil servants at his disposal. Whether representing a mute new city and connecting with caravans, handing over supplies, distributing subsidies, or resettling immigrants, these tasks can be handled using a highly formal and streamlined process, making it ideal for cultivating a cadre of dedicated professionals. These tasks are highly cyclical and unpredictable, likely the type of work that's usually done in slow periods, but extremely busy in busy ones. Therefore, MOU offers generous salaries. However, this is, after all, a precarious alien world, and he hasn't brought over the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund system. Not only would it increase costs and hassle, but it would also significantly widen the gap in pay between civil servants and the general public. If everyone in the city were to become a civil servant, it would be unacceptable. As a modern lord, failing to lead a good team is self-defeating. However, this team shouldn't be too large. Maintaining a lean and capable team ensures everyone has work to do, preventing the daily grind of drinking tea and reading the newspaper. 3 monks can't make enough water. The right number of people is optimal. Too few people can't keep up, while too many will leave them idle. Idleness breeds infighting, gossip, and all sorts of unruly behavior. MOU doesn't want to deal with the daily messes his subordinates create. Copying homework should be tailored to local conditions, and one shouldn't rush for quick results or force things. Some systems may be good, but they aren't necessarily suitable for this other world. In particular, a solid foundation must be laid from the outset to prevent these simple-minded people from learning bad habits. Now that the city's population is gradually increasing, MOU plans to select a new group of people with low pollution levels and a talent for planting to cultivate food and cash crops. The clean land is now expanding, and there's plenty of arable land in the city, eliminating the need to constantly tie druids and elves to farmland. Aside from the Garden of the Tree of Life, which will remain solely managed by druids and elves, MOU plans to open up more farmland to the city's citizens. Of course, he won't have to pay for this himself. The previous batches of farmland had worked well, producing a large amount of food and vegetable supplies during the frozen Dark Night God War. New adventurers were envious of those with farmland. Now, the new farmland is perfect for adventurers to rent. Initially, The druids will use the match 3 game and fertilizer to improve the soil. Once the soil returns to normal, the system will automatically activate the hiring mode, sending the idle citizens that MOU has selected as qualified to the players. Hiring fees are naturally deducted from the player's account first, held in the system's custody, and paid out regularly. This way, the rent for the farmland and the laborers' fees are paid by the players. Improving soil fertility, boosting plant vitality, and promoting growth, tasks beyond the reach of ordinary people, can now be accomplished by the players. Harvested products remain the same. The system prioritizes purchasing needed products at a premium, or players can sell them themselves after taking a cut of the crops they paid. MOU not only gets to profit from the players' profits, but also offloads repetitive daily tasks to idle citizens, freeing up the druids' productivity. They can now care for the farmland while having more time to level up, fight monsters, and delve into dungeons. When citizens have something to do and earn money, the city remains stable. Chapter 558. In addition to agriculture, animal husbandry could also be developed. With the arrival of druids and beast tamers, players have opened several farms near the northern fish ponds, raising purified chickens, ducks, geese, domesticated wild boars, cattle, sheep, and various purified monsters captured by the players. Of course, in addition to purified animals, players also raise evil spirits like Shantak birds and Bayaki, though most of them are kept in their own taming spaces or, along with some unpurified monsters, in fenced plots near the dark forest. Currently, the animals raised by the players are only enough to supply Grandma Alicia's butcher's shop. The meat consumed in the city and various settlements in the northern border primarily comes from monsters slaughtered by players while completing quests and leveling up. Because these things in this game can actually be cooked and eaten by players, and they taste quite good. They're also a great choice for feeding NPCs, and they have plenty of uses. Even if you can't finish them yourself, you can still earn a tidy income by selling them. Plus, the player's system backpack has plenty of slots, so even veteran players with deep pockets won't abandon these resources just to save a little time and a backpack shell. This setting perfectly satisfies the gaming psyche of a large number of players who love scavenging. Every item has a place, and there won't be the tragedy of collecting seemingly precious items in a backpack only to find they're worth a total of 0.5 at the market. There's no such thing as so much trash in the world, it's just misplaced resources. To support such a large city, MOU must capitalize on the players' enthusiasm for inventive scavenging, ensuring that not a single cent goes to waste. The thrifty lord is still incredibly stingy today. MOU, with a flourish of his pen, approved 3 more official breeding farms in Amp County. 2 will be located in the city's purification grounds, employing city residents to raise purified ordinary animals. As for the purification and maintenance of animals requiring druid skills, that will be handled by the newly promoted druid-focused farming players. They need to activate their animal affinity passive skill, and will have to be eager to get paid to do the work. The other farm will be located in the illusionary realm of the Hall of Heroes, specifically for raising magical beasts. The Holy Sons can also help look after them, saving on labor costs. Magical beasts have a natural instinct to devour pollution. Raising them there will also help cleanse the illusionary realm of some pollution. When they are slaughtered, the druids won't have to worry about further environmental contamination during purification. And has been busy repairing ships and reorganizing the church, stabilizing her new hierarchy by incorporating faith, and hasn't had time for anything else. So the merfolk aren't in a hurry to move half their population back to their homeland. Instead, they've been focusing on raising seafood in the inner sea. The first batch of fish and shrimp has recently been delivered directly to James de Morella's restaurant, much to the delight of the chef, who hasn't had much opportunity to cook seafood. Now that Amshire has its own inner sea, moat, and fish ponds, the water resources have become much more abundant after the Divine War, allowing the merfolk to start raising both seafood and freshwater fish. However, the blizzard has stopped, and temperatures are starting to rise after the sun comes out. Winter is still winter, but temperatures have returned to normal levels. Lamar has installed the cooling system for the hydroelectric plant, so once winter ends, and the city no longer needs as much heating, the winter heating system can be shut off, supplying only enough hot water for the residents' daily needs. Excess heat will be channeled to kilns and the dwarven smelters and chemical plants, with nothing wasted. When the weather gets warmer, the magical greenhouses in the Elven territory will be dismantled, and all equipment and plastic sheets will be transported to the north to rebuild planting greenhouses. This world is in ruins, and he and the players have been patching it up. Therefore, not a single resource can be wasted. Now that there are no gods in the north, and Annie doesn't want to concern herself with matters on land, MOU simply takes over. After all, the barbaric races of the North are used to constantly chanting his name. The faith recently collected has already covered Leah's expenses in the Divine War, and the accumulated funds have even allowed MOU to reach the peak of the king level at LV-150. His newly acquired concept node is surprisingly business. Commercial order is also a very important part of order. But is it true that the more you do in a certain area, the easier it is to attract a certain concept? When he got this concept, MOU had a hallucination of Leah getting her face slapped by her own abacus beads, and then helplessly giving him this concept. Wouldn't he add guardian of commercial order to his prayers in the future? Wouldn't the traveling merchants and the Southern Continent Chamber of Commerce all have to convert to him? Thinking of this, MOU couldn't help but laugh at his own imagination. But now that I reached this level, I should also study my own Dharma form. Although he was a well-trained part-time graphic designer, and a rather self-centered person, designing his future godhood image wasn't so easy, and MOU currently had no inspiration. Speaking of Dharma forms, a certain tentacle emerged from his shadow, gently and affectionately curling and rubbing against his ankle. Aelian also went to his sister's place today to continue learning how to expand his domain. However, ever since the silver-haired knight tasted success with his Dharma form demonstration last time, he's become somewhat addicted. Using excuses like increasing his proficiency in using Dharma forms and being unable to control his phantoms, a tentacle would frequently emerge from MOU's shadow, looking left and right, and occasionally brushing against him. It felt like he acquired a strange-looking pet. MOU tapped his shadow on the table with his finger. The tentacle whooshed into the shadow on the ground, then whooshed out again from the shadow on the table. Quite obedient, actually. MOU poked the fidgety tentacle with his long, slender fingers. Listen carefully to your sister's lesson, don't daydream. We have a seafood feast when you get back tonight. The tentacle curled up, twisted, and gave him a proper military salute, the kind he taught him before disappearing back into the shadows with a snap. Putting everything else aside, his knight certainly had a good grasp of the concept of light and shadow within the realm of illusory power. I always feel that the illusory aspect of the Dharma form is much more honest than the real thing. MOU shook his head helplessly, but the deep smile in his eyes and the grin on his lips revealed his good mood. But either way, they're both quite adorable. Chapter 559. MOU was immersed in his work again. It was an unknown amount of time before he was brought back to his senses by the gentle brush of the tentacle that had reappeared out of nowhere. The tentacle slid down from MOU's hand and tucked away his phone. Its flexible tip pointed at the time, and MOU realized, startled, that it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Just as the mute tentacle was about to twist itself into the word lunch, MOU reached out and rubbed the tip of its head. Maybe the tip could be considered a head? He whispered soothingly. All right, I go out for lunch. Since I was having a seafood dinner with Aelian that evening, why not grab a quick lunch at the commercial street and relax and get some fresh air? MOU thought of the snail noodle shop run by a player. That player was probably from Liuzhou. Their snail noodles and sour bamboo shoots were incredibly authentic. They even had the internet-famous fried eggs, fluffy and soaked in broth, and the equally crispy pork feet, then soaked in broth. Just picking up the pork feet with chopsticks would make the skin and flesh tremble with a duong. The thought of this made MOU's cravings creep in. He quickly packed up his things and left immediately. Snail noodles, something that smells stinky but tastes delicious, are only best enjoyed when Aelian is away. It's not that he wouldn't take Aelian to enjoy this delicacy, but MOU found it hard to picture the elegant and noble former holy son with a heavy snack like snail noodles. And after they finished eating, it probably wouldn't be convenient for them to be affectionate. So, he sneaked in and eaten noodles while Aelian was at his sister's tutoring. It was almost lunchtime, and as MOU walked briskly to the front of the shop, he ran into Edward, who had just finished his meal and was about to go back to work. Professor. Edward's blue eyes lit up instantly. Are you here for lunch? He glanced behind MOU, presumably to check if Aelian was following him. Seeing no sign of the knight, Edward's blue eyes brightened even more. Yeah, I was so busy today that I almost missed lunch. MOU gave him a very professional smile. You just finished your meal and are going to work, right? I won't keep you. No, Professor. Edward had no intention of leaving, and even tried to hurry after MOU. But then, something inexplicably struck him, sending his hat flying. What? Edward was bewildered. He turned around, but there was nothing behind him except his own shadow. While he was still dazed, MOU had already stifled a laugh and entered the shop, standing at the counter to place his order. Although Edward didn't see it, MOU clearly saw a tentacle emerge from Edward's shadow. Unlike its patient original form, the Dharmadhata's shadow was quite capricious. Mo subtly beckoned his finger, and sure enough, the tentacle that could grow and shrink at will, the one that had secretly beaten his rival, quickly emerged from the shadow on his clothes and rubbed against him flatteringly, showing no remorse for assaulting someone in public. Edward, having missed his chance to strike up a conversation at the door, sighed heavily. He retrieved his top hat, hesitated for a moment about whether to go to work or go back into the shop, but ultimately couldn't muster the courage to go back for a second meal. He reluctantly headed off to work. A certain tentacle rubbed smugly against Mo's palm, completely unlike the usual restrained knight. Mo imagined Aelian making that adorable rubbing motion in his true form, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He paid the bill, took his order number, and found a seat by the window. While enjoying the sunshine and waiting for the food, he secretly kneaded the tentacle in his palm. This tentacle emerged from the shadows, its root disappearing into the shadows. It possessed a certain solidity, resembling an octopus tentacle, but its suckers were surprisingly soft and lacked any suction. When it was in Mo's hand, it would cleverly become plump and chubby, incredibly cute. Squeezing it was like a stress-relieving squeezing toy for office workers, super bouncy and bouncy to the touch. Mo even became somewhat addicted to squeezing it. It's really perfect for relieving stress. However, while Mo was happily squeezing it, Aelian, who was diligently studying in Corinthal, was frequently distracted today. He knelt on the futon in the center of the room, trying to concentrate on building his own domain, but his thoughts kept drifting away, landing on the Lord far away in AMT County. Focus, focus, Saloria tapped the table with her ruler, speaking earnestly. A domain isn't something you can maintain with half-hearted concentration. Aelian coughed lightly, his face slightly flushed, looking embarrassed like a well-behaved student caught daydreaming by the teacher. He collected his thoughts and refocused his attention on casting his domain, but still didn't retract the illusory image in Mo's hand. Saloria resumed her explanation. A domain is the prerequisite for a saint to advance into the realm of mystery. It is the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Without the ability to unleash a domain, one cannot continue to climb the divine ladder. A domain is a world you create with your own power, and it is also the battlefield most suitable for unleashing your strength. It will become the dwelling place and hall of your Dharma form. You must establish a foundational set of rules for your domain. Dwelling place. Aelian's eyes deepened, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Today's lesson seemed destined to be of little use. Charlolia sighed, and simply ended today's lesson. She rubbed her forehead and waved her hand. Forget it, forget it. Let's stop here for today. Go back and digest today's lesson. Aelian, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly climbed up from the ground. Bring Mo with you tomorrow. Perhaps you two will learn better together. Charlolia sighed again, silently adding, but it might also be worse. Young couples in love can really affect their studies. Chapter 560. After a hearty meal, Mo returned to the Mage Tower and brushed his teeth, only to be unexpectedly greeted by Aelian, who had returned early from school in Corinthal. He learned that due to the knight's frequent daydreaming, he too would have to attend makeup classes. What was this inexplicable feeling, like being pelted with a note in class, and then being kept after school by the teacher? Mo subconsciously scratched the tentacle nestled on his shoulder. The culprit was playfully rubbing against the Lord's face, seemingly oblivious to what he had done that day. Aelian coughed lightly and retracted the tentacle, prompting the Lord to sigh regretfully. In the end, neither of them went to makeup classes the next day. That evening, while enjoying a seafood feast, they received a message from the Elf King. All preparations for the funeral were complete, and they were invited to attend the following day. The two informed Saloria and arrived at the Elf King's palace on time the next day. Kylo Allen led them to the familiar room and gave each of them a set of clothes for the ceremony. Mo took one and examined it. It was an extremely ornate, fitted silver robe, intricately patterned and studded with various gemstones. The effect was excellent. Aelian was a clothes hanger. The form-fitting robe perfectly accentuated his waistline and muscles. The hem of the robe was cut into stiff sections, swaying left and right as he walked, somewhat like a trench coat, a powerful, boss-like presence. After the two had changed, Kylo Allen knocked and entered, carrying a silver square tray filled with jewels and crowns. Please allow me to style your hair, said the Elf King's guard politely. Aelian nodded and sat down before the dressing mirror. Kylo Allen picked up a comb, smoothing each strand of hair and adorning it with a jeweled hair ornament. Mo began to realize what it meant for elves to love jewels. Finally, Kylo Allen braided Aelian's long, silver hair, studded with various jewels, into a braid about a third of the way down. He then placed a rather simple, but frankly, dazzling, silver crown on his head compared to the hair ornament. He stepped back, examined it carefully for a moment, and then nodded in satisfaction. "How is it?" Mou asked in a low voice. "A little heavy," Ailian replied in a similarly low voice, "but the hair ornament is firmly in place, without any pulling sensation." "Your turn, Lord," Kylo Allen said with a smile. Mou took a deep breath, a little nervously replacing Ailian in the still warm chair. He hadn't had a chance to cut his hair since arriving in this other world. It was now almost shoulder length and looked very soft. Kylo Allen carefully selected jewelry colors suitable for Mou and adorned him with them one by one. "Do elves always dress so elaborately for their funerals?" Mou asked curiously, since in his world, death was a solemn, somber, and sorrowful event. "Yes," Kylo Allen replied. "The remains of departed elves return to the mother tree during the ceremony. Wherever their souls may be, this will be the last time they see their loved ones and friends. We specially dress them in our most magnificent attire to bid them farewell on their final journey." Mou's hair was much shorter than Ailian's, making it easier to manage. He quickly put on his jewelry, and placed the same silver crown on his head. "You two complement each other very well." Kylo Allen's smile was particularly kind, and it was unclear whether he was referring to the hair accessories or something else. "Now that everything is ready, please follow me to the ceremony." They quietly followed Kylo Allen out of the corridor, and through the palace's back door into the dense forest. Mou soon discovered that this was the path leading to the Mother Tree of Life. Before they saw the Mother Tree, they heard the elves singing from the front. The song was ethereal and melodious, mournful yet full of vitality. Mou listened attentively, but an inopportune thought flashed through his mind: make this song the background music for the key plot point. Ahem, now is not the time to act out. They passed through the trees, and finally arrived before the Mother Tree of Life. Elves sat or knelt there, swaying their bodies, and singing an ethereal song. Irresistible flowers blossomed in their hands in response to their singing, forming clusters of dazzling blossoms. Each elf was adorned in their finest attire, and the Elf King was even more resplendent and dazzling than ever. Lancer, upon seeing the two, greeted them affectionately. "Ailian, my dear nephew, and my lord, come this way." As they stepped forward, Mou noticed a clump of vines on the ground beside the Elf King. The vines wrapped around a human figure, its face a carved wooden mask. The mask's face bore a striking resemblance to the woman in the painting, and the vines formed her long hair, body, and dress, making her appear as if a fairy slumbering within the vines, vivid and lifelike. Ailian's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but all the words stuck in his throat. Finally, he knelt beside Elena, who was enveloped in vines, and gently kissed the forehead of her wooden mask. "Sweet dreams, mother." The Elf King gently pressed his hand on Ailian's left shoulder, as if to comfort and support him. "Elena, your child is excellent," said Lancel. "He has now left the Church of Light, and he has found you, bringing you back to the Mother Tree. Now you can return to the Mother Tree in peace, back to that warm, life-giving sea." The ceremony began. The elves rose hand in hand, and the ethereal song reached its climax. Iridescent flowers bloomed on Elena's vine-covered body, like dazzling jewels adorning her vine-draped dress. Tears silently slid down Ailian's face. Mou knelt on the ground and reached out to grasp Ailian's right hand. The branches of the Mother Tree of Life began to sway to the song, rustling as if speaking in an unintelligible language. Mou and Ailian couldn't understand it, but all the elves wore the same expression. It was a mixture of mourning and regret for lost lives, as if they had heard the Mother Tree's teachings, and joy at life returning to the Mother Tree's embrace. The vines also began to move with a rustling sound, almost in sync with the branches of the Mother Tree of Life. Suddenly, a large hole appeared where the roots of the Mother Tree of Life met the earth, and countless vines sprang forth, pulling the vine-formed Elena into the Mother Tree. The opening closed again after swallowing Elena's body. The Mother Tree of Life shook its leaves, and countless points of light appeared on its body, spreading rich life force across the earth, as if blessing the living. Chapter 561. After the ceremony, the two did not leave immediately. They stayed to attend the elves' feast, listening to those who knew Elena recount her story. This was also Ailian's first opportunity to learn about this closest family member he had never met. When the elves spoke of Elena, they all said she had a heart as clear and pure as crystal. She was born of the same branch as the Elf King, but even at a young age, she knew she was not cut out to be Elf King and decisively passed the responsibility to her brother. Her swordsmanship was superb, but her mind was never set on climbing the divine ladder. For her, this was the responsibility of a king. And in the elven kingdom of Adorature, there was no need for two kings. She was exceptionally intelligent, yet also extremely persistent, sometimes driven by passion, but when facing enemies, she was unparalleled in bravery, always charging at the forefront of the battle. Like all elves, she loved planting flowers and grass, her favorite being the pink lily of the valley. She also enjoyed spending her free time lying in a hammock in the woods, basking in the warm sun, while reading strange and popular romance novels. Upon hearing the last part, Aelian, who was drinking juice, suddenly choked. It seems some preferences and habits are inherited through bloodlines. As they chatted, Aelian's image gradually became clearer in his mind. He felt as if he were looking directly at the elven woman who had given birth to him, understanding her past yet perplexed by her choices. The elves' spiritual network could only sense superficial thoughts, unable to reach the deepest recesses of their hearts. They only knew that Aelian had embarked on a journey with the determination to find and save the mother tree. She wanted to help the mother tree gain more vitality, restore its vitality, and eliminate the pollution. The elves' senses weakened as they traveled further from the mother tree. After reaching Nanzhou, their senses became intermittent and barely perceptible. As her journey deepened into Nanzhou, they lost track of her. 10 days, half a month, 3 months. The intervals between letters grew longer and longer. Until no more letters arrived. No one knew what had happened, or what she had found. The elves didn't even sense her return. This could be due to many reasons, perhaps the mother tree's weakening. She was like the thousands of other elves who had left Rachel, embarking on a long journey, lost track, and never returned. Until Aelian brought back her remains. But her spirit never returned. Mou had tried to search the Sea of Life through Leah, but now the Sea of Life was shattered. The patch of life Leah was closely connected to was only the largest of the current ones. Her soul might have merged into a lost Sea of Life 370 years ago, remaining with a similarly lost world consciousness, awaiting its discovery someday. Mou had also inquired with Moyawu and Silver Dragon, but their time period was later than Elena's. When Elena set foot on the South Continent, Moyawu had not yet been born, and Silver Dragon, at that time, lived alone on his own dragon island, rarely venturing out. It seemed that to understand Elena's experiences in South Continent, one could only continue to wait for news from the South Continent Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps, by following her footsteps, one could still find some traces of those days. As a half-elf, Aelian's other half of blood most likely originated from a handsome human. Even though over 300 years have passed, if that person was also a transcendent being who had ascended to godhood, they might still be alive today. Or perhaps, they could find more of Aelian's relatives along their journey of exploration. This new map of the southern continent was bound to be opened. However, before opening the map, Mou still needed to make some careful preparations. The two stayed at the Elf King's palace that night. After Mou had taken enough photos, Aelian removed the layers of jewelry adorning her hair, also helping the Lord remove the jingling burdens from her head. Although wearing them was quite annoying for her, seeing Aelian dressed like this was indeed a pleasing sight. Mou muttered to himself, beauty comes at a price, while selecting various beautiful photos of Aelian and saving them to a special folder. After consulting with Aelian, he decided to have cut today's events into a shortcut scene, intending it as a continuation of the main storyline in Holy Sun Town. He planned to show it to players once they triggered the quest conditions he had set, thus connecting to the subsequent Southern Continent quests. Actually, her past and the clues about my father aren't that important to me, Aelian said, lowering his eyes. Things from hundreds of years ago. If they weren't extraordinary or immortal beings, they'd probably be buried deep underground by now. Besides, to me, you are my family now. With you by my side, and Sister Saloria and the Elf King, I am already more than content. That's what he said, but Mou knew very well the inner turmoil hidden beneath Aelian's expression. At midnight, Aelian, assuming his lord was asleep, quietly got up and went into the room next door, the one that had once belonged to Elena. Mou opened his eyes and sighed deeply. Always so dishonest. What orphan isn't curious about their parents, doesn't want to explore their origins? It's human, or rather, a biological instinct. But Mou, himself an orphan, also knew that this was a scar in Aelian's heart. What's more frightening than not finding out who his parents were is finding them, only to discover he was unwanted, that they each had their own families, and that he was the superfluous one. Although Elena had done everything in her power to protect Aelian before her death, no one knew why, in that vast, snowy landscape, an elven woman who had just given birth a month or two prior would carry her infant son across the ocean, even attempting to cross the central mountains under such harsh conditions. If the situation weren't so urgent, she could have chosen a more convenient port to dock at, like Lozul, and then headed north to the elven territory, or at least contacted her people, and waited for the elves to come and meet her. From the elves, MOU learned that Elena was definitely not a reckless person. She was meticulous and unlikely to make a hasty decision. Since she didn't choose that path, there's a high probability that she was on the run, being hunted, and had no choice but to take this risk. MOU even suspected that Aelian might be a child she had stolen from somewhere. But the similarity between the two made MOU dismiss the idea. I should organize the clues, and let the players investigate. If we're talking about digging up clues from NPCs, what could be better than the players? He believed the players would be happy to explore his mother-in-law's past. Chapter 562. As usual, Gnawing Ball came to the elf territory to complete the Mother Tree daily quests. However, she noticed something different about the elf territory today. Where have all the elves gone? Could it be that my internet is acting up and the NPC models aren't loading? She muttered, rushing towards the Mother Tree along her familiar route. Halfway there, she heard a beautiful song. The song was ethereal, delicate, and melodious, carrying a hint of sadness that melted her heart. Could it be triggering a plot event? Gnawing Ball was captivated by the song for a moment, but her experience as a veteran player made her slow her pace. She crouched low, weaving through the forest, stealthily approaching, and peering through the gaps in the bushes at the elves singing in front of the Mother Tree. The elves' figures swayed with the song, obscuring her view. Gnawing Ball moved a few steps to the side before she could see clearly what was in front of her. Huh, the Lord and his wife are here too. Wow, they look so beautiful. Gnawing Ball instinctively started frantically taking screenshots. Then, as she wondered what this cutscene was all about, the system's narration rang in her ears. It was a pleasant, androgynous voice. That night in Holy Sun Town, besides bringing back the townspeople, Aelian also brought back his mother's remains and a golden sword. After questioning the Elf King Lancel, Lancel recognized the nameless elven woman buried in Holy Sun Town as Irina, Lancel's younger sister, who had traveled to the southern continent 400 years ago to find new hope for saving the Mother Tree. Aelian was the Elf King Lancel's nephew. Holy crap! Gnawing Ball silently mouthed the words, continuing to listen intently to the incredibly information-packed narration. Now, the elves are holding their traditional burial ceremony, returning Elena's remains to the embrace of the Mother Tree. What? A funeral? I almost thought the Lord and my wife were getting married in front of the Elf King. Gnawing Ball thought, but my wife has this kind of background. I thought the developers just made him an orphan and that was it. I didn't expect this to be plot foreshadowing. My mother-in-law went to the southern continent. Does that mean our national father-in-law is also in the southern continent? Is this the start of a new southern continent map? Does this mean they're about to welcome a new map? Oceans, beaches, islands, rainforests, and all sorts of dark-skinned beauties? Gnawing Ball thought, wiping away a drop of drool. After watching the entire animation, seeing the Lord and his wife leave with the elves, and then seeing no further animations or plot, she hurriedly logged off to copy the recording, opened the forum, and started a new thread. Subject: Holy crap! A new story animation was triggered while doing daily tasks at the Mother Tree in the Elven Territory, and it's related to my wife's background. Experts, please help. Posted by Gnawing Ball. Content: as the title says, today, while doing daily tasks at the Mother Tree in the Elven Territory, a new story animation was triggered in front of the Mother Tree. It's about my wife's background. I always thought her orphanhood was a uniform setting the production team used to save time, but it turns out it's a huge foreshadowing. Video link here. Currently, we can glean the following information from the narration. 1. Aelian's wife is the Elf King's nephew, and her mother is the Elf King's sister, Elena. 2. Elena visited the southern continent 400 years ago, combined with Chapter 570 of the Guardians of Illusion and Reality. 3. Our father-in-law might be in the southern continent. Any experts analyze this? Is the southern continent map going to be released soon? Can we finally leave the freezing cold and go to the tropics for the new year? Add salted fish at Today It Rain. Experts, stop thinking about your PvP dungeons and come push the main storyline. First floor salted fish. I came here as soon as I saw my wife's new animation and picture. Holy crap, I haven't seen my wife for only a few days, and she looks even better. Hiss, with those silver hair adorned with jewels, she looks absolutely stunning. Huh? Why is my screen a little dirty? Let me lick it clean. Second floor ascension to immortality. Southern continent. We finally don't have to stand in the cold wind in this snowy map anymore. I don't mean to say that the snowy map is bad. It's super fun, but after playing this whole mini version, it's a bit boring. I want to go to the tropics for a bit. Third floor. Dragon is the best. Holy crap. Southern continent. I remember the background of the Silver Dragon's Dream Welfare Illusion dungeon was a small island in southern continent. Does that mean we soon see lots and lots of dragons? A whole bunch of holy crap. Comments flooded the screen instantly. Gnawing Ball couldn't help but facepalm. They're all dragon lovers. Ugh, but I like dragons too, hee hee hee. After a while, Today's Rain arrived late. Post number 121 Today's Rain. This animation scene is amazing. The background music is top-notch too. I love the elves' full-voice a cappella humming. The atmosphere is absolutely perfect. It seems the elves view death differently than humans. I think in their eyes, burial is like a fruit falling from a mother tree, returning to its roots. Everyone is dressed beautifully. The art and modeling have once again surpassed their limits. Getting back to the serious analysis, I think the southern continent map is about to open. However, version 2.0, called Raging Waves of Vengeance, probably doesn't just involve fighting the winter god, since the limited-time main quest was completed quickly. I venture a guess. The subsequent content will be related to the Church of the Wrathful Sea. Think about it. Raging Waves and Wrathful Sea, they're quite similar. When everyone was doing the limited-time main quest, many players also did the side quests related to the Church of the Wrathful Sea. I roughly counted, and a large majority of players went to the southern continent map. This shows that the Church of the Wrathful Sea's main source of faith was the southern continent. Therefore, if the southern continent map is to be opened, I think the Church of the Wrathful Sea would be a good starting point. Besides, the Southern Continent Merchant Guild might also be a plot entry point. Narcissus, whom we're familiar with, has been expanding his business significantly, with influence extending to Middle-earth and the North. The Southern Continent Merchant Guild represents the Earth Mother, and is one of the two major religious sects in the southern continent. The other sect is our old rival, the Church of Light. As for why the Church of the Wrath of the Sea isn't mentioned as a major sect in the setting, it's probably because the winter god's main sphere of influence was in the north. The southern continent's churches were mostly composed of sailors, who made their living at sea. Rather than calling them the southern continent's churches, it's more accurate to say their sphere of influence was on the sea between Middle-earth and the southern continent. I'm quite curious where the subsequent plot will begin. Chapter 563. MOU quietly approached Elena's room and peered through the half-open door. He wasn't sure whether Aelian needed solitude or company, so he didn't rush in. The multiple candlesticks in the room had been lit by Aelian, their orange light illuminating the entire room, bringing a touch of warmth to the silent night. Aelian sat on the carpet, surrounded by a number of books and atlases. MOU assumed they were Elena's belongings. He was debating whether to push the door open or quietly return, when the little tentacle emerged from the candlelight shadow and opened the door for MOU. It feels like someone's using the Dharmakaya more and more skillfully. Since someone had already issued a silent invitation, MOU no longer hesitated, walked into the room, and sat down next to Aelian. The silver-haired knight sat cross-legged, a picture album cradled in his arms. His eyes had been fixed on the dark void, his expression somewhat blank, but when MOU approached him, he turned to look at his lord and offered a warm smile. During dinner, I borrowed the key to this room from the Elf King, Aelian said. The king said this room has always been my mother's. Since her departure, nothing has been touched here, and I can freely explore her past. What are you looking at? MOU asked curiously. My mother's paintings and poetry collection, Aelian replied, handing the picture album to MOU. As the saying goes, the layman sees the excitement, the expert sees the details. Someone like MOU, who learned some painting in an orphanage as a child, and then spent some money to systematically study illustration in college, is a semi-expert and can probably appreciate both styles. Elena's paintings are exquisite, both her style and the level of completion are at a master level. She mostly paints sketches and watercolors, and her art book is filled with flowers and plants, beautiful scenery from the elven realm, and even mini elves. Looking at the lifelike portrait of the Elven King, you couldn't help but wonder if Elena's oil painting was a self-portrait. In the blank spaces of the painting, there are occasionally short poems or descriptions of her feelings written by Elena. The ancient elven script conveys the beauty of the world. She was such a romantic person. MOU sighed. The colors in these watercolors are so vibrant and lifelike. Aelian nodded gently. Her heart was filled with love, for the world, for the mother tree, for her family and friends. I'm starting to think that perhaps she fell in love with someone during her long journey, and then I came into being. But he looked up at the oil painting, as if gazing at the figure in the painting across time. Did the person she fell in love with love her as much as she loved her? Where was he when she took me on her long journey across the ocean? Was he alive, or had he already fallen asleep on the earth? Was he far away in the southern continent, or did he come to the central continent with her? He paused, his eyes filled with sorrow. Could he be the reason my mother took me away? Mou gently pulled the knight into his arms. The tall half-elf obediently buried his forehead in the crook of his neck, as if drawing strength from his lord. I'm afraid to think about it, yet I can't help but think about it, Aelian said sullenly, then took a deep breath on the lord's neck. Why is it so difficult to live peacefully in this world? The silver dragon is the same, and so is she. If he or she possessed greater power, could they protect those they love and cherish most? There's an old saying in my hometown, if you fall behind, you be bullied, Mou said. In this lawless, disorderly world, only strength itself can protect you and your family. Let's go see Sister Saloria tomorrow, Aelian said, looking up earnestly. I've been living too comfortably lately, and I indeed become somewhat complacent. I must seriously strive to climb the divine ranks, for our future. All right, for our future. So the next day, the two bid farewell to the Elf King, and embarked on the teleportation array to Corinsel. Aelian needed to continue learning how to expand his domain, and of course, Mou also needed to learn how to condense his Dharma form. However, Mou himself was unaffected by the pollution, and his energy was entirely supplied by Leah's core energy. His only problem was that the slacking-off artist hadn't yet designed the appearance of his Dharma form. So, while Aelian began his lessons with his sister, Mou merely observed Aelian's entire process of condensing his Dharma form for a short while before pulling out his sketchbook and starting to design. 3 minutes later, the uninspired game designer pulled out his magic book and opened the player forum to slack off, cough, to design the subsequent plot. Then he noticed Gnawing Ball's post. Leah, did any players witness Elena's funeral yesterday? He asked inwardly. Yes. Don't worry, I added narration. The cutscene effects were great. Leah replied confidently, I also saved the cutscene, and it will be distributed to eligible players according to your request yesterday. Alright. Gnawing Ball is a reliable veteran player. Mou continued reading the post, TSK, today's reign truly lives up to its reputation as a prophet, already guessing the Church of Wrath of the Sea? This was indeed the next move in Mou's plan. His previous act of protecting the members of the Church of Wrath of the Sea and directly recommending them to Annie was a setup for the subsequent main storyline of the Southern Continent and the Church of Light. The Church of Wrath of the Sea is a very strange force. Unlike the Church of Light or the Magic Federation, it is not a regime in itself, yet it is present in every port town and even village. Churches of the Church of Wrath of the Sea exist in both the Southern Continent and the territory of the Church of Light. The priests of the Church of the Wrathful Sea were also quite lax. Aside from their daily collective prayers, they spent their days drinking, playing cards, fishing, and occasionally copying scriptures as instructed by the Winter God, living a very carefree life. This kind of church, however, was able to spread throughout the entire world, even operating freely under the nose of the Church of Light. Mou pondered for a long time, and only upon seeing the world map did he realize that the Church of the Wrathful Sea's greatest asset was its control over the ocean. The control over space was in Leah's hands. Only the World Alliance could use the teleportation array, and teleportation scrolls couldn't transport large quantities of goods and people. As long as the Church of Light wanted to maintain its grip on the Southern Continent's granary and treasury, it had to ensure the stability of the maritime shipping routes. Chapter 564. Angelma sat casually in the Church of Lazel, eating fresh fruit served by the Pope, while directing the craftsmen to place her new statue. 15 strong, powerful superhuman craftsmen, using pulleys fixed to the church ceiling and sturdy cables, erected the enormous statue and placed it on the newly constructed pedestal. Angelma could now freely switch between her human and merman forms, but her statue was sculpted according to her divine form. Deities, generally after reaching the hidden level, begin to replace their physical bodies with their concepts and foundations, using their divine form as their true essence, and gradually settling in their domain, the divine kingdom. However, this is mainly because the time required to ascend to godhood often exceeds the lifespan limit of a superhuman's physical body. Only by discarding the aging, decaying, or even dying body can a god be reborn. But Angelma, being an undead, didn't have this problem. Her merman husk remained young and beautiful, which she loved. While the Dharma body was useful, she also preferred living freely in the world with her undead merman body. A little more to the left, yes. That's it. Perfect. And gave a satisfied okay sign, a gesture she learned from the adventurers. The craftsmen exchanged bewildered glances, scratching their heads in confusion. The sign at the entrance should be new too, right? From now on, we be called Church of the Azure Sea. And didn't truly dislike the name, Church of the Wrathful Sea, But she didn't want her new followers to think of that old winter god whenever they mentioned her church. The name had to be changed. Since that's the case, let's call it the Azure Sea Church. She had already begun to miss the clear, rippling blue waters that belonged to the merfolk. Yes, it's changed, it's changed. The Pope hurriedly replied. The new scriptures you bestowed have also been distributed. Now the entire Azure Sea Church is diligently studying the scriptures and implementing the divine teachings within them. We pray to the world consciousness and to you daily, and we live honestly according to your teachings, never oppressing the people, nor using the banner of divinity to levy exorbitant taxes. We work diligently and live honestly. Very good, she nodded with satisfaction. Has everyone accepted it well? Has anyone wanted to leave the church these past few days? No. The Pope waved his hands repeatedly. In fact, since the news of your becoming the sea god spread, even more believers have come to the church. Just kidding. How many people in southern continent spent their childhood living with the legendary ghost stories of Angelmaid? This immortal queen who could stop children from crying at night was the guardian deity in the hearts of many parents. Want to stop your child from crying and get them to sleep? Pray to Anne. And, my faith has inexplicably increased? Besides, even if children were frightened by ghost stories about the undying queen, who wouldn't love a dashing female pirate who commands the seas as an adult? Those children who were once frightened often become fans of this undying queen as adults. Even though Anne disappeared for decades, after this great battle against the winter god and her absolute victory, she, or rather, her name, resounded throughout the world overnight. Even those sailing the vast ocean, isolated for a short period, knew what had happened when they saw their figurehead shatter. The shipyard alone had a waiting list for new figureheads stretched back months. The transition between the old and new sea gods was truly unstoppable. However, the Pope, who had personally witnessed the god of winter annexing the power of other gods, declared that this was the most peaceful transition of gods he had ever witnessed. There was no river of blood, no corpses scattered across the ground. Aside from the god of winter being crushed to pieces, not a single believer died in this divine war, and even their entire church was spared. This speaks volumes. After all, in previous divine wars, the simplest way for gods to weaken their opponent's faith was to slaughter all their followers. Without believers, where would faith come from? In this world, faith in a god brings protection, but it also carries hidden dangers. If one is unfortunate enough to believe in a weak god, then when that god becomes the target of a more powerful god, believers are often the first to attack. Thinking of this, the Pope looked at, and with eyes filled with admiration. This is a true god of immense power, a broad heart, and a love for his followers. Just then, a jingling sound rang out from his god's body, and pulled a transparent crystal plate, roughly half the size of her palm, from her vest pocket, and pressed it a few times. A lie. What's that? Annie scratched her cheek. Alade, Lord Sea God. The Pope introduced himself again. My name is Alade Sheeds. Pass down the order, our church is going to add a new batch of priests. The Pope blinked, not understanding. You mean, recruiting new people? No, they're my people. Annie grinned broadly. They're a bunch of adorable undead. Pope Yieldseas fell silent. He only asked that one question. Okay, I give the order right away. Annie typed rapidly on her phone. Done. Lord, okay. MOU put away his phone with satisfaction, thinking to Leah, show me the skill panel for the Church of the Wrath of the Sea. Oh, it's the Church of the Azure Sea now. Leah quickly searched and displayed the new skill templates on MOU's spellbook. Priest Azure Sea Church, job name can be modified. Background, visible only to system administrators formerly the Church of the Wrathful Sea, now the clergy of the Azure Sea Church. Most are sailors, skilled in brutal combat and emergency wound care. Due to the life force inherent in their natural powers, they also possess some healing magic, but are more adept at using water flow for defense, preemptively reducing damage. Ocean affinity, passive skill. Within a 3 kilometers radius of the sea or water source, combat power increases by 15%, and defense increases by 20%. Bandaging, active skill. Skillfully bandages wounds, using the life force of the sea to accelerate healing. Bone setting, active skill. Uses the life force of the sea to accelerate wound healing and can restore any broken, fractured, or dislocated bone to its original state. Highly effective for any fracture injury, always triggers a critical hit. Chapter 565. Water ring, active skill. Creates a flowing water ring around the user or an allied target. It absorbs enemy attacks and converts them into health equal to 10% of the attack damage. During its duration, if the water ring touches an enemy, the enemy will be knocked back by the water. Duration, 30 seconds, cannot be extended. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Water bubble shield, active skill. Creates a spherical water shield barrier around the user or an allied target. Targets affected by the water bubble shield will float in the center of the bubble. The bubble can block terrain damage such as poisonous swamps, mud pits, and spikes. The water bubble shield will automatically break after taking 3000 damage, or after 1 minute of duration. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Bone dislocation technique, active skill. A pirate doctor's martial art that targets the enemy's joints, bone crevices, and vulnerable points. Power, 500. Note: successfully removing bone from a vital area can cause area destruction, rendering the enemy immobile or causing immediate death. Note: anyone who can set bones can also remove them. Water blade, active skill, range skill. Attacks by condensing water blades with the power of the ocean. Power, 300. Note: a water control skill belonging to the authority of nature. It will not pollute the user. Water blade dance, active skill, range skill, area of effect skill. Attacks by condensing multiple water blades with the power of the ocean. Power, 200. Note: a water control skill belonging to the authority of nature. It will not pollute the user. Water storm, active skill, range skill, area of effect skill. Unleashes a violent storm with the power of the ocean. Power, 1000. Roar of the raging waves. Reduces damage taken by the user or friendly targets by 10% for a certain period of time. This familiar skill pattern. MOU stroked his chin. This is a shield healer class. And why is it an orthopedic surgeon? Because pirates and sailors are constantly climbing up and down the ship's decks, masts, and ropes. They're prone to dislocations. Practice makes perfect, Liar replied. MOU, Okay then. However, with a normal healer like the druid, adding a shield healer class is quite fitting. A shield healer preemptively anticipates an enemy attack and applies a shield to an injured ally, essentially adding an extra health bar. When attacked, the shield's health is deducted first. The player doesn't actually take any damage, or only minimal damage. A skilled shield healer can even grant teammates a kind of artificial invulnerability, unlike traditional healers, who heal after taking damage, or don't heal if not injured. Shield healers heavily rely on predictive abilities. If the shield is active when the attack arrives, it can avert a wave of damage. However, if the shield is activated but no attack is taken, and instead, damage is taken from a skill while the shield is active or on cooldown, things become complicated. Therefore, shields cannot be used haphazardly, nor can they be withheld or used too late. This requires a high level of predictive ability and skill from the player. Most of the time, because the logic of shield-based healers differs from traditional healers, it will be slightly more difficult for ordinary players accustomed to traditional healers, requiring a shift in mindset. However, classes that require a bit more skill to master are often the most attractive to players. And who says that fighting monsters and running dungeons has to be smooth sailing to be fun? Trouble and chaos are often more enjoyable. Now that we have a class, the next step is to choose a mentor to distribute the class and related equipment to players. Annie is already a deity, so this seems like a waste of talent. Simply joining one of the various Azure Sea churches seems a bit too complex, making the class seem low class. And then, there's the need to unlock the storyline and new maps first. MOU pulled out his phone again. This kind of thing doesn't require a planner to dwell on. Annie is already a mature deity, so she can naturally assign a suitable NPC. Since the class skill templates have been successfully replicated, all it takes is a skilled performer to scan the NPC's phone at the players and distribute the class equipment and class change quests. It's not a difficult task. Annie's message came back quickly. Okay, I assigned someone right away. Annie is truly worthy of her, quick and efficient. With allies and a team, MOU no longer has to toil alone, thought happily. Alas, if you can't lead a team, you have to work yourself to death. Players soon discovered that the news on the continent of Osiria had been updated. Today's news from the continent of Osiria. Adventurers, the god of winter has been slain, queen, and has become the goddess of the sea and vengeance, and the subsequent main storyline has been updated. The Church of the Wrathful Sea, once affiliated with the god of winter, has now fully surrendered to Angelma and renamed itself the Church of the Azure Sea. New story animation. Church of the Wrathful Sea changes ownership. Click this link to watch directly. Note: adventurers can watch this animation repeatedly in the data library. New ally. The Azure Sea Church. The Azure Sea Church has become a new ally. and more new maps will be unlocked as the story progresses. Priest, a member of the Azure Sea Church's clergy, skilled in harnessing the life force bestowed by the ocean, using currents for defense, preemptive damage mitigation, and healing. They also possess some rough combat and emergency treatment techniques. Note: this class has a dress code requirement. You must be equipped with a primary weapon and a full uniform to successfully switch. A one-click outfit change feature has been added. Class Mentor NPC, Mermaid Tralise. Location, Mermaid Village. New main quest: The Lost Past, unlockable for qualified players. More game content awaits adventurers. Ah! Priest! Priest! It's the Priest class. Finally, there's a new healer besides the Druid? It's finally not just the Druids anymore. Wake up, the Life Mage is also a healer. Ha! What kind of healer is a Life Mage? They can only pollute themselves and heal others? Their endurance is completely useless, and all magicians know their spells. They're basically a transitional class for beginners. So frustrating. Using water flow for defense and preemptive damage reduction. From this description, the priest sounds like a shield healer. Wait, the priest is a clergyman of the Azure Sea Church. Does that mean that changing to this class means we're joining the Azure Sea Church? Huh? What's with this setup? It feels like there's some hidden agenda. Is it really like what boss you predicted, that the Azure Sea Church will open a new South Continent map? What are you waiting for? Go learn a new class. Chapter 566. In the artificial inland sea of AMT County. In the Mermaid Village beside the Mermaid Sea, a massive, 3-story tall conch-shaped church was built overnight. The mermaids took out the shells of giant sea snails they had treasured for years, and with their sharp claws, after transforming into mermaids, they cut, positioned, placed, and fixed them. In one night, this newly built Azure Sea Church in the Mermaid Village of AMT County was quietly completed, even as the adventurers were busy traveling. Tellis Turner, entrusted with this important task by the clan leader, glanced with satisfaction at her future work location and began to move the equipment that Annie had sent to the conch church. Tralise, let me help you. The Lottie rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward to offer assistance. Are all these for the adventurers? Yes, each person will receive a complete priest uniform, a Poseidon necklace, and bone-breaking gloves as weapons. Tralise said, the clothes and gloves should be arranged by size for easy access. As for the necklaces, just put them all together. Now that the clothing industry chain in AMT County has been fully integrated, resources and products are plentiful. Leah no longer needs to painstakingly use the energy of the World Core to adjust clothing sizes. Adventurers can simply receive the appropriate clothing model based on their measurements. However, since the priests of the Azure Sea Church are members of the church dedicated to the Poseidon, Angelma, and considering the subsequent missions and external recognition, MOU, after much deliberation, decided to have the adventurers weld their uniforms to their bodies. Previously, aside from knights being able to instantly don armor by activating Guardian Heart, adventurers could switch classes during combat simply by changing their main hand weapon, without needing to change their clothes. While this was quite convenient, it was still somewhat lacking in aesthetics. To make it easier for adventurers to change their entire outfits between classes, eliminating the need for the ridiculous practice of calling a pause and then taking off clothes before a fight, MOU had Leah create a one-click outfit changing feature modeled after the Guardian's Heart. This feature is available not only to priests, but also to other classes. Players now have an additional armory section in their backpacks, where they simply store all their weapons and equipment. After initially assembling their class gear, they select Save Outfit. As long as the saved equipment and weapons remain in the armory, they can change outfits with a single click the next time. Leah's core energy is now quite high. MOU had her calculate the average class changing frequency and the core energy cost of each one-click outfit change, finding the cost quite acceptable. Of course, to prevent those players from changing thousands of outfits and still not being satisfied, MOU set a limit on outfit changes, 10 per hour, which gradually recharges over time. Once the costume change slots are used up, the original setting will revert to only the Guardian Heart being able to change costumes with one click, while other classes can change weapons, but not clothing. Players can each save up to 10 class builds, and they don't need to be specifically tied to a class. This means that even a player who specializes in a single class can create 10 outfits of varying styles, switching up as the mood takes them. Considering that most classes have universal equipment, MOU feels that 10 sets are sufficient for now. Unlocking too many at once would not only waste Leah's energy, but also leave no room for future updates. Of course, the sweeteners have to be given gradually. If there are no future updates, you can expand the armory and close archives. Hey, isn't this another epic update? So, after the adventurers hurriedly logged in that day, they discovered a new one-click costume change feature had been added to the system, along with a new conch shell church and 2 beautiful NPC ladies in the mermaid village. They both wore the priest class uniform, a stiff, white trench coat with a blue background, the color scheme reminiscent of white waves rolling across a turquoise ocean. The uniforms were simple and elegant, yet concealed a hidden beauty. A closer look revealed the white fabric embroidered with subtle patterns, shimmering silver in the sunlight, resembling the surface of the sunlit sea, a truly beautiful sight. The uniforms had slits on both sides of the hem. The men's version was paired with white trousers, while the women's version came with a white, puffy skirt underneath, reminiscent of a mermaid's tail. Adventurers who change classes not only receive a uniform tailored to their gender and size, but also a Poseidon necklace featuring Annie's steam mermaid. Players who experienced the previous limited-time dungeon battles are deeply impressed and can't let go. The priest's weapon, to everyone's surprise, is a pair of gloves. What? I thought the priest was a magic class, but why is it a melee class? It's written as nurse and pronounced as monk, not really. Well, the weapon is called bone-breaking gloves, and the skills include bone removal and bone setting. Holy crap, this is an orthopedist. The kind who breaks bones if you don't obey. Yeah, they do have ranged spells, all water-based attacks. So, this is a fierce orthopedic nurse who specializes in both physical and magical skills, magic and martial arts? Hey, she looks like a real fighter. I love her. The priest's job change quest wasn't difficult. After accepting the quest from the seemingly aloof merman Terrace in the conch church, equipping the necessary gear, gloves and necklace, and then using priest skills to defeat 10 system-selected monsters in the wilderness outside the village, the quest was complete. However, a few players tested the healing skills and discovered that a minigame panel popped up. Holy crap! This is Super Oblade? Every time I see that familiar little window pop up when I cast a new skill, my heart skips a beat. Using the bandage skill brings up a minigame where you bandage wounds with magic bandages and suture them with magic thread. Bone setting brings up a timed minigame where you repair broken bones, and the minigame content changes according to the injured person's condition. Holy crap, is this a new job? This is an NDS game. What kind of real physical therapist is this? Help! Isn't this a magical world? It's magic, using magic to generate various surgical tools, and physically suturing and healing. That makes perfect sense, sad. I'm dying of laughter. The development team has such a creative mind. I love it. Not only does bone setting have minigames, but bone removal also has a targeting panel. Apply force to the marked areas, and a well-angled strike can cause fractures or dislocations, even breaking the enemy's neck. Wow, the assassination feels powerful too. Thanks to the development team, and thank you to Moyuzai for letting me, an ordinary office worker, experience what it's like to be a field medic. Chapter 567. With so many new classes released, MOU was already quite familiar with the process. After getting everything set up, he focused his attention on studying the Dharma form. Next, it was up to the players to explore and develop it themselves. Ialian's progress today was better than yesterday. He had already created a domain the size of a fist. Doing other things might be a bit difficult, but catching a Pokemon should be more than enough. However, reaching the God rank wasn't easy. Every step forward was a leap, so it had to be done gradually. The two of them didn't have any urgent matters to attend to in AMT County recently, so they stayed at Felizlok's host's house for the past few days. While the two of them were diligently leveling up, the players were already excitedly and happily researching the new healer class. Although ordinary mages in this game have healing skills that can heal themselves in emergencies, the only true healer class has always been the druid. While astrologers can heal, their gameplay feels more like a crowd control support summoner hybrid. Furthermore, both the astrologer and diviner class advancement quests are extremely difficult, blocking many players' path to the class. Druids, though comprising a third of the player base, are the only class whose class qualification is automatically granted by the system. A significant portion of the remaining two-thirds of players, unfortunately unable to receive an invitation due to various reasons, also aspire to play a healer and are eager to join. This time, the priest class advancement quest is incredibly easy, and players immediately flock to it. For a time, the Gobi Desert outside the mermaid village was filled with players searching for monsters. Fortunately, the monsters involved in player class change quests are all monsters that the world consciousness has determined need to be dealt with based on the ecological and environmental safety conditions surrounding the mermaid village. Players' quest targets aren't overly focused on a single monster, preventing instances of monster snatching or being unable to reach them. Now that the frozen night has lifted, the blizzard has subsided, and the temperature is gradually rising, various magical beasts and hungry animals are emerging from their hiding places to forage. If these monsters aren't dealt with, they could easily threaten the safety of nearby villages. Spring and winter are also peak seasons for beast swarms, and with this year's heavy snowfall, food in the wild is bound to be scarce. While a beast swarm of the magnitude of the previous one is unlikely, small-scale harassment by beast packs will be common if we don't take proactive measures. This is a great opportunity for players to unleash their overly vigorous energy. With 10 monsters per person, completing them is quite easy, and the quests are basically complete before you even get to grips with your new class. However, after completing the job change quest, leveling up and going to dungeons is the beginning of understanding the class and mastering the skills. Nowadays, all druid purification halls in the Magic Federation are allied areas equipped with teleportation arrays. There are wild monster leveling areas everywhere, and MOU doesn't even have to bother arranging them. Wild monsters are everywhere, and players can find them just by walking. A player, after a mouthful of poisonous milk, happily successfully changed to a priest, and couldn't wait to grab friends and family and head straight to the leveling area. If you can't kill them, I take it from you. Her friends and family glanced at her ID and immediately felt something was wrong. The meme she used when she entered the game now looks like a huge flag. She silently switched to World Night, halting the healer's frantic pace. Wait a minute, shouldn't we go to the snake pit instead? But I'm already familiar with those monsters. I could fight them with my eyes closed, said the healer. That's exactly why. I eat my hat if you don't heal me. She silently clenched her fist. But you're leveling a new class, and a healer no less. Going to the familiar spot will increase your margin for error, said the healer. Besides, it's an established leveling area with lots of players. If we mess up, we can call for an ambulance in the public chat. That makes sense. The healer thought for a moment. She couldn't guarantee they wouldn't mess up. For an adventurer, a mishap is a minor inconvenience. Alright then, let's go to the snake pit. The two of them, familiar with the area, arrived at the snake pit, found a spot with monsters of a suitable level, and started working. The healer's current priorities were leveling up and familiarizing herself with her skills. For a healer, the most important thing is to be familiar with the effects of skills, cooldowns, cast times, and so on, and to be able to coordinate well with the tank. I start the fight. If I can't heal you to death, you lose, she said, looking at the healer. Although their playful nickname seemed a bit ominous, she was still a world knight. If the priest failed, she could heal herself. If even the Iron Shield Paladin couldn't survive, it was probably her own fault, not the healer's. Start. The healer tightened her grip on her bone-breaking gloves, her eyes gleaming with excited green light, and immediately cast a water ring on the paladin. A circular ring of water, 3 meters in diameter, instantly hovered around the knight. If you don't kill me, I lose, he activated his guardian heart. Several basilisks were immediately drawn towards him, but before they could reach the knight, they were knocked back by the current. Then, they came back, only to be knocked back again, over and over again. Interesting. If you don't kill me, I lose, his eyes lit up. With such a large ring of water and knockback, if you use it to guard a mage, all melee monsters will be knocked back, allowing the mage to basically stand still and deal damage without a care in the world. Try charging with the ring, and then try pulling at a ranged monster. If you don't kill me, I lose, he howled, charging forward like a human tank, sending monsters flying in his path, only to return with a vengeance. Interesting. I can drive it like a tank. If you don't kill me, I take your loss. She turned to Poison and gave him a thumbs up. But can the diameter of this water ring be adjusted? 3 meters is a bit long for melee combat. Most of my skills can't reach monsters. I think I did see a system prompt just now. I try it on the next cooldown. Poison said, I try other skills first. She cast a bubble shield on herself and discovered that she could adjust the bubble size by dragging it while casting a skill. The bubble shield's current range was 2 to 3 meters, with a gray bar between 3 and 5 meters. She couldn't drag it yet, probably because she wasn't at the right level. If the bubble shield can be adjusted in diameter, then the water ring should work the same way. Poison cast a bubble with a diameter of 2 meters on herself and found herself flying, hovering in the center of the bubble. Wow, this feels so fun! Chapter 568. Do discovered that she could use her will to control the bubble shield, moving it forward, backward, and even rolling around. She could even bounce the bubble shield around on the monsters' heads. The monsters couldn't attack her, they could only attack the bubbles, their helpless rage quite amusing. She then tried Water Blade and Water Blade Dance. These two skills were almost identical, both attacking by condensing thin, crescent-shaped water blades. The difference was that the water blades were single pieces, larger, and slightly stronger in single-target attacks. Water Blade Dance, on the other hand, could condense multiple small water blades at once, attacking multiple targets simultaneously. Therefore, the attack power of each water blade was slightly less than that of the larger water blade. The water blades themselves were like throwing knives, which the user could also control with her will. Do tried to launch a water blade to attack. It hit the nearest snake monster with a plop, exploding into a small splash. -300. Huh? Only the most basic power was used? The actual damage of skills in this game is calculated using a complex formula. According to experienced players, it's roughly actual skill damage equals basic skill power * proficiency * skill execution completion * player's constitution or magic points * attack power * equipment attributes plus weapon attributes * critical hit rate plus direct hit rate minus enemy's defense. For physical attacks, it's calculated using the player's constitution points. For magical attacks, it's calculated using magic points. The critical hit rate here refers to the basic amplification value calculated from the player's own stats. It's said to be related to the player's constitution and luck points, generally between 1 and 2, and doesn't refer to the probability of a critical hit. The priest's skill requirements are slightly higher than the shaman's, the main difference being in constitution. Poison Milk had previously trained a level 60 shaman, but now, after switching to priest, she was only level 40. But priests, like dancers, are already high-level, all-around classes without any other requirements for advancement, unlike entry-level classes like archers, who have to switch to hunter at level 30. Looking at this, the water blade only dealt 300 damage, which must be due to a performance issue. Poison Milk thought for a moment, and unleashed another water blade. This time, she sent it spinning like a chainsaw, and it proved much more lethal. The thin water blade slashed through the basilisk, creating a deep, long wound, instantly slashing off a third of its health bar. -2,100. That's normal now. Poison Milk tried several more attempts, including condensing the water blade into thick slices, thin slices, saw blades, and changing the hardness of the water blade to make it closer to ice. In the end, she found that a moderate thickness, similar to a small circular saw blade, was the most effective, especially when used in a rotating motion, which was extremely lethal. In terms of strength, the harder the condensed water blade, the more damage it dealt, but the higher the hardness, the higher the mana cost. Poison Milk only tried the ice hardness a few times before she was exhausted and ran out of mana, forcing her to drink a mana potion. It seems that a moderate hardness is better. Otherwise, the entire mana bar can only release 2 or 3 water blades, which is a loss in terms of cost effectiveness. After she killed several basilisks in succession, she added another water ring to the spell. If you don't kill me, I lose. This time, she tried adjusting the diameter, and found that the diameter of the water ring could be adjusted from 1 to 5 meters. How about a 1-meter one? Now the knight, with the water ring, could fight monsters normally. When there were many monsters, she could just charge forward to knock them away. When she could withstand the attacks, she could unleash her full damage potential. It was quite comfortable. She tried out Water Storm, a skill similar to the mage's Water Tornado, also a water-based area of effect attack, but with a much cooler visual effect. Within her designated attack range, gales and waves would appear out of thin air, and a few waves could leave the serpent monsters completely disoriented. But this skill consumes a lot of mana. She gulped down another mana potion, wiped her mouth, and cast Bone Dislocation on the nearest serpent monster. This skill is interesting. Suddenly, a screen appeared before her eyes, like X-rays, allowing her to clearly see every bone in the serpent monster. Cartilage, joints, fatal acupoints, vital points, all were highlighted in different colors by the system. Focusing her attention on a label would show a demonstration of the system-recommended skill animation. What's this? One-Mouth Poisonous Milk examined it closely, then suddenly realized, dislocating bone technique? Tai Chi Bagua Palm? Grappling? One-Mouth Poisonous Milk? ? After a few tries, One-Mouth Poisonous Milk discovered that dislocating bone technique wasn't just a single skill, it was a martial arts manual. for both humanoid and non-humanoid monsters, and for different vital points and body parts of the monster, dislocating bone technique had applicable moves. To master these moves and be able to mindlessly break bones and defeat enemies with a single blow through muscle memory, one could only practice like crazy. Practice until you drop dead. Practice until your body's muscles memorize all these moves. Only then can you become a master of dislocating bone technique. This is too difficult. After several failed attempts to break the basilisk's neck, Iko Dunai was in tears. After trying all her attack skills, Iko Dunai felt that, apart from the bone dislocation technique, which was too advanced and required grueling practice to master, the other skills were relatively easy to use. Let's try a healing skill. Iko Dunai ordered imperiously. Try getting hurt a little. She rolled her eyes, then stood still, allowing the basilisk to leave a gaping wound on her arm with a tail whip. Minus 1800. Iko Dunai activated bandage. A small game window popped up in front of her, like an old-school Nintendo motion sensor game. She could see her hands on the screen, the wound in the center, a row of healing items on the left, healing prompts on the right, and a rapidly decreasing countdown at the top. A poisonous milk. She hurriedly followed the system instructions, grabbing antidote from the healing items on the left and haphazardly spraying it into the wound in the center of the screen. Then she haphazardly wrapped it with bandages, finally finishing before the minigame's countdown ended and pressing the complete button. A cry of pain escaped the knight's lips, and a haphazardly wrapped bandage appeared out of thin air on her arm, her health bar barely increasing by 200 points. If you don't die, I eat my hat gave her a look, clearly reading the words quack written in large letters in that look. Ha, ha. She scratched her head sheepishly and chuckled. I didn't expect a limited-time medical VR minigame, did I? If you don't die, I eat my hat suddenly sensed something was wrong. Wait a minute, if bandaging is really bandaging, disinfecting, and suturing wounds, then what's bone setting? Is it some kind of surgical panel? Chapter 569. Wouldn't you know if you just try it? She said, her voice slurring. The kind where you die if you try. If you don't kill me, I lose. She shuddered, wondering if this game sold name change cards, and secretly vowed to never give herself such a meme-filled name in her next life. She didn't really want to be a guinea pig, but then again, she was curious about what kind of skill bone setting was. While fighting monsters, she was distractedly considering whether to take a hit without a reason. Instead, she missed her damage reduction and ended up taking a fatal blow. The basilisk's massive tail swiped across her leg, and with a sudden crack, a pain shot through her leg. If you don't kill me, I lose, This was destined to happen. There was no way around it. She immediately opened the system panel and lowered her pain sensitivity to the minimum of 60%. That should be alright, right? She thought, the lowest level of pain, even a scalp, feels like a mosquito bite. Besides, the death sentence is only half damage. How can any healing kill me? So, she resolutely threw herself up a shield, blocking the basilisk's attack, and said, heal me. Poison Milk said happily, okay. She immediately chose if you don't heal me to death, I lose and cast, bone setting. A small window appeared in Poison Milk's field of view, revealing a mannequin. A blue light scanned the mannequin from top to bottom, focusing the view on the mannequin's leg. Leg fracture detected. Please undergo bone setting treatment within the time limit. In the window was a broken leg bone, protruding through the flesh. Many bone fragments pierced the flesh, and a blood vessel was exposed, throbbing, looking fragile and dangerous. At the top of the small window, a blood-red 1-minute countdown had begun to tick. Ah, another time limit. The poisonous healer was dazzled, completely clueless and unsure where to begin. Wait, how do I treat this? Should I clean the wound first? Undecided, she grabbed a bottle of disinfectant from the left-hand inventory and haphazardly splashed it onto the wound. With a sizzle, the knight felt a stinging itch on the wound on her leg. Looking up, she saw her shield hadn't broken, but her health bar had dropped by 300 points. She frantically shouted, "What are you doing? Why is my health bar decreasing instead of increasing? I'm disinfecting it." The poisonous healer panicked even more. Time's running out. Oh well, I just treated haphazardly. She tried to pull out the bone fragments, but they were firmly embedded in the flesh, only the sharp ends sticking out. The more she pulled, the deeper they pierced. What's going on? The knight watched her health bar plummet, growing increasingly frightened. The poisonous milk wiped away a cold sweat, glanced at the scalpel and bone saw in her inventory, and said without hesitation, "How about we just cut it off?" Cut it off? Cut it off? What are you going to cut off? Help! There's a quack here who's going to kill someone. The The milk who had just taken down the basilisk turned around and saw the poisonous milk holding a dark blue, clearly magically conjured Frost Bone saw, her eyes flashing with a sense of self-abandonment and perfunctory indifference before her impending doom. It's okay, don't move around, I can't aim properly. Ouch. The poisonous milk's hand trembled, and she unfortunately cut the vein that was always dangling in front of her eyes, the one that was always in her way. If you can't heal me to death, I eat my hat. Her leg, which had only been fractured, suddenly spurted a jet of blood. Although she felt no pain, she could feel the dizzying lightheadedness from excessive blood loss. When she looked up again, good heavens, her health bar was completely empty. The next blink, she found she couldn't blink anymore, her entire vision was a gray blur. A system dialog box popped up. You have died from massive bleeding due to treatment failure. Do you wish to spend 1 gold to repair your body and revive? 1 gold. She was furious. Is the revival fee that expensive? At the same time, the poisonous milk window popped up with major treatment failure. She dejectedly closed the window and heard the player system notification. Congratulations to player Poisonous Milk for obtaining the achievement Medical Accident. And obtain the title, Murderous Doctor. Wearing this title has a chance to physically reduce the occurrence of patient disturbances. What physical reduction? Does this mean you have to kill all the people who will come back for revenge? 1 Poisonous Milk. Team Channel I eat my hat if I can't kill you. Call an ambulance master nearby, the resurrection fee is 1 gold. Team Channel 1 Poisonous Milk. Is it that expensive? Current area 1 Poisonous Milk. Help! Help! Is there an ambulance master nearby who can read resurrection? Coordinates XX. CC urgently need an ambulance. Current area Corita. Hello, your hanged rider has accepted the order and is heading to coordinates XX, CC. Current location XXYY. Please lie down and wait for rescue. Please inform us if anyone intercepts the order. They didn't wait long before they saw 2 sharpshooters riding bicycles. One of them had the ID Shiryu Bajio above his head, and the other was the ambulance master Corita, who had just accepted the order. The 2 sharpshooters looked at the miserable-looking world knight lying on the ground, and the priest squatting beside him. Their curiosity piqued. That's strange. How could a tank like the world knight fall down with a healer? And in this novice arena? Did you trigger some hidden boss? Ahem. Poisonous Nurse looked gloomy. No, she died because of my terrible healing. Is this the legendary roll and miss, where a single healer punch kills a teammate? Shiryu Bajio was shocked. So the priest is the healer in the group? No, this wasn't a roll and miss. This was healed by my own strength. Poisonous Nurse waved his hands repeatedly. The 2 sharpshooters exchanged glances. Even more terrifying, huh? At this moment, Corita's resurrection successfully cast. If you don't heal her, I lose. She transformed into a flash of white light and reappeared before them, intact. The 2 sharpshooters glanced at the quirky IDs above their heads and immediately understood. So they were also part of the play. Hey, if you want to play any special play, it's best to learn Resurrection. You can learn it as long as you have a class at level 70. It's not difficult at all, Corita said. Then we be going. Wait, you guys seem to have misunderstood something. Wait, let me explain. She screamed in despair. Chapter 570. In just one day, the priest players became infamous. The forums were filled with cries of despair and lamentations. The quack doctor meme was everywhere, and people were shouting don't come any closer. Everywhere. After having breakfast with Celoria's family that morning, MOU, as usual, checked the player forum and was puzzled. He pulled up the back-end panel data and saw that the priest's healing mortality rate was a staggering 88%. Thankfully, all the deaths were among players. Not a single NPC was harmed. The most popular post on the forum was titled, Subject, Mom, I finally understand why priests are shield healers. They can only shield, never heal. The post was filled with heartbreaking details, meticulously describing the poster's experience of teaming up with a priest friend to fight monsters, surviving the monsters, but unfortunately dying on the priest's operating table. Both the event itself and the wording were incredibly funny, attracting a huge number of players' attention as soon as it was posted. Below were countless other victims of the quack doctor meme, echoing the sentiments of others who had also suffered similar fates. Please, priestesses, stop saving us. Just let us go. This is terrifying. I only sprained my ankle, but I was killed by the healing. Seriously, is bone setting really just a healing skill and not an attack skill? Its damage output is much higher than its healing rate. At least I encountered very few players who have been successfully healed, most either got worse or died. Isn't this supposed to be an offensive skill? To be honest, the skill description doesn't say this thing can't be used on enemies. Priestesses, why don't you try dragging the enemy onto the operating table? At least you can practice more, instead of using it on your friends and family. Is this the result of letting a bunch of players practice medicine without a license? MOU muttered, then silently added a restriction to the bone setting skill. Do not use on NPCs. Actually, no locals would accept a priest's treatment, Leah said calmly. Except for the desperate sailors on the ship, this has been the way people in this world have survived for years. Seeking treatment from a priest means risking death. MOU, there's a reason why this world is so sparsely populated. Players who had experienced being a doctor in the game were quite uninhibited. Some had no medical ethics, and were only interested in causing trouble. Some had no idea how to play the minigame. Some became increasingly impatient, and randomly treated patients as the minigame countdown ticked. But thinking carefully about the online live broadcasts of games, like VR Operating Room, MOU felt that these players had a very high level of gaming proficiency. However, he carefully observed the players' reactions. Most were just jumping on the bandwagon and playing memes. While there were some wailing, there were more laughter and jokes. Few were actually causing unpleasantness. After all, player death wasn't truly dead. A simple resurgence could fix it. If it truly couldn't be fixed, the system could still revive it. Furthermore, on the first day, most players were rather reserved, mostly experimenting with friends and family, creating hilarious incidents while playing around. The quack doctors were delighted with their random treatments, and the patients were also happy to die. Well, the kind of joy that made them feel incredibly happy. Venomous Leah also duly awarded players numerous achievement titles, such as Murderous Doctor, First Trial, Murderous Like a Fly, and License to Kill. It was a truly uninhibited act. MOU, Well, it seems like Leah and the players are having a lot of fun. The most important function of a game is to bring joy, so it's normal for game memes to emerge. If a game doesn't even have memes, it's definitely not a good game. However, since priests are already doctors, it's a bit illogical for them to only perform orthopedic surgery, MOU said with a smile, opening his spellbook. Speaking of which, we've been holding back on healing spells that require medical knowledge and haven't implemented them for the players yet. It's time to bring them out as advanced medical skills. Creating and combining skills is no longer a problem for MOU and Leah. They started with the bone setting medical template as a base, incorporating the ideas and core of healing spells. Based on treatment directions and specializations, they integrated 3 advanced skills. Of course, these 3 skills are also restricted by the system and cannot be used on NPCs. At least the players need to practice reliable techniques first. Emergency Suture LV45, active skill, can quickly suture wounds, effective for most external injuries that cannot be treated with bandages. Field Surgery LV50, active skill, performs emergency surgery on serious injuries. Note: life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are determined by fate. Trust your doctor, or just lie down. Nerve Reconnection LV66, reconnects severed nerves, allowing severed limbs to heal and paralysis to be reversed. Note: if that doesn't work, just reincarnate. With these 3 advanced skills, the priest transitioned from an orthopedic surgeon to a general practitioner. However, MOU was also curious whether this rather lethal medical technique could be used on enemies. Leah shook her head. No matter what kind of monster it is, they won't obediently wait for stitches or surgery like teammates. Both are attacks on open wounds. Throwing a water blade directly at the wound will have the same effect, and the energy consumption is far lower than bone setting technique. That's true. Energy should be conserved where it's needed. We need to be cost-effective in this area, and not deplete our resources solely for the players' enjoyment. After all, there are already over 10,000 players. After completing the Hades Kingdom dungeon, MOU reopened new player applications and increased the number of players. Currently, 200 new players are joining the game daily, and we estimate we reach 20,000 by the middle of next month. As player numbers increase, the revenue from selling monthly passes, alchemy figurines, and merchandise will be substantial. The company will earn a minimum of $2 million per month, and this game has virtually no development costs. MOU simply upgraded the server and network bandwidth again to ensure smooth access to the forum and external networks within the game. Their internet service had long been registered with Chu Shichio. After renting the forum server, they switched to a dedicated internet service subscribed to the company. They no longer had to use MOU's personal account to access the internet, with Leah secretly pulling in bandwidth. Public debts naturally had to be paid through the company. However, with a large player base, the reserve of new shells needs careful planning. Currently, the World Alliance has gained basic control over the northern continent, so MOU and Liao use various means to collect all the orc shells in the northern continent that weren't bound to players into the system warehouse. Now, new players who missed the Winter God War can no longer enjoy the benefits of veteran players having shells on both sides, one on each side.